Chapter 51. Si Muxing had indeed come for the ice sand mines on this planet, just as Si Muchen had suspected. Although the mines had been nearly exhausted, a reliable insider reported that an extremely rich deposit lay beneath a harsh, undeveloped swamp. Si Muxing had always tried to curry favor with his father, Si Chi, but Si Chi's affection for him was merely superficial. His true interest lay in Si Muchen. After all, Si Muchen's business talent was universally recognized. Si Chi might be a playboy, occasionally offering small favors to coax his mother, but he wasn't stupid enough to give Si Muchen the title of heir. So, he was extremely unwilling to accept this fate, and wanted to prove himself. Especially since Si Muchen was now missing, he became even more eager to demonstrate his abilities, and secure the title of heir. If he gained his father's business recognition, then even if Muchen returned later, his position would be unaffected. So, he had come to this low-level planet in person, just to impress his father. Wearing tight protective clothing and sun-protective clothing, he personally journeyed to the vast swamp. This swamp was littered with corpses, and the stench of decaying gas. It had never been mined, hence the elusive presence of ice sand mines. He brought along his trusted guards, and even allied himself with local forces and local guides, preparing to use high-level drilling equipment to conduct an exploratory well. Once he confirmed the presence of a rich deposit of ice sand, his mission would be accomplished. Of course, transportation in this area was extremely poor, and it was deserted, so he also prepared a rescue team to ensure safety. But one day, a large black bird, devouring carrion, hovered over the swamp, leaving him with a vague sense of unease. Suddenly, a dot appeared in the distant sky, rapidly approaching. The sharp-eyed guards spotted it, and hurriedly raised their weapons to attack. But they were too late, the enemy was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the dot landed swiftly, and precisely beside Si Muxing. The glass cover opened, and a pair of hands tugged Si Muxing down, pulling him into the circular aircraft. Everyone was stunned. The guards desperately surrounded them, but with their weapons raised, they dared not attack. To their horror, they discovered that within the strange circular aircraft, the transparent cover revealed a clear view. Besides the recently captured Si Muxing, there were two other people. One of them, with his head exposed, looked very familiar. It was Si Muchen, the heir of the Si family. The guards were all members of the Si family. Even though they were on the same side, and currently worked under Si Muxing, that didn't mean they didn't recognize this heir. If it were criminals, they might have tried to help thwart the attack, but they weren't, but another heir of the Si family. They dared not act, lest they lose their jobs and salaries. Not to mention, Si Muxing was in their clutches. Yes, Si Muxing was captured by a frail-looking man in a speeding car, his entire body covered in a low-grade sun-protective jacket. Si Muchen barely peeked out, raising a hand and glaring coldly at the guards bearing the Si family emblem. "Don't move. Put down your weapons." Si Muxing struggled and screamed, "Don't let go. I don't believe he dares to kill me in public." As soon as he finished speaking, Si Muchen slapped him hard several times. "I'm certainly not as brave as you, because you dared to assassinate me, your own brother, so brazenly. But I'm absolutely certain I can send you to prison." These slaps completely stunned Si Muxing. How could his brother, always so elegant, the epitome of a noble young man, act so rudely? You. He was about to say something when his captor interrupted him. The person, with immense strength, who had dragged him in with a single hand, was a woman who sounded young. "Don't talk nonsense. Si Muchen owes me 10 billion. You're his brother, right? Give me the money." Si Muxing, ? What was going on? The person who had snatched Si Muxing so precisely into the speeding car was, of course, Xiaoqi Tsai. The system's location was incredibly accurate, so she unhesitatingly drove with Si Muchen to the coordinates, quickly and accurately capturing him. Her original intention wasn't to get involved in a bloody, life-or-death struggle between two brothers over the family fortune. She desperately needed money to resolve her company's first crisis. So, she quickly tied up Si Muchen. Oh, and this chain was the one the system had given her, the same one she used to tie up Si Muchen. "Yeah, just tell me whether you're going to pay or not. I heard you're rich, and your mother's in the entertainment industry, so she's also wealthy. Don't listen to his nonsense. Si Muchen is richer than me. If he owes you money, why would you go to me if not him? He and I are sworn enemies. How could I possibly pay for him?" Si Muxing gritted his teeth. "Oh, didn't you just say you were his brother? And it's because of you, his sworn enemy, that Si Muchen has no money to pay his debts. Who else should I turn to if not you?" Si Muxing, Where did this robber come from? What kind of bandit logic is this? I don't have any money. I suggest you sell Si Mukin. After he said this, Si Mukin slapped him roughly several times, his mouth bleeding. I'm rich, but you blew up the interstellar spaceship, leaving me nearly dead, and I lost my terminal. And what did you do to my subordinates? Why aren't they replying to my messages? After escaping death and losing your terminal, you're still here. You're incredibly lucky, my dear brother. They're not replying because they abandoned their evil ways and joined my army. You're not hiding on that garbage planet, and you dare to come back? I tell you, if you let me go, I can still spare your life. If you try to catch me, we both perish together. The more Si Muching was beaten, the more stubborn he became. After saying this, he gritted his teeth, and suddenly, a sound emanated from him. Si Mukin's face suddenly changed. Madman. He's got a bomb. Xiao Qisai heard the beeping sound and asked, It's a bomb, but why don't I see it? 002's mind was blaring with alarm. Master, I told you this guy is crazy. He actually buried a bomb inside him. He buried it inside him, and he can control it through the mind connector in his mind. He wants to die with you. Throw him out quickly, or he will explode. An internal bomb buried inside the body? That's interesting. Where is it buried? 002, is that the point? Buried in his left arm. Xiao Qisai frowned and glanced at Si Mukin. Si Mukin, his weapon is buried in his left arm. Cut it off, and throw it in the swamp. No, 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 you can't do anything that would hurt your romantic partner. 002 screamed frantically. Si Mukin, ? Does this person have X-ray vision? She even saw this. What are you standing there for? Do you want me to do it? It's just an arm. You're not going to be reluctant, are you? Xiao Qisai threw a sharp knife. Who would put such a sharp knife in a speeding car? Si Mukin, shocked, caught the knife in his hand. Seeing Si Mukin's shocked face, and hearing the increasingly urgent beeping sound, he gritted his teeth, quickly raised his hand, and slashed down. Ah! Si Muxing had never expected his big brother, after just a few months apart, to become so deranged, even daring to see blood. Wait, I won't blow it up. He'd been betting that they didn't want to die with him, and would throw him down. He had never expected them to actually find where he planted the bomb. Even more than anything, he hadn't expected Si Mukin to dare to hurt anyone, so he quickly stopped talking. But it was no use. Si Mukin's knife slashed down, blood splattering everywhere. He even added another strike, completely severing Si Muxing's arm. Then, Xiao Qisai tossed the bloody arm into the swamp below with disdain, causing a massive explosion with a bang. Si Muxing was nearly dead from the excruciating pain and blood loss. He gritted his teeth and said, You're so cruel. You hurt me in public. You can expect to go to jail. I already told you to cancel the explosion. Si Mukin spread his hands, looking at the blood-soaked, frail Si Muxing, and felt a surge of immense pleasure. He thought of his own miserable escape over the past few months, and suddenly found peace. Sorry, my hand slipped. Si Muxing, The local forces, and Si family guards, who watched the brothers fight each other, In just a few months, the brothers' rivalry had reached such a fierce point that they were already using knives. Blood flowed continuously, and Si Muxing felt increasingly weak. He wouldn't mind dragging Si Mukin along with him to die, but now it looked like his death would be in vain. Once he died, everything in the Si family would belong to Si Mukin. The thought of this filled him with a deep sense of resentment. Aren't you coming to me for the money? He must be tricking you. I may be his brother, but I'm his enemy. There's no way I can pay him back. Si Muxing's eyes were bloodshot as she looked at Xiao Qisai. He doesn't have a terminal right now, so getting back 10 billion in cash won't be easy. I have money in my terminal. Hurry and save me. I can transfer the money to you face to face right now. Xiao Qisai, shock. She had never expected such a good thing to happen. Si Mukin had stabbed the man, and she had taken the money. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune robbing is the fastest way to make money. She nodded frantically, and hurriedly pulled out the bandaging equipment from behind the car seat, extending her terminal. Hurry, hurry! I save you as soon as the money is transferred, and I won't give Si Mukin a chance to stab you a third time. Si Muxing, Can't you just save him first? Can't you see I'm almost dead? So, he could only endure the pain and tap Xiao Qisai's terminal. Your terminal balance has arrived. 2.8 billion star coins. Xiao Qisai's face instantly beamed. This was effortlessly easy. Her financial problems were solved. After receiving the payment, she immediately inserted Si Muxing's bleeding arm into the treatment device. The treatment device immediately staunchly bandaged the bleeding, but there was no anesthetic, so Si Muxing screamed in pain and eventually passed out. Others, What the hell is going on? Their eldest son, who hadn't been seen for a while, has turned into a knife-wielding lunatic and a robber. Just as the C family guards exchanged bewildered glances, Xiao Qizai saw C Muxing faint and wipe the blood off his sunscreen jacket. Aren't those people from the C family? Oh no, these should all be people under C Muxing. Tell them to contact the person in charge at the C family, and tell your former subordinates to get your terminal back. He's him, and you're you. He paid for his life-saving money, your life-saving money. Your 5 billion debt is a life-saving debt. You can't deny it. C Mukin, But he ultimately understood that now was a good time. After all, C Muxing was in his hands. In the past, he would never have done something like this, with its threats of kidnapping and subsequent physical violence. But now, it felt surprisingly satisfying, and it was smooth and effective. As expected, once a person loses their moral composure, things become much smoother. So, he calmly stood up and wiped the blood off his sunscreen jacket. Let's make a deal. You should be able to contact someone C Muxing trusts, and have them notify my secretary Chow. Have him call. This terminal ID, 482-888-6666. He realized he didn't have a terminal, so he had to have Secretary Chow call Xiao Qizai's terminal. Chapter 52. Young Master, is that really you? The bruised young man across from him even had tears in his eyes. C Mukin frowned, finally recognizing the mature and steady subordinate he once was in that bruised face. How did you become like this? It's all because of C Muxing. He has no moral integrity. We tried everything to save you, but he suddenly brought a bunch of people, shut down our conference room, tied us all up, and confiscated our terminals. That's why we haven't been able to contact you recently. It's so good that you're still alive. That C Muxing even came to us and told us you were dead, asking us to submit to him and he would release us. 3 people have already signed agreements to betray you and been released. C Mukin, He was wrong. He shouldn't have said he was immoral. It was that wild fish, C Muxing, who was immoral. Ever since his starship was blown up, he felt something was wrong with him. He had imagined C Muxing badmouthing his father, imagined him sabotaging his project, but he had never imagined he resort to such shameless, illegal tactics to achieve victory, and it almost worked. He nearly died. And Sichi turned a blind eye, watching them fight. Looking at the blood-soaked C Muxing, his remaining moral composure and insecurities vanished completely. His face paled, and he took a deep breath. Great. This is truly a simple, brutal, and effective method. I was wondering why I couldn't contact any of my inner circle. Turns out they all been arrested. He truly has no fear of breaking the law. Just now, he even had the nerve to tell me to obey the law. If I don't kill him, it's like I don't want to go to jail. After saying this, he gritted his teeth and expanded the range of the terminal, specifically showing Secretary Chow the tragic image of C Muxing, now unconscious and covered in blood. It's okay. He's in my hands now. I already told his people. If I don't release you, expect to find C Muxing's body. Secretary Chow's eyes widened as he stared at the bloodied, half-dead C Muxing. This, did you do this? Yes, he dared to blow up my spaceship and imprison you. I only cut off one of his arms, so what? C Mukin's face was cold. Secretary Chow, as soon as you get out, bring your men to planet 8843 immediately. Bring the terminal verification staff with you. I can't go to a higher-level planet right now, so they have to come here for verification. Also, try to convert as much of my unimportant real estate into cash and transfer it to my account. Secretary Chow shuddered at the murderous look on C Mukin's face. Oh my god, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Even the eldest young master has been corrupted by the second young master. What a trick! Ahem, thinking of the physical and mental torture he endured these days, he wanted to applaud. The eldest young master's sense of morality and law was too strong in the past, which led to today's disaster. If the eldest young master had learned these tricks earlier, there would be no place for the illegitimate second young master to run around here. He nodded frantically. Eldest young master, as soon as I get out, I take care of it immediately. Just wait for me. After hanging up the terminal, C Mukin personally spoke with Pang Yu, C Muxing's most trusted aide. He's in my hands now. If you don't want him dead, release my men. You see? I already cut off one of his arms. If I don't treat him, he never grow it back. If you don't release him immediately, I'm going to cut off his other arm. He won't die anyway. Oh, I also learned his methods. I plan to destroy his terminal, make him an illegal resident, and send him to a low-level planet where he can enjoy my life. I guess the law won't be able to control how I treat him then. Pang Yu, Has this young master turned evil now? Where did he learn these shady methods? But looking at the half-dead Si Muxing, remembering Yumimi's instructions, he could only grit his teeth and nod his agreement. Of course, Si Mukin learned these crude methods from Xiao Qicai, not from Si Muxing. Just as they were about to leave this swamp and head to the more convenient 8843 capital to wait for Secretary Xiao, Xiao Qicai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he noticed something. She pointed to the deep swamp pit created by Si Muxing's exploding arm. Si Mukin, look, isn't that the ice sand mine down there? Fine, silvery sand, mixed with the mud splashed out by the explosion, shone brightly in the sunlight, a shimmering speckle of light. Si Mukin couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Qicai's sharp eyes. She's seen it all. If my information is correct, those should be ice sand mines. Great. This kind of ice sand mine should be very valuable. They say whoever discovers a new mine has priority mining rights. I found it, so I should have priority mining rights. Xiao Qicai said matter-of-factly. The Si family members below, ? The locals leading the way, ? The unconscious Si Muxing, ? Si Mukin, ? Well, consider it a benefit from helping him capture Si Muxing. Otherwise, Xiao Qicai would be really upset, suspecting he was being ripped off again. Theoretically, yes, but the mining process must be formal, and the extracted minerals must pay a mineral tax to the United Government, Si Mukin reminded him. Of course, I complete the formalities. I'm a law-abiding citizen. After saying this, Xiao Qicai took out the business pass she had obtained for her trip to planet 8843. Okay, let's collect some evidence of our discovery and register it with the local Mineral Resources Information Department later, Xiao Qicai said. As for whether Si Muxing's hand would grow back in time, that was none of her business. With that, Xiao Qicai and Si Mukin exited the flying car. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, but ultimately refrained from attacking. After all, Si Muxing was in their hands, and with Si Mukin already back, no matter how daring they were, they wouldn't dare use their weapons against him. Of course, Xiao Qicai naturally understood some of the logic. Upon learning that Si Muxing offered the locals 1 million star coins as a guide fee, he simply transferred 2 million star coins to the guides, stating that it didn't matter who they were, and that it was okay for them to provide proof. The locals, upon receiving the money, were ecstatic. That was a full 1 million star coins extra, so why not? It didn't matter who ultimately acquired the mining rights. As long as they got the money, they had no qualifications, no means, and no equipment to mine the minerals. Of course, they couldn't compete with these people from higher-level planets. So, in the end, the mining rights to the ice sand mines fell smoothly into Xiao Qicai's hands. However, she hadn't yet decided whether to sell the mine or keep it for herself. But judging by the shocked and envious expressions of the staff registering the mine, it was clear this must be a significant fortune. Si Muxing was taken to a local hospital for treatment of his broken bones. As Xiao Qicai put it, his hand had grown back, leaving no visible signs of the fracture. Si Mukin hadn't severed his hand, so how could anyone find a fragmented genetic sample in the mud and sand? The locals hadn't saved any video footage, and as for the Si family members, having deleted their terminal records, she doubted they would dare to accuse Si Mukin. Based on this, Si Mukin remarked, I learned something. He was a few years older than Xiao Qicai, and it seemed his brain wasn't as sharp as hers. If he had known about these tactics earlier, Si Muxing wouldn't have been able to run around under his nose for so long, nearly getting himself killed. After waiting for a day, Secretary Qiao and several of Si Mukin's loyal subordinates arrived quickly. As soon as they saw Si Mukin, their eyes welled with tears, expressing their gratitude for his suffering. Of course, they also spent a considerable amount of money, some sort of travel allowance, to invite the terminal verification staff to come. The reason was obvious: enough money could get enough done. The verification was quickly successful, and the terminal staff immediately issued Si Mukin a new, expensive, high-end terminal. The Class B citizenship certificate in Si Mukin's hand gleamed brightly. In formal attire, he seemed to have returned to his first familiar self, yet also seemed completely different. Si Mukin and his men were completely under Si Mukin's control, no longer needing their personal supervision. After a meeting that lasted several hours, Si Mukin's subordinates emerged from the hotel conference room one by one. They all looked with mixed expressions at Xiao Qicai, who sat in the lobby, lost in his virtual internet connection. Soon, when Si Mukin emerged, they stopped squinting. Xiao Qicai finally looked up at Si Mukin. What's wrong? Have you made your decision? Si Mukun nodded, took out his terminal, and made a face-to-face transfer, transferring 5 billion yuan directly to Xiao Qizai's card. Looking at the countless zeros on the card, Xiao Qizai's face was filled with joy. He said to Si Mukun seriously, "Actually, if you transfer another 1 or 8 billion, I might terminate your contract directly for the sake of the ice sand mines. No compensation though." In fact, her main reason for signing the second part of the employment contract was to avoid working for nothing. After all, Si Mukun didn't have a terminal, and with the situation he was being pursued, it didn't look like he could immediately return to the family to collect his money. As for returning to the advanced planet and contacting its high-ranking citizens, that was even more difficult. Si Mukun, according to 002's records, was considered a talent. Since she was temporarily protecting him, it was natural that she couldn't work for nothing, so she used him whenever she could. Of course, despite the initial discomfort, she was still able to get used to it. After all, he was the heir of a powerful family, so he possessed both skills and knowledge. 002 even said that it would be foolish not to take advantage of the opportunity to have some love. How could he be so foolish? He could only use it for a few minutes in bed, but he could use it for 8 hours a day while working for her. TSK, the naive system really didn't understand, especially now, at a time when her career is just beginning and she needs talent the most. If he were to leave, she wouldn't be able to find a replacement for the time being. Surprisingly, Si Mukun shook his head. "No, the other 5 billion is an employment contract. I said I never break a contract. I plan to stay and help you earn the 5 billion before I go back." "Ah, are you serious?" Xiaoqi confirmed again. "Make sure you're conscious this time. I didn't force you." Si Mukun nodded. "I'm already very familiar with family affairs. As long as Simu Xing doesn't interfere, my position will remain unshaken. Let these subordinates of mine train, and see if they can handle things on their own. Besides, after this incident, I fully realize my own shortcomings. Of course, they're the same way. They were all controlled and completely incompetent." He paused, looking at Xiao Qizai seriously. "Besides, I learned a lot from you, and even more from you. I believe that after paying back the 5 billion, I definitely learned even more." Xiao Qizai, "Okay, but that's what I usually tell my subordinates. Work hard and learn from me. It's like empty promises. If you keep saying that, I'm almost embarrassed." So she asked again, "Are you sure you don't regret it? You won't be the top boss here, and you might not even be the second in command?" The terminal had received too much money today, and it had rarely awakened Xiao Qizai's slender conscience. Even though his subordinates all looked peculiar, Si Mukun nodded. "That's right. I go back with you, and you arrange my work. And more importantly, can I continue researching your flying car?" A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Si Mukun's eyes. Xiao Qizai suddenly smiled. As expected, for talented individuals with plenty of money, hobbies are the ultimate bribe. Someone wants to make 5 billion yuan for me, so why not? What's wrong with being a senior citizen or a family heir? Once you sign the contract, you have to work for me. Besides, it was his own choice. Okay, let's go back today and get the first batch of mass-produced beauty potion done. Now that we have the money and the equipment, I want to see how our competitors react when they receive this huge shipment. Xiao Qizai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Si Mukun knew those treacherous competitors were in big trouble. Learn this, learn it all. This will help you deal with your business rivals once you take over. Chapter 53. My arm. Si Mukun screamed in terror, then sat up from the bed with a thud. The unfamiliar room made him momentarily confused as to whether he had just dreamed or was in reality. Even stranger, he touched his arm, and it was perfectly intact. No, wait, it doesn't feel right. He instantly opened his sleeve and saw a bionic arm, not his natural arm at all, so the dream was real. In the dream, Si Mukun had not only returned, but had also caught him in a strange flying car and chopped off his arm with a single blow. No, not only that, he had been scammed out of 3.8 billion by a woman whose face he couldn't even see. He quickly flipped through his terminal. Wait, where was his terminal? A huge sense of panic washed over him. Where is this? How dare Si Mukun remove his terminal? How dare he imprison me? This is clearly illegal. How dare Si Mukun? He screamed frantically. Si Mukun, where is this? Let me out. Just as he was screaming like crazy, the door suddenly opened. A tall, muscular man, his face thick with flesh, glared at him impatiently. What are you yelling about? You just had surgery. Can't you behave yourself? Exercise your bionic arm. I heard it's almost as good as your natural one. Our boss spent over 1,000,000 star coins to get it connected for you. See Muching, what boss? Who are you? Is your boss See Mukin? I want to see him. See Mukin, he's not qualified to be our boss. He's just a small manager. See Muxing, question mark. Oh, by the way, we don't hire freeloaders here. Please register your expertise. Our boss said that since See Mukin insisted on bringing you back, I need to find you a position. If you're useful, I give you a higher salary. If not, I just assign you to the packing team to count boxes. See Muxing, question mark. What the hell are you talking about? You low-class citizen, what do you want to do to me? How dare you ask me to work for you? Do you know who I am? I'm the second young master of the Sea family. The second young master of the Sea family? There's no such thing as a second young master here. There's just an undocumented resident on a low-level planet. A familiar voice rang out, and See Mukin pushed the door open. Good to wake up. I remember you're not good at anything besides those conspiracies. Just go count the boxes. Why wouldn't I dare ask you to work? I'm just a worker here, so why shouldn't you? You took my terminal, right? That's illegal. Then why didn't you consider the illegality when you took my subordinates' terminals? You're even imprisoning them. As for imprisonment, I'm not planning on locking you up. Instead, I'm thinking of making use of you, giving you a chance to learn more. Aren't you grateful? See Mukin's face lit up with a faint, ironic smile. Suddenly, he lit up his face, as if thinking of something amusing. Oh, by the way, although you're not good at anything, you have a decent face, just like your mother's. How about, I help you find a bar that needs male models? Why don't you try? See Muching, question mark. What a psychopath. Where on earth had his upright, law-abiding elder brother gone? He absolutely refused to acknowledge the man before him as his elder brother. It was as if he had been possessed. No, he was even more sinister and despicable than himself. He had actually made him an illegal resident and even brought him to a lower-level planet. He was going to call the police. He was going to call the police, accusing him of illegally harming him, illegally replacing his arm, illegally removing his terminal, illegally imprisoning him. See Mukin was finished. A sinister smile appeared on his face. See Mukin cruelly interrupted his fantasy. Forget it. You're an illegal immigrant. No one here would care if you called the police. Besides, do you have proof that I chopped off your arm? Isn't your arm fine now? What's it to me? Don't blame me. You might have been born with only one broken arm. Your mother is so bold. She gave birth to an armless son and dared to show off, demanding inheritance rights and shares? To be honest, I originally wanted to send you to prison, but then I thought, after all, we're brothers, and I have to give you a chance to repent. So I told my father about your actions, and offered him the choice of sending you to prison for decades or keeping you with me for good discipline. My father loves you so much that he chose without hesitation to let me give you a chance and educate you properly. So, even if you could contact your father, do you think he would save you? Do you think he would let me spread the news of a brotherly feud and a jailed illegitimate son to affect the Sea family's stock price? Or would he just listen to me? Isn't this just letting you enjoy the treatment I've been receiving before? What? Is that good? Upon hearing this, See Muxing fainted. This was the first time in his life that he had completely defeated this sinister illegitimate brother, and See Mukin was delighted once again. As expected, keeping him close by and keeping an eye on him was the right decision. If he went to jail, his mother would definitely use her connections to get him out. Since he was going to study, work, on planet 4628, he naturally had to take him with him. Otherwise, he might return to find his father gone, his family fortune gone. Surely this lunatic See Muxing would do it. Xiao Qizai told him that the most terrifying thing a lunatic fears is someone even crazier. He naturally had to study hard. Instructing the workers to bring See Muxing to the production line after he woke up, he happily reported the final number of equipment purchased to Xiao Qizai. Since he now had a large amount of funds, even though 5 billion of them belonged to him, he felt a strange sense of joy for some reason, as if he was inexplicably happy that the company would survive this crisis. This damn sense of collective honor. With these devices, we can double our production capacity. That 8 million units won't be a problem. Let's ship this batch of equipment back first, then buy another batch, and we can start a second large-scale production run of the beauty potion. By then, once the reputation of the first batch is spread, the market will continue to expand. A conservative estimate for the second batch is over 10 million units. The profit might seem low, but the total profit is indeed substantial. Calculated this way, every one of Xiao Qizai's strategies seemed sound, forcing him to once again admire his methods and vision. Of course, This was something he needed to learn. Xiao Qisai quickly signed and scanned the documents. Okay, all in cash. Ideally, buy all off-the-shelf equipment. A little pricey doesn't matter, but delivery is essential. I'd like to bring the delivery date forward because I might have to leave Planet 4628 in a month, and I need to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Where are you going? To a high-level planet? Si Mukin asked doubtfully. Well, I'm going to participate in the actuary competition. I think it's on Shengyun, one of the high-level planets in this star region. If all goes well, it should take over a month. It depends on how the competition goes. I hand the company over to you then. Once the first batch of goods is delivered, I'd be much more relieved. I see. Then I go talk to them as soon as possible and ask them to deliver the goods quickly. Indeed, with your current status as a high-level citizen, negotiating should make things go faster. As expected, having money solved everything. After organizing all the sales, production line, raw materials, and equipment plans, Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief and threw herself into the second and third rounds of the actuary competition. Because she'd been on Planet 8843 for a few days, she missed a lot of the practical training sessions that teacher Wen had specially prepared. This forced her to stay completely at school for the past few days, finally catching up with her seniors. However, she hadn't had a few days of relaxation before Wuxiu urgently called her on the terminal. She had to pause her data analysis in the lab and head outside. Boss, something's wrong. Something's wrong again. What's wrong? Xiaoqi frowned slightly. Aren't the equipment and production lines already in place? Could someone be causing trouble again? No. With the help of consultant Shi Yuansu and your sworn brother Zhuang Fin, we solved the problems with the production line, the site, and the workers. The workers are behaving well, and there haven't been any accidents at the site. The problem is with the equipment and the raw materials. Equipment? Isn't it enough to just have money for equipment? I remember Si Mukin talked to them about fast delivery, supposedly within a week. They're indeed preparing to ship, and the goods have already been packed and deposited at the express route warehouse. But the problem is, for some reason, the routes to Planet 4628 have been practically full in recent days. Only some small equipment can be squeezed onto the route and successfully delivered. Most of the critical heavy equipment, as well as large quantities of raw materials, simply don't have space to be transported here. What? This is actually happening in Interstellar society? Xiao Qisai was somewhat surprised. Yes, we all overlooked a crucial point. Commercial routes on lower-level planets are extremely limited. Every route must be approved by the government. When a route is full, you can only wait for a freer schedule. I've spoken with the route company, and the nearest schedule is at least 10 days away. That will definitely affect delivery. Can't we add more? Xiao Qisai asked. Yes, but it needs approval. Approval on Planet 4628 is easy. You have some connections with the CEO, so it should be possible. But approval on higher-level planets isn't as quick. After approval, there's a trial run and commercial value assessment. Furthermore, after purchasing this batch of equipment, we don't know when the second batch will be available, which will leave empty routes in the future. In this situation, approval won't be granted. The only people familiar with business routes, who can book in advance or increase their positions, are those with long-term experience, the same people who want to short her. Xiao Qisai, So that's it. It seems their goal isn't just to short-sell her and prevent her from delivering goods due to insufficient production capacity. There's also this hurdle holding her back. She hadn't expected to overlook this. Perhaps because cargo transportation on Earth was so convenient in her previous life, and because Planet 4628 was so backward, the routes were mostly empty, and transportation had been smooth before. So she hadn't considered this. But she also understood that, after all, this was an interstellar society, and space routes did need to be strictly managed. Otherwise, all aircraft would be in disarray, with accidents happening every day. She understood, but it was clearly a malicious act by a fellow competitor, which inevitably made her furious. Can we use a private cargo ship for transportation? She took a breath. Yes, but it would require application and approval, and our company currently doesn't have the approval qualifications, let alone a high-end commercial cargo ship. Wuxiu frowned. The current solution might be to ask Si Mukin to help apply for a commercial cargo ship under the Si family's name. However, these equipment and raw materials would likely be transferred to the private Si family's name, which I don't think is a good idea. Compared to Si Mukin, Wuxiu completely sided with Xiao Qisai, prioritizing the interests of Xiao Qisai and the company. She assessed that while Si Mukin was working here temporarily, as the heir to the Si family, he couldn't stay here permanently, so doing so would be risky. Furthermore, the C family still had a patriarch, and the beauty potion was already being coveted by many. While C Mukin might be trusted, the patriarch wasn't necessarily. Those cunning capitalists, those old-timers, might just take advantage of this opportunity to take over the company and destroy all their achievements. Xiao Qizai listened to Wu Xiao's analysis and nodded. I understand. I come to the company tonight to discuss this with you. Don't worry, just start production with the existing raw materials and equipment. No matter what, expand production as much as possible. As for the equipment, I see if there's any other way to get it back. Xiao Qizai hung up the phone, a hint of anger in his eyes. These colleagues are truly interconnected, waiting for her to die. As expected, her sentimental talk is useless. It only works if everyone else expresses their sentimentality. In fact, if she had asked Xiao Wei, the head of the Xiao family, for help, the Xiao family, who owns all the transportation routes and equipment, would have easily resolved this matter. But she was determined to sever ties with the Xiao family, and no matter how she thought about it, she felt unhappy. Can't get it in, can't get it in. Wait, there's a way. Chapter 54. Xiao Qizai overnight became the major owner of the newly discovered silver sand mine on planet 8843. This event garnered widespread attention, especially on planet 8843. After the original mineral deposits were mined, the environment was severely polluted and devastated. Furthermore, the planet had lost its value. The wealthy, or those who had already made fortunes from the minerals, had already upgraded their citizenship cards and emigrated, leaving behind countless ordinary people who couldn't leave. As the last of the mineral deposits were mined, more and more of them became unemployed, and their despair grew day by day. Now, hearing that someone had discovered another large mine, it felt like hope. Countless people were desperately trying to discover the current owner of this large mine. They heard that a large group of high-level planetary citizens had recently arrived. Could they be from a high-level planet? No, it seems the registrant said that while there were high-level citizens from high-level planets, the true owners of the mine were not from high-level planets. Sadly, this person left after just 2 days on this planet. No one knew whether she would sell the minerals or start mining them herself. But at the very least, it seemed that those helpless miners, left with nothing to mine, would soon have new jobs and new hope. Everyone waited anxiously, including the CEO of Planet 8843, who wanted a new industry to revive the planet's economy. But on this very day, the owner of the new 8843 mine suddenly returned. Although the mine owner was only a Class 1E citizen, raising concerns about her mining abilities, she was fortunately accompanied by a high-ranking citizen. Rumor has it that this citizen was from the C family. The planet's CEO quickly gathered the relevant personnel and sought to negotiate with Xiao Qizai. Of course, their primary concern was raising the miners' wages and leaving more wealth for the planet. This was probably what ordinary people on every planet desired most. When Xiao Qizai was still on Earth, he had visited some remote areas and discussed projects with local governments. The situation was very similar now. All local governments hoped investors would inject economic vitality into their local areas, reduce unemployment, and, of course, increase local tax revenue. This planet, 8843, had reached its end of the road, with everyone eyeing the new mine. But Xiao Qizai wasn't here to discuss the mineral. I do plan to invest in a factory on planet 8843, initially recruiting approximately 10,000 workers, Xiao Qizai said. 10,000. The CEO's eyes lit up. Are you planning to mine your own minerals? Let's not talk about the minerals for now. I haven't figured out the best way to utilize them, so I won't be mining for now. But planet 8843 is my lucky planet, so I'm willing to invest more. I just recently started a new business that requires a large factory and obedient, honest workers, so I'm here. All you need to do is provide me with the land, the workers, and unrestricted port transportation. We quickly and cost-effectively handle the related equipment, purification systems, and sunscreen systems. No investment from your local government is required. Xiao Qizai said, So CEO, are you willing to discuss this business with me? Yes, of course. The CEO was overjoyed. He had never expected such a good opportunity. Because the temperature on planet 8843 is so high, virtually no one is willing to invest there. Even some labor-intensive industries are reluctant to come. As a result, the local miners, who make their living from mining, are increasingly unemployed day by day. Once the last bit of resources are mined, they are unable to leave the planet, and can only wait to be eliminated by nature, with the government powerless to intervene. The CEO has been trying to cultivate talent and attract investment, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, this new mine owner has brought new job opportunities, and he even brought his own equipment. This planet has a small population, just over 10 million, but it has the highest number of unemployed people. Furthermore, due to the dwindling production of ice sand ore, the port is essentially dry, leaving shipping routes and production areas free. Xiao Qizai's only request was one he could definitely fulfill. So, he immediately agreed with great joy, promising to cooperate in selecting the best workers and provide her with unlimited land for her to choose from. Xiao Qizai hadn't expected the CEO to agree so readily, even offering the land for free. She suspected a trap, but Si Mukun later explained that there was no hope or opportunity left on this planet. The last ice sand mine was their last hope, but once mined, it would be gone. They were familiar with unsustainable resources. She could bring another industry, which they would even prefer to start mining a new mine. It was a ray of hope for the planet. Any CEO of a lower-level planet would definitely agree to her offer. Hearing Si Mukun's words, Xiao Qizai's doubts faded. As expected, nothing in the world is unsolvable. If there is, it's simply lack of money. With enough money in hand, over 99% of problems can be solved. Of course, producing the medicine here would require an additional set of temperature control equipment and sun protection equipment compared to Planet 4628, but that wasn't a problem. Since the other party had already agreed, Xiao Qizai didn't hesitate to take out the contract he had prepared in advance. If you don't have any other requirements, let's sign the contract now. I have tons of raw materials and equipment, and we be moving them in soon. Arrangements for the new factory need to be made quickly, ideally starting today. What? So urgent? The CEO was stunned, but when he saw the total investment in the contract reach 3 billion star coins, his eyes lit up, and he ignored everything else. Okay, after we sign the contract, I go and scout the site right away. Do you want to recruit workers yourself, or do you want the government to select workers from your archives? Entrepreneurs often prefer to recruit workers themselves because they can keep prices down. Having the government organize the process would be more expensive, as the government would guarantee a minimum salary. So, he was a little hesitant. Xiao Qizai quickly flipped through the contract to pages 8 and 9. Just the people you choose will be fine. I'd be more assured, and it saves a lot of time. For now, we only need 10,000. I consider recruiting in-house next time we select workers. Look at the salary and recruitment requirements in the contract. The lowest level workers are paid the same as those on Planet 4628. 50 star coins a day, paid monthly, with one lunch provided, and a bonus based on project performance at the end of the month. The average monthly salary should be around 2,000 to 3,000 star coins. As for those in advanced special technical positions and management positions, I have salary information here. Do you have any questions? Xiao Qizai displayed the several pages of salary information. The CEO and his companions were stunned. Then the CEO asked in astonishment, "Are you really doing your assigned routine work? Aren't you doing anything illegal or criminal?" Xiao Qizai, ? She shook her head frantically. How is that possible? I'm a law-abiding businessman. If I need to work overtime or do other things, it's clearly stated in my contract. Then what about the work? Why are the salaries so high? Someone asked. You know, ordinary miners work tirelessly, doing dangerous work underground, and their average salary is only around 1,000 star coins. And yet, this simple job, handling and monitoring various medicinal herbs indoors, can earn you 2,000 to 3,000 star coins. Even on a mid-level planet, this salary is quite high for an ordinary worker. Is it high? Xiao Qizai asked. Si Mukun, quite high. About the same as the average worker's salary on my family's mid-level planet. Besides, ours isn't tied to performance, just a monthly salary and quarterly bonuses. Only management salaries are tied to performance, and you, an ordinary worker, get that too. For an ordinary person, it's a perfect job. Didn't you notice how many people signed up for our factory expansion on Planet 4628? You practically wiped out all those underworld forces. Xiao Qizai, okay. She nodded. There's absolutely no deception. These are just basic wages. As long as production goes smoothly in the future, our wages will continue to rise. So, I hope you can select some diligent and honest workers. Construction will begin in about a week, after the equipment and raw materials are due. Of course, if they're willing, starting tomorrow, they can help me process the raw materials and participate in the factory's construction and renovations, and their wages will be paid daily at 50 star coins. They definitely agree. The CEO's face lit up with joy, treating Xiao Qizai like a distinguished guest from a higher-level planet. This was a true living bodhisattva. Those people on higher-level planets would talk about everything over a small project, making all sorts of demanding demands, and their eyes were fixed on their foreheads. He had never seen such a straightforward and generous investor. And the money was high, and the project was huge. Why not? He even wanted to supervise it himself. The salary was quite high. So, this project had to be completed. Thinking of the need to mine minerals or expand production in the future, he couldn't stop smiling. How many jobs would this create? His tax revenue and management would likely be revitalized. If this project continues, Planet 8843 could even survive for many more years. This is a new development opportunity that so many lower-level planets have longed for. Xiaoqi didn't realize that her action had actually saved a desperate mining planet. But she did know that if all went well, the problem of blocked shipping routes and the inability to import equipment and raw materials would also be solved. She said her thinking was sound. If they couldn't get in, then they didn't. With the equipment and raw materials, people from other planets could do the job. With enough money, factories, and equipment, production could be fast enough. As for transporting the finished medicine, that was also fast enough. However, fortunately, she had come to this planet and become the owner of a new mine, which gave her a legitimate reason to come. It was like exploring the path and getting familiar with the future mining of mineral resources. She personally spent 5 days on Planet 8843, only turning back when all the equipment, warehouses, and factories were ready, and the factory management had even assured her that production was ready. Of course, intensive mass production had already begun on Planet 4628. Everything was going smoothly, and the output was even much higher than expected, thanks to the workers' enthusiastic cooperation. Wu Xiu came over to report on her work. Finally, he cautiously inquired, opening a factory on another planet would certainly solve the problem, but will it really go smoothly? Smoothly. Xiaoqi then turned on the projector, and countless data and models suddenly poured out. But do you know why I didn't send anyone to announce the news? I wanted to keep those behind the scenes from knowing about this. So I even teamed up with the equipment and raw material companies, making them all tell a lie, saying our supplies were still in the warehouse, awaiting shipment. Wu Xiu's eyes widened. You mean we should keep this a secret and give them a surprise later, when the delivery time arrives? That's right. For the time being, you need to have your subordinates talk less about the factory, show some anxiety, and search for ways to increase flight routes. At the same time, all of our management personnel must keep this a secret. I want to see which companies are involved in trying to get me. Wu Xiu, I understand. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Whoever is competing with the boss is truly terrifying. They're celebrating by popping bottles, unaware that they're already facing certain death. Sure enough, the Qian family and several other companies that had joined forces to short Xiao Qizai's company naturally learned that Xiao Qizai's equipment couldn't be shipped in, leaving the entire company in a state of panic. They were instantly delighted, feeling their plan had succeeded. Even though their own product sales were already precarious, they insisted that if their plan succeeded, Xiao Qizai's company would collapse, and they could revive it. Of course, the formula for the beauty potion would then be theirs. They had even begun to inquire about what medicinal materials, raw materials, and equipment Xiao Qizai had purchased, preparing to take over. Chapter 55. With the beauty potion issue temporarily resolved, Xiao Qizai could now fully focus on the actuary building, and Teacher Wen finally felt a sense of relief. Soon, the semifinals of the second actuary competition concluded, and the three of them successfully advanced again. So, as long as they advanced one final time and placed in the top 1,000 of the Baiyun Star region, they would qualify to compete on a high-level planet. This was a feat never before achieved on Planet 4628. Regardless of whether they made it to the top 1,000 or not, it was a tremendous honor. This time, even the entire actuary school advanced. The news spread, and Xiao Qizai and the others became a minor celebrity within the school, making the actuary school the envy and admiration of the entire academy. The three of them were clearly labeled as having promising futures. And for some unknown reason, the actuary school suddenly saw an influx of people taking the actuary entrance exam. Well, that's understandable after all. Rumors abounded that Xiaoqi had upgraded all the students at the accounting institute, though there were only 2 of them, to citizenship cards. But who wouldn't want a free citizenship upgrade? After all, for ordinary, low-level citizens, earning 500 million is practically impossible. As a result, those who are a bit savvy are eager to try the accounting institute. If they pass, it could change their lives. This has kept Teacher Wen very busy, even reducing his tutoring time. That day, the final semi-final spots were announced. Teacher Wen, beaming with joy, decided to give them a day off and take them out for dinner tonight. However, before she could announce the good news, Someone from the academic affairs office suddenly came to tell Teacher Wen that another student had arrived to take the in-person entrance exam for the actuary program. Teacher Wen, this is endless. How many talented kids are there on this planet? How could I not know that someone is wasting my time? Tell him to come back next week. It's already 3 p.m. on Friday, and there are only 2 hours left before get out of class ends. He won't even be able to finish all those problems. The person from the academic affairs office naturally relayed Teacher Wen's words to the student who was taking the exam. But soon, the person from the academic affairs office arrived again. Teacher Wen, she's in a hurry because she has nowhere to live, so she wants to become a student today and move in tomorrow. She also said she can guarantee to finish the actuary entrance exam within 2 hours, and asked you to give her a chance. Teacher Wen, ? The teacher from the academic affairs department slowed down her tone. I didn't want to plead for her again, but she looks so pitiful, and she's an orphan. Why don't you take some time to go and see her? Wasn't Xiao Qisai the same person back then? Perhaps your actuary school is about to welcome another genius? Another orphan? A little girl? No money, desperate to live on campus? Teacher Wen glanced at Xiao Qisai subconsciously. No way. Could someone be trying to replicate Xiao Qi's path? How could it be such a coincidence? Xiao Qisai smiled. Teacher Wen, go ahead. We wait here. It won't take 2 hours. Go and see. Who knows, a genius might suddenly appear out of nowhere. It would be a great addition to our school of actuaries, which is already short on talent. Teacher Wen finally nodded. Forget it, but as promised, I treat you tonight. You all should wait here for me. Don't waste time and get back to your actuary competition questions. 2 hours later, Teacher Wen returned, but behind him followed a thin, timid-eyed girl. Ahem, Teacher Wen coughed softly and knocked on the lab door. Come out, everyone. Let me introduce you. From now on, Xiao Jun will be your junior sister. Several people immediately poked their heads out. No way, so fast. She scored a perfect 80. Teacher Wen explained, such talent is naturally accepted into our actuary school. The previous highest entrance exam score for the entire actuary school was only 79, and she's broken that record. She'll be having dinner with us tonight. You won't mind, will you? This child is truly pitiful. Both her parents are dead, she just returned from a desolate planet, and she's only been studying actuarial science for about 2 weeks. Yet, she's got such incredible talent, on par with Xiao Qisai. Qin Sanwan, ? Guofenghua, ? Xiao Qisai, ? Isn't that what she said when she changed her identity and entered the school? Is this little girl really going to follow her old path? She only studied for a few days, and she passed the exam purely through luck, a good memory, and experience from her past life. She knew how difficult the actuary entrance exam was. This little girl, after studying for less than a month, scored 80. Such talent is simply terrifying. No, this feels strange. Let's take another look. Of course, Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua kept glancing at Xiao Qisai and the little girl. Qin Sanwan blurted out, Brother Gua, don't you think this little girl looks just like Xiao Qisai? Not only do their experiences resemble each other, but their looks are even somewhat similar. They're both thin and petite, and look pretty and well-behaved. It's no wonder the teachers in the academic affairs office felt pity for her, seeing her so pitiful and well-behaved. Who wouldn't feel that way? Although she spoke to Guofenghua, everyone had clearly heard. Teacher Wen adjusted his glasses. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. They do look alike. What a coincidence. Okay, don't scare this little sister off. First, introduce yourselves. Yes. It's great to have another talented little sister. Qin Sanwan introduced himself nonchalantly. My name is Qin Sanwan, 4 years older than you. My name is Guofenghua, 6 years older than you. It was Xiao Qisai's turn. Xiao Qisai also suppressed the suspicion on his face, nodded and smiled. My name is Xiao Qisai, only half a year older than you. The little girl finally stepped out from behind Teacher Wen. A sweet, shy smile appeared on her face, and she even had a dimple on her left cheek, looking very cute and well-behaved. Hello, my name is Xiao Jun, and it's nice to meet you all. She extended her hand. The terminal in her hand was a low-level terminal, marked with the lowest citizen grade, F. As expected, all the students in their academy were grassroots. Although this little sister, who suddenly appeared, was indeed a little strange, the few people thought nothing of it. After all, geniuses are always strange. And since Teacher Wen, the one who was treating, had already asked to bring her to dinner, they naturally didn't mind. Qin Sanwan was most sympathetic to this skinny little girl. During meals, he constantly offered her food, urging her to eat more. He also explained that eating more would help her grow taller, just like Xiao Qicai, who had grown taller and gained weight in the past few months. Xiao Qicai, Well, that's natural. With improved nutrition, she naturally put on some weight. When she first arrived, she looked completely malnourished and exhausted. After all, her family had undergone a major change, and she hadn't eaten well here. The little girl, with tears in her eyes, said she ate more, but in reality, her appetite was still pitifully small, and she ate very little. She explained that she never tasted such delicious food before, so she was having trouble acclimatizing. Others, How pitiful. Of course, while a few people felt sympathy for her, she was new, after all, and they didn't know her confidence or temper. Even if she was a genius, she didn't have the rapport they had with the others. Naturally, there was no mention of upgrading her citizenship card upon entering the actuary school. Because tomorrow was the weekend, a rare weekend off, Xiao Qicai decided to sleep in the dorm tonight. After returning from dinner, Xiao Qicai and Qin Sanwan sorted out a new set of bedding for Xiao Jun, and used the equipment to help her clean out a new, private dorm room. Everything was going well, but then, there was an unexpected knock on Xiao Qicai's dorm door in the middle of the night. She opened the door to see a frail young woman, clutching the blanket she had given her the night before, looking at her pitifully. "Senior Sister Xiao, I'm a little scared sleeping alone. Can I sleep with you?" Weak, helpless, and pitiful. "Xiao Qicai, didn't you say you were an orphan? Has someone always slept with you?" Xiao Jun finally paused. She lowered her head, said nothing more, and turned away silently, clutching the quilt. Xiao Qicai had expected Xiao Jun to make another excuse, but he didn't expect her to just leave like that. In the dark corridor, the girl looked utterly desolate and lonely. Xiao Qicai stood at the doorway for a moment, frowning, and said to her, "Forget it. If you want to come over, come on over. I have a small bed in my dorm, but I'm not used to sharing. You can sleep in that bed." As expected, the girl heard this. She immediately turned and scurried into Xiao Qicai's dorm. Xiao Qicai felt like a wolf had wandered into a sheep's den. It felt strange, but he clearly didn't sense any ill will from the girl. Perhaps it was all because 002 was snarling in her mind. "You're afraid to break into someone else's room in the middle of the night. That's clearly the behavior of a green tea girl. You can't flirt with men, but you let a green tea girl easily get into your room. Humph, you're not sexually deviant, are you? Xiao Qicai, following everything will only hurt you. She's just a little girl, not a man in disguise, so why are you so critical? I always trusted my instincts. I always felt a sense of familiarity with her." Xiao Qicai added. "You can't help me research her. Forget it. I go find Shi Yuan tomorrow to investigate. Orphan, Wang Xing's return is indeed a bit of a coincidence. Of course, I'd like to see what she's up to tonight. Is she planning to assassinate me?" However, Xiao Qicai remained alert throughout the rest of the night, barely sleeping well. She still didn't notice the girl making any moves. She simply curled up in the small bed, sound asleep. This made her realize how paranoid she truly was. Finally, completely exhausted, she fell asleep too. When she woke, it was already past noon. No, it was almost noon. She hadn't slept this well in ages, thanks to Teacher Wen for taking the day off, and to the wonderful staff like Wuxiao Sunwan and Si Mukin for their hard work. However, she subconsciously glanced towards the small bed, but didn't see Xiao Jun. She figured she must have gone back to her dorm. Just as she was washing up, Kujin heard a voice behind her. "Senior Sister Xiao, you're up. To thank you for taking me in last night, I cooked you a bowl of noodles in the small kitchen next door. Would you like some?" Xiao Qicai turned to see a well-behaved girl, wearing an apron and smiling, walking in with a bowl of steaming, fragrant noodles. The girl placed the noodles on the table, looking at her expectantly and obediently. No, who could refuse this? She always made fried rice for the academy, but this was the first time someone had made her breakfast. She didn't refuse. The noodles were perfectly springy, and the broth was refreshing and slightly sweet. It was obvious from the first taste that they were handmade, not made in a fancy food processor. And they tasted incredibly good. She was wrong. There was no conspiracy behind this girl. She was clearly a perfectly well-behaved and adorable junior sister. Faced with Xiao Qicai's astonished and admiring gaze, the junior sister lowered her head shyly. "As long as you like it, Senior Sister Xiao, I do it for you every day." 002? I flipped through the green tea jargon. It was classic. Isn't this little girl trying to steal the male protagonist's attention? Could it be that the master likes such a sweet and adorable woman? A wife-like type? Hurry up and search to see if there's any young man like that. Otherwise, if the master's sexual orientation isn't immediately apparent, that's going to be a disaster. Chapter 56. In return for Shijun's delicious bowl of noodles, Xiao Qicai made a rare personal effort to cook a large plate of rice and a few simple dishes. He then invited the entire academy's faculty and students to lunch. Although the rice wasn't cooked specifically for Xiao Jun, she was so moved that her eyes were red and tearful, making Xiao Qicai feel embarrassed. After cooking the rice, she returned to the factory in the Tojo district. Of course, although the girl looked so pitiful and wanted to follow her, she didn't bring anyone she had just met with her. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and approximately 1 million bottles of beauty potion had already been produced. The third batch of beauty potion, due to significant ingredient changes, was renamed detoxification potions and registered with the same patent number. Each bottle contained approximately 100 milliliters. For those suffering from normal air poisoning, drinking the product will eliminate toxins, alleviate pain, and quickly heal scars. If one bottle doesn't completely clear the wound, 3 bottles at most will clear the ailment, though it won't beautify the skin. This certainly alleviated the frustrations of those who bought the second batch of beauty potions. With more than 2 weeks left before the delivery date, and considering the production capacity on planet 8843, it's clear that under normal circumstances, the full 8 million bottles can be delivered. There will even be more available for bulk spot trading. Xiao Qicai was actually reluctant to see Xu Yuansi again. After all, she had promised him such a big deal, and he had been busy helping her with her factory and staff these days. But she hadn't really found the opportunity to start working on the time machine. However, Xiao Qicai still had some doubts about Xu Yuan's origins, so he decided to inquire about them. The results were surprising. This little girl had actually returned with a recent group of families of the desolate planet miners. She had been staying in a shelter for many days. The experience was real, and very similar to Xiao Qicai's. Could they go to such lengths to fabricate it? Going all the way to a desolate planet? And the little girl was fair and clean. She didn't look like someone from a desolate planet. When the results were clear, Xiao Qicai's frown widened. The less there was to be doubted, the more problematic it seemed. So what was her purpose? Was she an enemy? Could she be from Si Muxing's group? However, she had only recently met Si Muxing, and this little girl had returned from the desolate planet much earlier. Could she be from the Xiao family? If she were from the Xiao family, she should be a high-ranking citizen. Why would she pretend to be a low-ranking citizen to approach her? She even knew how to cook. Her pitiful, cute, and sympathetic demeanor didn't seem like that of a high-ranking citizen from a prominent family. In short, it was strange. Every hypothesis seemed wrong. Most importantly, she didn't sense any ill will in this little girl, nor did she have the condescending air of a high-ranking citizen from the Xiao domain. The information from Xu Yuansi was limited, let alone anyone else, so Xiao Qi ultimately gave up and waited to see if she showed any strange behavior. Sure enough, Xu Yuansi inquired again about the progress of the time machine. Xiao Qicai's face was immediately covered in sweat. She raised her terminal and said, "You know, I've been investing a lot recently, and of course, I made quite a bit of money. I decided to buy some relevant equipment and begin research. The main thing is talent. I'm currently recruiting relevant talent, and I let you know as soon as there's progress. There's no such thing as rushing to get the best deal. 20 years have already passed. Do you mind waiting another 10? I believe there will definitely be progress in 10 years. Xiao Qicai had no choice but to negotiate a 10-year deadline. The light in Xu Yuansi's eyes gradually dimmed again, but he returned to his usual cold demeanor. I help you find talent in this area. If there's anything I can do, just let me know. I understand. Thank you. With that, Xiao Qicai scurried off. After finishing some work in the afternoon, she suddenly received a message from Yulanqing, asking her to come back to the village for dinner when she was free. Okay, she almost forgotten that she had a family now. Thinking of how busy she'd been lately, she felt a bit guilty. She'd go to the dorm's kitchenette to make some soup and some pastries before heading back. It had indeed been a while since she'd seen her godmother, so she'd better go back during the holiday. Otherwise, she'd have to compete in the actuary competition next time, and it would probably take a long time for her to return. Thinking of this, she quickly finished her work and headed back. But before she could even leave the factory, a madman quickly grabbed her. Let me go! I don't want to count boxes for you. Followed by, several burly men in security uniforms quickly pulled the man away. Xiao Qicai looked over, and saw it was Si Muxing. This arrogant young master had been brought here with a high-end replica arm. Of course, this was primarily Si Mukin's idea. He felt that placing him here would provide him with peace of mind, ensuring his position as heir would not be shaken. He could also use the emperor to command the other princes, deterring Si Muxing's forces from making any rash moves. Of course, the factory didn't want idlers, so Xiao Qisai seriously suggested they find him a job. I hadn't expected that in just a few days, this arrogant little lunatic had transformed into this half-human, half-ghost appearance, practically insane. Xiao Qisai gently patted his messed-up clothes and said earnestly, "Young man, how blessed it is to have a stable salary. Do you know how many people on this planet want to work for our company? Besides, the job assigned to you is the simplest, counting boxes. Not only are you not grateful, but what are you complaining about? You and Si Mukin are in cahoots. You're all breaking the law and imprisoning people. I'm reporting you. I'm calling the police." Si Mukin screamed. Si Mukin suddenly approached. "Why did you call the police? What did you have to report? Don't forget your current situation. It's good enough that you didn't go to jail. What else are you dissatisfied with? I'm working honestly here, and you can't even do something as simple as this. What's the point? And you still want your father to make you the next heir to the Si family? That's wishful thinking. Si Muxing, I suggest you study hard when you have the chance. I already told my father. We train on planet 4628 for a while. If I'm in a good mood, I can let you go back. But if I'm not, you won't be able to go back. So you better be careful." Si Mukin pulled him back with a cold face. Xiao Qisai looked on in amazement. Si Mukin has truly grown. Only 002 was screaming frantically in Xiao Qisai's mind. "Master, Si Muxing is now your designated love interest. It's one thing for you not to be moved by him, or to feel sorry for him when he's in this state, but you're actually adding insult to injury. How cruel. Are you going to try to reform him? That dark and mad young master? He hates you right now. It's okay. It's normal for a few people to hate me. It won't affect his work for me," Xiao Qisai said nonchalantly. 002, Oh, I forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Unbind him. Bind him to someone else. 002, ? Wait, who do you have your eye on now? No, who do you want to investigate? Who do you want to murder? Who do you want to mess with? Don't always think the worst of your master. I always been a law-abiding citizen. Unbind Si Muxing for me, and bind Xiao Jun for me. If 002 hadn't yelled, Xiao Qisai would have almost forgotten that she had a system. It might be a useless system, but she had now mastered how to properly utilize the love system. Since Shi Yuanzi couldn't find any information, and she couldn't reach the higher-level planets to investigate, she might as well try the system. After all, changing her romantic partner wouldn't cost her anything. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, 002 burst into a frantic outcry. "I knew it! I knew it! I've chosen so many excellent men for you, and you're not tempted. You're even cruelly forcing them to work for you. You don't love men at all. I knew it, I knew it! That green tea girl must have seduced you. Ah, my system defaults to male-female pairings, and you chose a woman. Are you changing my settings?" "Change settings?" Xiao Qisai questioned. "Yes, the system is now in normal mode. The system will unconditionally help you choose a variety of male romantic partners, and find ways to promote your relationship. But if your sexual orientation is female, then you have to switch to lesbian mode." "Oh, then just switch to lesbian mode, no problem." 002, Did you know that you've been marked as promiscuous and unisex by the system? Xiao Qisai, ? Forget it, marking me won't cost you anything. Switch to lesbian mode and try to bind Xiao Jun. Reputation is a superficial thing, and besides, it's only marked within the system, unknown to anyone else. Xiao Qisai said he didn't mind at all. 002, shock. Tough guy, Xiao Qisai insisted, and the system couldn't resist, so 02 finally and reluctantly switched the system panel to lesbian mode. The entire panel immediately turned pink, and all previous data was cleared, replaced with new ones. 002 input Shijuan's image and information, and reality was searching and binding. Suddenly, a reminder popped up on the system. Relatives within 3 generations cannot be the host's romantic targets. Blood relations, even same-sex ones, are not permitted. Please update your target. The target person does not meet legal and moral standards. Please update your target. 002, ? Xiao Qisai, shock. You better help me find out what kind of relative they are, what kind of blood relationship they are. Is it really a member of the Xiao family? Could it be someone from the Baiyu family? Sorry, according to the Civil Servants Privacy Act, information search cannot be initiated for non-target individuals and related romantic paths. The system reminded her again. Xiao Qicai, okay. But she still breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder she felt a certain familiarity towards the little girl. She hadn't expected her to be a blood relative. The feeling she had this time was completely different from her previous experience with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was a scumbag, but this little girl didn't disgust her. The main thing was that her cooking was delicious, and she looked well behaved. So, she should be able to eat her food without worrying about it being poisoned. Thinking of this, she returned to the actuary college in a good mood, leaving 002 alone to start emoting. Now it's lesbian mode. Failed to bind to the first target, which means it has to search for a reliable, excellent same-sex partner for Xiao Qicai. It's always been about male and female protagonists. It's rare to see females, and even unfamiliar with them. But it's a romance system, and it must unconditionally meet its host's requirements. It's just an excellent woman. It's not impossible. Let it find one. Of course, Xiao Qicai had no idea that 002 was already planning to find a good female partner. She bought the ingredients and returned to the school's small kitchen, where she began concentrating on making a stew she hadn't made in a while, as well as some small pastries. As she hummed an unknown tune and happily prepared pastries, a head suddenly poked its head in from the kitchen door. It was Xiao Jun. The girl looked at her curiously. Senior Sister Zhao's fried rice already astounded me, but I didn't expect you could make so many beautiful pastries. They look so delicious. The girl's eyes curved, and her words seemed to come from the heart. Xiao Qicai, in a good mood, casually handed her a piece of osmanthus cake. Then try some. I give you and your brothers and sisters some more later. I'm going to make a box for my godmother first. Godmother? The girl asked, savoring the pastry. I heard that Senior Sister Xiao and I were orphans. I didn't expect you had a godmother. Yes, she's a very kind and gentle person. Xiao Qicai lowered her head and removed the pastry from the mold. Even though we're not blood relatives, sometimes it doesn't matter. What matters is the person. She reached out again and handed the freshly made pastry to Xiao Jun. Is that so? Xiao Jun paused, staring at Xiao Qicai's gentle expression. Then, she gently took the pastry and savored it carefully. The taste was delicate and slightly sweet, like a taste from a distant memory. The corners of Shi Jun's mouth curved slightly, revealing a smile, and she replied softly, yes. Talent is the most important thing. Chapter 57. Upon hearing that Xiao Qicai was returning, Yulanqing hurriedly summoned her son and prepared a large table of dishes. Although most of the dishes were prepared using high-end cooking utensils, they were all meticulously prepared by her, imbued with the host's anticipation and care, and the dishes produced with these high-end equipment were quite delicious. Adding Xiao Qicai's soup and pastries, the three of them enjoyed their meal happily. Zhuangqi had been busy with Xiao Qicai's affairs recently. Since she was planning to expand her factory, Zhuangqi naturally helped her select several prime factory locations within his territory. Although Zhuangqi's power was said to be underground, it had actually long been operating openly. Xiao Qicai needed so many workers recently that he decided to assign most of his men to work as laborers. At first, his men were reluctant. After all, they were used to fighting and wielding weapons, and suddenly being asked to work on the production line sounded like a step down in status. But when Zhuang Fin explained the benefits, everyone raised their hands and said, "This is simply fantastic. Thank you, boss, for finding them a well-paid, regular, stable job." It was the same situation as when Shi Yuanse had previously selected workers for Xiao Qicai: high and stable wages, formal contracts, various benefits, and security, without the risk of risk. Isn't this much more secure than the daily grind of maintaining various factions in the gray area? They even felt that they could now live a normal and peaceful life with their families. As a result, Zhuangqi's subordinates successfully transitioned to a more organized and effective position. Of course, there were still some instances of unrest and trouble, but Zhuangqi personally suppressed them all. The entire production line and site quickly returned to normal operations, awaiting the return of equipment and raw materials. Of course, even though his subordinates had been reduced to workers, they were still capable of wielding weapons, including knives and guns. Thousands of workers constituted a considerable force, so Zhuangqi remained the dominant figure in the West District, but his role had shifted from operating in the shadows to becoming more visible. His successful transition even led several powerful figures from other districts to secretly approach Zhuangqi to inquire whether Xiao Qizai's factory was expanding. If so, perhaps they could build a factory on their territory and recruit workers. After all, if one could live a normal, comfortable life, who would want to be labeled an underground gang? Zhuangqi's adopted sister was definitely worth it. Absolutely worth it. Those who initially thought she was marrying out of her league only regretted their own blindness. So after dinner, after letting Xiao Qizai chat with her mother for a while, Zhuangqi called her into the hall and told her about the situation. Xiao Qizai hadn't expected that expanding her factory and production would have such an impact, but it was a pleasant surprise. If Zhuangqi could completely shed the label of an underground gang, she would naturally be happy to see it happen. After all, her factory and sales were completely legal and compliant. If Zhuangqi could return to a more open life, their family would enjoy greater stability and peace. You can tell them that this matter is negotiable. I know they're just trying to use the factory and workers as a different tool to continue their local dominance. But they must understand one thing. I'm running the factory and providing all the worker benefits for my products and sales. The factory's ownership and worker management will all be under my company's name. In other words, their people will become mine. While they can control them, I absolutely cannot have a bunch of unruly people in my factory. Brother, think about it. If their people become workers and their boss becomes the manager of a branch factory, then I'm providing the money and the wages, but the people remain theirs, right? If they then seize the products, leak all the production processes, and steal the formulas, my company will be doomed. So it's not just about territory and expansion, it's also about principle. More importantly, I trust you, brother, and believe that now that we have a stable life, we won't engage in illegal activities. However, those forces have been intertwined for so many years, and I absolutely don't believe they'd be willing to come out in the open and abide by the law. If they just want a title, a formal job, and the necessary benefits, then I absolutely won't agree. Zhuangfen pondered for a moment. You have a point. I hadn't considered that before. I just think their free selection of workers and provision of space will be helpful for your production expansion. Since you say so, I reject them. After all, you can't judge a person's heart by their appearance. I can't put your company in jeopardy just because of their request. Xiao Qizai shook his head. Don't rush. The beauty potion market will eventually expand into their territory, so don't rush to refuse, brother. After I return, I come up with a new way to collaborate. After the first batch of beauty potions sells out, I expand production again and produce a second batch of improved versions. The beauty potion will be even more widely available, expanding the market to the entire 4,628 planets, allowing almost everyone to benefit. We might even expand to other planets. That would be a formidable number of people, so I've been thinking of collaborating with the CEO to make beauty potions a specialty industry on our planet and expand it across the entire planet, thus benefiting everyone on it. However, there are still too many problems right now, so don't rush. Zhuangfen was stunned when he heard her words. He hadn't expected Xiao Qizai to possess not only business acumen, but also vision, benefiting the entire planet, turning her products into a pillar industry. How many planets would find it difficult to achieve this? Most low-level mineral and resource planets perished after their resources were harvested. Some planets with specialty products also lost their cultivation techniques and ultimately faced decline. The people of higher-level planets, the upper echelons, simply didn't care about the fate of these lower-level planets. After all, the discovery of each low-level planet simply increased their resources for their governments and extended families. Xiao Qizai, on the other hand, possessed both greedy ambitions and a vibrant, life-giving strength and principles. Zhuangfen's resolve grew stronger, determined to support Xiao Qizai's perseverance. He reached out and touched Xiao Qizai's head. Just do it. I will support you unconditionally. Zhuangfen's words were so serious that Xiao Qi, feeling patted on the head, was stunned for a moment before a smile broke across his face. Is this really what family feels like? Having a family member you can talk to, it seems, isn't it? The 1-month deadline had quickly arrived. Those who had purchased the third batch of beauty potions within the first 2 days of availability had already begun receiving their shipments and were astonished by its effectiveness. They were spreading the word, recounting the miracles, weeping as they were freed from years of illness. The online demand for pre-sales of the next batch of beauty potions reached a fever pitch. Those who hadn't received their shipments were also extremely anxious. After all, seeing how quickly others bought, they wished they had bought on the first or second day. But to their surprise, those who had purchased on the third day and beyond hadn't received their shipments yet. They urged the online customer service, only to receive a mechanical reply that their shipments hadn't arrived yet. Over here, Several executives from the Qin family, who had previously joined forces to short the Xiao family's company, were in a meeting. Everyone was buzzing. For those who bought the beauty potion on the first and second days, they even shipped it out ahead of schedule. Zhao's pharmacy is truly capable. Such large-scale production was surprisingly easy, and the factory hasn't had a single incident. Don't you think about who's behind Zhao's pharmacy? Almost the entire underground community is behind it, behind the Xiao family company. Not to mention Shi Yuanse, the biggest boss. Shuang Fin has even converted all his forces into factories. With Shuang Fin around, who dares to make a move? Even the underground rats are watching and waiting to build factories and bring them to the surface. How could there be any trouble? Other companies have to curry favor with underground forces to keep their factories running smoothly, but Zhao's pharmaceutical has direct ties to them, even turning them into its own factories. So how could anything go wrong? It would be strange if something did. So what? I already investigated all their factory data, equipment, and headcount. Given their current production capacity and raw materials, even working overtime day and night, they can't possibly meet delivery deadlines. I suspect they're planning to make the initial profit and run away. After all, that's a significant amount of money. If they really did run away, there's nothing we can do. Run away? Impossible. I even specifically discussed and publicized the beauty potion on Planet 4628 on a higher-level virtual network to make it a big deal. This would deter Xiao Qicai from running away, let alone taking the potion with him. Even if he ran away to another planet, he wouldn't be able to sell it. Xiao Qicai is a white-collar worker. She has countless workers under her, all registered with the government. They can't escape unless they want to go to jail. Just wait. With their current limited production capacity and delivery, they can only deliver 2 million doses at best. Soon they be facing compensation and bankruptcy. We pay for her potion formula. If she begs for mercy, we can barely spare her life. I even use my connections to hire a lawyer from a higher-level planet. Even if the CO is partial, it won't matter. Everyone waited gleefully, waiting for Xiao Qicai to breach the contract and face huge claims. They waited for their company to suffer a crisis of trust and be vandalized by angry mobs. They were even imagining buying out the beauty potions, selling them at exorbitant prices, and making a killing. However, when the beauty potions from those who purchased them on the third day arrived on schedule, they began to panic. They blamed each other. Did you miscalculate their production capacity? Did you get the wrong information? Did you not place enough orders on the third day? Some pretended to be calm, telling them to wait. It was still early, and there were still orders for the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th days that hadn't been delivered. They must be bluffing, but on the 4th day, those who pre-ordered received their goods as scheduled. All their orders were delivered on time, with no refunds. Some of their warehouses were already full. They finally began to panic. What on earth was going on? Did those potions just appear out of thin air? No, it couldn't have. It couldn't have appeared out of thin air. There was no way they would have shipped on the 5th, 6th, and 7th days, but to their despair, all the accounts that had purchased the beauty potions on the 5th, 6th, and 7th days, the last 3 days, had also received their goods on schedule. Not a single one was left out. Even some beauty potions that were damaged during transportation were restocked by the Xiao family's company. So how much stock did they have? Without production equipment or raw materials, how could they produce anything? Could it be that the beauty potions were diluted with water, rendering them ineffective? But every single one of them had the same ingredients as those initially released on the market, and none of their functions were compromised. What happened? Did these potions just appear out of thin air? Over 2 million yuan was for normal purchases, but the remaining 6 million yuan represented a significant investment. As soon as the goods were delivered, their cards were completely deducted, and even their credit limits were deducted. In an instant, all the companies involved were completely drained of their funds. Chapter 58. The Qian family and their allies were completely panicked. Zhao's pharmacy even added an official purchase reminder. The second batch of online beauty potions will be available for pre-sale soon. Please do not purchase the beauty potion from resellers. Zhao's pharmacy will not be held responsible for any side effects or consequences. Furthermore, the beauty potion is currently not open to any resale channels. If anyone resells it outside designated locations, Zhao's pharmacy will pursue legal action. This clearly blocked their ability to resell the product and make back their profits. So what could they do? Even if the potion worked, even if everyone in the company and their families received 10 bottles, they still wouldn't be able to use up all the supply. They simply couldn't afford to consume millions of bottles. At this point, They even discovered a clause in the purchase instructions prohibiting returns unless there were quality issues. Of course, this deliberate statement proved that Xiao Qizai was fully aware of their plan and knew someone was maliciously purchasing the product to harass them. They were completely panicked. After all, they had staked nearly their entire cash flow on this one gamble, gambling the fate of their industries and families. Yet, they hadn't considered the consequences of losing. They couldn't afford the consequences, and were even in debt. Not only did Xiao Qizai gain reputation and money, but he also lost himself. If the Qian family hadn't joined forces with them, they could at least have survived. Now, the Xiao family's companies weren't going bankrupt, they were going to declare bankruptcy. Thinking of this, the other companies persuaded by the Qian family began to fiercely accuse them, and the situation briefly spiraled out of control. The previous series of alliances had become a complete joke. It's all your fault, saying their strength in numbers, and that if we united, we could definitely bring down Zhao's pharmacy. Now, we invested all our capital in money. If the Xiao family doesn't come after us, we go bankrupt. It breaks my heart to think that we given all our money to our competitors, only to receive a mountain of potions in return. You, the Qian family, must give an explanation. You're deliberately harming us. The Lu Jiayang family and other major pharmaceutical families and ointment companies were immediately enraged. They surrounded the Qian family representatives, even drawing their swords, ready to fight. Of course, there was a hint of anger stemming from shame. The Qian family's head was also furious, his face pale. However, it was indeed their family that proposed the alliance, and it was their idea. He could only swallow his anger and try to calm his colleagues. Of course, I couldn't calm down. After all, it was a life or death situation. How could anyone calm down? No, there must be a way. There must be another way. But now there was no way. Just then, someone's terminal received a message. No, not only that, the Xiao family not only published those 2 warnings on their official website or in the newspaper, but they even published another one. They developed the beauty potion to benefit all people, so their second batch of improved potions will be produced in collaboration with all other peers, partially integrating the production process into their factories and sharing the profits. They claim it's a win-win partnership to strengthen the industry chain. In other words, they didn't intend to kill us, but to ensure that all of our peers could survive. What? The group's faces paled, and some fainted from anger. So they could have gotten a share of the beauty potion's profits. That's why the Xiao family wasn't trying to kill them, but rather to share the profits with them. So what exactly were they banding together to do? To kill themselves? This was simply too clever for their own good, and they deserved it. Who could withstand such a blow? Everyone fainted from anger. Of course, Xiao Qizai's intention to release these 2 statements at this time was indeed revenge. She wanted to make those who had screwed her and the company regret it. She had originally intended to use her beauty potion to enrich the entire planet. While there would certainly be competition, it wouldn't be enough to drive anyone to extinction. After all, going too far would be detrimental to business competition. So, she didn't mind giving these people some profits, allowing them to thrive together. But who could have imagined that the other party would strike first? So, it's no wonder she was ruthless. Therefore, she declined all invitations from competitors facing funding shortfalls, because those with significant shortfalls were naturally the same ones who had conspired to short her and were courting disaster. After discussing with Wu Xiao and others, Xiao Qi decided to break down the entire beauty potion production process, assigning each factory a separate process for processing a specific type of raw material. The final packaging, inspection process, and final packaging and shipment would be handled in the Xiao family's own factory to ensure foolproof operations. This way, she could collaborate with her peers and achieve a win-win situation. This would not only stabilize the factory itself, but also reduce the need for a rapid expansion of its workforce, and even reduce the purchase of equipment. Each factory could streamline its processes by completing a single process, greatly expanding production capacity and efficiency. This also addressed the demands of several other underground bosses raised by Zhuang Fin. They could provide the site and the workers, but they were only responsible for one process, thus eliminating the possibility of them disobeying management or leaking the beauty potion formula. And their contract stipulated that if any problems arose in their management, and they knew there were flaws in the production process, Xiao Qizai would immediately withdraw his funds and capital, leaving the entire factory unemployed. This completely seized the initiative. This rule was harsh, but extremely effective. Those who had previously been causing trouble, and even the underground bosses, would be forced to monitor the quality of this process and prevent any problems. And if the underground bosses wanted to do something shady, they had to consider the opinions of those already working in the factory. After all, Zhao's workers' wages were nearly double the market rate, and they received benefits unheard of even on higher-tier planets. Who wouldn't want to join them? Who wouldn't want a stable job? Even if their boss wanted to stir up trouble, it would depend on their consent. Of course, Xiao Qisai also offered these bosses a share of the profits. As long as they managed the factory well, avoided causing trouble, and refrained from committing any illegal or criminal acts, they would reap substantial profits. Their district would also become more stable and regulated, freeing them from the fear of retaliation from superiors or their peers. So why not? Thus, an unexpected and strange balance was achieved. For a time, the underground forces on planet 4628 seemed completely subdued, or rather, controlled, by Xiao Qisai. Overnight, they became obedient and regulated officials and managers. The CEO was surprised to see so few reports of fights and fatalities from his subordinates every day. Buishuan even believed that this plan must have been devised by Xiao Qisai for the sake of planetary stability and economic development, and thus reassured him that bringing Xiao Qisai into the Nixing project was the right move. She and some members of Nixing also played a significant role in helping Xiao Qisai navigate government hurdles and deploy factories, making it a win-win situation for all. As a result, a sense of prosperity and peace seemed to have emerged on the entire planet after this trip. And soon, once the third batch of beauty potion began production, more equipment and factories would be built, allowing more people to receive the potion and alleviate their ailments. This planet would become even more peaceful and beautiful. Of course, Xiao Qisai had also discussed with Nixing the plan to expand the beauty potion into a pillar industry for planet 4628. They were naturally ecstatic. Economic development and planetary peace, that was what Nixing had always pursued. Only with economic development would this planet remain a viable option. After hearing Xiao Qisai's plan, Buishuan even shed tears again. She had indeed been right. A planet can only develop if it is peaceful, prosperous, and united. When all citizens have money and live in peace, then the planet will be vibrant and full of life, right? Those who had joined forces to oppose the Xiao family company huddled together in pain, but after trying every possible means, they found nothing else. Finally, it was the young man who had proposed the plan earlier who stepped forward. It's normal that this planet can't be sold. After all the underground forces now blame the Xiao family, and the government is on their side. The only way to resolve our current predicament is to sell our stockpiled beauty potion to other planets. We can repackage it, give it a different name, and as long as it's still effective, we can definitely sell it for a high price. This will not only solve our financial difficulties, but also revitalize us. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Great idea. But exporting to other planets requires channels. Where are those channels? The crowd began to discuss again. But just then, a large group suddenly rushed in. Xiao Qisai walked in front. Her eyes swept over each panicked face. Then she clapped her hands. Good, very good. You know, counterfeiting someone else's product, selling someone else's patented product, carries legal consequences. I originally thought that only underground forces were lawless, but I didn't expect the real lawless criminals to be here. Xiao Qisai's point made sense, but everyone understood the principle, and if they continued operating, they wouldn't be caught. It was the unspoken rule of the business. Suddenly, when this was spoken, everyone blushed. Your conference room is equipped with cameras. You're suspected of violating the law, illegally hoarding goods, squeezing out competitors, and infringing on my patent. I will prosecute you legally. Xiao Qisai looked at each face coldly. You? The group was immediately enraged. If it weren't for your beauty potion squeezing out our market, we wouldn't have resorted to such tactics. You can cooperate with your competitors, so why won't you give us a chance? Are you trying to drive us all into a dead end? Someone stood up, attempting to morally blackmail Xiao Qisai. If I hadn't figured out a solution to this problem, my company would have gone bankrupt long ago, facing massive compensation. If it were that situation, would you have given me a chance? Didn't you keep saying I have to beg for mercy and hand over the beauty potion before you spare my life? Xiao Qisai sneered. People, everyone must pay the price for their actions. I already called the police. Just wait for the legal consequences. She was about to turn and leave. Just then, the Qian family patriarch suddenly stood up, trembling as he pointed at the young man standing in the corner. No, don't mess with us. It has nothing to do with us. That whole card matching thing wasn't our idea, it was Lu Yusheng. The plan to short sell you, and the plan to join forces with our peers to deal with you were all his ideas. If you want revenge, take it on him. It has nothing to do with us. Lu Yusheng's face paled. But the Qian family head pointed at him with a solemn expression. Lu Yusheng, I tell you, It's because of your perverse ideas that all of us here and our family have fallen into this situation. You must pay the price for your actions. This is all your fault. From today on, you are expelled from our Qian family. Whether you live, die, or go to jail is none of our business. Lu Yusheng, Are you still trying to quibble? Were you the one who came up with that idea just now? Were you the one who came up with the short-selling plan? The plan to occupy the flight routes? The others immediately chimed in. That's right, that's all his fault. It has nothing to do with us. We simply believed his slander. He must have some deep grudge against your Shao family to come up with this plan. It's all his fault. Arrest him. Lu Yusheng's face paled. He clenched his fists tightly. Master Qian, are you really going to do this? I've been in your family for all these years simply because you provided a scholarship to the school, and I benefited from it, so I want to repay you. I've done so much for you out of loyalty, and in the end, it's all my fault, right? What loyalty? You ruined our entire Qian family. If it's really because of us, the Qian family, that we benefited, then we regret raising such a heartless person like you. Confess your guilt now, confess it all, and tell us it was you who did it, and it had nothing to do with us. Only then will I be able to look upon you with respect, the Master Qian said coldly. At that moment, the light in Lu Yusheng's eyes finally dimmed completely. He lowered his head and said nothing. Finally, he looked up at Xiao Qicai. Indeed, the idea to deal with you was mine. Do whatever you want. Chapter 59. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qicai looked at Lu Yusheng and smiled. She glanced around at the crowd. I call you stupid, and no one would dispute that. The coalition government doesn't even have a law that says encouraging others to use short-sell tactics against business competitors is illegal. You raise the funds, you purchase the products, and more importantly, there's no law that says it's illegal. As for the changes you mentioned today, they haven't even been implemented yet. Can I arrest you? I came here mainly to see which idiots were plotting against me. Seeing you so panicked, I know you gotten what you deserved. As for you, Lu Yusheng, I think you're the smartest one out there. Since you've been fired, why don't you come work for me? Our factory is expanding, and I believe you'd be able to maximize your value here, rather than just taking the blame and being ignored. Oh, besides you, I also write a recruitment guide for the uninformed workers under you. Experienced workers will get an extra 100 star coins on the base salary. Let's see if they're willing to come. Your bankruptcy has nothing to do with them anyway. Others, ? Lu Yusheng, After saying this, Xiao Qicai waved his sleeves and walked away, ignoring everyone's expressions. It was only then that they realized that the people following Xiao Qicai, though tall and strong, were wearing standard uniforms emblazoned with the Xiao family factory logo. They were clearly workers. It was obvious they heard about their meeting and come here to mock and scare them. Damn it, not much harm, but extremely humiliating. Xiao Qicai's visit today was even more embarrassing than their business failure and bankruptcy. The Qian family's head was furious, his eyes swollen. He called out to Lu Yusheng, Are you really going to work for the woman who bankrupted our Qian family? Do you think she really wants to recruit you? No, she only recruited you to humiliate you. Lu Yusheng paused, turned around, a mocking smile on his face. I guess it's none of your business who I work for next. The Qian family still has some money in the account. After I get my severance pay, I consider working for your sworn enemy. The Qian family's head's eyes darkened, and he fainted. Xiao Qicai had fought this battle perfectly, and the second batch of mass-produced beauty potion was already being closely planned. The expansion of various equipment was also rapid. It was then that she realized that the more money she made, the more she had to invest. As expected, being an entrepreneur is far more challenging than being a conservative, with daily dividends and shares. However, the sheer volume of business, even with lower profits, was enough for her to reap a substantial profit. So, she set aside some funds and established a new Zhao speeding car company, preparing to embark on a new round of preparations for the speeding car market. Of course, the initial stage required monetizing the blueprints drawn by Si Mukin. The equipment, investment, researchers, and laboratories required to run such a company were far more complex than simply producing beauty potions. But Xiao Qicai wasn't in a hurry. She was still young and had unlimited potential, ready to move forward steadily, step by step. Xiao Wei hadn't received any news about Xiao Qicai recently, but it was rumored that the expansion of the beauty potion had reached its peak after the mass production of the third batch. Xiao Qicai was even integrating workers and equipment factories from across the planet to continuously expand production. All these methods and approaches proved Xiao Qicai to be extremely intelligent and, of course, quite lucky. However, Remembering his promise to Xiao Jun not to interfere in Xiao Qicai's affairs, he didn't intervene or send anyone else. However, since Xiao Jun sent him a message saying she had successfully approached Xiao Qicai, she hadn't given him any feedback. He even called him through the terminal, but no one responded. This made him seriously suspect that the girl had been murdered, but thinking that Xiao Jun's brain might be more effective than his own, he shook his head and let his worries go. After all, she had grown up and needed to stand on her own 2 feet. Xiao Qicai was swamped with contract signing, finally arranging the second batch of production for her beauty potion. With the expansion of various factories already arranged and funding nearly secured, she decided to step back and return to the academy, concentrating on preparing for her third rematch of the actuary competition. After this rematch, she'd be able to compete on a higher-level planet. Her foundation was weaker than her seniors, so she worked extra hard. Furthermore, she wanted to take this opportunity to earn at least the junior actuary qualification, which naturally required more time. So lately, she's been spending her time either in the lab or the simulation room, occasionally sharing a meal with the entire academy. Xiao Qicai hasn't even been to the fried rice shop lately. Of course, the academy understands, considering the actuary competition is incredibly important. The newly recruited junior sister has been incredibly effective. Xiao Jun didn't sign up for the competition, so the teacher is simply teaching her step by step. She has a formidable comprehension ability, often applying what she's learned to other situations, so teacher Wen doesn't have to put in too much effort. Most importantly, the junior sister is always so thoughtful as to bring them food from the cafeteria. Especially for Xiao Qicai, she's even starting to feel guilty eating it. The meal Xiao Jun brings to her seniors are standard cafeteria food, but the ones Xiao Jun brings to her are often made by her. Xiao Jun seemed even more passionate about cooking than actuary, especially after she praised her that time. She'd taken a series of courses at the School of Food Science, determined to catch up with her. She studied diligently, even delving into traditional cooking techniques. Soon, she earned the nickname Second Xiao Qicai at school. As Xiao Qicai's beneficiary, he didn't know what else to do besides sending star coins to Shijun's terminal. He could only occasionally find time to cook Xiao Jun a meal, a soup, or a pastry. Whenever this happened, the little girl would be overjoyed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her, as if she were enjoying some delicious meal. Ever since learning that Xiao Jun was a blood relative, Xiao Qicai's guard against her had dropped considerably. These days, he treated her like a younger sister. However, she was now worried that one day Xiao Jun would suddenly ask her to return to the Xiao family, and it would be difficult to refuse. But as the days passed, Xiao Jun didn't mention it. Instead, she seemed to be enjoying being her junior sister at the Actuary Academy, adapting perfectly to life on the lower planet, and feeling happy every day. An idea suddenly struck her. If she didn't plan to return to the Xiao family, perhaps her younger sister would stay and not urge her to go back. At this thought, Xiao Qicai became even more affectionate towards Xiao Jun, making Qin Sanwan jealous. She said that Xiao Qicai must be partial because she wasn't cute enough. However, these complaints disappeared after she ate 3 bowls of Shijun's noodle soup. She even stuffed a large bag of the snacks her mother had made for her, saying that they were all seniors, and she must take good care of her junior sister. In response, Xiao Qicai remarked that the Xiao family wasn't completely without merit. At least this little girl understood the ways of the world much better than Xiao Yu. Of course, Xiao Wei had no idea what was going on, otherwise he would have been completely shocked. Soon, the results of the final semi-final of the actuary competition came out, and as expected, all 3 advanced. This was a major event for the entire actuary school and the entire 46th Academy. The news spread, and it once again made the front page of Planet 4628. All students from the actuary school of the 46th Academy would travel to the 46th Academy to participate in the actuary competition. This was an unprecedented honor. With everyone's lives improving, they naturally hoped for the planet's prosperity. Having wealth and talent was paramount, and the importance of actuaries was self-evident. Only then did the common people realize something was wrong. They hadn't expected the Xiao family, whose company, the owner of the beauty potion benefiting the vast majority of the planet, and who had invested in factories and provided countless legitimate, high-paying jobs, was actually a student at the actuary college. Oh, and by the way, rumor had it she was a descendant of a prominent family from a high-level planet. How could someone be so amazing? This wasn't like those sappy novels about someone from a low-level planet getting admitted to a high-level planet and marrying into a wealthy family. Instantly, Xiao Qicai's fame spread rapidly across the planet. Everyone knew about Boss Xiao, and many looked up to her as a role model. Buishwan used this opportunity to promote the 46th High School and Xiao Qizai's philosophy of earning money for the people, for the country, and for the planet, inspiring countless young men and women to look up to the future. Of course, these hopes and admiration would eventually become the seeds of aspiration, transforming these young people into the talent needed by Planet 4628, allowing them to dedicate themselves to its development and sowing the seeds of hope. It's incredibly difficult for citizens of lower-level planets to enter higher-level planets, but qualifying for the final round of the actuary competition is enough to secure certification for successful applications. As Xiao Qizai, Qin Sanwan, and Guofenghua boarded the spaceship bound for a higher-level planet, a journey that ordinary people would never reach in their lifetime, countless people came to see them off. Teacher Wen's eyes were filled with tears and anticipation. Some of the faculty members at the actuary school finally acknowledged the strength of the actuary school, their expressions warming. Buishwan, among the crowd, made a victory gesture to Xiao Qizai, wishing her a glorious return. Of course, there were also Xiao Qizai's subordinates at the company. Wu Shou hurried over, bearing the good news she had just received. Lu Yushan, after settling the compensation contract with the Qin family, had advanced to the company's final interview, achieved excellent results, and successfully signed the employment contract. In other words, Xiao Qizai's brazen and blatant poaching efforts had finally paid off. Xiao Qizai's smile grew even brighter. Then, she greeted everyone and, along with her seniors, boarded the advanced spaceship, beginning her journey through the advanced planetary exams, which would last over a month, perhaps even 2 months. However, upon entering the advanced spaceship, they were ushered to the front. If I remember correctly, we bought standard seats. How come we're in premium business class? Xiao Qizai asked the flight attendant, puzzled. The attendant smiled and said, someone upgraded you. The three of them, perplexed, arrived at the spacious and luxurious business class cabin at the front of the spaceship, only to discover that someone was already seated there. Chapter 60. Junior Sister Xiao Jun, why are you here? Qin Sanwan, speaking frankly, was the first to ask. You know, it's very difficult for low-level citizens to apply to go to a higher-level planet. The three of them only had a chance if they qualified for the final round of the actuary competition. Even their accompanying teachers weren't allowed to go. How could Xiao Jun even qualify? Did you secretly apply for the actuary competition and successfully make it to the final round? Before Xiao Jun could answer, Guofenghua tugged at Qin Sanwan. Hush, look at the terminal in Junior Sister's hand. Qin Sanwan's eyes widened as he took a closer look. Class B Citizen, Advanced Terminal. Oh my goodness, Junior Sister, when did you upgrade your citizen card? How much does it cost to upgrade to Class B? Hundreds of trillions of star coins? Guofenghua immediately held his forehead with his hand. Xiao Qizai couldn't bear it any longer. Junior Sister, why did you suddenly think of reclaiming your identity? Xiao Jun, seeing Xiao Qizai speak, dared to speak again. She approached hesitantly. Senior Sister, aren't you angry with me? Actually, I suspected it the first day you arrived. What orphan from a desolate planet is so pure and beautiful? But I had no evidence. Then, after meeting you, I actually guessed something. Junior Sister, you're a member of the Xiao family, right? Xiao Qizai simply revealed her identity. Qin Sanwan finally came to her senses. She looked at her junior sister, then at Xiao Qizai, and suddenly it seemed as if she had suddenly realized something. So that's how it is. So the junior sister is actually Junior Sister Zhao's family, from the Xiao family. Wow, is your Xiao family bloodline so good? Every one of them can get into the actuary college. This unusual understanding broke the awkward atmosphere in the premium business class cabin. Xiao Jun saw that her two seniors and Xiao Qizai didn't seem overly shocked or blaming her, and a flood of emotion suddenly surged within her. She took a deep breath and solemnly reintroduced herself. My name is Xiao Jun, and I'm from the Xiao family in Xingyao, the capital. I apologize for misrepresenting my identity and deceiving you, but it was unintentional. I've been genuinely happy spending time with you these days. I'm not here to poach you, nor am I here to persuade Senior Sister Xiao to return. Because you'd be spending a long time on the advanced planet for this exam, I don't want to be alone at the Actuary Academy, so I asked the teacher for leave. Of course, she was a little worried about what might happen to the three of them, as they had never been to an advanced planet before, so she wanted to come along. After much thought, after spending these days together, she understood Xiao Qizai's character and decided to take this opportunity to reveal her true identity. The most important thing in dealing with people is sincerity. She didn't want Xiao Qizai to misunderstand her as a deceitful and pretentious person. However, she had been a little nervous earlier, fearing that some of them would turn against her. However, it seemed that the situation she had imagined didn't unfold. All three of them seemed to accept it well. With the exception of Qin Sanwan, who was a bit more relaxed, Xiao Qicai and Guifenghua seemed to have anticipated this. This was even better. Even after revealing that he was a member of the Xiao family, Xiao Qicai's face showed no sign of disdain, completely contradicting Xiao Yu's claims that Xiao Qicai hated the Xiao family and didn't want to return. Of course, after spending these days together, she actually somewhat understood why Xiao Qicai didn't want to go back. Here, Xiao Qicai had his own career, his own family and friends, his own teachers and classmates, and a group of colleagues working towards their ideals. He was living a prosperous life. Why would he leave his familiar surroundings for a completely unfamiliar environment? The Xiao family was indeed powerful, but that wasn't what Xiao Qicai was after. She had her eyes set on the vast ocean, on an endless future, and a bright future. It didn't seem right to return to a place filled with intrigue and power struggles. To be frank, she didn't want to go back now either. She wanted to be with her seniors and Xiao Qicai, so she had come along. However, fearing Xiao Qicai might feel resentful, Xiao Jun cautiously acted cute for a while. Finally, when Xiao Qicai patted her head as usual, she smiled happily and explained that she had booked the entire business class cabin, so no one else would come in. She had a surprise for them later. The entire business class cabin looked like a luxurious suite, divided into smaller compartments that could be separated by either transparent or light-blocking glass to ensure privacy. At this moment, the glass in the compartments had been retracted, leaving the group feeling as if they were in a single, spacious, luxurious room. The transparent cover of the spaceship in front of them was incredibly bright, allowing a clear view of the starry sea ahead. As expected, the experience of a premium spaceship was completely different from that of a standard commercial spaceship. The VIP business class cabin inside the premium spaceship was even more luxurious. They experienced no adverse reactions at all. It felt like they were on Earth. The spacecraft displayed the zone of the 4628 star field and began its jump. The transparent shield in front of it instantly dimmed, obscuring everything. The announcement sounded another reminder, advising all passengers to enter sleep mode. But in a split second, the lights in the business class cabin reappeared, and staff brought in delicious drinks and food for them to enjoy. The menu was clearly customized, with each person's food and pastries tailored to their preferences. The three of them were clearly delighted by Shijuan's arrangements, and felt even more embarrassed to blame her for her previous concealment. They enjoyed their food, chatted, and even practiced problems from the actuary competition. The long journey seemed to be just like being on Earth. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Jun woke several people from the lounge. They opened their eyes to find that the windows of the room partitions were all closed, but the black air defense shield in front of them had suddenly become transparent. In an instant, countless starlight leaked in from outside, almost illuminating the entire business class. Xiao Qicai, Qin Sanwan, and Guifenghua immediately stared outward. The sky was filled with dazzling stars. Countless stars were right before their eyes. The entire scene was breathtakingly beautiful. They felt as if they were immersed in the starry sky, wandering within countless nebulae, having a dream they could never even dream of. It was so beautiful that they couldn't even close their eyes. Xiao Jun's voice rang out nearby. This is the most famous galaxy in the Baiyun star region, called the Galaxy. This is because it has the largest number of shining stars, and they move stably, resembling a river of stars. However, there aren't many planets with life here. Only a few planets around the galaxy, shielded from strong sunlight, have the seasonal cycle and the basic conditions for life. This is a famous nebula attraction, popular with visitors. Originally, this spacecraft wasn't allowed to pass through this galaxy, but I paid a small fee to allow them to pass through and granted them access, so we had a full 3 minutes to enjoy the beauty of the galaxy. After this, a holographic recording will be sent to each of our devices, so we can enjoy it later when we get home. This is my apology for concealing my identity. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me. Woo, what's the grudge? What's the grudge? Suddenly, a friend became a wealthy man, and this wealthy man took them along for a ride, enjoying treatment not even high-ranking citizens could afford, seeing the most dazzling and beautiful nebulae, seeing scenery they'd never seen before. They were so grateful. How could they possibly harbor any grudge? Xiao Qicai hadn't expected that her last interstellar spaceship fantasy would actually come true. While it wasn't made possible by her own money, it was still an adventure. Every nebula, every star shone brightly. Only when immersed in such a dreamlike scene could one realize how insignificant one truly is. Only when immersed in such a magnificent dream could one imagine how beautiful the future would be. Endless longing welled up in their hearts. So this was the Sea of Stars, a sea of stars that ordinary people couldn't reach, and they were bound to pass through this sea of stars, striding towards a more distant, unknown, and beautiful future. 3 minutes passed, and the starry sky was once again shielded by the shield. The spaceship continued its journey, its normal motion replaced by black space jumps. They remained dazed for a long time. Finally, Qin Sanwan was the first to recover. She rushed to Xiao Jun, hugged her, and burst into tears. Thank you for letting me see the most beautiful scenery I ever seen in my life. You even gave me a holographic projection. I must bring it back and show it to my parents. I want to tell them I seen the most beautiful sea of stars in the world. I definitely take them to see it again when I get the chance. Guofenghua also showed a rare expression of gratitude. Thank you, junior sister. Xiao Qisai was about to say something thankful, but Xiao Jun stopped him. We are family. It doesn't matter if you don't acknowledge me, but this is a gift I sincerely gave to my sister. I hope you like it. Of course I do. Xiao Qisai smiled. She suddenly asked, how much would it cost to change the route, charter business class, and make a 3-minute stopover amidst the most beautiful galaxy? Xiao Jun hesitated. But under the curious gazes of her seniors and Xiao Qisai, she still held out a hand. 500 million star coins. Others, Okay, got it. Wow, Qin Sanwan thought about how she painstakingly spent years modeling and researching a game that had only earned less than 500 million, and they spent it all in just 3 minutes. Her dream of bringing her parents to see the place was nearly shattered. Xiao Qisai was the calmest of all. As he mentally calculated how many bottles of beauty potion he'd have to sell to justify a visit, the first thought that struck him was that if everyone else in the Xiao family was like Xiao Jun, she might actually consider going back to see how much she could inherit. Nothing else, just to see how much pocket money the Xiao family gave out, to experience what it felt like to be born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Of course, her heart only relaxed slightly. The next moment, her eyes grew even more resolute. There will be the stars and the sea, and there will be money too. As long as you work hard, you can get it even without relying on the Xiao family. She had to speed up her money-making efforts. After sailing for about 2 days and 1 night, they finally arrived at Shengyun, a high-ranking administrative unit in the Baiyun Star region, a Class B planet. Before they even disembarked, they were stunned by the sheer size of Shengyun. That planet, like a giant sphere suspended in the universe, was boundless in immensity. They felt it must be hundreds or thousands of times larger than Planet 4628. A variety of aircraft were operating in an orderly fashion, following their routes. Countless space stations and numerous satellites lingered outside. However, before they could enter, the front became pitch black again. Once they entered the specific route and descended, a voice message announced that they had arrived at Shengyun's administrative area and told them to prepare to disembark. Chapter 61. The difference between high-level and low-level planets can be seen in the construction of their airspace. The airspace on a low-level planet is somewhat similar to the airport Xiao Qisai used to visit on Earth, and its divisions are less regular. On the other hand, the airspace on a high-level planet is very neatly divided and has a very orderly, high-tech feel. The high-level spacecraft landed in the air, and the descent tunnel docked quickly and precisely. The high-level business class passengers even had a dedicated VIP tunnel, eliminating the need to queue. The staff attentively guided them to the exit, and walked them step by step until they were inside the descent tunnel. This place is truly state-of-the-art. Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua exclaimed. Even the descent tunnels were luxurious. It's like this on high-level planets. The airspace on Xingyo is even more advanced. There's no need for such tunnels. Small flying cars will take you directly to your designated location, Xiao Jun said. Oh right, why don't we just go to the lounge over here and rest? We can shower, change clothes, and eat something, then go back to the hotel. That's not a good idea. Qin Sanwan felt a little embarrassed, mainly because she already eaten her fill on the spaceship. The staff were so helpful, constantly asking if they needed anything, which kept her talking non-stop. The VIP room below the aisle usually offers local food and services, so it wouldn't hurt to check it out. Since we bought business class, these services are free, Xiao Jun said. Of course, she was primarily seeking Xiao Qisai's opinion. Xiao Qisai then said helplessly, okay, but I checked the time. We might not have enough time, because someone from the Actuary Competition Organizing Committee will be meeting us and arranging accommodations at a hotel near the Actuary building. Oh, I almost forgot. Why aren't we seeing anyone? Qin Sanwan glanced around, but saw no one. Wait, they're not waiting for us down the regular flight path, are they? The route they had provided to the competition organizing committee indicated regular seats, and the exit wasn't even in the same place. Thinking of this, they no longer cared about enjoying the VIP lounge. They simply asked a staff member where the exit to the regular path was and quickly rushed over. Xiao Jun didn't go with them, telling them to go ahead and they come find them later. When they arrived, breathless, at the reception hall for the regular flight path, they saw two staff members in competition committee uniforms, looking around impatiently. They quickly ran over and asked, "Excuse me, are you from the Actuary Competition Organizing Committee?" The female staff member checked the information on her terminal and frowned at the group. "Yes, so you're Qin Sanwan, Guofenghua, and Xiao Qisai from Planet 4628? It's such a short distance. Did you get lost? Why are you only here now?" "Sorry, I was delayed there just now." Xiao Qisai apologized sincerely. Another male staff member ignored their apologies, his face filled with disdain. People from smaller places are always troublesome. They might have been dazzled by the advanced airspace. You came from that side. Didn't you accidentally wander into the VIP airspace? I'm warning you, don't cause trouble. Some of the people coming from that airspace are either wealthy or powerful. If you offend anyone, we won't do anything about it. As he spoke, his eyes kept glancing at the three people's terminals. The E-class citizens on them only made them frown. Forget it, Morg. Once you pick them up, just take them back. Don't make any more trouble. The female staff member winked at Morg. She briefly introduced the three people. We're the two staff members responsible for your activities and arrangements on this planet during this competition. He's Morg, and I'm Phyllis. We be leading the rest of your trip. We hope you won't commit any illegal acts, stir up trouble, or cause us any trouble during the Shengyan competition. Come with us. We're heading back to the hotel now. With that, the two turned and walked forward, their attitude clearly not one of service. The three exchanged glances, then followed. But they overheard the two people who were meeting them blatantly complaining. Every year, there are contestants from these low-level planets. I don't know how they even got to be E-class citizens, and they still need us to escort them. Look at these three, they're so unsophisticated. They haven't even heard of Planet 4628. I'm afraid hosting them will bring no benefits, only trouble. It's such bad luck that we were chosen to supervise these three people. Never mind. We just have to bear with it for the sake of the credits. If anything happens to them, we'd be in trouble too. Xiao Qisai heard everything clearly from behind, and was completely baffled. They did delay them a bit, but their attitude couldn't have been that bad. They were saying it right in front of them. Were they really afraid they hadn't heard it? I don't know where the strange hostility between these two people came from. Are low-class citizens really that unwelcome? Just as I was thinking about this, I suddenly saw a few young people gathered up ahead. Among them were two staff members from the Actuary Competition Organizing Committee. Clearly, the 3 or 4 young people next to them were also participating in the competition. But those 3 were all C-class citizens. So the two staff members' attitudes were clearly different. They even watched as those C-class citizens tapped their terminals and made direct payments to the two staff members' terminals face to face. While they didn't know the amount, it was clear that both staff members were beaming. Xiao Qisai and the others, As expected, favors are always needed everywhere. She wouldn't mind paying a small amount for better service, but the attitude of the two staff members just now was so rude that even if she had money, she wouldn't give it. Guofenghua and Qin Sanwan also saw the contestants giving money. Guofenghua hesitated, then gestured with his eyes to Xiao Qisai, asking if he wanted some hard work pay too. Xiao Qisai shook his head. Their bad attitude wasn't about money at all. While having money was nice, it was actually because these two staff members inherently looked down on the citizens of lower-level planets. It's a waste of money. Wouldn't it be better to eat better these days? They have a long timeline for the competition. Sure enough, looking further ahead, they encountered the same support group again, but this time the participants were senior citizens. The two staff members were practically bent over, even considerately helping them with their luggage. As for the two Class B citizens, they looked arrogant, taking it for granted, and treated the staff without courtesy. Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua were stunned. So you understand? It's not about money, it's about citizenship level, Xiao Qisai whispered. Qin Sanwan's face showed indignation. Once we're in the top 100, they won't look like that anymore. However, they hurriedly followed the staff, walking down this corridor and almost out of the airspace. But Xiao Jun still didn't catch up. They weren't worried, but they subconsciously glanced back. Finally, Xiao Qi couldn't help but say to Morgan Phyllis, "We have a companion. Can we wait for her?" "Companion? We only received 3 finalists from your planet. Can people from lower-level planets now freely enter higher-level planets? Who are your companions? Morg's face was filled with impatience. The organizing committee has no obligation to accommodate your companions, and the competition hotel can't accommodate outsiders. She's not a competitor. She has her own plans. But she just asked us to wait for her. Something must be going on. Just a little while, okay? It won't delay you. Jean Sanwan explained quietly. Do you know how precious our time is? Won't it be wasted? Picking you up already wastes our time, and we have to wait for your companions. Are you crazy? If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, forget it. Morg's expression was sullen, and he grew increasingly impatient. Further staff member Phyllis was similar, urging them to hurry up and catch up, not to waste time, and absolutely not to allow anyone other than the contestants to join. This attitude made even the mild-mannered Guofenghua frown. With such people as their guides, could they really complete the entire competition? Or did they simply not believe someone from a low-level planet could make it to the finals, so they just sent two random people to fool them? Watching the two staff members turn and walk away, even faster, they were debating whether to follow them when Xiao Jun's voice finally reached them from behind. Brothers and sisters, wait for me. I'm coming. Xiao Jun ran over breathlessly. She was holding several takeout boxes. I just picked out some specialties to pack up. It's almost lunchtime, so we can have some. Her voice was cheerful, her eyes curved, and she looked like she was begging for praise. Xiao Qizai was about to say something when Morg interrupted her. People from lower-level planets are so worldly wise. They even try to take advantage of airline lounges. Do you think you can take food out of airline lounges these days? Who knows? Maybe it was stolen. Phyllis glanced casually at Xiao Jun and sneered. Their voices were crystal clear, as if they had no fear of Xiao Qizai and the others hearing them, completely disregarding their feelings. Xiao Qizai finally lost his temper. Since you're the staff assigned to us by the competition committee, your job is to serve and guide us. What do you mean by calling us names in front of us? You're talking about stealing, or coming from a low-level planet? Are you so noble? No matter how noble you are, you're just a C-class citizen. Why look down on us? We entered through an online competition. If you don't want to receive us, why don't you ask the competition committee to only accept high-class citizens? The two men in front finally stopped. Morg turned and cursed with a face full of shame and anger. What did you say? Say it again? You lowly bastards from a low-level planet. How dare you be so arrogant? Say it again. Before Xiao Qizai could reply, Xiao Jun's angry voice rang out. Say it again, and who's the lowly bastard? Xiao Jun's voice was usually soft and gentle, and she looked sweet and well-behaved, but now, when she got angry, her tone was terrifying. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to her. Phyllis was about to join in the outrage. But her eyes flicked to Xiao Jun, their gaze resting on the terminal protruding from his left hand. Then, a look of shock and disbelief crossed her face. B-class citizen? Why is it a B-class citizen? How can there be B-class citizens on a low-level planet? Morg's expression suddenly darkened. He opened his mouth, losing his earlier arrogant tone, and tilted his head slightly to look at Xiao Jun. Miss, this is all a misunderstanding. Seeing the two people's expressions change so quickly, as if by magic, Xiaoqi couldn't help but sneer. I told you, this isn't a question of civility at all. This kind of citizen discrimination is only reserved for high-ranking citizens. Xiao Jun, still furious, walked up to Phyllis and Morg. Misunderstanding? What's there to misunderstand? I just heard you calling my senior sisters and brothers and me bastards. You even accused me of stealing. Stealing? I think you're the habitual offenders. That's why you have such dirty thoughts. I'm a black card VIP of Xuantong Interstellar Airlines. I can pack anything I want. Even a spaceship is none of your business. What? A black card VIP of Xuantong Interstellar Airlines. The two men were shocked again. Looking at Xiao Qizai and the others, they finally realized a possibility. They didn't exit through the regular passenger exit not because they were lost, but because they had actually exited through the high-level VIP channel. They hadn't imagined that meeting a contestant from a low-level planet they never heard of would offend such a person. VIP status on Xuantong Interstellar Airlines is extremely difficult to obtain, and black card VIP status is even more difficult to obtain, even with money. This clearly proves that this Class B citizen is definitely high-ranking or has a distinguished background. While they don't know why they're mingling together, now is definitely not the time for a confrontation. Thinking of this, they exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and began to admit their fault. We're sorry, we apologize. We were rude just now. But even as they bowed their heads in apology, They were still facing Xiao Jun. What's the point of admitting to me? You have to admit to them. Xiao Jun noticed and immediately said. However, Xiao Qisai shook her head. She raised her terminal and dialed the number of the sheriff on this planet. Xiao Jun, you know what? Even if they admit their mistakes to me, they're still not convinced. So, in this situation, the only solution is to resort to legal means. Xiao Qisai spoke as he connected with the sheriff. Hello, sheriff. We're at exit 8766 in Area D. Someone is suspected of insulting and defaming others. Please come and handle this. Morg and Phyllis were stunned. You, don't go too far. You actually called the police. Xiao Qisai hung up the phone. According to the United Government Civil Rights Act, insulting others in public is punishable by a fine of 500 to 3,000 star coins. In serious cases, they can be sentenced to up to 2 years of imprisonment and education. Oh, and there's another one. Defaming someone for stealing, which infringes on a citizen's right to reputation, results in compensation of 2,000 to 100,000 star coins. In serious cases, they can be detained for 1 to 5 years. Xiao Qisai recited the Civil Rights Act with an expressionless face, word for word, making the two men's faces even uglier. They finally felt fearful. Their fear for Xiao Qisai and the others wasn't due to Xiao Jun, a high-ranking citizen, but rather to the law. The two men exchanged glances and began frantically apologizing to Xiao Qisai and the others. We're sorry. We were blind, arrogant, and rude, and we misunderstood you and your friends. But to avoid affecting the competition, please forgive us this time. We won't do this again. Yes, it's just that we've been waiting for you for so long that we're a little upset. Let's take you to the hotel first, help you settle in, and then we treat you to dinner as an apology. The two men's attitudes were a stark contrast from before, their tone almost humble. Seeing the two men bow their heads, Guofenghua and Qin Sanwan, thinking they were organizing committee staff after all, wanted to let the matter go. But Xiao Qisai still shook his head. Chapter 62. The two were somewhat puzzled, but they still obeyed Xiao Qisai. Finally, the two were escorted away, dusty and grimy, by the sheriff, who quickly arrived. Seeing the presence of high-ranking citizens, the sheriff solemnly stated that they would be dealt with seriously. After all this, Qin Sanwan once again gave Xiao Qisai a thumbs up. Junior sister Xiao is truly amazing. Do you know all the laws of the coalition government by heart? But now that they left, how are we going to get to the competition venue? Guofenghua spread his hands. The organizing committee should send someone else. We can just take a taxi. Do you know why I had to call the police? Because people like this can't provide us with any help at all, and might even cause trouble for us. We need to focus fully on the competition this time, and we don't have the time or energy to worry about such villains, Xiao Qisai said. That's right. Let's take a taxi. From what I understand, as long as we arrive at the actuary building on the day of the competition, I can arrange hotel accommodations for you. It's definitely safer and more comfortable than the one provided by the organizing committee, Xiao Jun suggested. However, Xiao Qisai shook his head and declined. From what I understand, the hotel arranged by the actuary building is right outside the competition venue, and the conditions aren't bad. It's mainly close, and we can familiarize ourselves with the area beforehand. So, we can just stay at the hotel arranged by the organizing committee. Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua nodded repeatedly. That's right. We just stay at the organizing committee's hotel. We're not picky. While Xiao Jun's arrangements were certainly good, they were outsiders after all. In other words, the more they respected Xiao Jun, the less likely they would spend his money carelessly. Doing so would only make them feel guilty. They'd previously been given business class and a Nebula flight. Even though she apologized for concealing her identity, and the organizing committee had already made the arrangements, it was naturally awkward for them to continue staying in hers. Neither of them was willing to take advantage of others, so they naturally wouldn't repeatedly burden Xiao Jun with expenses. Xiao Jun tilted his head in confusion, but ultimately nodded. Okay. I see if there's a hotel near the actuary building and stay there too. The group was about to head for the exit when a voice suddenly called out from behind. A woman in a washed-out robe caught up with them, breathlessly. She asked cautiously, I overheard your conversation just now. You're participating in the actuary competition, right? Me too. Can I come with you? The woman had dark skin and looked quite old, but her eyes were large and bright, completely belying her age. She looked more like a naive young woman. She looked a little timid, clearly mustering the courage to watch for a long time before catching up. Okay. Qin Sanwan, always enthusiastic, agreed immediately. Xiao Qisai casually asked, Didn't the competition organizing committee send anyone to pick you up? The woman shook her head. I waited for ages, but no one came. This is my first time on a high-level planet, and I'm unfamiliar with the place, so I'm a little scared. I saw you were also from a low-level planet, and the 2 people who came to pick you up were captured again, so I was wondering if I could keep you company. I hadn't expected someone even worse off than them. It's okay. We're just taking a taxi to the hotel arranged by the competition committee. You can come with us. Seeing she didn't seem to be lying, Xiao Qicai nodded in agreement. The others naturally had no objections. After a brief chat in the car, they learned that this woman, Mu Xingmei, was a contestant from the very remote planet 9008. She was the only one on the entire planet to have passed the actuary competition, and the interstellar spacecraft she had come on was even a cargo ship. For some reason, no one came to pick her up. As expected, there are always higher mountains, and planet 9008, well, that's a lot further down the line. Soon, the car arrived at its destination. The actuary building, a towering structure rising among the clouds, exudes an extremely technological feel. The separate buildings hover in the air, as if connected data models, leaving the crowd stunned. The hotel building across from them was indeed quite impressive. After a lot of effort, they explained their situation to the staff, and showed them their final competition qualification certificates before security finally let them in. Of course, Xiao Jun also took the opportunity to leave, saying he was going to see if there were any other hotels nearby. After checking their information, the front desk clerk was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't you have a guide who would take you directly to the hotel's dedicated entrance? Why did you come here on your own? Our guide was arrested. Qin Sanwan explained with a smile. I didn't wait for the guide. Mu Xingmei raised her hand. The front desk clerk didn't express disdain for the few people. After all, there were so many people coming every year, and many of them were actuaries from lower-level planets, who could turn out to be unexpected winners. They had no intention of offending an actuary. Then wait a moment, we check you in. Mu Xingmei was alone, so the staff checked her in first. She politely said hello, and went to find her room. It was Xiao Qicai and the other 2's turn, but just as the staff finished checking their information and were about to check them in, 2 people suddenly rushed over, panting. Wait, let's help. It was the staff from the competition committee. Xiao Qicai's face was immediately filled with confusion. You? I'm sorry. I feel sorry for our former colleagues. Our competition committee just received the information and learned of their stupid behavior. Don't worry, they have been expelled from the competition committee's reserve staff and will not receive any credits. The competition committee has urgently sent 2 of us to recontact the contestants from planet 4628. This time, they were 2 women, older than the 2 who had come to meet them. They had gentle, polite expressions, and an apologetic look on their faces. They even enthusiastically offered to help them check in. Several people exchanged glances, and finally Xiao Qi nodded. Thank you. Although staff weren't needed, they heard they would explain the venue and rules, and even provide guidance. It would be even better if they sent someone. Besides, there was absolutely no need to vent their anger at the 2 staff members before them for what the 2 others had done. Check-in went smoothly. 2 staff members attentively led them to the entrance to their rooms, and personally escorted them to their doors. They explained along the way that the reception staff were primarily composed of members of the competition committee and preparatory students from the planet's Actuary Academy. The 2 people who had greeted them, Morg and Phyllis, were students at a prestigious institution. They earned academic credits by participating in such activities, but they were both newbies and, as rare examples of extreme discrimination against citizen class, their behavior was well-deserved. They were arrested. They also said that every computer competition had its share of upsets, and that many talented individuals from lower-level planets achieved impressive results. Therefore, the committee would definitely not discriminate, so they could rest assured. While it wasn't clear if they were just being polite, their mood improved considerably. The probability of encountering an unexpected person was indeed low. The staff gave each of the 3 people 3 special electronic ID cards, displaying their final round numbers. Xiao Qicai, Qin Sanwan, and Guifengwa were assigned numbers 850, 423, and 661, respectively. During the exam, not only would they undergo iris scans and citizen ID verification, but they would also be required to present these cards to enter the examination room. They were told to keep them safe, as they would not be reissued. The preliminary rounds for the first finals will be held in 3 days. During these 3 days, they can go to the prepared area network to review questions and explore the planet. However, if they plan to leave the vicinity of the building, They must report in advance to ensure their safety. Before leaving, they were even kindly given a rough projection map of the actuary building, explaining which areas they could visit, which areas were the preliminary rounds, which areas were the final rounds, and which areas were off limits, so they could familiarize themselves with the area beforehand. In short, if you have any other questions or encounter any problems, you can contact them through the terminal. Such hospitality and warmth made them feel a little embarrassed. Before they left, Xiao Qisai considered transferring their payment for the information in person, but they unexpectedly declined, stating that this was their job and that they hoped they would do well in the competition. It would be an honor for them to serve as their support. The three people's rooms were mixed up, so after the staff left, they each retired to their own rooms to rest. Xiao Qisai, however, took this opportunity to contact Xiao Jun. What's wrong? Did you find a hotel? Did you run into any more clueless people? Xiao Jun asked with concern. No, the new staff is so friendly that I wonder if the two previous ones are sick or... Xiao Qi lowered his voice. Xiao Jun, can you help me check if Phyllis and Morg are actually imprisoned? Xiao Jun was a smart man and immediately guessed. You mean, they might have been set up by someone to target you? Yes, people can be stupid, but not this stupid. Besides, the three of us are all candidates for the actuary finals. They've been trained by the organizing committee. Even if they're discriminating against citizens, they wouldn't be so stupid. They kept rushing us to leave, deliberately provoking us, and it wouldn't delay us at all. I suspect something's wrong. As long as they're not actually arrested, I can confirm it. I understand. I investigate. No wonder you've fallen out with the organizing committee and called the police. Well, sometimes calling the police can indeed solve unnecessary problems. Of course, the sheriff acted so quickly because you're a senior citizen. We've never been to a high-level planet, so we're unlikely to be targeted. I suspect this might have something to do with me. Don't tell the seniors about this. Right now, we need to focus on the competition. They're simple-minded, so don't let them worry about these things. We just need to know. I understand. Xiao Jun nodded. For some reason, the thought that Xiao Qisai had only told her made her even happier. Of course, she also overlooked the fact that Xiao Qisai's description of their simple personalities meant that, in Xiao Qisai's eyes, her personality wasn't what she led on. After a short rest, it was almost lunchtime. There was room service in the guest rooms, but it was all charged, and quite expensive. So, as expected, high-level planets cost money. The competition committee had barely covered the cost of this accommodation, otherwise, booking a hotel would have been quite expensive. Soon, Xiao Jun gave a reference price, as she had found a hotel nearby for 68,000 star coins a night. Others, well, it's a good thing I didn't follow Xiao Jun. Otherwise, they'd be in her debt again. Although the spaceship experience was pleasant, they were exhausted after 2 days and 1 night of travel, so after lunch, they all chose to wash up and rest. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they all decided to visit the actuary building, which resembled a data modeling facility. As soon as they exited the hotel building, they saw Xiao Jun waiting at the entrance. Xiao Jun held another box of pastries to share with them. His thoughtfulness was so heartfelt that it brought them to tears. Brothers and sisters, I'm covering all your meals for the next few days. You can't refuse me again. Just focus on preparing for the competition. I'm also a member of the actuary school, and I'd be proud if you win. The little girl's eyes were filled with anticipation, and they ultimately couldn't bring themselves to say no. Xiao Qisai, considering something, nodded, not refusing. Hearing their agreement, Xiao Jun's eyes curved even more, as if she were the one taking advantage. This caused Qin Senwan to wink at Xiao Qisai frequently. If this were my sister, I wake up laughing in my dreams. After all, having someone to feed her daily was simply her dream. So Qin Senwan's gaze toward Xiao Jun grew even more loving, completely channeling the affection he had originally felt for Xiao Qisai, his junior sister, towards her. Of course, Xiao Qisai wasn't surprised, nor did he even feel a sense of loss. The three of them had entered the actuary competition with 3 contestant cards. Xiao Jun didn't know what tricks she had used, but after showing the guard some information, he respectfully let her in. Our Xiao family has invested in the actuary building, so a visit is a no-brainer. Others, all right. As expected, one can't use common sense to evaluate a super-powerful family like the Xiao family. Only after entering the building did they discover that it resembled a data model, with each connecting link acting as a conveyor belt, and each central data point representing a functional area. There were several particularly large points in the center, the core of the actuary competition. It was said that the centermost building housed one of the fastest supercomputing hubs of the Interstellar United Government. At the mention of this, the eyes of all the visiting contestants sparkled, perhaps all looking forward to working here one day. Each building, each architectural style, was unique. In their first competition area, each point served as a massive exam room, each accommodating approximately 100 people. For a competition of 1,000 people, there were 10 total exam areas, and they were divided into 3 different areas. To save time, the 3 of them simply visited their respective areas separately. Xiao Jun naturally followed Xiao Qicai, but she was keeping a low profile today, her terminal slightly hidden by her long sleeves, making her Class B citizen insignia less noticeable. However, as Xiao Qicai entered the examination area, he spotted someone he knew. Chapter 63. It's Bai Yuding. But why is she here? Bai Yushan had no idea she knew Bai Yuding. They had previously studied at the Intermediate Academy, so she had no idea what major Bai Yuding was studying at the Advanced Academy. She was completely surprised to find Bai Yuding here as well. And what a coincidence! She was in the same exam zone as her? It's like enemies always meet. Wait, Bai Yuding's impersonation should have been confirmed. Would the Xiao family let her go? Could she be coming for him? Could those 2 people who were supposed to be there for her be sent by her? Instantly, countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Qicai's mind. However, Bai Yuding, surrounded by several people, didn't glance at her, seemingly not recognizing her. However, everyone's aura is different. Xiao Qicai and Bai Yushan's auras are naturally completely different. Besides, Xiao Qicai's appearance had changed somewhat, so it's understandable that he wasn't recognized. Regardless of whether she was faking it or not, Bai Yushan didn't actively provoke Xiao Qicai, and Xiao Qicai naturally didn't want to argue with her. So he quickly averted his gaze. However, Xiao Jun was very perceptive, and immediately noticed that Xiao Qicai's gaze lingered on Bai Yuding. She pulled her hand and asked, "What's wrong with that girl?" Xiao Qicai frowned slightly. "You don't recognize her?" Logically speaking, Bai Yuding, the fake daughter impersonating him, should have been nearly adopted into the Xiao family. If Xiao Jun were a member of the Xiao family, she wouldn't have failed to recognize Bai Yuding. Xiao Jun shook his head. "I don't know her. Does senior sister have a grudge against her?" Xiao Qi hadn't expected Xiao Jun's emotional sensitivity to be so sharp. She hadn't shown any murderous intent just now, had she? She hadn't expected Xiao Jun to ask such a question. Xiao Jun smiled. "That's because I know senior sister. She has completely different looks for strangers, for those she trusts, and for those she dislikes." "Not really, but perhaps you heard of her name, Bai Yuding." "It's her." Xiao Jun frowned. "I heard she tried to impersonate you to gain entry to the Xiao family. What on earth did Xiao Qi do? He actually let her out there. Wasn't she arrested?" Xiao Jun hadn't expected such rudeness towards the Xiao family's head. Xiao Qi began to wonder about Xiao Jun's role within the Xiao family. "It's okay. I don't expect the Xiao family to do anything to her. After all, she just wanted to impersonate me, and didn't do anything illegal. Besides, Bai Yushan was the one who instigated He Ximin to kill her. Even if the investigation revealed it was all He Ximin's fault, Bai Yuding would be completely cleared of all wrongdoing. This method was quite powerful, and somewhat similar to her own. Besides, she's an actuary, so it's clear she's not stupid. So, it wouldn't be easy to deal with her and avenge Bai Yushan. Of course, even dealing with her wasn't a matter of the moment. Xiao Qicai's only priority now was to achieve the highest possible ranking and advance to the semifinals, so she could apply for the actuary certification exam. She chose a seat and prepared to test the internet and console. The exam area allowed users to use their own entry cards for an online test, which served as a way to familiarize themselves with the exam environment. However, the specific location would not be determined until right before the exam to prevent any possibility of cheating. But just as she walked over, before she could even sit down, someone called her back. "Go try it over there. I like this spot." Bai Yuding frowned, looking at the terminal on Xiao Qicai's wrist, and said matter-of-factly. Xiao Qicai didn't reply, but Xiao Jun raised his head. "Are you crazy? Of all the spots, you chose the one my senior sister liked. Do you enjoy fighting over other people's spots so much?" "Humph, why didn't you say I saw this spot before? It was your senior sister who got there first. Anyway, move over and take this spot." Xiao Qicai, Baffling. She even wondered if Bai Yuding had recognized her. Why else would she see Bai Yuding looking at her with a hint of disgust? So she looked directly up at Bai Yuding. "Contestant, is there something wrong between us? Otherwise, why are you targeting me so much? Is there something wrong with you? No offense, It's just that you look too much like someone I hate the most. Bai Yuding sneered, and I'm most annoyed by people like you. You're only an E-class citizen, so I advise you not to cross me. Xiao Qicai, The candidates range from E-class to B-class. If you make such discriminatory remarks, you're discriminating against most of the candidates here. Why don't you ask if everyone here is willing to give you a seat? Xiao Qicai said, glancing at the others nearby. They were immediately drawn to him, their eyes filled with disdain. Bai Yuding hadn't expected Xiao Qicai to confront her so forcefully, and her face flushed with anger. At that moment, a calm young man stepped forward. He exuded the air of a leader, evidently someone of high rank and distinction. He looked at the two people and said, "Stop arguing. Being in the same exam room is fate. She's like an old friend of yours, even if she's annoying, but it's also fate, isn't it? Let's put it this way. We actuaries naturally don't calculate by citizenship level. Let's use actuarial methods. Let's play the simplest modeling game. Whoever completes the most models in 3 minutes gets the position. How about that?" The young man's voice was gentle, yet undeniable. Bai Yuding glanced at the Class B citizen terminal in his hand, and nodded reluctantly. Xiao Qicai didn't refuse. This was a good opportunity to test Bai Yuding's tactics. If nothing else, at least she had to be outshined. Soon, the two took their seats in the other two seats. A crowd gathered to watch the excitement, and of course, to see how fast the competitors' hands and brains were. The young man acted as referee, and Xiao Jun stood beside him, watching the two intently. The modeling interface opened. "Begin." Following the young man's words, the two quickly set to work. Connected to their heads were the most advanced virtual helmets designed for actuaries, linked to every nerve in their brains, enabling them to rapidly create models based on their mental speed. Hand speed, brain speed, and reaction time are key to an actuary's modeling skills. The practical projects of the actuary program truly test an actuary's reflexes and computational coordination. A transparent shield enveloped them the moment they began, forming a beautiful model above their heads. Holographic projections rapidly appeared one after another. Both of them chose the basic galaxy modeling method, as if they were creating planet after planet, star field after star field, universe after universe in their minds. The speed was so fast that all observers were almost overwhelmed. At the same time, they also felt pressure. If they were doing it, would they be able to build models so quickly? She hadn't expected to face two such strong opponents before the competition even began. Bai Yuding had studied under a renowned teacher, and with her self-proclaimed talent, she felt that no one her age could surpass her. She even ambitiously set her sights on achieving first place in the Baiyun Star region. But she never expected that her final competition would seem to be over before it even began. Xiao Qicai's abilities weren't fake, but were truly substantial. But how could this be possible? Bai Yushan had never displayed any actuarial abilities before. Yes, she had already recognized Xiao Qicai, but had been feigning ignorance. She had assumed the Xiao family had helped Bai Yushan escape the low-level planet under the guise of the actuary competition, but she hadn't expected Bai Yushan to actually pass the exam on her own. The other party was too fast. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her fingers moved constantly, as if reaching their limits. Those who knew the subject had already noticed that her hand speed was indeed faster than Xiao Qicai's, but her brain speed couldn't keep up. This made Xiao Qicai appear particularly at ease. Finally, after 3 minutes, Xiao Qicai triumphed. She had modeled 3 more galaxies than Bai Yuding. Don't underestimate these 3 galaxies. For an expert, they represent a significant gap. Bai Yuding's face paled instantly. Xiao Jun approached smug, as if she had won. "You're defeated, now it's your turn to leave. I suggest you take that corner seat. I'm annoyed by you. You ruined my senior sister's mood for the competition. You." Bai Yuding gritted her teeth in anger, but was stopped by a man who had been surrounding her, and showed her the terminal Xiao Jun had inadvertently revealed. "You can say whatever you want about that E-class citizen, but this person is a B-class citizen, and her terminal is custom-made. Junior sister, remember master's instructions, and keep a low profile. In this competition, never underestimate anyone." So, Bai Yuding gritted her teeth and endured it. She was about to leave when Xiao Jun stopped her again. "You want to leave now? Apologize. Apologize for your rudeness just now, or I spread the word that Master Smith's last disciple is not only rude, but also a discriminatory citizen, and a fool of limited ability." Bai Yuding and the others behind her suddenly paled. Fear even crossed their faces as they looked at Xiao Jun. How had she known in such a short time that Bai Yuding was Master Smith's disciple, and even his last disciple? Master Smith hadn't even announced the news, intending to wait until Bai Yuding achieved good results in the actuary competition. To his surprise, she hadn't achieved good results yet, and instead of being proud of Master Smith, she was starting to lose face. Of course, everyone gasped at the mention of Master Smith, the actuary. They hadn't expected to meet Master Smith's disciple in this exam. Even more unexpectedly, she had lost to someone in the same exam room. Xiao Qisai remained silent, his emotions calm. Xiao Jun was a bit arrogant, but he had every reason to be. Bai Yuding looked at the two of them, gritted her teeth, and finally lowered her proud head. "I'm sorry, I apologize for my rudeness." Hearing this, Xiao Qisai's face suddenly broke into a smile. "Okay, we're all in the same exam room, so I won't make things difficult for you, but that seat is mine." Xiao Qisai didn't say anything sarcastic, but as she smiled and sat down in the seat she had just chosen, it was like she had slapped Bai Yuding hard. She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with extreme resentment. Finally, the storm brewed, then calmed, and she took a seat next to Xiao Qisai. They both opened the mock exam for the actuary competition and conducted a practice test. Chapter 64. The public's interest in this actuary competition was intense, so any news or notable figures were reported. Soon, word spread that Master Smith's disciple was in this examination area. However, the person who leaked the information didn't dare disclose the fact that Master Smith's disciple had been humiliated. So everyone speculated, who could be Master Smith's disciple? Could it be the top-placed actuary in the Baiyun Star region? However, Xiao Qisai searched online, but couldn't find much information about Master Smith. It was only rumored that he was a very capable actuary, but his theories and research reports were only accessible to those who had obtained an actuary's certification. Just when she was about to put the matter behind her, the thoughtful Xiao Jun brought her specific information. This revealed the information gap between high-ranking citizens of aristocratic families and ordinary, lower-ranking citizens. In short, Master Smith was a leading figure in the actuarial profession today. Bai Yuding steadfastly denied any deliberate impersonation, stating only that she and Bai Yushan had received a mixed blood transfusion as children, resulting in the genetic mix-up. It wasn't a deliberate scheme on their part, and she was completely unaware of her identity as a fake daughter. As for the conspiracy to murder Bai Yushan, despite the complete lack of evidence, she would never admit it. The Xiao family, with countless people scrutinizing everything they did, didn't want to be criticized, so they kept searching for evidence. Later, she claimed to be a disciple of Master Smith and stated her intention to participate in the actuary competition. Ultimately, the Xiao family released her. However, Master Smith seems to be conducting secret research on a national project lately and hasn't been seen in a while. The only person who confirmed her identity is a former disciple of Master Smith's, the man accompanying Bai Yuding today. Therefore, the Xiao family still doubts Bai Yuding's claims, but without any evidence, they are waiting for Master Smith's appearance to confirm them. I suspect she's using this competition to gain fame and become Master Smith's disciple. The Baiyu family is now finished. Bai Yuding and her family are completely living in the home of Master Smith's disciple. So, senior sister, you must defeat her. Xiao Jun looked indignant. Xiao Qisai smiled. Thank you for the information. It's very useful. At least it gives me some peace of mind. Since the master hasn't come forward to personally acknowledge Bai Yuding's identity, there might still be doubts about her identity. If word gets out about her impersonating the master's disciple, she'd be truly finished. I just wait for her to suffer for this. It wasn't that he doubted her. After all, with Bai Yuding's personality, if she had become Master Smith's disciple before, she would have flaunted it long ago. There's no way she could have kept it a secret. Xiao Jun, I'm participating in the actuary competition for the actuary college, to obtain my actuary certification, and to graduate. I'm not a genius. My actuarial talent isn't even as good as your senior sister Sanwan and senior brother Guofenghua. So whether I can defeat her or take first place isn't important to me. Everything you do in life shouldn't be for revenge or for your enemies, but for yourself. Of course, if I can beat her, I still give it my all. Xiao Jun was stunned. She pondered Xiao Qisai's words, and finally nodded. By the way, senior sister, those two people who came to pick you up initially, Morgan Phyllis, were immediately bailed out for a large sum of money after being arrested. While their families may be wealthy, it's strange they'd be willing to pay such a high price just to avoid a few days of incarceration. But so far, we haven't found any connection between Bai Yuding and them. Xiao Qisai pondered for a moment. That's strange. Seeing Bai Yuding, I thought she might be plotting against me, but she seemed to be pretending not to recognize me today. How about I investigate further? Perhaps there's something I don't know? Xiao Jun asked. Xiao Qisai shook his head. Let's wait and see. If she really wants to get on my nerves, she come to me. She definitely can't cheat in the competition. We just need to be careful these days, and focus on the exams. Okay, I bring the food over first. Ask senior sister Qin and senior brother Guo to come down with you. The food Xiao Jun brought was, as always, a local specialty, and suited everyone's appetites. Compared to the contestants, who reluctantly expended significant sums on hotel meals, or those who ate at ordinary restaurants outside the actuary building to save money, they were far happier. On the first day, they spent time familiarizing themselves with the actuary building and their exam location. That evening, after dinner, they decided to go for a walk, taking the opportunity to get to know the layout of the advanced planet. In other words, to see the world. Beautiful and prosperous things always attract others, and the three of them needed this kind of motivation. Xiao Jun volunteered to serve as their guide. Although she had never been to this planet, her information-searching skills were absolutely top-notch, or perhaps even supernatural. At this point, the information gap between high-ranking and low-ranking citizens seemed to be widening, and Xiao Qisai began to seriously consider the significance of citizenship for society as a whole and the social disparity it created. However, just as they were gathering downstairs at the hotel, they ran into another familiar face. Mu Xingmei, the person they had encountered on the spaceship that day from planet 9008. She was squatting on the ground, clutching her stomach, looking distressed. People were rushing around, and some noticed her and frowned at her, but no one offered a helping hand. Qin Sanwan, always enthusiastic, was the first to approach. Mu Xingmei, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mu Xingmei raised her head, her dark, rough face etched with pain, her eyes red. My stomach hurts. Is it something? Or did you eat something bad? Let me call the hospital's emergency number for you. Qin Sanwan was about to dial her phone, but Mu Xingmei raised a hand to stop her. She shook her head. No, forget it. I go back to the hotel and rest for a while. I see if I feel better tomorrow. But the competition is the day after tomorrow. You absolutely have to recover so you can fully focus on it. Qin Sanwan frowned. Xiao Qisai approached and winked at Qin Sanwan, telling her to stop talking. She leaned over, carefully examining Mu Xingmei's condition, and wondered, did you eat something bad? Mu Xingmei finally nodded, smiling wryly. The hotel meal was too expensive. I went to the restaurant across the street, but that was too expensive, so I bought a cheap nutritional supplement in an alley. She grabbed a nutritional supplement box and handed it to Xiao Qisai. I just realized it's expired. She lowered her head again, her outstretched hand trembling with shame, a look of unspeakable shame. I never thought someone on a high-level planet would sell such shoddy, counterfeit products. Qin Sanwan was filled with indignation. Xiao Qisai examined the packaging carefully. This brand is quite well known, and it's well sealed. Logically, even if it's a little past the expiration date, it shouldn't cause diarrhea. The sticker on this one is quite crude. I'm afraid it's a knockoff. Let's go over and see who's running this business. But right now, the most important thing is to cure your illness. Your health is paramount. Mu Xingmei was about to say something when Xiao Qisai shook his head. I inquired. If contestants have any health issues during the competition, they can get free treatment. It's better to go to the hospital. It's better to be safe. You're the only one from your planet, and the competition is the most important thing. Mu Xingmei's eyes lit up when Xiao Qisai said this, and she finally nodded. As Xiao Qisai spoke, he dialed the emergency medical number. Soon, a car from the hospital arrived. Xiao Qisai and his friends saw that Mu Xingmei was alone and didn't understand a lot of things, so they canceled their night tour plan and decided to accompany her to the hospital. Mu Xingmei was quickly rushed to the emergency room for treatment. Qin Sanwan waited at the door and asked Xiao Qisai in confusion, didn't the guide tell me that medical treatment was free? Guo Fenghua shook his head. Junior sister Sanwan, you should be more careful. Don't you see that Mu Xingmei doesn't want to call the emergency room because she's broke? A quick trip to the hospital would be expensive. If she had money, she wouldn't have bought those no-name products from the street. Junior sister Xiao must have said that deliberately to protect her pride and make her feel at ease about receiving treatment. Sure enough, Xiao Qisai nodded and then went to the cashier to pay all of Mu Xingmei's medical expenses, including a 100,000 star coin deposit. Qin Sanwan's eyes welled with tears when she saw Xiao Qisai's actions. Junior sister, you're so smart and kind. I want to learn from you. Unfortunately, she was broke, not even 100,000 star coins in her card, so she felt a little ashamed. After all, she was the one who started the meddling, but it was Xiao Qisai who handled it. It's just a small favor. I believe that if we ever need help, we definitely find someone like that. Xiao Qisai wasn't a saint, nor was she incredibly observant. She simply empathized with Mu Xingmei's experience. Hadn't she been like that as a child, enduring illnesses to save a few bucks on medical bills? And her best friend back then ultimately left her because she couldn't afford medical care. The memory was still vivid, and even now, after becoming CEO, she never forgot it. So, if she ever met Mu Xingmei, she wouldn't let her become the next her. She even got the doctor at the cashier's office to cooperate with her in this lie, telling Mu Xingmei that her treatment was being paid for by the organizing committee. After the gastric lavage, Mu Xingmei felt much better, but she was afraid of delaying them or costing too much money, so she wanted to be discharged immediately. At this moment, the doctor at the cashier's office arrived and told her that the payment would be deducted from the organizing committee's public welfare fund. He told her to rest for the night and wait until she was clear of any problems before being discharged tomorrow. Seeing that it was the doctor's words, Mu Xingmei finally nodded and thanked Xiao Qisai and his companions profusely. Xiao Qisai and his companions were about to leave, but before leaving, Xiao Qisai went to the hospital and paid for a pathology report and analysis of the remaining nutritional supplement. With money available for analysis, the efficiency was high, and soon the results came back, indicating that the nutritional supplement contained several highly harmful toxins, primarily affecting the nervous and digestive systems. Xiao Qisai frowned. Even if someone wanted to take advantage of this and profit, they wouldn't be able to make much money from such a cheap nutrient supplement, right? This nutrient is practically designed to harm people. I'm going to go see what's going on. We go with you. Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua also frowned. Soon, they returned to the actuary building. Following Mu Xingmei's directions, they found the alley, but it was deserted. There might be some street vendors nearby. They naturally left after lunch. Qin Sanwan felt a little regretful. She had wanted to beat those people up for Mu Xingmei. Come back tomorrow at lunchtime. We meet downstairs at 7 a.m., downstairs from this hotel. Everyone, dress as shabbily as possible. And Xiao Jun, you should just stay out of this for now. Xiao Jun, okay. Although they didn't understand why Xiao Qisai was so determined to find that person, they nodded in agreement. After all, nothing was wrong. The next day, the three of them met downstairs at the hotel, left the actuary building, and once again explored the secluded alleys near the hotel. Sure enough, in a secluded corner without surveillance, they found a stall selling cheap nutritional supplements. The man, with a large beard, wore a hat and a mask, and was looking around. Seeing Xiao Qisai and the other two approaching, especially after noticing the E-Class citizen insignia on their wrists, he immediately greeted them warmly. Classmates, you're the contestants for the actuary competition, right? Come over here. I have some affordable premium nutritional supplements for sale. Xiao Qisai, along with Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua, approached and asked curiously, Boss, are these nutritional supplements legitimate? Of course they are. They're Yuan brand nutritional supplements. You heard of Yuan, right? It's a brand owned by the Mo family, the #1 food company. It's absolutely safe and guaranteed. I even have a sales license. Ah, I'm also here to see you. These students from lower-level planets are pitiful. Everyone knows the tournament committee's tactics. They want to make money. While the hotel is free, the food is incredibly expensive. The food in the surrounding hotels is even more expensive. So, every year during the actuary competition, I set up a stall here to benefit the students. Only 20 star coins. 20 star coins a box. One box lasts half a day. If you buy more, I can give you a 10% discount. Several people gasped. Ordinary nutritional supplements cost 20 or 30 star coins, but this self-proclaimed high-end nutritional supplement is only 20 star coins. It's like giving it away for free. No wonder Mu Xingmei bought it. Why don't the three of you come together and buy more? I can give you a 12% discount. The man said with a firm tone, I'm also a low-level citizen. I hope we low-level citizens can produce more powerful people and fight for our welfare. He acted as if selling nutritional supplements was a good deed. Chapter 65. Thinking of the ingredient analysis of the nutritional supplement prescribed by the hospital, Qin Sanwan was so angry that she wanted to call the police. But Xiao Qisai stopped her with a look. She spent over 100 star coins on a dozen nutritional supplements and told the man that they would buy enough to cover their first exam. If they found it useful, they would come back to him for more. The man vowed that his high-quality nutritional supplement would definitely give them enough energy for their first exam and that they would get a discount next time they came. After shopping, the three of them left the alley. Jin Sanwon was puzzled. Shouldn't we call the police and have him arrested? Why are you still buying his stuff? I suspect there's more than one store selling this stuff around here. I just recorded every conversation. He can't get away. More than one, so someone must be poisoning this area specifically. Oh my god, didn't anyone notice? He deliberately poisoned the supplements with expired ingredients, probably to reassure buyers, thinking they were just trying to get a bargain and ended up feeling sick after eating expired ingredients. I suspect most buyers won't call the police, or even think of doing so. After all, it was just their own greed. Besides, most buyers of this supplement are low-level citizens from lower-level planets. They're afraid of trouble, and the possibility of missing their exams. This supplement causes stomachaches and headaches, but it's not fatal. So, their goal is clear, to prevent these actuary candidates from lower-level planets from achieving good grades. This is clearly a vicious trap targeting these poor candidates. Xiao Qicai's analysis stunned the others. Although they came from lower-class backgrounds, nothing like this had ever happened on planet 4628. Their conflicts with the Academy were usually mocked for not graduating, and for being low-class citizens. How could such a despicable person have ever appeared? I never thought such actions could happen on a higher-class planet. Darkness truly is everywhere. Sure enough, they turned to the side and found several more vendors in a similar situation to the man, selling the same nutritional supplements at low prices. Even their excuses were similar, with many claiming they were selling at a loss out of sentiment, and to support their fellow low-class contestants. Xiao Qicai bought over a dozen nutritional supplements from each of them, and recorded their entire conversation. However, just when they thought Xiao Qicai was going to call the police, he shook his head and didn't. Even if we call the police and arrest a few of them, there will be more people doing this kind of thing, maybe even more than just them. If possible, I'd like to find out who's behind this, and see who's doing such a wicked thing. What should we do then? They buy their cheap supplements because they're poor, they don't have money, and they want to save money on food. If we just give them free lunch, they naturally stop buying those cheap supplements. But then, we might not be able to go out and play for the next 2 days. But unexpectedly, Jin Sanwan and Guofenghua nodded firmly. If we make it to the next round after the preliminary round, we have more time to play here. These people are so wicked. If it weren't for junior sister Xiao and Xiao Jun, we probably wouldn't have a good meal. We might even be the ones to get caught. We're willing to do something like this. The young man's gaze was firm and sincere. Xiao Qicai felt empathy, and they were filled with passion and kindness. Xiao Qicai's heart was slightly touched. As expected, sometimes even doing something without any real benefit can bring happiness. After leaving the actuary building, the group immediately went to find Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun had been feeling a bit upset about being excluded that morning, but when Xiao Qicai reached out, she suddenly felt happy again. Do you have a kitchen? Perhaps we could use it? Of course. Xiao Jun nodded. She was a little embarrassed to say that she cooked all of Xiao Qicai's meals herself, while Jin Sanwan and Guofenghua bought theirs downstairs. So, rather than renting a hotel, she rented a suite, complete with a spacious and bright kitchen equipped with all the finest utensils. If she needed any ingredients, she just had to contact the hotel staff in advance. Except for expensive items that needed to be ordered in advance, basic ingredients would be delivered within 10 minutes. As expected, Xiao Qi had discovered it. Could she have tasted the food she cooked? Xiao Jun thought gleefully. When the group arrived at Xiao Jun's suite, they were immediately amazed. They assumed the free hotel the tournament committee had arranged for them was luxurious, but they hadn't expected Xiao Jun's hotel to be even more perfect. As expected, the lives of the wealthy are unimaginable for the average person. Xiao Jun's suite wasn't really a suite, it was a luxurious, one-story apartment. It had a fitness area, a kitchen, a bathroom, a master bedroom, a second bedroom, a study. Everything you could possibly need, even a variety of musical instruments. Various services could be ordered. Some were basic and free, while most required payment, though the fees were substantial. After sighing, they began preparing. Ordering overpriced meals for other contestants was unrealistic, making them themselves would save costs. The fried rice cafeteria had reopened. The group had all been regulars at the small cafeteria at Xiao Qicai's school, so they were naturally familiar with the process. The rice, eggs, and other ingredients were all very cheap. Although the hotel was surprised that this VIP would require such a large quantity of these low-quality ingredients, they were delivered within 3 minutes, a staggeringly efficient operation. The group, all actuaries, controlled the robots and high-end cooking utensils, and their efficiency was remarkable. In half an hour, 200 servings of fried rice were ready. However, Xiao Qizai and the other two did not intend to appear in person. Instead, they decided to have Xiao Jun handle the process. Xiao Qizai's hot food sales certificate and ingredient health test results were sufficient to instill trust. So, around 8 a.m., as many students began to leave the hotel looking for food, they noticed a bright sign near the entrance. Free food available. There was also a detailed explanation. The free food was offered because the sponsor, an actuary who had previously participated in the competition, had taken a cheap nutritional supplement during the competition, which had caused stomach discomfort and affected his exam. Hoping to prevent such a recurrence, he had arranged for someone to deliver the free food to support the contestants from the lower planets. This reasoning was incredibly plausible. The contestants from the lower planets, who had spent the previous night in pain after buying expired, harmful nutritional supplements, were practically moved to tears. Xiao Qizai and the other two became Xiao Jun's first recipients of free food. They clutched their stomachs, explaining that they'd taken a cheap nutritional supplement the previous night, leaving them in excruciating pain. Since they had something free today, they were naturally eager to try it. They even thanked Xiao Jun with tears in their eyes, then contentedly finished their portions of fragrant fried rice. Some tried it first, and others were tempted, especially those from lower-level planets. Saving money was paramount, so they naturally jumped at the chance to try something free, so they lined up, one after another, to claim their food. To their surprise, they discovered that this fried rice, made by someone they didn't know, was even better than they imagined. It was loaded with vegetables and meat, and nutritious, definitely not a scam. Countless people praised its deliciousness, drawing a certain amount of envy from the citizens above E-level, who saw it as indeed delicious. Xiao Qizai reviewed the list of contestants and the statistics. There were approximately 100 contestants from lower-level planets, so 200 servings of fried rice were more than enough. Of course, some were still unaware, while others might have the money to buy them. It was up to them. Over 90 servings of fried rice were delivered this morning, and the remaining 90 or so were even sold out. Some other contestants, considering the hotel's high prices and the restaurant across the street's high prices, cautiously asked if they could pay for one. Of course, there were also some impoverished citizens above E-level. Some pitifully held out their terminals, claiming they came from impoverished families, and asked if they could get one for free. Xiao Jun granted them all. This made these people extremely grateful, and they thanked Xiao Jun profusely. Everyone's gratitude was genuine. It was Xiao Jun's first time doing something like this, and while it was a bit tiring, it seemed quite good. It seemed not everyone hated it so much. The girl's eyes lit up even brighter. However, Xiao Qizai didn't understand how this incident affected Xiao Jun. He simply thought his plan was a success, and those people were probably getting anxious. A final tally showed that he had sold over 70 servings of fried rice, each at 1,000 star coins. A bargain. After deducting the cost of the raw materials, he actually made a cool 50,000 to 60,000 star coins. Although Xiao Yun's high-end kitchen and readily available raw materials were essential to making these fried rice dishes, earning so much money from just one meal was enough to make Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua's eyes sparkle. Business opportunities abound on this high-level planet. On lower-level planets, Xiao Qizai could still make a profit selling fried rice for 100 star coins, and many people would consider it expensive. He had no idea that 1,000 star coins was such a bargain here. Xiao Qizai glanced at Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua, clearly understanding their thoughts. After a moment's reflection, she completely understood their desire to make money. After all, seeing the high costs on higher-tier planets, they naturally wanted to earn a bit. She hadn't expected this to actually open up a market. From now on, let's make 300 servings of fried rice per meal. Besides the free ones, let's sell the rest. We split the profits equally. No thanks to Xiao Jun, so Xiao Jun, you get 40% of the profit, and we each get 20%. Qin Sanwan immediately jumped for joy. Although Xiao Jun didn't understand the significance of earning such a small amount, she suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment when she realized she had earned it herself. It was as if she had experienced the joy of making money for the first time. So, for the lunch meal, a notice was added. Citizens of lower-tier planets could receive it for free, while other citizens who wanted to buy could purchase it for 1,000 star coins each. The stall's opening hours were also announced, and they were asked to arrive promptly. Sure enough, aside from the roughly 100 or so copies that were claimed, the remaining 100-plus copies were sold out. They each received over 10,000 star coins. However, during the evening session, in addition to the contestants, 2 investigators arrived. It turned out they had received a report that someone was selling 3 no products. The beneficiaries naturally wouldn't report it, so it seemed the person behind the scenes had been identified. Chapter 66. Xiao Jun was taken to the interrogation room in the actuary building by the security investigation team of the competition committee. 3 staff members looked stern and asked, "I heard you're providing free lunch there and selling boxed meals. What's your intention?" The members of the investigation team were all Class C citizens. Xiao Jun was dressed very modestly, her terminal covered by gloves. Since they were helping lower-class citizens, they were likely lower-class citizens themselves, so their tone was quite rude. But what they never expected was that Xiao Jun casually removed her gloves and mask. "Who said I'm selling without a license? I have a hot food sales certificate. Besides, I resorted to this desperate measure to protect the contestants. Don't tell me you're maintaining the safety and order of the contestants, but you didn't know someone was selling 3 unlicensed nutritional supplements near the actuary building." Several staff members' expressions suddenly changed when they saw the Class B citizen terminal on her wrist. They quickly stood up. This must be a misunderstanding. We misunderstood you. I send you back right away." "No, it's not a misunderstanding." Xiao Jun shook his head. "Actually, I was planning to come find you later, but I didn't expect you to show up. So, I'm too lazy to bother looking for you again. Here's the evidence we collected. We already filed a report with the police and the hospital. Those who sold toxic nutritional supplements will be held accountable sooner or later. Now it's my turn." "Who reported this?" Xiao Jun looked them up and down. The staff members' faces suddenly darkened. "We also need to protect privacy. Privacy protection should be for normal citizens, not criminals." Xiao Jun's face was serious as she stood up. Even though she was a frail young woman, her aura showed no fear of the 3 tall men before her. She pulled out a VIP card and showed it to them. "I'm not asking you to investigate this as an ordinary police officer or a Class B citizen. I'm demanding an explanation from you as a shareholder of the actuary competition. The actuary competition is a grand event that helps governments and businesses identify top talent, allowing us to identify and cultivate them early. As I recall, the top 100 finishers from each star region's actuary competition are sent to government agencies or major companies for early training and internships. Many of the finalists stay at the company, so the only people selected are geniuses, talented individuals. This is the first time I heard of someone manipulating this, maliciously kicking out those with humble backgrounds and exceptional talent. Then what did your competition committee select for us? A bunch of opportunistic, incompetent losers? No wonder they're so stupid and incompetent." The 3 staff members blushed. Xiao Qicai had already dialed a terminal number. Soon, a group of competition leaders arrived at the interrogation room in a mighty procession. When the 3 members of the security committee saw that the leader was Shen Yi, the honorary dean of the actuary building, they suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell to their knees. Shen Yi quickly scanned the interrogation room. Not seeing the person he was looking for, he breathed a sigh of relief. But then, seeing the VIP card in Xiao Jun's hand, something clicked in his mind, and his expression darkened. He looked at Xiao Jun respectfully. "How did Patriarch Xiao's card end up in your possession? What exactly happened that affects the entire actuary competition? Are you someone sent by Patriarch Xiao, or are you a member of the Xiao family?" Xiao Jun didn't directly answer his identity, but instead looked at Shen Yi sternly. "Dean Shen, you're truly young and promising, but why should my identity matter? What matters is that I uncovered serious negligence within the actuary competition. Besides the Xiao family, I believe you should also give an explanation to the other shareholder families, and even the coalition government. Otherwise, if word gets out, what will others think? Think about it. Will the annual investment funds for the actuary competition stagnate? Is it even necessary for the actuary competition to continue? These are matters worth considering for all shareholders, aren't they?" Shen Yi took a deep breath and angrily addressed the group behind him. "So what exactly happened?" Everyone was trembling with fear. No one dared to speak up, so Xiao Jun did. She ruthlessly revealed what she knew and vehemently criticized the staff. Shen Yi lowered his head and endured the scolding, and the others were even more terrified. After hearing this, Shen Yi's face suddenly turned furious. "I will give an explanation to the Xiao family and all the contestants about this matter. But please, young lady, please do not publicize this matter or expose it to the news media. If this matter escalated, it would pose a serious threat to the actuary competition. If a competition that recruits talent from the bottom could be unfair, who would trust it?" Xiao Jun was right. The shareholders would reconsider their investment in the actuary competition. He, as the dean, was probably done for. Investigate, thoroughly investigate. As for those who reported it, arrest them all. Shunyi flew into a rage and promised to give Xiao Jun an explanation. So, from that day on, the entire actuary building and its surroundings were suddenly heavily guarded. The actuary competition committee suddenly announced that, starting today, they would provide 3 free meals. All contestants could register, and the competition team would have the hotel deliver free lunches on time. Of course, they could also purchase fried rice from the charity stall downstairs, or receive it for free. This measure was like the committee suddenly having a conscience, and everyone was baffled. However, some people, seeing the official sign, and several guards helping out at the charity stall, immediately wondered who the owner might be. They suspected he had some background. But no matter what, at least this year's impoverished contestants no longer had to worry about food. Upon her release from the hospital, Mu Xingmei heard this good news and was overjoyed. But she also noticed Xiao Jun, who was handing out free fried rice at the door, clearly a companion of Xiao Qicai and the other two, and something suddenly occurred to her. So, that evening, Xiao Qicai, Qin Sanwan, and Guofenghua unexpectedly received a gift from Mu Xingmei. She even gave Xiao Qicai an extra copy, asking her to pass it on to Xiao Jun, thanking them for their care last night. I don't know whether the medical expenses were covered by the competition committee or by you, but I never forget your kindness. Mu Xingmei's eyes welled as she left Xiao Qicai's room. As expected, they weren't stupid. Xiao Qicai, holding the 2 boxes in his hands, sighed softly. Several people in the discussion group shared the gifts Mu Xingmei had given them. Qin Sanwan was the first to open it, and she took a photo of it in the discussion group. It's actually a bright red fruit. Is it a specialty from their planet? It's well preserved and seems very fresh, with green leaves. It looks delicious. Guofenghua warned her, I know you're greedy, but don't be greedy yet. After all, it's something of unknown origin. Although we help Mu Xingmei, we can't know a person's true heart. It's better to keep some in reserve. After all, our first competition starts tomorrow. Xiao Qicai agreed. Qin Sanwan suddenly felt a little downcast. Compared to you guys, I feel like I'm missing a trick. Xiao Qicai shook his head. That's not true. Everyone has their own personality. Senior sister, you were able to get into the actuary college at such a young age, so naturally you're capable and intelligent. And don't most people like straightforward people like you? Really? Qin Sanwan sent an emoji. Really? 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 Even Xiao Jun agreed in the group chat. After all, getting along with Qin Sanwan wasn't tiring at all, and it didn't require much thought. In this society, people like this are truly rare. Qin Sanwan finally felt happy. The others unanimously decided not to touch the fruit until they had discovered its true nature. Besides, the wooden box exuded a fragrant aroma, suggesting it would preserve the fruit well. They were in no rush. The next days, exams were divided into morning and afternoon sessions, the morning covering basic theory, and the afternoon covering practical modeling. The competition committee had strengthened safety guidelines, so there were no incidents. Xiao Qicai's side was also safe, save for a momentary glance from Baiyuting in the exam room. However, because she hadn't even glanced at Baiyuting, she left her furious. After the exam, she even claimed that her loss to her was a mistake, stemming from her lack of experience in such low-level games. However, Xiao Qicai ignored her, and simply walked out. After all, ability is tested, not spoken. Outside the exam hall, the 3 of them were waiting, preparing to meet up before heading to Xiao Jun's residence. Mu Xingmei spotted them from afar, and happily ran over to greet them. Have you eaten that fruit? The 3 of them felt a little embarrassed, but Xiao Qicai shook his head frankly, not yet. It looks delicious. What kind of fruit is this? We never seen one before. Mu Xingmei had no other thoughts and explained, this is actually a specialty of our planet. We call it the soul-clearing fruit. Now there's only 1 tree left. Even after the last few fruits were harvested this year, it withered and is likely extinct. This fruit is unique to our planet 9008, and the yield is low, so it's never sold. It's understandable that you haven't heard of or seen it. These 4 fruits were prepared for me by my tribe, hoping I ace the actuary competition. But you saved my life, so I decided to give them to you. Mu Xingmei explained. They're too precious. Why don't we just give them back to you? Qin Sanwan blurted out. Actually, this is just consolation for my tribe. They see me as a last resort. I already eaten this fruit 4 times since I was a child, so it doesn't mean much to me anymore. You're all good people, and the spirit-purifying fruit will protect you, so I'm willing to give you a taste. I hope you don't mind. I know you might have something to do with a free meal, and it's already helped me a lot. Successfully completing this exam is my dream. Her clear eyes shone with hope. It's not poisonous, so feel free to eat it. Maybe it even give you a surprise." With that, she smiled and left. In today's society, people are divided into different races based on region, but few people call their own planet their own, demonstrating the backwardness of Mu Xingmei's planet. "I better eat it. Don't let her kindness go to waste." Qin San sighed. Xiao Jun shook his head. "Brothers and sisters, don't worry. I have someone test my pill. If it's harmless, I can eat it first. You can eat it later if you're okay. If you want to participate in the competition, you must ensure everything is safe." I looked up the numbered planet Mu Xingmei mentioned. Their planet was only incorporated into the United Government within the past 100 years. There's not much information available. It's very small, has few resources, and isn't worth mining. I heard it's rich in a certain kind of wood that makes beautiful furniture. It seems the box Mu Xingmei gave us is made of that wood. Xiao Qi was about to say something when Xiao Jun shook his head. It wouldn't be a big deal to analyze it. She said it would be beneficial to us, and I'm actually quite curious about what those benefits might be. I'm an actuary, so I think it's worth a try. Don't worry, I use the most advanced equipment to analyze its composition. I'm not testing any medicine for you. Although Xiao Jun looked sweet and cute, she was actually quite opinionated. Seeing her say this, Xiao Qi was at a loss for words. Perhaps this was their fate. Although this wasn't a world of immortal cultivation, beauty potions existed, and perhaps some miracles did exist. The world is so vast that nothing is impossible. After all, their ability to escape from such a low-level planet was a miracle in itself. Just like Mu Xingmei, although she was much older than them, she possessed a vigorous and tenacious strength that even young students lacked. Chapter 67. The results of the first semifinal were released the next day. Out of 1,500 would advance to the second semifinal. With a 50% chance of elimination, the elimination rate was actually quite high. Everyone waited anxiously for the results to be announced. Just after 9 a.m., all candidates received their test scores on their computers. There was no specific ranking, only one notification of successful advancement, and one of regretful failure. Luckily, Xiao Qisai and his three brothers all received a notification congratulating them on their successful advancement to the next semifinal, which brought a sigh of relief to all three. The next round of exams was in 5 days, so they weren't in a rush. They planned to use the time to travel, and temporarily stop making money from fried rice. Since the competition committee provided free meals, apart from a few contestants who wanted to see if their fried rice was really as delicious as the rumor said, and those who love fried rice, they were able to sell fewer and fewer boxed lunches, and naturally, their profit was also decreasing. However, now that the problem had been resolved, there was no need for them to cling to that small profit. They quickly informed Teacher Wen of their advancement to the next round of re-examinations. Teacher Wen was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He encouraged them to study hard these past few days, to identify and address any gaps, and to achieve even better results in the next round. The students readily agreed, but decided to attend the celebration ceremony Xiao Jun hosted for them that evening. As expected, without a teacher's supervision, students are still students, and they still tend to slack off a bit. The entire planet Xingyun has a population of over 10 billion, and its terrain is infinite. It would be impossible for them to explore it completely. Due to time constraints, Xiao Jun chose a famous attraction within the actuary building that evening for them. The Digital Model World. This city is famous for its data flow, so it has a very unique attraction, the Digital Model World. Everything within it, and the characters, are fictional images simulated using data. Being there, it feels like being transported to another future society. Besides the innovative and bold digital models to explore, one can also quickly construct a virtual reality world based on their imaginations, and take a mental tour. Xiao Jun chose this attraction because it is closely related to actuaries, and has a very high-tech feel. This kind of large-scale virtual world is not available on lower-level or even mid-level planets. Holographic simulation games that engage the senses are very popular on mid-level and high-level planets. Lower-level planets currently lack the necessary equipment, so even low-level planets like 4628 don't have a decent holographic game, as if they were still living in the past for centuries. Just hearing Xiao Jun's introduction, the group was filled with excitement and anticipation. Qin Sanwan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, asked cautiously, "Tickets must be expensive. We made some money these past few days making fried rice. Junior sister, let's give you the money." Before Xiao Jun could say anything, Xiao Qisai spoke first. "I cover the expenses of this trip. Let's consider it a celebration for all three of us making it to the next semifinals." Guofenghua and Qin Sanwan shook their heads. How can that be? We're all fellow disciples, so don't be so polite. Don't forget, I just made a big profit from a big business deal. I already boasted to teacher when that I cover all our travel expenses for this competition. If you feel guilty, just give me a part-time job making fried rice at the cafeteria. Xiaoqi had only just come to this point, and they didn't feel comfortable refusing. Soon they arrived. A vast digital world hovered high in the sky, like a legendary futuristic technological castle. A variety of small aircraft and flying cars flew up and down in an endless stream, and transparent ladders and tunnels flashed by. Several people verified their ticket information with a terminal and, led by staff, entered. At that moment, they were stunned beyond words. They were actuaries, and their digital modeling skills were already formidable. Qin Sanwan had even built game frameworks and designs, but this kind of thing could only be created with the combined power of true core technology and equipment. Countless generations of genius actuaries and master modelers, crafted with their extraordinary imagination, could only be described as awe-inspiring. The vast universe seemed like a speck of dust, and everyone's thoughts like a stream of light. They seemed to have become time, traveling through space, witnessing scene after scene of fantastical wonders beyond imagination. Stunningly gorgeous robots battled, while imagined advanced starships and massive warships battled according to simulated data. It felt like the future, yet also like a fantastical vision from a time and space beyond human comprehension. This deeply shocked them. It even felt like their imaginations had transcended a dimension. After passing through the vast fantastical model and the space-time tunnel, everyone was led into a circular holographic simulation chamber. The staff explained that upon entering the simulation chamber, everyone would fall into a deep sleep, with only their brains and thoughts active. A massive machine would then construct a brand new dream world for them based on the scenarios they imagined. The staff repeatedly warned them that they only had 3 hours to construct the world, and that if the machine detected any problems with their brains or thoughts, they would automatically awaken them. On the lower-level planet, Xiao Qisai hadn't noticed the stark difference between interstellar society and Earth. Only then did she realize that this was a truly vast interstellar world, completely different from her underdeveloped homeworld, where even leaving another time and space and finding another planet with life was difficult. As soon as she entered the holographic chamber, she felt every cell in her body relax, as if something gently massaged her soul, leaving her in a state of utter comfort. The next second, she was immersed in an infinite world of pure white, clearly the beginning of world construction. Before she could react, a massive blue planet suddenly appeared before her. That was Earth. Amidst her astonishment, the blue planet grew larger and more complete, with various buildings, cities, and a complete ecological framework appearing on it. Xiao Qisai seemed to have transformed into a cosmic giant, swiftly passing through every space and time on this planet. She even saw her own past growth trajectory on that planet. This made her seriously doubt that this was a dream. It was so real that she felt like she had truly returned to her hometown. No, this was all her imagination. Xiao Qisai, after all, was rational. Shocked, she immediately reminded herself that these were merely memories, illusions rapidly constructed in her mind by a massive computing machine, working in tandem with her brain's thoughts. But she couldn't help but look back. She saw herself in the orphanage, then in the CEO's office. Finally, the world shifted, coalescing into a single, fragmented point. Time froze at a single moment, and she suddenly saw her best friend lying in a hospital bed. She saw their hands clasped together, heard him repeatedly tell her to live well. She also promised herself to live well, to make money, and to keep her alive. But as the memory flowed, her best friend still closed his eyes and passed away. The pain finally resurfaced in Xiao Qisai's mind. With a bang, the entire planet vanished, and the machine issued a serious warning. She was about to awaken. A second later, she realized she was in a world within her mind. She hurried to recover, her mind flashing back to the fantastical galaxy she had seen that day. Then, the shrill warnings of the machine gradually faded, and the scene before her transformed into a boundless universe of countless stars. She transformed into rain and wind, passing through one dazzling planet after another, reaching the edge of the universe. As she did so, more and more people gathered around her, their noisy voices like a song. At the end of the universe, she saw a door made of light. She pushed it open, entering a pure white world. Then, at the edge of time, a young girl grew up, until her hair turned white, and she disappeared into the universe. Then she transformed back into a newborn baby, growing again. Xiao Qisai had never witnessed life operate so intuitively, nor had she ever glimpsed her future or her younger self. Only in this fantastical adventure did she seem to discover the limits of human imagination. She wandered fascinatedly through the long river of time, as if transformed into a ray of light, then a star. An unknown amount of time passed before her vision suddenly darkened, and everything vanished. When she opened her eyes, she was back inside the holographic cabin. The machine indicated that the 3-hour countdown had reached 0, and the cabin had become completely transparent. The staff greeted her with a smile from outside, then opened the holographic cabin and ushered her down. Qin Sanwan, Guofenghua, and Xiao Jun also emerged one after another, each with a look of shock and excitement on their faces. Qin Sanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's truly beautiful. I arrived in a fairy tale world I never imagined. Guofenghua couldn't contain his excitement. Thank you, junior sister Xiao. This is truly eye-opening. It turns out that even the most imaginative places can become reality. I wish I could one day create all of these things in real life. The group shared their reflections along the way, ultimately ending their adventure along another vast holographic model. Xiao Qisai also realized that her understanding of this interstellar society, a world with tens of thousands of planets bearing life, was still limited. The world she could see now was only a tiny fraction of it. Therefore, she still had an infinitesimal world to explore, and an infinite future awaited her. Based on this, they all went to the library the next day, determined to study hard. The library here had both physical and e-books, but access required permission. Of course, some non-confidential books could be read for a fee. The others had experienced something different the previous night. Their thirst for knowledge suddenly intensified, and they were all willing to spend money on this vast ocean of knowledge. In the library, they discovered the difference between higher-level and lower-level planets. The difference in information resources was a world of difference. Although everyone was connected to the same virtual network, the accessibility and visibility on their virtual network was completely different from those on higher-level planets. The others studied eagerly, eventually settling into the library. Xiao Qisai suddenly understood why Xiao Jun had achieved such high levels of proficiency in actuary science. It was because she had access to more resources and information. With her talent and the knowledge she gained from these resources, she could perform better and learn faster than ordinary people. A significant disparity in resources between geniuses can lead to different outcomes. It's no wonder that low-level planets, despite having the largest populations, have the fewest actuary students reaching the finals. Teacher Wen happened to video chat with them, and saw them diligently studying in the library, unfazed by the temptations of the outside world on higher-level planets. He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, and heaped praise on them. Chapter 68. On the third day, their heads, groggy from the overload of new data, returned from the library to the hotel hosting the actuary competition. Xiao Jun treated them to a delicious meal and, incidentally, shared some good news. After various tests, the fruit Mu Xingmei had given them was deemed safe, at least not harmful, so they could try it. In fact, what Xiao Jun didn't mention was that she had cut off a small piece to experiment on a small animal, and the mouse had become even more lively. To reassure them, Xiao Jun even personally devoured the remaining half of the fruit in front of them. Several people looked at her, and Qin Sanwan swallowed first, asking, "How's it? Is it delicious?" "It's a little sweet, and very juicy." Xiao Jun spat out the round, golden core. "It's more juicy than many fruits I've eaten. It's not overly sweet, but it feels cool and refreshing on the stomach, and it's very comfortable." "That sounds great. I eat it as soon as I get home," Qin Sanwan said immediately. Xiao Qisai had a different opinion. "It's so delicious. If they could cultivate it vigorously, it would probably sell well as a fruit. It's a pity. I heard from Mu Xingmei that this fruit is extinct. I wonder if it can be cultivated from the core." Xiao Qisai looked at the golden core again and said on a whim, "Xiao Jun, give me the core and see if it can sprout." "Okay." Xiao Jun took out a tissue, wrapped the golden core, and handed it to Xiao Qisai. "If you can cultivate it, please give me a few more to eat in the future. Don't let me buy it. I give you mine too. Just let me eat more," Qin Sanwan said with a smile. Guofenghua also expressed his interest in joining in, offering to give her the core as an investment. That night, they returned to the hotel and ate the fruit. Only by actually eating it could one truly understand what it felt like. Qin Sanwan didn't fall asleep until midnight. "I think there's something wrong with this fruit. After eating it, I feel a lot more relaxed. It won't have any energizing effects, will it? The competition committee will investigate the medicinal properties before the competition. They won't find any banned substances, will they?" Guofenghua also chimed in the group chat. "I thought I was the only one who couldn't sleep, but it turns out you couldn't sleep either. Junior sister Xiao, Did you guys sleep? Xiao Qisai shook his head, neither. I'm even practicing questions right now. Natural products generally don't contain banned substances, so don't worry. What, junior sister Xiao, you're still the one doing the hard work. I'm going to practice questions too. I think I have enough energy for another 100 questions now, so I can read a few more books at the library tomorrow. Xiao Jun didn't say anything. It was unclear whether he was asleep or doing something else. As expected, they stayed awake all night, and they were even full of energy the next day. They even felt better than after a night's sleep. So, they continued to read in the library all day. Strangely enough, Xiao Qisai, who already had a photographic memory, felt even more comfortable with it today. Some difficult words that required extensive research became much clearer and more accessible in her mind. It seemed as if her comprehension had improved significantly. She had a vague suspicion. Could this fruit really make people smarter? When they returned home that evening, they all brought up the question. Oh my god, if that's the case, it's a miracle drug. There are companies specializing in brain development, and there are even drugs that can accelerate brain development. But anything involving brain development is incredibly expensive, only affordable for the very wealthy, and the effects are modest. Can a single fruit have such a profound effect? If so, we should be truly grateful to Mu Xingmei. You know, in our profession as actuaries, the brain is paramount. A few people were discussing their conjectures when Xiao Jun finally arrived, breathless. Sorry to be late today. I couldn't sleep last night, so I took a test after returning home. What test? Something about brain development? We all feel like our minds have become much clearer today, Xiao Qisai said. Xiao Jun nodded. I had a suspicion yesterday. Mu Xingmei, at her age, managed to pass the actuary exam. Given the state of technology there, it's incredibly difficult. Perhaps she must have some other method. I also thought about her claim of eating 4 of these fruits and their reported effects, so I became a little skeptical. I tested it. My brain scans show that my brain development has increased by 10%. Mu Xingmei didn't lie to us. These fruits are definitely precious. That's right. I didn't expect such a small effort would yield such a benefit. I really should do more good deeds in the future. Qin Sanwan said excitedly. Xiao Qisai agreed, then said, in that case, let's go look for her tonight. Things like this are hard to come by. She's grateful to us for giving it to us, but we can't take advantage of her. Several people agreed. That evening, after dinner, Xiao Qisai and the other 2 went to Mu Xingmei's room. Mu Xingmei was delighted and overwhelmed to see the 3 of them coming to her. Is there something wrong? Well, we ate your fruit and found it incredibly good. It even cleared our minds. It's so precious. Qin Sanwan stammered, thank you. She hugged Mu Xingmei tightly. Xiao Qisai was very practical. She took out her terminal and made a face-to-face transfer. We don't want to take advantage of you. This little money. Before she could finish her words, Mu Xingmei quickly covered her terminal, preventing Xiao Qisai from touching it. She shook her head frantically. No, 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 this is my way of repaying you for saving me that day. How can I charge for it? Besides, it's because of you that I'm eating for free now. I just need to focus on studying for the exam. My planet is very poor, so there aren't any good things. If you acknowledge its effectiveness, I'd be very happy, but I don't want the money. Xiao Qisai naturally understood Mu Xingmei's meaning. She might be poor, but a gift was a gift, and she wouldn't accept payment. She had other ideas in mind. She changed her perspective and handed over her business card. Well, besides being a candidate, I'm also the head of Zhao's pharmacy. I have a dedicated colleague at the company researching pharmaceuticals. If your fruit could be used in our remedies, it would probably be very effective. However, I heard you said it's almost extinct, and the trees have all died, which is very sad. We like to purchase some valuable information from you, such as the growing conditions and cultivation methods for this fruit tree. If possible, we might be able to revive it and prevent it from becoming extinct. Would you be willing to collaborate with us? Cooperate. Mu Xingmei looked at her business card, a little shocked. She pondered the words for a long time, and a light suddenly flashed in her eyes. I'd love to, but I can't help much. Our planet is unique. Everyone lives in caves. The soil there can't support large structures, and even gravity is problematic. So, aside from a few suspended alien structures, most locals still live in their native environment. Those fruit trees also grow in underground caves. Originally, there were rows of them, growing for hundreds of years. Every few hundred years, one tree died, and another was born. But after someone discovered that our fruit trees are excellent for making furniture, our people use this furniture to trade for foreign technology, foreign networks, transportation, and convenient food. So, these trees gradually became less and less common, and eventually became extinct. No, someone used genetic modification technology to make these trees grow faster. Unexpectedly, while this modification technology allowed the trees to grow faster, it also lost their hardness and fragrance, and no one wanted the furniture made from them. Even the new fruit trees we cultivated now no longer bear fruit. These few fruits of mine, the last pristine trees the clan leader preserved, have now withered and died. Mu Xingmei's voice was a little low. The invasion of an advanced civilization brought new hope to their homeland. They transcended civilizations, witnessed a miraculous technological world, and briefly improved their people's quality of life. But ultimately, insufficient resources, greed, and desire ultimately brought devastating disaster to the planet's ecology. Not only is the pristine ecology being destroyed, but due to poverty, new technology, life was unsustainable, and their tribes saw no way to change their fate. Mu Xingmei was the most intelligent child they had ever sent forth, but even so, the resources of the lower-level planets only went so far. Even upgrading their citizenship cards took years, and the entire tribe's efforts, not to mention the immense effort required to acquire information resources. That was why she cared so deeply about this competition. She lowered her head, a thought forming before she shook her head again, the light in her eyes seeming to fade. I desperately want our trees to revive, but the planet's ecology is already devastated. I have no experience with crops, and our environment is unique, so I'm not sure if I can help. The information you provided is sufficient. If possible, could we visit your planet for an investigation? Xiao Qisai thought for a moment, then spoke patiently. Investigation? Are you planning to invest in my planet? Mu Xingmei suddenly became excited again as she spoke. Xiao Qisai nodded. If this tree can only be cultivated on your planet, perhaps I would consider investing, but not for the wood, but for the fruit. Really? That would be most welcome. Our clan leader has worked tirelessly to attract investment from outside, but no one is willing to invest in our planet. That's why my clan members encouraged me to pass the actuary competition and go abroad, hoping I could join a large company, secure a project, or earn enough money to immigrate all of our clan members. If you can truly invest in our planet, that would be fantastic. We wouldn't have to immigrate. We have another way to survive. Mu Xingmei burst into tears as she spoke. Several people tried to comfort her with mixed feelings, but Xiao Qisai finally transferred 1 million star coins to her card, telling her it was a deposit. If, after investigation, the investment project was successfully launched, she could expect hundreds of millions, or even billions of dollars in investment to flow to her planet. He assured her. Mu Xingmei's eyes welled with emotion, and she promised to personally lead the way when the time came. So some people's hometowns have become places they have no choice but to leave. Qin Sanwan had always been carefree, but Mu Xingmei's experience left her heartbroken. I wonder how long it will take for our planet 4628 to become like that. We can pass the exams, get our actuary certifications, work for big companies, upgrade our citizenship cards, and leave, but what about ordinary people? The sadness in the girl's eyes was sincere and pure. Xiao Qisai suddenly remembered Buishuan, the far-sighted CEO's daughter. A faint smile played at the corner of her mouth, and she looked at Qin Sanwan with a determined expression. Senior sister, don't worry. Our planet will never become like that. Many people are already working hard to change our planet, so planet 4628 will become a better place, not a desolate place. Just wait, as long as we unite, we will surely create miracles. Beauty potions have become the pillar industry of planet 4628. Upon returning, she will join forces with Buishuan and others to make this a reality. She must always create value for the planet, so that she will not be eliminated or discarded, and the people above her will have dignity. Because the library's knowledge allows them to learn more advanced actuarial theory, even touching upon knowledge required for obtaining an actuary certification, they have hardly wasted a single moment these past few days, either reading physical books in the library or on their way to read e-books. And thanks to the fruit, their calculation and comprehension abilities have become even more powerful, and their actuarial skills have advanced by leaps and bounds. If I had doubts about reaching the finals before, I was now even more confident. 5 days later, the second round of the semifinals, where 500 eliminated 300, began again. Chapter 69. The exam location for this round was different from the previous ones. Fortunately, Xiao Qisai didn't encounter Bayuding again this time. She didn't want to see her rolling eyes again. The format of the second round was also quite different from the first. There were many open-ended and innovative questions, testing the contestants' reflexes, flexibility, and coordination abilities, essentially a test of talent. Thankfully, they all ate the fruit. Whether it was a psychological effect or a genuine improvement after the exam, although it was a bit difficult, the three of them were still quite satisfied with their answers and felt they had a chance of advancing to the third round. However, starting from the first round, many people from lower-level planets were eliminated. After all, it was already very difficult for people from lower-level planets to make it into the top 1,000 of the entire Bayun Star region. Their infrastructure, training systems, and information resources were backward. Therefore, those who could advance to the semifinals were definitely extremely talented. After being eliminated, the maximum stay is only a week, so some people have already left over the past few days. Seeing so many people leaving with their bags, some people felt very mixed emotions. After the second round, even more people left. The results were released on the morning of the second day of the exam. Unlike the first time, where individual announcements were made without rankings, this time, everyone was announced based on their scores, from first to last. Xiao Qisai and his senior brothers and sisters were all fortunate enough to advance to the final round, but their scores varied. The highest scorer was Qin Sanwan, who made it into the top 100, ranking 68th. Guofenghua ranked 99th. Xiao Qisai was significantly behind, ranking 141st. This was clearly due to her short study time, having only been at the actuary college for less than a year. If this continues, and her results in the third round are similar to this one, Xiao Qisai will most likely be eliminated, and Guofenghua will also be in danger. As expected, the entire Bayun Star region is teeming with genius. Qin Sanwan comforted the two, especially junior sister. You only been studying for 6 months, and your talent is far superior to both of us. The format of the third round exam is also very different from previous ones, and there will even be practical exercises. You definitely have an advantage. Let's keep working hard, we all pass. The girl didn't seem to be gloating over her temporary lead. Instead, she expressed concern for her companions. Her sincere gaze comforted Xiao Qisai. I understand. The gap isn't that big. Besides, we still have another half-month of practical training. If I work hard in that half-month, I can still catch up. The individual entry cards also displayed their respective rankings. Of course, despite the ranking differences, the fact that all three had advanced to the final round simultaneously was cause for celebration. After all, countless candidates were weeping bitterly below the leaderboard, heads bowed, and preparing to return in disgrace. Just as they were about to leave, they ran into Bai Yuding again. Bai Yuding pointed proudly at her card. So you three are in the same group. As expected, those from a low-level planet are from a low-level planet. With your grades, you still want to compete with me. Her entry card showed a ranking of 67th, just one spot higher than Qin Sanwan, the highest ranked of the three. Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua didn't know Bai Yuding and simply found her baffling. Junior sister Xiao, do you know this person? What a psycho! What's her business with our ranking? There are dozens of people above her, probably many from lower-level planets. If you're capable, get first place. If not, stop being so arrogant. Qin Sanwan hated seeing her two younger junior sisters bullied. She immediately stepped forward and looked at Bai Yuding with disdain. What's wrong with ranking one place higher than me? You're a Class B citizen, with access to vastly more information than I do, and you're only one place higher than me. If all three of us were Class B citizens, how could you even have a place? Bai Yuding had always been the center of attention, and she had never experienced such humiliation. She turned pale with anger. Lower than me, lower than me. Isn't that the truth? I'm expecting you all to be eliminated in the third round. You guys, you still want to compete in the finals? Impossible. Qin Sanwan was about to say something when a voice suddenly interrupted. Mu Xingmei, holding her entry card, cautiously entered their circle and greeted Xiao Qisai, Qin Sanwan, and Guofenghua. Great. You three made it to the finals. We can compete together again. She was dressed simply, her face dark and rough. She was an E-class citizen, naturally the low-class citizen Bai Yuding had just mentioned. But when Bai Yuding casually glanced at her entry card, her face suddenly darkened. Qin Sanwan exclaimed, Oh my god. You actually got third place. That's third place in the entire Bayun Star region. You're truly amazing. Suddenly, countless eyes turned towards her. Xiao Qisai had originally disdained to pay any attention to Bai Yuding, but her words were so harsh, so she didn't hold back. She sneered at Bai Yuding and said, So, do you want to see how many places you've been outranked by the people from the lower-level planets? Bai Yuding's face immediately turned pale, but the distinct number 3 mark on Mu Xingmei's entry card left her speechless. Ultimately, she could only utter, "I don't have time to compete with the likes of you." Then, she walked away dejectedly. The crowd erupted in laughter. This was a slap in the face. Countless sincere congratulations poured out to Mu Xingmei. After all, they had saved face for their lower-level citizens. Mu Xingmei, with a simple expression, bowed slightly, and put her entry card back in her pocket. Xiao Qicai laughed at this. She had thought Mu Xingmei was truly an honest person, but it seemed she could sometimes be misjudged. Mu Xingmei had clearly overheard their conversation, and had come running over to help. But thinking of Bai Yuding's expression just now, she found it amusing. So, she cheerfully invited Mu Xingmei to join them for dinner to celebrate. Mu Xingmei wanted to refuse, but Qin Sanwan held her arm tightly. "Just come with us. You're third place. You're the pride of our low-level planet." In the end, Mu Xingmei had no choice but to go with them. Xiao Jun had already said that the three of them would advance, and sure enough, he received the news and had already posted in the group chat that he would take them out for a big meal tonight, and also said he would arrange another trip. Upon hearing there was an extra person, she wasn't displeased, saying she could just buy a ticket. Especially since the person was Mu Xingmei, who had given her a piece of fruit, she welcomed them even more, without even a hint of disgust. It wasn't until they met and saw Xiao Jun's exposed terminal that Mu Xingmei realized she was actually a Class B citizen, but her face was sweet, very approachable, nothing like the arrogant young lady from earlier. This made her extremely curious. How could there be Class B citizens on a low-level planet? But curiosity aside, out of courtesy, she didn't pursue the matter further. Still, when the group rode up the aisle of the luxurious restaurant, sat in a VIP shuttle with a breathtaking view, and were served dish after dish of delicacies she had never seen or even heard of, she was still astonished. How could they, citizens of the same low-level planet, be so wealthy? Of course, while she envied Xiao Qicai, she also hoped that if Xiao Qicai truly had the money to invest in their planet, perhaps their fate would finally change. The incredibly stable flying car careened through the air, as if it were on flat ground. The drinks on their table didn't even sway. Through the transparent cover, they could gaze upon the various buildings and scenery outside. Melodious music drifted in, and dishes, freshly prepared by the chef, were served one after another. Each dish was a delicacy that whetted the appetite. The crowd had never experienced such a high-class meal before, and they took photos to commemorate the occasion. Mu Xingmei was a little reserved at first, but eventually she opened her terminal and recorded the holographic video, promising to bring it back to her tribe. This was a famous, special cloud-based dining experience. They were taken to dozens of scenic spots on the planet, a feast for the eyes, before finally returning to the restaurant. This time, Xiao Jun insisted, and Xiao Qicai didn't refuse. After dinner, Xiao Jun suggested taking them to the upscale arcade. It was a rare opportunity to get out, otherwise they have to return to the library to be bookworms again in a few days. No one to play with was driving her crazy. She had no choice but to swipe her card and enter the library. It was clear that no teenager, except Xiao Qicai, could refuse a high-end arcade. The teenagers were eager, Mu Xingmei was curious, and Xiao Qicai, not to put a damper on the fun, nodded in agreement, even genuinely curious. So soon, the group arrived at a very upscale arcade. This arcade was more like a building than a museum. The entire building had a unique style, suspended in the air. The corridors below included a competitive channel, a mecha channel, a group battle channel, a single-player upgrade channel, all sorts of categories that should be related to games. Lines formed at the bottom of every aisle. They swore this was the busiest time they'd seen since arriving on this advanced planet, except for the competition arena. There were few people at mealtimes, few people at night, and aside from the passing cars and various waterways, the place was completely quiet. Although the streets were filled with countless fitness equipment and beautiful greenery, they were still deserted. Clearly, these commonplace amenities held no appeal to the people of this advanced planet. So, even though the entire planet had 10 billion people, where were they all? Of course, this is understandable. After all, this society no longer needs highly intensive labor, so most people work indoors. As for transportation, there are flying cars, underground rails, and the advent of holographic games, allowing people to enjoy a world of exciting activities while lying indoors. However, while most people play games at home, this arcade is still incredibly popular. This is normal, because most people can't afford high-end gaming equipment at home, and arcades offer the most authentic and realistic experience. So, if you ask what industry is the most popular on this planet, it's definitely the gaming industry. Xiao Jun even sighed a bit as he spoke. Of the top 10 families in the galaxy today, 3 are in the gaming industry. The Xiao family actually has plans to expand in this area, but the talent and technology haven't kept pace. This explanation made sense. Xiao Qicai could understand it. After all, the more technologically advanced a society is, the most profitable industry, beyond the basic necessities of life, is generally entertainment. Soon, the group arrived at the base of the game hall. After presenting their premium VIP cards at the information desk, they took the VIP ascending passage and entered the building, under the envious gazes of those waiting in line. Damn those VIPs. Sooner or later, when I become the champion of the Mecha God competition, I won't even have to wait in line. The person next to them immediately gave their unrealistic friend a disdainful look. For you to become a VIP, you have to wait at least tens of thousands of years. With an annual salary of over 100 million yuan and 10 years of working without food or drink, you can become a premium VIP. Mecha God is so popular, how can you possibly stand out among the tens of billions of people around the world? Forget winning the championship, you won't even make it to the finals. What are you talking about? I'm awesome. If you don't believe me, let's see how we compare when we get into the cabin. The young man was very dissatisfied with his friend's statement. Friend, don't forget, you were beaten so badly this time and asked me to get back at you. Are you sure you want to waste your time arguing with me? The boy immediately dejected. Okay. It's just money, right? I buy a couple more lottery tickets later. Who knows, I might win the jackpot and become a VIP, so we can skip the line. Chapter 70. The elevator quickly ascended, and looking down, the line seemed to be overflowing. They're really that patient just to play games. Is it really that popular? Guofenghua sighed. He was patient in the lab. Even playing games occasionally seemed boring, let alone waiting in such a long line. It's not because of the large number of people. It's mainly because many people, once they queue up to get in, can stay for 10 days, half a month, or even several months. Some even live there year-round. So these high-end arcades are always packed, Xiao Jun explained. There are 2 ways to avoid waiting in line. One is to earn a card through competitions. Major, well-known gaming companies hold tournaments almost every year, and players who achieve a certain ranking will be awarded premium VIP cards for certain gaming halls. Of course, these VIP cards only qualify you for membership in the gaming hall chain that issues them. Aside from the champion, who gets a joint VIP card for all gaming industries, all others are issued by specific companies. For example, my card is for Zhanyue Games, the company that owns this gaming hall. Of course, top-tier players in these types of games typically win enough to buy VIP memberships in a single tournament, and their live streams attract legions of fans who spend a fortune on them. Another way to become a VIP is to top up 1 billion yuan, directly becoming a premium VIP at the gaming hall. You know, I'm one of those people who topped up 1 billion yuan. Others, if she weren't her junior sister, they honestly think she was flaunting her wealth. But Xiao Jun's words were ordinary as if they just bought lunch at a self-service cafeteria. The disparity among humans was even more apparent here. These past few days, they felt like they entered the world of the rich, enjoying a VIP interstellar business class flight, pausing in space to admire the galaxy, and spending billions on a game card, while the average person wouldn't even earn a fraction of that in their entire lifetime. The gap between the rich and the poor was truly vast. The naysayers were so envious they considered committing a crime. Xiao Qicai, on the other hand, realized that the gaming industry was the most profitable for new devices. It was a shame Xiao Qicai knew nothing about games, and had never had the time to play them in his past life. Otherwise, perhaps he could have found a way to invest. Still, it wasn't bad to try it out. Qin Sanwan in Guofenghua's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, why don't I quit being an actuary and become a game streamer instead? However, their confidence was quickly shattered when they were hacked to death upon entering the game. That's too violent. I'd rather be an actuary. Who can stand being bombarded before they even get used to the controls on their battleship? Qin Sanwan burst into tears. Guofenghua was a bit better, but his primary health points were quickly depleted. Actually, some actuaries are good at games. Their brains and reflexes are stronger than average, so they should have an advantage. It's just that you're unfamiliar with the game. Once you get used to the rules, this won't be the case. Xiao Jun consoled them, suggesting they choose different games based on their personalities. Mech War God is the most popular game, and its integration with competitive single-click team battles and other modes has made it a huge hit across StarCraft in recent years. The high number of players means the barrier to entry is high, and there are countless high-level players. It's not uncommon to be instantly killed. Xiao Jun wasn't a master gamer, but she played to pass the time when she was bored. Her level wasn't bad, after all, for a pay-to-win and mind-control player. Following Xiao Jun's advice, the group quickly switched games. Xiao Qicai chose a command-based game, Qin Sanwan played a food game, Gua Fenghua went for a puzzle game, and Mu Xingmei hesitated before finally choosing a single-player treasure hunt. And as Xiao Jun had said, once they mastered the rules, the actuary's formidable brainpower, analytical skills, and reflexes quickly became apparent. They leveled up much faster than ordinary people, and their rankings were steadily rising. Given this, and their first experience in a holographic gaming pod, they didn't hesitate to play overtime. Xiao Qicai was the first to wake up because a certain item kept costing her real money. After some thought, she decided it wasn't worth it, so she decided to get it herself. After several attempts, she couldn't get it, so she returned to reality. VIP room. Xiao Jun had been waiting outside the game room. Seeing her awake, he immediately came over. Xiao Qicai asked, "Where are the others?" "They're all still playing." There were 10 game rooms in the VIP room, and none of them had left yet. Xiao Qicai looked at the time, and suddenly her eyes went dark. Wait, they were already playing for the second day. No wonder she felt a little groggy. She'd been playing for over 10 hours straight. Xiao Jun nodded nonchalantly. "It's okay. That's normal. You still have over 10 days to rest, so I didn't disturb you. Should we call them out? The system will alert them once every 24 hours, but the simulation chamber is filled with gaseous nutrients that enter the body through the respiratory tract, so they generally won't starve to death. If you activate the physiological automatic control mode after the alert, physiological problems will be automatically addressed, and a full body massage will begin." "Forget it, I see they're having a blast." Xiao Qi shook his head. However, they soon began to emerge from the game chamber, either because they were hungry or unaccustomed to the game chamber mode and needed to address physiological problems. "This is terrible. I think I get addicted if I keep playing like this. The food in the game feels so real. I even feel like I'm tasting the most delicious sweetness." Qin Sanwan exclaimed. Gua Fenghua agreed. The thrill of leveling up was completely real, like living another life. It was truly addictive. Mu Xingmei, of course, was particularly curious about this experience. No wonder so many people never leave their homes. They can enjoy a different kind of life at home. Who wants to go out and spend money on a life of their own and a unique experience? To prevent addiction and prepare for the final rematch, the group decided to just experience it for now. They have a chance to step out later, earn enough money, and then have fun again. Finally, they chatted and laughed as they prepared to leave. But just as they passed a nearby VIP room, they suddenly heard a frantic argument. The VIP room had excellent privacy and perfect soundproofing, so how could there be such a commotion? On closer inspection, they realized the door to the VIP room was open. The door was wide open, revealing a group of people arguing inside. A few curious peeks peeked inside. Of course, a number of onlookers had already gathered at the door. There was a long line of tall, black-clad bodyguards, a stern-faced woman in formal attire, and a young girl being dragged desperately toward the game cabin. "Aren't you leaving the family? Why are you still using the family VIP card? If you're capable, you shouldn't need anything. Didn't I use the family head's money? I earned this VIP card through my own hard work. All my expenses now come from gaming. What's your business? I said I'm not going back. I'm not going back. What right do you have to say that? All you do is play games. You spent most of your life in the game world since you were born. What contribution can you make to society? What? Arranging a marriage for someone else means contributing? I'm not going. Go on your own. If you're willing to marry into their family, I think their family will be happier. You." The woman in formal attire was furious. "Take Miss Shichen back." The woman pointed at the bodyguards, and they finally took action, grabbing the girl. The girl struggled desperately, but to no avail, and could only curse fiercely. "Shichen, don't blame me. My parents have given me a death order this time. If you don't go back, they disown you. You've never been able to endure hardship since childhood. Look how hungry you've been these past few days. I'm doing this for your own good. No, 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 you can't do this. Just let me go for my own good. I'm an adult. You can't restrict my personal freedom. It's illegal." The girl finally started to get scared when her sister got serious. The crowd gradually dispersed. Xiao Qicai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "Do all of you big families, especially the women, have to marry through arranged marriages? The idea of arranged marriages in interstellar society is simply terrifying." Xiao Jun shook his head, still looking at the group with a hint of curiosity on his face. No, this is the first time I've seen anything like this. This looks like the He family. Oh right, a family that makes games, quite wealthy. How could they, with all their wealth, force their daughter into an arranged marriage? Are they going bankrupt? In today's society, everyone values freedom. In fact, more people don't marry. Except for those with extremely large status differences, such as those with citizenship cards exceeding 2 or more levels. Most people are free to marry. Of course, in reality, most people follow their family's arrangements to connect with people in the same circle, ultimately marrying. Profits are always paramount. Marrying the right person provides common ground, a way to live together, and a family alliance takes things to a new level. Not many fools are willing to pay a low price. This kind of forced marriage is the first time I've seen one, and the age is so young. Who gets married before 40 these days? It's not like they're crazy. Xiao Jun's words reassured Xiao Qizai. At least Xiao Jun wasn't looking for her to arrange a marriage, which would be disgusting. Of course, she had a slight fondness for Xiao Jun, but so far, she hadn't considered returning to the Xiao family. The others dismissed it as a small anecdote about a wealthy family, and continued to prepare to go back for dinner. But just then, the voice of 002, which hadn't appeared in Xiao Qizai's mind for a long time, suddenly resurfaced. Congratulations, master. I waited so long. Finally, a suitable partner has appeared. I've been updating the Yuri mode in the system these days. I read through thousands of Yuri couples, and compiled countless related literary themes and romantic legends. Finally, the update is a success. 002's voice was even a little excited. Recommended partner, He Shilon, the eldest daughter and heir-to-be of the He family. 32 years old recommended age, worth hundreds of billions, young and promising, with both intelligence and looks. The He family is a giant gaming company with limitless potential. If Master pursues a career, she can contribute to it. This powerful alliance is a perfect match. 002's voice was filled with admiration, as if she had finally found the right partner. Xiao Qizai? Perhaps 002 had been silent for so long because he was planning a big move for her? No, I just took a few curious glances, and you just tied me up? Xiao Qizai complained. 002 was surprised. Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? I tied you up based on your mental state the last 2 times. The last 2 times, you didn't even see the person clearly, but this time, you took a closer look and became intensely curious. Curiosity is the beginning of love. Having no romantic partner right now is not a good sign. I suggest you tie her up. Didn't you just develop a strong curiosity about the gaming industry? And you have a strong desire to make money. She's the best choice right now, and I believe you soon connect with each other and sparks will fly. Xiao Qizai, What new connection could she possibly have with her? Curiosity kills the cat, as it turns out. Sometimes people should be less gossipy. What's wrong with you? Xiao Jun noticed Xiao Qizai's expression, and asked with concern. Are you scared by what you just saw? Don't worry, the Xiao family has never forced anyone to marry, and the current head of the Xiao family is. She paused. Anyway, while Xiao Wei isn't a great person, he wouldn't force anyone like that. He didn't force me to go to school when I wasn't there. More importantly, he's not married himself, so he wouldn't force anyone. Alright, Xiao Qizai was now even more curious about Xiao Jun. 002, however, was screaming frantically in her head, You're related by blood. Orthopedics is out of the question. It won't pass muster. The dating system won't support it. No, to prevent you from going astray, your dating target has been updated successfully. Unless you change your dating target, there's only one. Xiao Qizai? She was just curious about some gossip. Why are you even trying to force a dating target on me? Chapter 71. Sure enough, when they were downstairs, they saw the group of black-clad bodyguards again. The man in the lead stood before He Shilon with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, Miss Shichen ran away again. So a bunch of you, trained men, can't outrun a malnourished student who's just reached adulthood? He Shilon's face paled. She's definitely still around here. Go ahead and search. She's been gone for over a year. If she hadn't live-streamed this time, exposing the game center, we wouldn't have been able to find her. I wonder if there's something wrong with the Mo family, and they're determined to partner with her. In reality, the marriage proposal was all He Shichen's nonsense. He Shilon only wanted her back because of her gaming talent, and the partner specifically wanted to talk to her. The Mo family is a giant in game research, and they're giants in game production. They've been a powerful combination for so long, but this year, Perhaps because He Shichen offended that Mo family kid, they have a new concept game, and several major game companies are interested in partnering with them, so the competition is particularly fierce. Based on this, He Shilan managed to find the Mo family member in charge of the case, but they insisted that he would only cooperate with the He family if Miss Shichen from the He family would be in charge of the project coordination. The He family hadn't released a new hit game in a long time, so they attached great importance to this project and naturally agreed. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, He Shichen immediately ran away. Furious, her parents demanded that He Shilan pursue her, leading to the current situation. But He Shichen, though young, was as daring as a slithering galaxy. He was also a clever, cunning data hacker, and incredibly cunning. He Shilan was practically losing patience chasing him. After finally catching him, he escaped, only to be let go, only to be exasperated. Upon hearing He Shilan's words, the bodyguards immediately dispersed, employing various tracking methods. He Shilan, however, stood still, frowning, muttering to herself, "If you don't come back, you really be kicked out of the He family." She casually glanced around, suddenly catching sight of Xiao Qicai and his group. She quickly walked over and grabbed Xiao Jun's hand. "Shichen, come back with me." "Stop it!" Xiao Jun was stunned. Having been caught by mistake, she immediately tried to break free. "You got the wrong person. I'm not your sister." But He Shilan was incredibly strong, and Xiao Jun couldn't break free. Xiao Qicai reacted quickly helping to pull Xiao Jun over. "Miss He, you got the wrong person. This is our junior sister Xiao Jun, not your sister. How could I possibly be mistaken?" He Shilan refused to let go, sizing Xiao Jun up. "You can change your appearance, but you can't change your height and build. I was wondering why you disappeared so quickly. So you infiltrated another group. You're still here watching your sister's fun, right? You're trying to hide in plain sight, right? Don't even think about running away." As she spoke, a delicate lock flashed from her hand, locking Xiao Jun and herself in place with such speed that neither Xiao Qicai nor Xiao Jun could stop them. Xiao Jun's face paled with anger. "What are you pretending to be? You're still a He family member. Do you still kidnap people on the street these days? I'm calling the sheriff." Qin Sanwan, Guofenghua, Mu Xingmei, and the others stepped forward, explaining that this was their junior sister, not their sister. But He Shilan refused to believe it. "Go ahead and scream. Let's see how you can prove to the sheriff that you're not He Shichen. We share the same blood. How could I possibly be mistaken? Your disguise was good this time, but the mistake was a Class B citizen infiltrating an E-Class citizen." Xiao Qicai, upon seeing this development, was also troubled. At this point, she couldn't care less. "Miss He, she's a senior citizen, yes, but her name is Xiao Jun, and she's from the Xingyao Xiao family. Please think rationally. We just saw your sister upstairs. How could she be in disguise? Could she be a disguised person? We're all students here for the actuary competition. There's no way we could be helping your sister disguise herself." Xiao Yu did bear a resemblance to the little girl, with her frail build and likely close in age, but He Shilan's instantaneous conviction that Xiao Jun was her sister was truly speechless, as if she had suddenly lost her mind. He Shilan frowned at her words, suddenly realizing she had indeed been a bit impulsive. But as she looked Xiao Jun up and down, she remained skeptical. Their figures are so similar. Their heights should be exactly the same, but the Xiao family isn't very large. I never heard of anyone in the Xiao family being that old. Could you be the fake daughter they just found? Xiao Qicai, This wealthy family gossip spread so quickly. Wouldn't the upper echelons know about the Xiao family finding a fake daughter? But what does the Xiao family isn't very large mean? She was about to say something, but Xiao Jun rolled his eyes. There's so much you don't know. Do you want Xiao Qi to personally prove my identity to you before you give up? After saying that, she dialed Xiao Wei's phone number. The Xiao family patriarch, always busy with his duties, answered the call instantly. Xiao Jun, you finally got around to replying? Xiao Wei's helpless voice rang out, completely different from the cold, controlling Xiao Wei that Xiao Qi had just met that day. It was clear that Xiao Wei and Xiao Jun were extremely familiar with each other, even close. The moment he opened his mouth, it was the best proof. He Shilan clearly recognized Xiao Wei's voice, and her expression suddenly darkened. She wanted to say something, but Xiao Jun beat her to the punch. I didn't mean to contact you. It's just that the He family claimed I was their daughter and wanted to abduct me back, and they wanted you to be their witness. Are all the big families so fond of casually recognizing their daughters these days? Is this the new trend this year? Xiao Wei, ? What's going on? He Shilan finally found a chance to interrupt, hurriedly shaking her head in apology. I'm sorry, Master Xiao, I mistook her for my runaway sister. It was a misunderstanding. I let her go immediately. I personally apologize to you later. Please forgive me. Xiao Wei was about to say something when Xiao Jun hung up. She waved her hand. Alright, now that I've proven my identity, let me go. I only recognize one sister. If you want to be my sister, get in line. He Shilong was visibly embarrassed by her words. He was about to pull out his key to unlock the door, but his expression faltered. Sorry, I think I lost my key. The others responded, eh. Xiao Jun's face darkened. You're kidding me. He Shilong, previously full of pride, was forced to bow her head. She repeatedly searched through several places where she kept her belongings and shook her head. It's indeed missing. I'm so sorry to have caused you so much trouble. I'm sending someone to retrieve the safe. They'll be back in 2 hours. Where are you going? I follow you. Or maybe it's almost noon now. How about I treat you to a meal to make amends? He Shilong lowered his head, his attitude humble and sincere. Xiao Jun waved his hands. Do you think I'm short of money for a meal? Then, Miss Xiao, can you see how our He family can help? He Shilong asked tentatively. After all, they were all upper-class families, seeing each other every day. Logically, small matters shouldn't be so fussy. But ultimately, she was in the wrong, so she couldn't say anything and could only let them set the terms. Xiao Jun didn't say anything directly, but looked at Xiao Qicai. Xiao Qicai had no choice but to speak up. Xiao Jun, since it was a misunderstanding, just apologize and let it go. Miss He, just send someone to unlock the door as soon as possible. Xiao Jun wanted to say something, but ultimately shut up. He Shilong hadn't expected that someone from the Xiao family, someone who dared even the head of the family hang up on them, would actually listen to a lowly citizen girl. She subconsciously glanced at Xiao Qicai and asked, May I know who you are? I'm her senior sister, Xiao Qicai said. Of course, just waiting there for 2 hours would be boring, and being watched by countless people in line, so after some thought, they decided to go eat first. By the time they were done, they'd probably be able to unlock the door. So, the group soon arrived at a nearby upscale restaurant. He Shilong had a VIP card for the restaurant and insisted on treating them to a meal as an apology, so in the end, they didn't refuse. However, compared to his impulsive act of admitting mistaken identity earlier, He Shilong was now much calmer. You're all contestants. Are you heading back now? Or are you going to participate in the third round of the actuary competition? He Shilong asked. We're planning to continue competing. That's great. Making it into the top 200 of the Baiyun Star region is impressive. If you're interested in joining our He family's talent pool, I welcome you. He Shilong even handed them his business card. Of course, it was also for Xiao Jun's sake, as an apology. Most students who come to the actuary competition, especially those from lower-level planets, aren't looking for fame, but for a better future. Joining a company like this, ranked so highly across the entire United Government Interstellar system, is the dream of countless people. Xiao Jun nodded. Take the business cards. If you're considering it, the He family is also a good option. Of course, if you come to the Xiao family, of course, it would be even more welcome. No, it would be even better. But remembering that Xiao Qicai didn't want to be associated with the Xiao family, he kept silent. Of course, she also knew that Xiao Qicai had his own career, ideals, and plans, so he would never join another family. Otherwise, she would naturally prevent the He family from poaching her. So, surprisingly, despite what should have been a great opportunity for an ordinary student to change her fate, the people present didn't seem excited when they saw her business card. This made He Shilong even more curious about these people. They didn't look like they were part of the Xiao family's preparatory camp, and they were all lower-class citizens, yet they were unwilling to come to the He family. Strange. Senior brothers and sisters? Could they even be attending the same school? What was the origin of this little girl from the Xiao family? Did someone from the Xiao family go to school on a lower-level planet? Wait, could this girl be the one from the Xiao family who was stranded? It was said that she hadn't been found yet. Could she have been found? But the news was kept secret to protect her. That made sense, and the ages seemed right. No wonder Xiao Qi was so indulgent towards her. She's also an actuary, and seems quite clever. I'm afraid the Xiao family will see a lot of power shifts in the future. Thinking of this, she became even more enthusiastic about Xiao Jun, her words and actions all expressing her care for the younger generation. She even took the initiative to inquire about her preferences, and offered to order her some of her favorite dishes. This caused Xiao Jun to repeatedly hide next to Xiao Qicai, but she was locked in with He Shilong, so she had to repeatedly ask her to leave as soon as she was free. 002 was furious at this scene. I was originally creating an opportunity for you and Hexilan, but how did Xiao Jun become the one? If you don't take the initiative, you lose your chance. Xiao Qicai, shock. That little girl is really a green tea. I suspect she wants to sabotage your relationship with Hexilan. Xiao Qicai, question mark. Chapter 72. Xiao Qi finally understood why Hexilan had suddenly become involved with them. Even with the system's guidance, it turned out that 002 had never done anything like this, actively promoting a relationship between her and her romantic partner. Why was she so proactive now? But with so many people around, Xiao Qi didn't bother to investigate. Hexilan and she were now from completely different worlds, so naturally, there would be no further development between them. Once the lock with Xiao Jun was released, there would naturally be no more interactions. But the atmosphere was strange. Just then, Xiao Jun's phone suddenly rang. She saw it was Shen Yi, the honorary dean of the actuary building. However, since someone else was present, she didn't answer the call. Instead, she hung up and replied to the message, asking him to send a text message. Shen Yi quickly sent a message, stating that he had investigated the culprit in this incident. It was a vice dean named Zhao from the Senior Citizens United Actuary Building who had been eliminated from the competition before. His goal was to prevent the contestants from the lower-level planets from advancing, as revenge for the lower-level planetary contestants, who had squeezed him out of the competition. That's why, for years, those illegal vendors outside the actuary building have been able to sneak around and sell fake nutritional supplements without anyone taking action. The other party stated that they had fired the vice president, and even banned him from the entire industry. The senior citizen was brought to justice, and the vendors were all arrested. They were essentially illegal, and would receive the consequences they deserved. The relevant personnel, who cooperated with them, were also fired and dealt with in various ways, and they promised that such incidents would not happen again. In the end, they even threatened to pay large compensation to several contestants from Planet 4628 who purchased these supplements. It's said to be a high compensation, but it's actually hush money. Xiao Jun frowned and sent all the information to several groups. The recipients were immediately surprised. The vice dean is actually involved. No wonder this kind of thing has been happening for so many years. It's too outrageous. But the investigation was completed in just a few days. Shen Yi was quite efficient. So what should we do now? Everyone else said Xiao Qicai, vaguely emphasizing her. Xiao Qicai sent a shaking head emoji. The motivation isn't enough. Some high-ranking citizens are jealous of the contestants from these lower-ranking planets making it to the finals, so they seek revenge on some newcomers every year, even using connections like the vice dean. Do you think that's justified? Paranoia is certainly possible, but it's not enough. If they were powerful high-ranking citizens, there's no need to do this. In fact, if they really wanted revenge, they could have used other methods to suppress the lower-ranking citizens. The difference between low-class and high-class citizens is enormous. How could they do such a foolish thing out of jealousy and revenge? High-class planets are rife with surveillance. If just one person called the police, and someone discovered the situation, they'd be finished. Who would have the time to risk such a thing? It's not like they're living too well. Besides, offering them a huge compensation would seem more like silencing than compensation. That's why Xiao Qi finally told Xiao Jun, "Don't go back to Shen Yi yet. Let's discuss it after dinner." After the group finished their meal, almost 2 hours had passed. They could have gotten the key and unlocked the two people's doors. But unexpectedly, bad news arrived. The person delivering the key had a car breakdown midway and couldn't make it. Hexilan's expression darkened even more. This lock was custom-made to capture his sister, so the material and design are exceptionally unique. It's not even a data lock, but rather a mechanical mechanism. Since Hexilan would be able to unlock it, a key was essential. Without the key, it's highly unlikely that other means would be able to unlock it. Forcibly severing it with a special instrument would be necessary, but the two hands were so tightly connected that forcible cutting could cause accidental injury. So, either keep the lock locked or risk finding a specialist to forcibly sever it. Car malfunctions in interstellar society are incredibly rare. It's simply too much of a coincidence. Xiao Qicai was speechless. 002. Could this be you again? 002 immediately cried out in innocence. I didn't, I swear. I just slightly interfered with Hexilan's judgment and drew her attention to you. What about losing the key and the car malfunctioning? How could I possibly have the energy for such a thing? And I'm eager for them to untie me. Otherwise, it would be bad if they develop feelings for each other while they're tied up. Hexilan is the love interest I chose for my master. I can't let Xiao Jun snatch her away. Xiao Qicai, But if you want to know, we can check the relevant side characters. This is definitely not a coincidence. Check it out. Xiao Qicai had no other choice. He Shilan was definitely not trustworthy, and there were many things she couldn't know. If they couldn't be separated, she would have to temporarily separate from Xiao Jun. But the little girl looked so pitiful, she naturally wouldn't leave her alone with He Shilan. Soon, the side characters were updated on the system panel. He Shichen, 18, a career-oriented female supporting role, a gaming genius, an information hacker, skilled in disguise, and quick-witted. He might affect the love interest and position of He Shilan's heir. The young man, impetuous and reckless, had offended the Mo family, which was why they assigned her to lead a project. They were actually trying to use a honey trap to lure her away and sow discord between the two sisters. He Shilan and He Shichen actually had a good relationship, and He Shilan had always tried to guide He Shichen toward more serious tasks. But He Shichen didn't understand her sister's efforts and kept running away, having just taken advantage of the opportunity to steal He Shilan's keys. She was also responsible for the car malfunction, aiming to prevent He Shilan from arresting her. Xiao Qicai was speechless upon seeing the information. What a naughty child. In comparison, Xiao Jun was incredibly well-behaved and adorable. However, was this kind of intrusion truly a problem? It seemed the Xiao family's car still had many vulnerabilities, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to malfunction and go undetected. Shouldn't have been possible. Xiao Qicai's mind raced, but ultimately, he returned to reality. Xiao Jun, do you want to get it untied quickly, or wait? Xiao Qicai didn't help her make a decision this time, leaving the girl somewhat bewildered. Then he said firmly, who knows if sending another car might cause another accident. Let's go to a facility and get it untied violently. After all, it was just a risk, no serious injuries were expected. The group went to a professional facility and, after using various methods, finally untied it. Fortunately, Xiao Jun wasn't seriously injured, only a minor scrape on her wrist. However, He Shilan still felt sorry and firmly stated that she owed Xiao Jun a favor, telling her to come to her if she needed her in the future. Before leaving, she even gave everyone present a VIP card to the He family game center. He was incredibly wealthy. They had finally seen what a wealth of money he had. As soon as He Shilan left, Xiao Jun sent a message to Xiao Wei, who had been giving her a series of question marks. Okay, don't be angry. He Shilan owes me a big debt this time. If you need any gaming projects or cooperation, go find the He family. Xiao Wei, Thank you for thinking of me. You finally remembered me, didn't you? Xiao Qicai and the others returned to Xiao Jun's hotel together. Mu Xingmei, unable to follow any further, returned to the hotel in the actuary building. 20 million star coins in compensation is, to be honest, a lot for ordinary people. But all three of them had seen the world, so they naturally wouldn't lose their composure. Xiao Qicai and Xiao Jun were naturally unmoved. Qin Sanwan and Guifenghua, though they currently had less than 100,000 star coins combined, still shook their heads firmly. More important than money is fairness to the contestants from lower-level planets, and the truth. Because they had come from lower-level planets, they knew how difficult it was to reach the finals. Over the years, countless impoverished young people's dreams have been dashed. This isn't something that can be healed by simply dealing with a few individuals. Will those talented actuaries, born into poverty, who carried the hopes of their families and even the planet, become mere figures in the crowd? Will they lose their faith because of this loss? Shini doesn't care, but they do. They actually dared to trick me. It seems my status isn't enough of a deterrent. Xiao Qicai's analysis infuriated Xiao Jun. They were so servile in the interrogation room, only to find such a lame excuse. Why don't I tell Xiao Wei and let him handle it? I don't believe they dare to trick him. Or maybe we just expose them in the media and see what they have to say. Xiao Qicai shook his head. If they want to keep us quiet, they must have some future plans for us not to keep us quiet. The final competition is almost here. If something goes wrong with the actuary competition, it'd be a huge mess. Besides, if they investigate themselves, the end result will naturally be unsatisfactory. Xiao Wei. Him getting involved in this matter is just overkill. There's no need. I have a solution. What solution? They all gathered around. Calling the police didn't work, and neither did pressure from the larger families. What else could they do? Xiao Qicai didn't explain. Instead, he opened a virtual network, searched for the complaint number for the Mo family's brand public relations department, and called. Of course, the call was initially answered by an intelligent robot, but after several rounds of communication, Xiao Qicai was transferred to a human operator. Hello, This is customer service number 2865. What's your concern? Xiao Qisai pulled out a tube of medicine and said, I'm complaining about the MO Group's Yuan brand premium nutritional supplements, which contain harmful substances. This has caused several actuary competition contestants, including my friend, to experience abnormal vital signs and even be hospitalized. Xiao Qisai then showed her the previously backed up medical records of Mu Xingmei. The customer service representative's face suddenly changed when she saw she wasn't pretending and even had evidence. How could this happen? All the formulas in our Yuan nutritional supplements have been tested by relevant agencies and are harmless to the human body. They also meet the sales standards of the United Government. How could this happen? Please check the batch number of the product, as well as the authorized agency and certifications from which it was purchased. We will take serious action. However, the customer service lady was skeptical again. The nutritional supplement you're holding has our brand on it, but the workmanship is shoddy. It looks fake. Please provide the batch number and the name of the store you're selling it from as soon as possible. What fake? Xiao Qisai looked clueless, even becoming agitated. It's clearly your brand and name, and the stall owner showed us their sales license. How could it be fake? You're not trying to shirk responsibility, are you? You're such a major nutritional supplement company, and billions of people across the United Nations consume your supplements. How could you possibly be selling fakes? If you deny it, I expose it online. In the information society, the most feared thing is exposure. Even a falsehood can eventually become a serious public crisis, let alone something we consume. Upon hearing this, the customer service representative panicked and hurriedly reassured Xiao Qisai, Sorry, sir, please don't be angry. If there's a problem with our nutritional supplements, we definitely take responsibility. Please provide your purchase address and contact number, and we send someone to verify the situation with you. Nutrients' health is a matter of public concern. If exposed, they suffer enormous losses. This crisis of trust was more than she, a single customer service representative, could handle. Furthermore, even counterfeit sales were prohibited and a serious matter. How could such a high-end planet harbor so many counterfeit goods? The Yuan brand's public relations manager was stunned upon hearing the customer service representative's news. It even involved the actuary competition. The implications were far-reaching. Soon, the Yuan brand representative from Shengyun Planet personally sent someone to find Xiao Qisai. The address was a high-end hotel, which made them frown even more. They wondered which unfortunate person had the audacity to sell counterfeit goods on a high-end planet. Just half an hour after the call, the representative had already arrived at the hotel. This efficiency speaks volumes about the Yuan brand being a well-established food brand that values its reputation. A few people arranged to meet the visitor in the hotel's reception room. Of course, Xiao Jun was also brought along. After all, having a high-ranking citizen present made things easier to talk to, and could avoid unnecessary hassles. As expected, the representative had a somewhat businesslike, nonchalant air when assessing Xiao Qisai, Qin Sanwan, Gua Fenghua, and others. But upon seeing Xiao Jun, his expression suddenly changed, and he became more serious. Xiao Qisai provided a sample, along with a copy of the audio and video recordings from the incident. The evidence showed that it wasn't just one person, but many vendors selling counterfeit goods of their brand. This situation is rarely seen on high-end planets, as most people wouldn't buy counterfeit goods to save money. They rarely took nutritional supplements, unless they were going out or stocking up for special training. The person in charge's expression became even more grim when it came to the involvement of talented actuaries. Finally, he stated that he would provide an explanation to the public, asking them not to make a big fuss, and especially not to notify the media or the actuarial competition organizers. They would absolutely uncover all sources of fraud. Chapter 73. The Mo family, as expected, makes their living in the food industry, so they're wary of their reputation. Furthermore, Xiao Qisai's comments were so serious, and the matter involved the actuary competition. Consequently, the Shengyun incident even alarmed Mo family headquarters, who demanded a thorough investigation into the source of the fraud. As a key enterprise in the public sector, it certainly had government connections. Although the illegal immigrants in prison had been sentenced to deportation through a certain operation, they were still brought back by the Mo family for trial. They demanded an investigation into the production location, formula, related industry chain, and the perpetrators of the counterfeit nutritional supplements. This investigation made Shen Yi furious, and he called Xiao Jun directly. Didn't they say this matter was over? Why is there still someone investigating? Xiao Jun replied innocently, saying she hadn't called the police, revealed the matter to other major shareholders, or reported it to the media. It was the MO Group's own investigation. So what was it to her? Shani took a deep breath in anger. Yet, the MO Group's branding had contacted the actuary building, promising an explanation, a thorough investigation, and an explanation to all the contestants in the actuary competition. The actuary building seemed to be the one suffering, which only made him feel miserable. The forces involved were too great, so there was no other way to hide. Originally, those people thought they were being expelled, and the person behind the scenes had promised them compensation, so they willingly confessed. But the MO family's accusations were too strong. Food issues concerned people's livelihoods. Counterfeiting, years of it, and the formation of an industrial chain meant life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Fearing finally set in, they hastily changed their story, saying they were merely taking the blame, and that the person who confessed was the true perpetrator. Thus, the ultimate mastermind behind the scenes finally surfaced. The actuary competition, a prestigious joint event between large corporations and the government, selects talented individuals, regardless of their background, solely on talent. Finalists transform their fates, soar to fame, and have the opportunity to sign contracts with government agencies and major corporations. This is an honor for the entire planet, or even the entire star region. All talented individuals will do whatever it takes to participate, such as Qin Sanwan, Guofenghua, and even Planet 9008, despite being so impoverished, will send one person to participate. It can be said that among all the actuaries in the galaxy, except for the truly desperate, no talented person will escape the net. Ultimately, these talented individuals undergo rigorous screening and become the focus of training within large corporations and the dedicated talent nurtured by government agencies. They are virtually impossible to miss. The competition for interstellar resources is most crucially about talent, and top talent is the core of any enterprise. Since the concept of actuary was first coined, actuaries have played a crucial role in shaping the future and decision-making of enterprises. And precisely because of this, those selected talents have also become targets. Small businesses can't afford actuaries, especially top talent, as large corporations monopolize their resources with exorbitant prices, so they can only resort to this method. Citizens from lower-level planets, who are unexpectedly eliminated, represent the best and most inexpensive talent pool for small businesses to trick and exploit. Thus, a shady industry chain has emerged. Contestants from lower-level planets, driven by poverty and frugality, by those nutritional supplements, then lose the competition and fail to advance. As they leave dejected, the companies and buyers who have set their sights on these individuals. They would approach them with good intentions, offering all sorts of lucrative benefits, even tricking these inexperienced youngsters into signing contracts with companies, so they could explain themselves to their families or schools. The actuary competition naturally understood this, but offering sufficient benefits was enough to persuade them to turn a blind eye. After all, no one ever reported it to the police, and the contestants from lower-level planets couldn't cause any trouble. So, with each generation, they became increasingly rampant. The ridiculously overpriced food in the hotel and surrounding areas was also complicit. Xiao Qisai had never imagined that a fraudulent nutritional supplement scandal she had accidentally been involved in would reveal such a shady scheme. She actually understood the importance of actuaries to a company. She was lucky to have found a treasure. Wu Shou single-handedly oversaw operations, market monitoring, and coordinated departmental coordination, saving her countless headaches and allowing her to focus on both her career and her studies. However, their methods were unethical. It was incredibly difficult for people from lower-level planets to make it out. Even for her and Qin Sanwan and the others to participate, it took considerable effort. To upgrade their citizen cards, Guofenghua and Qin Sanwan worked tirelessly for years before finally qualifying to leave the lower-level planet. But what they received wasn't fair competition, but rather schemes against them by those in higher positions. They were poor, terrified of having to go back after the competition, afraid of facing the disappointment of their family and friends, and afraid of failing their planet's hopes. So, they ultimately signed cheap contracts with companies under less than perfect terms, remaining there forever. It was a change of fate, a departure from the lower-level planet, but it was more of a cheap exploitation. It was exploitation of lower-level citizens. And even that was considered fortunate. The unfortunate ones would fall into the quagmire of illegal organizations, plunging into darkness for the rest of their lives. Thus, birth and poverty seemed like original sin, as if even humans had become commodities. The contempt of the higher-class planets for their lower-class citizens was never overt, but rather something deeper. Xiao Qisai thought of Mu Xingmei, and how, if it weren't for her and Xiao Jun, her fellow competitors might have fallen into such a trap. He felt a surge of hatred. So, when the Mo family leader informed her of the investigation's results and asked if she wanted to reconcile with those people, Xiao Qizai refused without hesitation. Mu Xingmei refused too. She couldn't imagine if, had she not met Xiao Qizai and the others, she would have been eliminated, her head groggy and her stomach pounding, dashing the hopes of the entire planet. So, reconciliation was impossible. The parties involved refused to reconcile. Ultimately, because so many forces were involved, the Mo family, unwilling to meddle, simply announced the results of the investigation. The announcement was simple. The fake nutritional supplement incident on Shengyun planet had nothing to do with them. Their company's products were absolutely flawless. Someone was using harmful supplements to try to cause poor actuary contestants to fail, thereby exploiting their potential to recruit these talented individuals. A single corporate announcement caused a huge uproar. The online discussion was terrifying. One could never imagine that a high-ranking planet like Shengyun, in a competition meant to select top talent, could harbor such shady dealings. Someone, watching the news in the dark, burst into tears. It turned out that it wasn't their own petty greed and purchase of expired nutritional supplements that prevented them from taking the exam. It was a clear setup to trap them. But, so what? The low-level prodigies who, so high-spirited at the time, thought they could defy fate by reaching the finals had already been polished by the companies into the most practical and cheapest foundation stones, with no chance for regret. They had already reached a crossroads in their lives, missing out on a glorious future. Of course, even so, they were willing to stand up and angrily demand the truth. Countless grassroots governments and citizens also stood up, fighting for their own interests and speaking out. Xiao Qizai added fuel to the fire by anonymously reporting on the actuary building's involvement, even hinting at other injustices and implicating senior citizen contestants. With their own interests at stake, those high-ranking citizens who had been sitting on the sidelines finally spoke up and demanded an investigation. And so, the outcry spread across the internet in an instant. Soon, a government investigation was launched, and all senior executives of the actuary building were taken into custody for questioning. The companies involved were also summoned for questioning. Officials promised a thorough investigation and an explanation to everyone. The news quickly spread throughout the Baiyun Star region. Teacher Wen called personally to inquire, "I didn't expect such a shady competition like this could have such a dark side. Are you all okay?" Speaking of which, Xiao Qizai and a few others were involved in exposing this incident, but they chose to keep it secret, not wanting to worry the teacher. They said they were thankful Xiao Jun was there, so they didn't buy any cheap nutritional supplements. Teacher Wen was relieved to hear about this. It's good that it's been exposed. These people are such assholes. How many talented people in the actuary competition carry the hopes of the entire planet? This has been going on for so many years, and I wonder how many poor families and planets have been destroyed. They all knew how difficult it was for a low-level planet to cultivate a talent capable of reaching the finals. Wouldn't those impoverished talents who emerged victorious be ruined by this? Luckily, none of his students were harmed, otherwise he would have felt a lifetime of guilt. Qin Sanwan and the others agreed. But while they can investigate, we continue with the exam. This scandal has brought shame to the Baiyun Star region. I wonder if other star regions have experienced similar incidents. There must be some inside information. We were born poor, and this path was inherently difficult. You made it all the way here, and you're a blessing to planet 4628. Do you have the confidence to apply for the actuary qualification exam now? Or will you wait until after the competition is over? After all, their original intention in participating in the actuary competition was to take the exam on a high-level planet. They unexpectedly advanced all the way, even having a 2-week stay before the final round, which would give them time to complete the exams if nothing unexpected happened. But Teacher Wen also understood. Which young man didn't have ambition? They probably all wanted to be in the top 100 of the star region, so they could then compete in the finals at the capital, Xingyou. The gathering of the geniuses of the entire interstellar government would be a truly extraordinary experience, a meeting of the best and brightest, with countless opportunities, the kind that ordinary people only dream of. He had no hope in this life, but if his disciples could make it there, it would be a lifelong source of pride. Xiao Qizai and Qin Sanwan exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Teacher, we really want to participate in the finals, but we can definitely do both. By then, we can complete either the actuary qualification or the finals. So we already registered, and the exam is in 7 days. What? So soon? Will it really not affect your final rematch? Teacher Wen was surprised. No teacher, trust us. At this point, Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua were both unexpectedly resolute. When Mu Xingmei heard they were going to apply, she simply signed up as well. The value of an actuary qualification is self-evident. Although she was almost certain to be in the top 100, Xiao Qicai's money covered her registration fee, so to be on the safe side, she simply signed up. Chapter 74. Applying for the actuary certification exam now was the decision they had made. Although there was a 20-day cooldown period after the third exam, they heard that Star Domain would send someone to guide them and conduct closed-door training for the finals rankings. They didn't know if they would have time to apply by then. However, the content of the third semifinal exam was somewhat different, and most candidates would undoubtedly prefer to spend their time training for the third final. It wasn't worth it to focus on the actuary certification exam. But they still had to give it a try. This incident with the fake nutritional supplements had made it clear to them that only by becoming a true actuary, only by truly controlling the bargaining chips, could they have the right to speak. Soon, they threw themselves fully into the actuary certification exam training. This time, however, Xiao Jun didn't want to join in the fun. After all, she had plenty of opportunities to take the exam, so there was no need to rush. Perhaps, the identity of an actuary meant a lot to ordinary people, but for her, it was just a way to get closer to Xiao Qicai. The shareholders of the actuary competition also sent someone to investigate. The Xiao family's agents, seemingly acting on Xiao Wei's instructions, repeatedly contacted Xiao Jun, only to be blocked by her. Seeking some peace and quiet, and because she was incredibly bored, she simply went to the arcade to play games. Unexpectedly, there, she ran into someone she knew. No, not quite an acquaintance. It was He Shichen, the man He Shilan had almost mistaken for her. So, He Shichen didn't flee Shengyun, as her sister had suspected, but instead remained in the most dangerous place, where he had just been captured. Quite the audacity. Although the man was disguised as a boy, the extremely perceptive Xiao Jun still recognized him instantly. He was live streaming a competition, with countless fans watching and countless donations pouring in. Xiao Jun exclaimed, 6. She had taken the blame for her. Although the minor wound on her hand had healed, she held a grudge, especially for He Shichen stealing her keys. So, after recognizing He Shichen, Xiao Jun contacted He Shilan without hesitation. He Shilan had already left the planet, following the trajectory of someone suspected to be her sister, and was heading to another planet. After receiving Xiao Jun's message, she immediately turned back. This time, she learned her lesson and patiently waited for the man's live stream to finish. Then, she rushed in when he was off guard and locked him up with swift, accurate, and ruthless precision. He Shichen was also stunned. Sister, didn't you go to Blue Water Planet? Oh, I did, but I dropped something here, so I turned back. I didn't expect you to wait for me here. You have a conscience this time. He Shilan sneered. He Shichen knew that the lock had that kind of special lock. Struggling was futile, and she couldn't unlock it with her own methods. But she didn't believe in dropping anything. She glanced around fiercely, finally catching a noticeable look, Xiao Jun, who was eager to watch the fun. You were the one who reported it, she said affirmatively. Xiao Jun didn't deny it. Oh, if I didn't report it, your sister would still suspect I was you. I was just proving myself. Hearing this, He Shichen knew she had messed up her last time. She had offended someone. Someone who could recognize her disguise at first sight was no ordinary person. At this point, it was too late for her to regret. She could only accept defeat. But she was unwilling to give in. As she approached Xiao Jun, she touched her terminal. The terminal quickly notified Xiao Jun that 1.35 million star coins had arrived in her account, clearly transferring all the proceeds from the livestream to her. Xiao Jun was baffled. Was he grateful that she had gotten caught? He Shichen said nonchalantly, I can't take this account with me. Once I get my own terminal, it become a blacklist account. I rather give it to you than to my sister. Xiao Jun was about to refuse, as she didn't need the money herself. He Shilan shook her head. Let her give it to me if she wants. I also give you a reward. With that, she also touched Xiao Jun's terminal, transferring 20 million face-to-face. After the transfer, He Shilan took He Shichen and left. Looking at the two figures, Xiao Jun thought, this money is so easy to make. Why did Xiao Wei say it was hard to make? However, just as she was about to spend the money and prepare some exam congratulatory gifts for her beloved seniors, she suddenly saw the notes on the two transfers. He Shilan's note read, this girl holds a grudge. She recognized you. Keep the money. If you have any trouble in the future, come to me. And He Shichen's note read, find a way for me to escape from my sister, and I help you remove the trackers on those friends. Trackers? What trackers? Xiao Jun, He Shichen wouldn't play such a joke on me. Besides, she seems to be a genius at this. Sensing something was amiss, Xiao Jun immediately told Xiao Qisai about the trackers. Xiao Qisai frowned. We haven't had any contact with anyone, so how could there be any trackers? Xiao Jun shook his head. I don't know. You and your seniors, please come over sometime. I have someone specialized in testing. He Shichen is a data hacker. I suspect she sent some special signal to you when she was chasing her sister, otherwise she wouldn't have given me that information. In interstellar society, all sorts of high-tech trackers are hard to defend against, and the signal patterns are all different. But who, except for the enemy, would casually place a hidden tracker on anyone? It's illegal. Since their safety was at stake, Xiao Qisai nodded repeatedly and called a few people who had been hanging out in the library out, saying they wanted to have a little extra dinner to relax. The King of Rolls wanted to relax? Qin Sanwan was stunned, but when he heard there was something delicious, he didn't doubt it and nodded in agreement. The group went to a restaurant. Before eating, they went through a device that everyone had to undergo. Then a large meal ensued. Xiao Qisai, however, received a notification from Xiao Jun that each of them had a unique signal fluctuation, but the source of the signal was not clearly indicated, indicating the advanced nature of the tracker. To find it, each person would likely need to be examined individually, perhaps even thoroughly. Of course, this examination couldn't be concealed. If it couldn't be concealed, then the only option was to confess. So, after dinner, Xiao Qisai took the initiative to reveal that they might have trackers. Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua were a bit incredulous. Advanced tracker? Who did it? When? Xiao Qisai shook his head. We don't know yet, but it's definitely not a good thing. Let's cooperate with Xiao Jun's examination. Several people nodded. Since it concerned their own safety, they naturally took it seriously. However, despite Xiao Jun's expensive testing equipment and a dedicated team, they still couldn't pinpoint the source of the signal from them. Do we really have to go find He Shichen? But her condition is to rescue her, and her sister plans to return to Xingyou today. Xiao Jun had no problem rescuing He Shichen, but he also found it troublesome. Xiao Qisai shook his head. You leaked her information, and then you try to rescue her. You only offend both sisters, and she might not actually help. Then what should we do? Xiao Qisai opened the terminal and called He Shilan. Doesn't He Shilan owe us one? Just ask her for help. The others were completely impressed. As expected, upon hearing that they needed her sister's help to find the tracker, He Shilan agreed without hesitation, not even allowing He Shichen any objections. He Shichen hadn't expected this either. She'd been hoping for another chance to escape, but Xiao Jun would go against the grain and directly ask He Shilan for help. What could she do? She was just being forced to go ahead. The moment she saw Xiao Jun, He Shichen was furious. Xiao Jun, you have no morals. You want my help, but why don't you follow my terms? You even told my sister? I'm telling you, there's no way I can help you. He Shichen hadn't finished his words when He Shilan slapped him on the head. How dare you say that? You're the only one in the family who's so fussy. I won't let you get away this time. You caused this trouble yourself, so you have to deal with it yourself. As for their affairs, if you don't want me to say a word, then just do them a favor. Even though the people were in someone else's hands, the elder sister's authority and threat remained. He Shichen was furious, but he still withered. Xiao Jun, on the other hand, looked innocent. Xiao Qisai smiled. Xiao Jun didn't ask your sister for help. I made the call. Miss He Shichen, I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. I will pay you. Who cares about your reward? He Shichen was dissatisfied. However, he was once again suppressed by He Shilan. She was young, but she did have some skills. Experts and special equipment couldn't find the tracker, but she, with just a simple signal simulator, accurately located the trackers on the three people from the vast information fluctuations. However, even after finding it, the three people couldn't destroy it. The reason was that the tracker wasn't on their bodies or their clothes, but on their actuaries' contestant cards. Could it be a mistake? This is just a protection mechanism for the competition? Qin Sanwan asked uncertainly. Xiao Qisai shook his head. While there are some shady practices at the actuary competition, they wouldn't do anything so intrusive as to infringe upon citizens' privacy and security. Even if they wanted to track us, they should have informed us in advance, and we signed authorization before they could give us this card with the special tracking device. The fact that they didn't disclose this information suggests that not all entry cards have the tracking device. Sure enough, Xiao Qisai's guess was correct. Mu Xingmei arrived with her card, and upon testing, it was found to be devoid of the tracking device. Only Xiao Qicai, Qin Sanwan, and Guofengwa had the tracking device on their entry cards. But the problem was, they needed this card to enter and exit the hotel, the actuary building, and take the exam, and they couldn't leave it behind or destroy it. He Shichen said proudly, "How about you guys discuss this? If you let me go, I find a way to remove this card and dismantle the tracker while ensuring it remains functional." She even glared at her sister. "Don't even think about threatening me this time. I can't do it with just one hand. I need to use multiple instruments. Even if you lock me up, I couldn't do it. Besides, saving lives like this always comes at a price, right? Shut up. I untie you. You have 100 ways to escape." He Shilon didn't believe a word she said. Xiao Qicai naturally didn't want to embarrass He Shilon, so he shook his head. "We don't know who placed the tracker yet, nor do we know their purpose. There are still 10 days until the third exam. Let's think of a solution. I troubled you with today's matter, but we handle the rest." Hearing Xiao Qicai's words, He Shichen panicked. "Wait, aren't you going to remove the tracker? This isn't a simple skill. You never find anyone to do it. Just untie me, and I can help." But He Shilon silenced her again with a look. Soon, the two He sisters left. "Why don't we explain the situation to the competition committee, and see if we can get a replacement card?" Guofengwa said. Xiao Qicai shook his head. "Now that all the committee leaders have been arrested, and this is related to us, it won't be easy to resolve in a short period of time. The key is to figure out when this card was tampered with, and who did it." She glanced at Xiao Jun, who immediately called Xiao Wei and gave him a bewildering scolding. But she still came to the conclusion that it wasn't the Xiao family. Their people hadn't come into contact with Xiao Qicai and the others, let alone their entry cards in advance. If it wasn't the Xiao family who would target them, they probably didn't know the people from the actuary competition organizing committee before this, and there wouldn't be any grudges. But the card was issued by them. Wait, Xiao Qicai suddenly remembered those two new reception staff members, who were so friendly. They were holding the card. She hurriedly called them, but the person wasn't on the server. They were obviously blocked, or they had left. Xiao Jun used his connections to investigate, and discovered that the two had left the actuary building, and even left this planet, days ago. So it was them. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Qin Sanwan was also stunned. She was so nice, yet she was actually trying to harm them. I guess even without them, those two who were so rude before would have given us the cards. Xiao Qicai shook his head. In other words, someone had been plotting against them since they arrived at Shengyuan, or even before they arrived. It couldn't be Qin Sanwan or Guofengwa's enemies or anything like that. The problem must be with him. Xiao Qicai's eyes flashed coldly, and he suddenly had a candidate. Chapter 75. Looking at Xiao Qicai's expression, Qin Sanwan and Guofengwa clearly had a thought. Qin Sanwan hurriedly comforted Xiao Qicai. "Junior sister Xiao, this has nothing to do with you. I'm afraid someone is jealous of our talent and wants to stir up trouble. Isn't it true that nothing has happened yet? Don't take the blame on yourself. Yes, we're a team. Sanwan and I are older than you. Don't worry too much. At worst, we can just stay home for a few days and stay in the hotel in the actuary building to see what they're tracking. A tracker can't really affect our results, right?" Guofengwa also patted Xiao Qicai. "It's because you and junior sister took care of us here that we can compete well. Even if something happens, we handle it together. Don't hide things like this from us in the future." "Yes, junior sister Xiao, if you have any problems, please tell us. Don't do anything dangerous alone." Qin Sanwan quickly agreed, this time with unexpected perceptiveness. "We're one. Tell us, and we solve it together. Don't look down on us. Besides being poor, your seniors are incredibly capable." Guofengwa clearly knew she and Xiao Jun were hiding something from them. Qin Sanwan had also intuitively sensed something. Although it was for protection, they were a team, and Xiao Qicai's actions were rather unsociable. Listening to his senior's words, Xiao Qicai suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Yes, they were a team, seniors, and they were incredibly open, while he himself had hidden so many secrets. Is it really for their own good to spare them the worry? No, it's not protection, it's deception. If the three of them aren't prepared, caught off guard, they might even be kept in the dark if something truly happens. Just like this tracker incident, if it weren't for He Shichen's chance encounter, they would all be in danger, completely unaware. Xiao Qicai suddenly felt something click. It seemed she had never truly learned to trust, or to rely on anyone. But things were different now. She was no longer the helpless orphan on Earth. She had teachers who truly wanted to nurture her, sincere and endearing classmates, a loving adoptive mother, a selfless brother, trustworthy subordinates, and perhaps even her sweetheart, Xiao Jun. She needed to learn to not keep so many things to herself, not resist so many things, and to learn to share her joys and, of course, her troubles. So she nodded. Do you remember the female contestant we met under the announcement screen when the results of the second semifinals came out? Her name was Bai Yuding, and I used to be Bai Yushan. She was my twin sister for 18 years. It was she who had previously impersonated me and returned to the Xiao family, avoiding the turmoil that had befallen the Baiyu family. But I eventually managed to expose her fake identity. So she probably hated me to the core. Coincidences don't exist in this world. She could have gone to another star region to take the exam, but she chose to return to the Baiyun star region. She came after me. I suspect the two people who met us initially, and the person who blocked our way later, were all sent by her. How shameless of her. Not only did she impersonate you, but now she's going after you. Is she crazy? Qin Sanwan expressed confusion. No wonder she's beautiful, but I disliked her the moment I saw her. What kind of person is she? She almost killed you. Guofenghua was more reasonable. Xiao Qisai had actually mentioned her identity in general terms last time, but not in detail. He also felt a little disgusted by the fact that someone impersonating her had come out and caused trouble this time. So what should we do now? It's probably her. We have to use our cards, unless we can find someone like He Shichen who can help us fix the tracker, or the authorities can try to replace the cards. Xiao Qisai pondered for a moment. Actually, I kind of understand what she's thinking. She's just upset. She's upset that I wasn't destroyed. She's not convinced that I could reveal her identity even though I'm on a low-level planet. And she's afraid I returned to the Xiao family. She didn't stop me from participating. She probably wanted to use this opportunity to kill me. But nothing in this world is that easy. Xiao Qisai picked up the entry card, his eyes cold. If she hadn't come to me, I might not have taken the initiative to seek revenge, but she's repeatedly targeted me. She even implicated you, so don't blame me. Since she wants my identity and what it brings, then grant her wish. I have a way to resolve the tracker issue and her as well, but I need your cooperation and help. Xiao Qi lowered his voice. You say? The others nodded in unison. After 2 rounds of the actuary competition, everyone was frantically preparing for the third, studying, taking various tests, and generally trying every possible way to improve themselves. Bai Yuding naturally disappeared. Cheating was impossible in such a large-scale exam. All that was required was strength. So she sought out senior brother Zhang for emergency training. He had also participated in the competition and had experience. He had even visited the people involved in setting the questions to see if they had anything valuable, hoping to surprise Bai Yuding. Unfortunately, the fake nutrient supplement scandal was exposed, and the entire actuary building executive team was arrested and interrogated, leaving him helpless. How could improving so quickly be so easy? With so many talented people gathered, those who made it to the final round were undoubtedly quite capable. After being chastised by Xiao Qisai last time, Bai Yuding was even more eager to prove herself, to outdo those low-level citizens like Xiao Qisai. But just then, the news media suddenly blasted a piece of news. The headline was so catchy that it was pushed especially to everyone following the actuary competition, including Bai Yuding. Low-level planets are teeming with talent. Actuary competition contestants receive actuary certifications. The photo was a group photo of 4 people. Although blurred, Bai Yuding immediately recognized them as Xiao Qisai and his 4 companions. The following section lavishly praised the talents of several low-level citizens from low-level planets, specifically linking them to the previous actuary competition debacle, sparing no effort in praising them. An interview was conducted with Xiao, who had obtained the senior actuary certificate. Xiao replied that her goal was to win the actuary competition, enter the Star Glory competition, and remain there. The last time she ranked behind was just a mistake. She would never lose. The tone was arrogant and confident. Bai Yuding naturally knew who Xiao was, staying in Xingyao. What was he doing there? Naturally, returning to the Xiao family, and his sudden high profile was definitely a show-off to boost his leverage after obtaining his actuary qualification. If he won first place in the Baiyun Star Region actuary competition and returned to Xingyao with honor, Bai Yuding could almost imagine the wonderful treatment the Xiao family would give this returning genius. Sure enough, the rumors about him not wanting to return were all fake. Sure enough, participating in the actuary competition was all about gaining more leverage. Bai Yuding could even imagine how blissful Xiao Qisai's future life would be with just her eyes closed. She had only been back in the Xiao family for a short while, and she was already enjoying the privileges and treatment of such a powerful family, as well as wealth she could never earn even with her best efforts. But just when victory was in sight, her disguise was exposed because of Xiao Qicai. How could she not resent it? Gaining, and then losing only deepened the hatred. So, after escaping, she noticed that Xiao Qicai, also known as Bai Yushan, was participating in the actuary competition, and so she gritted her teeth and came to the Baiyun Star Region competition, determined to seek revenge. But her original plan was ruined by those two foolish civic discriminators. She had no choice but to find someone else to deliver the 2 tracking cards, and then make another plan. She had originally wanted to defeat Xiao Qicai in a fair competition, to belittle her, to humiliate her, to see her defeated, to see her so defeated she couldn't even return to the Xiao family. But she was hiding her incompetence. How could she hide her incompetence? She had been a mindless loser for the past decade or so. How could she hide her incompetence? Now, seeing the projection of the senior actuary certificate, Bai Yuding's eyes burned with hatred. Absolutely not. She absolutely could not allow her to return to the Xiao family. Even if it no longer belonged to her, it couldn't belong to Bai Yushan either. Otherwise, what would her schemes be? The more she looked at Xiao Qicai, the more she felt smug on his face, even though it was blurred out. Then, remembering the look Xiao Qicai had given her after the last match, she grew even more furious. No, she absolutely could not allow her to stand above her. So what if she was a genius? A dead one wasn't a genius anymore, but she couldn't wait any longer. Thinking of this, she went to senior brother Zhang and asked him to activate the tracking card. She was ready to take action. Senior brother Zhang frowned, clearly realizing Bai Yuding might have acted out of frustration after watching the news. Ting, you definitely get 1 or 2 of the questions I gave you right. So what if they pass the exam? If you can get first place and become my disciple, you have a bright future. You should be preparing seriously now, not wasting time and energy dealing with them. There's no way Bai Yushan will get first place. Her score last time was so much worse than yours. But Bai Yuding ignored him completely. She desperately activated the tracking device in the secret room. No, not just Bai Yushan. And her 3 worthless companions from lower-level planets. I surpassed them all, but their grades are too good to be from lower-level planets. Even a genius from Star Glory would struggle to obtain the senior actuary qualification. She's terrifying enough to make me jealous. I can't wait any longer. If they beat me in the 3rd exam, I go crazy. Don't try to persuade me. I made up my mind. I'm going to do it today. A celebration party? I'm going to make her suffer. She stared at the 3 coordinates, her eyes gleaming with terror. The high-end flying car was speeding in a certain direction when suddenly, a light flashed from behind. The car accelerated rapidly, stumbling and slamming into the other car. Instantly, the airway alarm blared, and all the surrounding cars simultaneously stopped at the stop signal. The 2 cars burst into flames, then were instantly extinguished by the protective system, but they still fell to the ground, shattering into pieces and exploding. Chapter 76. This advanced planet hasn't seen such a serious car crash in ages. Instantly, news flooded in. The news reported that 3 contestants in the actuary competition had been rushed to the hospital, their lives unknown, and that further reports would follow. Another half-day later, the news followed up, revealing that all 3 were seriously injured and might not be able to compete in the finals, or even face life-threatening conditions. They were currently receiving emergency treatment at a nearby hospital. Bai Yuding couldn't stop smiling when she heard the news. Die? It's better to die. Just then, Bai Yuding received a call from a Class B citizen. Not many people knew about her new terminal, and since she was a Class B citizen, she was afraid it was something important, so she answered the call. The angry figure of a young woman suddenly appeared. Bai Yuding? Did you do this? Bai Yushan's fate is uncertain. Are you satisfied now? Bai Yuding sized up the girl and asked, Who are you? You need proof. I didn't do anything. Didn't Bai Yushan die on that garbage planet a long time ago? What do you mean by her fate is uncertain now? Although she said so, her expression was smug, but she clearly didn't want to let anyone find any flaws. Are you from the Xiao family? Why haven't I seen you before? The girl was Xiao Jun, her face filled with rage. Pretending, you're still pretending. You were the one who caused the car accident. I finally found my sister, I finally persuaded her to agree to come back with me, and you ruined it all. I'm telling you, if anything happens to her, you'd be dead. What are you pretending for? Aren't you hanging out with that low-level planet? Wait, that Xiao Qicai who looks like Bai Yushan, isn't that Bai Yushan? No wonder you stood by her side in the exam room that day. No wonder you, a Class B citizen, were hanging out with those low-level rubbish. So it really is Bai Yushan. After not seeing her for months, I almost didn't recognize her. What do you mean you can't recognize her? You recognized her a long time ago. I'm telling you, don't even think about taking advantage of the Xiao family. We already transferred all the property and shares she's entitled to. You imposter, you get nothing. Even if you kill her, you won't benefit from the Xiao family at all. I definitely find evidence and put you in jail, Xiao Jun said viciously. With that, she hung up. Bai Yuding frowned, then suddenly her eyes lit up. What? Bai Yushan has actually returned to the Xiao family? Sure enough, the actuary competition was just a name and a bargaining chip. What do you mean they gave her all the property she deserved, and I won't get a penny? Wait, the Xiao family has already given Bai Yushan property and shares. Bai Yuding quickly called her father. The man on the other end quickly picked up the phone. Ting Ting, what's up? Aren't you studying for an exam right now? How did you find time to call me? I met Bai Yushan at Shenyang. She became an actuary for some unknown reason. Bai Yuding spoke straight to the point. Although the Xiao family hasn't announced it, they might have recognized her. She's surrounded by Xiao family members. Father, I have an urgent matter. You all must hurry to Xingyun. I nearly killed her, but she has a vast fortune. According to Interstellar inheritance law, if she hasn't yet declared her estate, we're all eligible to inherit her assets. The Xiao family must have owed her a lot of shares and assets over the years. We can't let her die in vain. What? Then we come right away. Bai Yuheng was instantly excited upon hearing this. Although they had a temporary foothold, the Xiao family was suppressing them, leaving them without any assets and even in debt. You can imagine how miserable their lives were. Hearing this good news so suddenly filled him with desire. Yes, as long as they are still father and daughter, and are related by blood, he can inherit all of Bai Yushan's inheritance. Of course, that assumes Xiao Qisai hasn't left a will. You must stop her from leaving a will and donating the money or giving it to someone else before she wakes up. Given her hatred for us, she definitely won't leave us a penny. Besides, you said last time she made a killing with some beauty potion. Add that to the Xiao family's money, and that's a lot of money. Our chance to turn things around depends on this, so don't miss it. Bai Yuheng hurriedly instructed. Your mother, and I will rush over immediately on the fastest spacecraft. After saying that, he hung up. Hearing Bai Yuheng's words, Bai Yushan became anxious. She quickly opened the tracking device's surveillance data coordinates again and looked up Xiao Qisai's address, completely forgetting the instructions she had given the card holder. If anything goes wrong, don't use it again, otherwise you easily be monitored by the government. Sure enough, the location information showed that Xiao Qisai and his companions were in a hospital not far from the accident site. Bai Yuding instantly left her private residence and rushed to the hospital, completely ignoring senior brother Zhang's attempts to stop her. Senior brother Zhang had no choice but to go with her. Hospitals in interstellar society are extremely private, even private ones. Therefore, there were no reporters or media gathering, and of course, ordinary people weren't allowed in freely. Anxious after being stopped, Bai Yuding searched the ancient database in Gada Corner for a rare family photo and previous household registration, explaining that she was Xiao Qisai's family member and a contestant in the actuary competition, and that she wanted to go in to see her sister. With the benefit involved, she could naturally become a younger sister again. Finally, the medical staff let her in. After all, the emergency treatment was no small matter. The victim had no family at home, so the presence of relatives would be a plus. Bai Yuding received the ward number and rushed over without hesitation, believing her words had impressed the staff. Sure enough, through the glass, Bai Yuding saw Xiao Jun in the ward, along with several lawyers with Xiao family ID badges. They appeared to be notarizing an inheritance. She instantly rushed in, oblivious to everything else. Wait! You can't make a will for her while she's unconscious. Xiao Jun seemed startled. Seeing her enter, he flew into a rage. How dare you come here? You're the one who got into trouble with senior sister? What are you doing here? Shame on you. You even tried to impersonate her before. What else do you want to do? I'm telling you, even if she donates it, she won't give you her money. Lawyer, hurry! This is critical. Force an iris scan. With that, a nearby lawyer quickly approached Xiao Qisai, who was covered in tubes, as if seriously preparing to open her eyes and perform an iris scan while she was still alive. Bai Yuding pounced and snatched the will contract away. She didn't even intend to make a will. Stop it! She still has a biological father and a biological sister. It's not your turn, the Xiao family, to intervene. With that, she firmly stood in front of Xiao Qisai, stopping the lawyer. She couldn't help but glance at the last page of the will, and was stunned by the astronomical estimated amount of the inheritance. The Bayou family had been wealthy before bankruptcy, but never to this extent. She knew that a tycoon like the Shao family had accumulated wealth unimaginable to ordinary people, but she couldn't imagine that a newly recognized Shao family member would receive such a vast fortune. In front of her were countless properties, including the Planet Speed Race, and then behind them were shares in Interstellar Orbital Car, shares in various Shao family companies, cash, various valuables, and even the asset evaluation of Shao Qizai's own company. In short, the list was incredibly detailed, almost too numerous to count. No wonder this will contract was so thick, spanning dozens of pages. This amount of wealth was enough to make anyone's heart flutter and lose their mind. Bai Yuting's heart pounded, her eyes flashing with greed, her mind filled with one thought. If she could get this inheritance, she would have nothing to worry about in this life. The next, or the next. She quickly gathered the thick contract in her arms, her expression a pledge to protect her loved one's legacy to the death. Don't touch. This is my sister's stuff. Xiao Jun sneered. Bai Yuting, do you have any shame? Do you and your father have any shame? You teamed up to defraud her, impersonating her, completely disregarding any kinship, banishing her to a low-level planet, and driving her to her death. Now she's dying rich, and yet you're talking about sister, blood relatives. You're so shameless. Why are you participating in an actuary competition? It's a waste of talent not to participate in a shameless competition. Bai Yuting's face flushed with anger, but she was ultimately tempted by the huge benefits and suppressed her anger for a moment. I just want what I deserve. How can you be so shameless? Get out of the way. My father will be here with his legal team. The law grants us inheritance rights, and you have no right to interfere. Xiao Jun was so angry that she was about to strike, but was stopped by senior brother Zhang, who stood in front of Bai Yuting. Finally, the doctor arrived, interrupting the standoff. The patient's vital signs are not good. She undergo a second surgery soon. This second surgery is crucial and cannot be disturbed or delayed. Since she hasn't woken up this time, there's no chance of waking her up to say her final words. All of you get out. Xiao Jun's face paled, while Bai Yuting breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like she finally made it. The lights in the emergency room came on, and Xiao Jun, Bai Yuting, and the others were once again huddled together at the door. As time passed, no good news came from the operating room. Xiao Jun grew increasingly anxious, even suggesting taking Shao Qizai to Xingyou Hospital in the capital for treatment, but Bai Yuting stopped him. Finally, Bai Yuheng arrived. Upon his arrival, he feigned sadness, crying about his poor daughter, but in reality, no one knew what he was there for. Especially when he received the inheritance list from Bai Yuting, his smile faded, his eyes devoured by immense greed. Indeed, any normal person would be tempted by such a fortune. Xiao Jun, disgusted by this, sarcastically remarked, "After all, this is your daughter, whom you raised for over a decade. Even a pet should have some affection, right? Can you suppress that smile? If you look like this, senior sister won't give you a penny if she wakes up." "Shut up. Who said she wake up?" Bai Yuting's mother, Lin Fang, couldn't help but reveal her true feelings, drawing everyone's gaze. Sensing something was amiss, she quickly wiped her tearless eyes and tried to atone. I'm just so worried about her." "My daughter? Who said she wouldn't wake up?" "Everyone, Who would believe you if you looked like this?" Chapter 77. Don't forget, she has a new identity now. She's no longer your daughter. It won't be easy for you to inherit her fortune. Xiao Jun's face was stern. But Bai Yuting then mentioned Shao Qizai's change of identity. Bai Yuheng laughed. So what? Blood ties can't be erased. We applied for a blood genetic analysis. As long as I'm her father, I definitely inherit all her property. We can even do it after I die. He even added. Xiao Jun took a deep breath, turned, and went to find the doctor, used the best medicine and equipment at all costs. We must cure her. Money is not an issue. Look, someone is waiting for her death to seize her property. Bai Yuheng, Bai Yushan, and the other two felt a little embarrassed under the doctor's scrutiny, but they were thick-skinned and refused to leave. At the same time, they were also a little panicked. What if Shao Qizai really woke up? Seeing the doctor repeatedly agreeing to try the latest equipment from another hospital, they speculated about this possibility and became even more frightened. Bai Yuheng hurriedly grabbed the doctor and said, "No, don't listen to her nonsense. What hospital transfer? What advanced equipment? We don't need it. We're giving up on treatment." Doctor? ? In all my years as a doctor, this is the first time I encountered such a heartless father. No wonder he has to act out the drama. Having such a family member is truly pitiful. If you were her guardian, you might have the right, but there's no evidence to prove you're her guardian, so you have no right to make this request. The doctor said. Guardian, yes. I am her father. Bai Yuheng pulled out his photo, household registration book, and other documents. However, the page belonging to Bai Yushan's household registration had long since turned black, meaning she was legally dead. This was an accident. She was exiled to a low-level planet and accidentally changed her identity. We can do a genetic test, and I'm definitely her father. But the patient isn't suitable for genetic testing right now. The doctor still refused. Bai Yuding signaled for senior brother Zhang to help, and senior brother Zhang had no choice but to step forward and negotiate. After spending a huge amount of money, the family quickly arrived at the attending physician's office to undergo the genetic test and sign a written consent form for the withdrawal of treatment. Xiao Jun's face darkened as she stared back at the others, her anger simmering with murderous intent. But she quickly turned and went to another room. This room was connected to the emergency room. Xiao Qisai, who was supposed to be lying down for treatment, was sitting in a chair. Several staff members were nearby, waving their hands at a computer, seemingly checking something. Xiao Jun walked in and quickly closed the door. How's it going? Did you get the evidence? Xiaoqi shook his head, then nodded. We found the control hub, but it's a private residence with extremely tight security, making it difficult to break in. However, we could just call the police and get a warrant. Once we can confirm the control hub's location, they'd be charged with disturbing public order and attempted murder. But there's a risk. What if the hub has a self-destruct program or something? That would be very difficult to handle. The best approach is to get the evidence directly without alerting the suspect. Xiao Qisai shook his head. Xiao Jun frowned. Xiao Qisai thought for a moment. How about this? Have the doctor tell them that genetic testing is possible, but it takes time. Use this opportunity to secretly transfer me and remove the card. To prevent me from escaping, Bai Yuding will definitely use this control hub to find me again. Then, you can send someone to keep an eye on her and arrest her. Xiao Jun nodded. Okay. The senior brothers and sisters nearby also nodded. Then let's go help arrest her. So, after a brief discussion, the group dispersed again. As expected, upon learning that Xiao Qisai had just been transferred to a larger hospital for emergency treatment, Bai Yuding and her family of 3 were filled with fear, even throwing a tantrum, complaining that the doctor hadn't informed them. But the doctor rolled his eyes, stating that life is paramount and that they, as guardians, have no right to decide someone's life or death. Doing so would be illegal. When they heard that a higher-level hospital had a high probability of reviving Xiao Qisai, they panicked even more. What should we do? The Xiao family is rich. What if they actually save her? Lin Fong said in panic. Bai Yuheng, obsessed with inheriting the inheritance, seemed to have lost all trace of father-daughter affection. They won't even tell us which hospital she was transferred to. Damn it, the Xiao family must have used their connections. That's enough wealth for our entire family to live forever. Finally, after taking another look at the massive inheritance list, Bai Yuding left. Soon, she returned to senior brother Zhang's private residence. Senior brother Zhang frowned. Tingting, do you really want to use it again? You could have been exposed last time. I don't think she'd survive. Even if she did, it wouldn't have been good. There's no need to take such a risk. After all, you're a family. Shut up. Bai Yuding gave him a look. We're family, but she and I aren't. Those properties were originally mine. Besides, what's mine is yours, isn't it? Don't you want to elevate your family to a higher level? If Xiao Qisai wakes up, she won't give me a penny. With this money, we can buy Master Smith the latest computational modeling equipment. He'd definitely be happy. Even if I lose the 3rd rematch, he won't be disappointed. He'd definitely officially announce my status as his disciple. Then we can work and live together. Aren't you happy? Hearing Bai Yuding's words, desire finally overcame reason, and he brought Bai Yuding back to the secret room's control hub. But just as the two of them opened the panel and looked up the tracker location on Xiao Qisai's entry card, the door suddenly opened. A chubby-faced girl twirled the key in her hand, looking at them coldly. Another young man entered with a group of sheriffs. Mr. Zhang Jiang, Ms. Bai Yuding, you've been accused of illegally installing a tracking device, violating citizens' privacy, and attempting to commit murder, among other charges. Please come with us to the police station for an investigation. The leading senior sheriff produced his credentials. Here's my search warrant. Come, inspect all the equipment in this secret room. With these words, a team of sheriffs surrounded them. Bai Yuding didn't even have time to turn off the tracker. The coordinates displayed on it continued to change in real time. When they realized what was happening, they could only loudly explain that this was just a scientific testing device. But apparently no one listened, and they immediately detained the two men. It was at this moment that Bai Yuding finally understood. She seemed to have been lured step by step into a trap. She tried to call her parents via the terminal, but the sharp-eyed Guofengwa saw her, and slapped her hand away. "Sir, this isn't tied up tight. There are accomplices. We can't let them leak information." The sheriff immediately came over and used his authority to temporarily block Bai Yuding and Zhang Jiang's terminals, preventing them from sending any more messages. It was then that the two of them collapsed, knowing that everything was over. Bai Yuhong, still anxiously awaiting Bai Yuding's notification, received an anonymous message. Cloud Hospital, surgery suspended. The message was so short that he initially thought it wasn't from Bai Yuding. But Bai Yuding remained unreachable. Concerned that the message might be blocked, he gritted his teeth and took Lin Fong to a taxi to Cloud Hospital. Sure enough, upon inquiry, they found that a seriously injured patient had been transferred to a Class A emergency room. Upon learning that the surgery was being performed by the hospital's most renowned doctor, and had a high probability of saving his daughter, Bai Yuhong completely panicked. He had no idea what to do, but he couldn't contact Bai Yuding. Ultimately, he could only ask his wife what to do now. Lin Fongding was a lawless outlaw who didn't care about Bai Yushan's life or death. Hearing that she would receive a large sum of money if she died, his desire blinded him. She lowered her voice. "I heard that major surgeries like this can't afford any accidents. What do you think? If they had something to the medicine, would it?" Bai Yuhong was stunned. But he had never done anything like this before. He knew it was illegal. "This is our last chance. Haven't you had enough of these hard times?" "I have. I followed you without knowing why, and you said you'd give me a good life. Now why are you afraid to do anything? As long as we get that inheritance, we'd be rich for the rest of our lives. Wasn't it all about the Xiao family's money that we asked Tingting to assume her identity? You missed out on that damn girl back then, and now you finally have another chance. Are you going to give up this fabulous fortune that's within your grasp? If you miss this opportunity, it's gone forever. You decide." Bai Yuhong was either old and confused, or perhaps he was tired of the hard times. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and decided to do it. He once again produced his old household registration booklet and photos, proving he wanted to verify his genetic relationship with his daughter in the Class A emergency room, saying he had to see her one last time. Finally, under their persistent insistence, the doctor seemed truly helpless and let them in, even taking Bai Yuhong's blood for genetic verification. And at the door of the Class A emergency room, the two finally found their chance. So, while the doctor was pushing the equipment into the operating room, they cried and stopped the car, demanding to go in and see their daughter. After a while, they were finally pulled away by the staff. A special agent had been replaced in one of the test tubes. Xiao Jun watched on the surveillance camera, stunned. How could someone be so foolish? They're risking their lives. If this causes a medical malpractice, it would be murder. Where in the hospital isn't there surveillance? Xiao Qicai shook his head. They've been cornered, lost their minds, or perhaps the amount of money in your estate is so huge that they're forced to take this gamble, regardless of the consequences. If I die, they'd be the biggest beneficiaries. In that case, let's have a little fun with them. They come to my door, so don't blame me." Xiao Qicai's eyes flashed coldly. Soon, an alarm sounded in the emergency operating room. A moment later, doctors filed out, regretfully informing Bai Yuhong that the patient inside had died despite all possible efforts. "Really? That's great. Doctor, ? Bai Yuhong and his wife simply gave up the pretense this time, and simply embraced each other in celebration. Finally dead, the money was finally theirs. But the next second, another doctor rushed over with a report. "You're celebrating too soon. The patient inside isn't related to you in the slightest." "What?" Bai Yuhong's eyes darkened. Chapter 78. How is this possible? You must be mistaken. She's my daughter. Bai Yuhong's face paled. Lin Fong leaped over and slapped him. After all this time, it turns out Bai Yushan isn't your daughter. This is hilarious. Didn't you say that stupid woman was completely devoted to you? So you're wearing such a huge cuckold? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Yuhong muttered to himself in disbelief. He naturally didn't care about his daughter before, but now she has a huge inheritance to inherit. He frantically tore up the certificate. No, we raised her for over a decade. Even if we're not related by blood, We're still the heirs to her estate. Please don't question our machine. The doctor shook his head. You deserve it. You wish your daughter dead. Wouldn't it be better if we weren't related by blood? Who said we weren't related by blood? Regardless of blood relationship, she's my beloved daughter, my dearest family member. Bai Yuhong screamed frantically, shut up. Please don't question our identities. Even in death, she's my daughter forever. The doctor was stunned, but finally nodded and instructed his assistant. Then bring me the deceased's medical records and identification list. The assistant quickly produced a large file. The doctor handed it to Bai Yuhong and said, all right, since you claim she's your daughter, sign it and confirm it. Since she has no family around, I leave the funeral arrangements and paperwork to you. An unexpected turn of events. Bai Yuhong, who had been frantically anxious, quickly grabbed the doctor's pen and, without even glancing at it, quickly signed his name. The electronic document was instantly verified by his iris scan. He breathed a sigh of relief almost instantly. All right, now I can take all of my daughter's things, right? The doctor nodded. All right, since that's the case, since you insist she's your daughter and have signed, please pay for her surgery first. The total is 18.43 million. Should we transfer it face-to-face at the terminal or by bank transfer? What? Bai Yuhong and his wife were stunned. They pulled out Xiao Qizai's estate list. How could they possibly ask me to pay? She's never been able to deduct all the money from her terminal. We need to find a lawyer and get our property. The doctor approached and took a look at the estate list. Xiao Qizai? The person in the emergency room isn't Xiao Qizai, but Wang Wehan. Bai Yuhong? ? No, our daughter is Bai Yushan. Now she's using the alias Xiao Qizai. What about Wang Yuhan? Did you make a mistake? What a mistake. You just clearly stated which emergency room it was, saying your daughter was in there, and that they were going to do genetic testing. You even rushed to sign, saying that even if she wasn't your daughter, you were legally her guardian. Now you're denying her right after showing her the bill? How could that be possible? Seeing their aggressive expressions, the doctor hurriedly called security. Help! Someone's trying to cause trouble here. The hospital security was excellent, and a team of heavily armed security personnel quickly arrived. Security personnel armed with weapons gradually approached, frightening the two men into huddling in a corner. What should they do? In a state of panic, the two men could only call Bai Yuding's phone for help, but no one answered. They were completely panicked. Bai Yuhong then realized that the anonymous message might be fake. They wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to go, especially with over 10 million yuan in medical bills. How could they possibly have that much money? What had happened? Just then, a group of sheriffs approached from outside. We received a report of a murder attempt here. Please cooperate with the hospital's investigation. Bai Yuhong and Lin Fang's eyes suddenly darkened. What murder? We didn't do it. They frantically sent messages to Bai Yuding. Ting, come and save your parents. Where have you been? We've fallen for a trap. Come and save your parents. Of course, no one replied. The hospital surveillance footage was retrieved. Although the two men had done it covertly, the 360-degree surveillance system covered every angle, even the medical vehicle. The evidence was irrefutable that the two men had taken advantage of the situation to replace medical equipment with murderous intent. Although they couldn't prove they were responsible for Wang Yuhan's death, committing such an act in a public hospital violated the law. Bai Yuding's entire family was thus completely implicated, and even while in prison, they still couldn't comprehend what had happened. Xiao Qizai's entire plan was a trap. He used his senior actuary qualification to infuriate Bai Yuding, then offered her an irresistible offer of wealth, forcing her into greed and desire. He orchestrated a series of accidents and coincidences, fueling their greed until they lost their minds. The flying car was unmanned, containing only 3 cards. Bai Yuding painstakingly rammed the car, leaving no one inside. The accident scene depicted by the news media was simply a staged operation by Xiao Qizai, Qin Sanwan, and the others. Both hospitals were private, and Xiao Jun helped with the connections, leading Xiao Qizai to pay a hefty acting fee. The deceased patient had recently died, and his family, unwilling to cover the costs, had lost contact. Under the guise of emergency treatment, Xiao Qizai also covered the funeral and medical expenses, a move the hospital naturally agreed to. In short, driven by desire and profit, Bai Yuhong's family proved even more foolish than expected, ultimately falling into their trap, and the evidence was irrefutable. Finally, Bai Yushan's death was avenged. A parent who wasn't like a parent, a sister who wasn't like a sister, what was the need for such a blood relationship? Xiao Qizai wasn't moved at all, but in Xiao Jun's case, He witnessed Bai Yuding and Bai Yuheng's disregard for affection, their unbridled greed, and his heart ached. Thinking of his own aunt's early death, his heart ached even more. By comparison, although Xiao Wei was unreliable, he had at least raised him, and at least he wouldn't want to die. Some blood relatives are truly more indifferent than strangers. No wonder Xiao Qicai said that the person, not the bloodline, was the most important. Of course, the deeply touched Qin Sanwan and Gua Fenghua felt much the same way as Xiao Jun. Ah, junior sister Xiao is truly miserable. Having a blood relative like this is even more miserable than being an orphan. The greedy and vicious faces of Bai Yuheng, Bai Yuding, and that stepmother, aren't they even worse than the villains' families in some melodramatic interstellar family dramas? Sure enough, melodramatic family dramas are based on reality. They're even more disgusting than the melodramas themselves. Xiao Qicai couldn't help but laugh and cry at this, but the more he denied being harmed, the more heartbroken they all felt. In the end, she didn't bother explaining anything further. Time would prove everything. She even went to the detention center to personally visit Bai Yuheng and Lin Fang. Seeing Xiao Qicai intact, Bai Yuheng gritted his teeth in anger. It was you, but you were plotting against us behind our backs. I'm your father after all. You acquired so much wealth, and it's fine if you're not filial to your father, but how could you do such a thing and frame me? Framed you? How did I frame you? Xiao Qicai laughed. Did I force you to come to Xingyun? Did I force you to go to the hospital and openly replace the medicine? Did I force you to sign to identify the unclaimed body? When you pursued 2 hospitals, determined to abandon my life, determined to kill me, and obsessed with inheriting my inheritance, why didn't you consider that I was your daughter after all? No, perhaps you had given up on me even earlier. Thinking of letting Bai Yuding take my identity, you even conspired to have me exiled to a low-level planet. Didn't you even consider that I could survive on that low-level planet? Bai Yushan's last vestiges of anger seemed to erupt completely at this moment. This innocent girl, who had never experienced hardship, was stripped of her identity and exiled to a low-level planet where even ordinary people could barely survive. Before she died, she naively believed her fiancé would come to rescue her, but Bai Yuding and the others had already extinguished her last shred of hope, even reaching out to that low-level planet, intent solely on her death. Bai Yushan is already dead, abandoned by her family, and killed by her own blood relatives. So what's the point of talking about blood ties? Xiao Qicai dealt with them without the slightest hint of emotion or mercy. Bai Yuheng's face was also pale. You knew it all. Yes, I know everything. Even my mother's death must have been suspicious. Otherwise, what are the chances of her dying in childbirth on an advanced planet? Xiao Qicai lowered his voice. No, not at all. Bai Yuheng firmly denied it, but Xiao Qicai still saw a hint of panic in his eyes. Absolutely not. Actually, I loved your mother back then. How could I have killed her? It's just her own bad luck. Your mother truly loved me, that's why she married me, gave up her status, and started a new life with me. So even if it's not because I'm your father, you should do it for your mother. Your mother definitely wouldn't want her daughter to kill the man she loved most. The man she loved most? Then how do you explain Bai Yuding being a little younger than me? Xiao Qicai laughed. If my mother knew you had been cheating on her when she was pregnant, she'd rise from hell and strangle you to death. Of course, besides seeing you in such a plight today, I also have good news for you. You should be prepared. Xiao Qicai threw down 2 reports. 2 genetic blood test reports. One for Bai Yuheng and Xiao Qicai, the other for Bai Yuheng and Bai Yushan. Let me show you just how much your woman loves you. With that, Xiao Qicai left coldly. Bai Yuheng took it and looked at it, and his eyes suddenly turned black. Because both reports showed that he, Xiao Qicai, and Bai Yuding had absolutely no blood relationship at all. In other words, the child born to the woman he believed loved him dearly wasn't his, and the child born to the woman he cheated on with and loved for most of his life wasn't his either. The stranger's report of non-paternity at the hospital had already irritated Bai Yuheng once. But the fact that a child he didn't love wasn't his biological daughter wasn't a big deal. His anger stemmed from his fear of not inheriting his inheritance. However, he simply couldn't accept that the child Lin Fang had given him, his daughter, Bai Yuding, who had been exceptional since childhood, the heir he had so carefully nurtured, wasn't his child. So, what was the point of all the effort he put into nurturing Lin Fang, the disregard for blood ties, the sacrifice of another child, even the exchange of his ex-wife's daughter's status for hers, the desperate efforts he made to keep her, all those years of dedicated care and attention? Was it retribution for his imprisonment? Bai Yuheng screamed frantically, clamoring to see his wife, Lin Fang. Interstellar law has a certain degree of humanity. He and Lin Fang are now legally married, and since they're both in prison, they can naturally be arranged to meet. They even considerately arranged a private couples meeting room for them. But unlike Lin Fang's expectations, Bai Yuheng didn't meet her to confide in her or find a way to rescue her. Instead, he grabbed her by the neck and tossed out the paternity certificate proving his relationship with Bai Yuding. "Bitch, explain to me, who the hell did Bai Yuding have with you?" Lin Fang, strangled to the point of choking, clutched his hand tightly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Tingting is definitely your child. Then how do you explain this certificate, stamped by a prestigious genetic testing hospital?" Bai Yuheng flung the certificate in Lin Fang's face. Lin Fang's face paled, her mind racing. This certificate, from a nationally recognized institution, couldn't be faked, even with money. Could it be that what Xiao Qisai said was true, that Bai Yuding wasn't Bai Yuheng's daughter? Then she was. An incredible hypothesis arose in Lin Fang's mind. But her hesitation clearly indicated she had something to hide. Bai Yuheng gritted his teeth in anger. "Your family is so poor, and I gave up Xiao Yueying, my self-made daughter, to be with you. I dedicated so much effort to raising our daughter, and in the end, you give me such a big surprise. Die, bitch." He grabbed Lin Fang's head and slammed it against the wall. Lin Fang's head was pounding with anger, and she was fuming. "You useless man, what's your stupidity got to do with me? I suffered so much with you, and you still treat me like this. Of course it's not your daughter. You're so stupid. How could you give birth to such a smart and beautiful child? If it weren't for your wasteful and incompetent behavior, causing the Baiyu family to fall, my daughter, and I wouldn't be in this situation. You are the one who replaced the potion. Don't try to implicate me. Let's get a divorce." Lin Fang gritted her teeth. Hearing her words, Bai Yuheng became even more furious. "Divorce? What? You're still thinking of finding a random guy, right? Don't even think about it. The potion replacement was clearly your idea, you idiot." Bai Yuheng grabbed Lin Fang's neck again, squeezing her tightly. Lin Fang screamed, "Let me go! Help! Help!" Without hesitation, she pressed the alarm on her wrist. As expected, the security guards would immediately enter the meeting room to separate them, and Bai Yuheng would never have the chance to harm her. But to her surprise, the alarm went silent. She continued pressing desperately, but Bai Yuheng, his face flushed, grabbed her hand. At this moment, she was finally frightened. She finally understood that she shouldn't admit that Bai Yuding wasn't his daughter. This desperate man, desperate and destitute, had lost his mind, driven mad by the two cuckolds. And she would be the victim of his madness, but it was too late. Her neck was strangled, unable to utter a sound, and then his head was banged against the wall, causing her to die. By the time the meeting time had passed and the sheriff arrived, it was too late. Lin Fang was beyond death, and there was no need for resuscitation. Bai Yuheng sat on the ground, covered in blood, looking crazed and completely mad. Originally, their crimes weren't punishable by death, and at most, they would have received a few or even a decade in prison. But now, having committed murder while under the sheriff's watch, Bai Yuheng was sentenced to death. Upon hearing this development, Xiao Qisai quickly broke the good news to Bai Yuding, who was also incarcerated. Bai Yuding couldn't believe the devastating news of her parents' death. It wasn't until she saw Xiao Qisai, alive and well, approach her that she realized he had orchestrated everything. "It was you. It had to be you. You killed my parents? You bitch, you shouldn't have lived." "It wasn't me. It was clearly their stupidity, a dog-eat-dog situation." Xiao Qisai calmly recounted the two men's foolish actions, believing anonymous messages and poisoning others under surveillance. He then told her about the mutual blame and murder. Bai Yuding's face darkened further as she listened. "You're a smart person, so you understand. It was indeed their own stupidity that killed them. As for you..." Xiao Qisai looked at her coldly. "Of course, you should go and keep them company. It's not impossible for the whole family to have a reunion. Anyway, you won't have a chance to compete in the final actuary competition. Monitoring citizens' privacy and causing car accidents are serious crimes. You'll be sentenced to at least 20 years. Bai Yuding was completely disheartened upon hearing this. She gritted her teeth and looked at Xiao Qisai. "I don't understand how you found the tracker on the entry card. What celebration party? Are you deliberately provoking me?" Xiao Qisai said with shame. "Yes, you guessed right. And I'm telling you, I only took the junior actuary qualification exam." The news was obviously sensationalistic and wrong. "The senior actuary exam went to my friend who came in second. Think about how long I've been studying actuaries. Even a genius like me wouldn't have gotten the senior certificate. And you think too highly of me? Jealousy is so strong that it's losing its temper. You already escaped the Xiao family's retaliation, even entered the promising career of actuary, and even found a way to become Master Smith's apprentice. Even an ordinary person can defy fate. You're still a senior citizen, yet you're still unsatisfied. You can't stand seeing me do better than you, and you're still greedy for things that don't belong to you. Why, with that intelligence, if you put it into studying hard, working hard in your life, and pursuing your career, wouldn't you be able to find happiness? A good girl, but greed, dissatisfaction, and jealousy have ruined everything. Bai Yuding looked at Xiao Qizai's calm face, and finally closed her eyes. Losing is losing. What else could she do? When the Baiyu family went bankrupt, she fell into the mire as well. How could she accept this? Her parents had favored her since she was young, telling her that everything in the family belonged to her, and naturally, Bai Yushan's identity was also hers. Only the three of them were a family. Bai Yushan was just an outsider, so she had no problem taking on a different identity. With her family in decline, she had a way to change her fate and become an ordinary person, a way to continue being her senior. As a high-ranking citizen, she had a way to become a member of the Xiao family, the capital's shining star. Why didn't she take the gamble? Was she going to fall from the clouds to the dust, only to rise again in the mud? No, she couldn't bear it. If she had it to do over again, she would still do it, still take Bai Yushan's place, retaining her status and position as a high-ranking citizen. But she would do it better and more decisively, watching Bai Yushan die before her own eyes, rather than leaving behind any future troubles. In the end, it was still too late, still a little bit of luck missing. How unwilling. After all that, didn't you still choose to return to the Xiao family? What right do you have to criticize me? Bai Yuding sneered. That little girl from the Xiao family helped you with the tracker thing this time, didn't you? And the hospital, the Xiao family also cooperated with you. Ha ha ha, you enjoy the benefits of a noble family, yet you ask me why I covet their status, wealth, and privileges. Don't you think that's ridiculous? A senior citizen, wealth that would tempt anyone, and the chance to become the core of a powerful chaebol family in the coalition government. Who could refuse? When Xiao Qizai had first heard she refused, she thought she'd gone crazy. Now, isn't it the same? She was just lucky. She actually had Xiao family blood and the Xiao family's help. It's all the same. The person before her was even more hypocritical. Wasn't even participating in the actuary competition meant to give her more leverage to return to the Xiao family? It's all the same. She lost because of a single bloodline. What right do you have to come here and criticize her, to laugh at her? If she were a member of the Xiao family, nothing would have turned out the way it did. Xiao Qizai looked at the frantic Bai Yuding, and finally lost all desire to joke. She held up her E-Class citizen terminal and smiled. Let me tell you, I never intended to return to the Xiao family, not in this lifetime. The Xiao family is certainly a good family, possessing wealth that ordinary people could never achieve in their lifetimes. However, everything I desire, wealth and honor, I will obtain on my own. The inheritance list you saw is fake. The beauty potion you heard about is mine, and has nothing to do with the Xiao family. I adopted a mother and brother on a lower-level planet, and they were both very kind to me. I met respected teachers, and excellent seniors, and companions at the Advanced Academy on a lower-level planet. I also started my own company, and have a team of capable employees who can help me make money. All of this is my own achievement. It has nothing to do with the Xiao family. Xiao Jun has helped me several times, and I'm grateful to her and consider her one of my own. But that doesn't mean the Xiao family helped me with this incident. I have enough money in my account, and I can afford the Fish Hospital. And I will make it to the finals of the actuary competition, obtain my actuary certification, and move from a low-level planet to a high-level planet, achieving everything I want step by step. And all of that wasn't earned by my status or position, but through my own hard work and my own brains. I never even bothered to compete for the Xiao family's status. After saying this, she didn't even bother to meet Bai Yuding's gaze, turning and walking away. And the knot in her heart that belonged to Bai Yushan had completely vanished. The revenge of her blood relatives had ended. This time, she would have no further ties with the Baiyu family. She had a long way to go, and they were just a minor episode in her life. She had taken the actuary competition and the actuary certification exams for herself, not revenge. If they were to come after her again, and even try to harm her and her senior brothers and sisters again, they were simply courting death. Since they were courting death, she would show no mercy. She felt a sudden sense of relief. Bai Yuding, upon hearing Xiao Qizai's words, looked at her free and upright figure and finally broke down in tears. If what she had so painstakingly pursued was something others disdained and didn't want, then why had she ended up like this? Hearing the fate of Bai Yuhong and his wife, Qin Sanwan, and the other sighed deeply. Junior sister Xiao, they deserved it. Die, so be it. You still have us. From today on, junior sister Xiao is my, Qin Sanwan's, biological sister. Qin Sanwan gave Xiao Qicai a hug. Gua Fenghuan nodded. It's better to have a blood relative like that. Good riddance. Junior sister Xiao, don't feel the pressure. There are only a few of us in the actuary college. Junior sister Xiao, you've been family to us for a long time. Xiao Jun looked at her with a burning gaze. Eddie Wing is gone. You were her child, my biological sister. It was impossible not to be moved. Xiao Qicai nodded, his eyes slightly red. It's okay. Ever since I was exiled to the low-level planet, I had no connection with them. And having you guys is already a blessing. This time, thanks to your help, I completely gotten rid of these people. The exams are coming up soon. Let's work hard together. We finally have nothing to worry about. Yeah. Several people nodded. Qin Sanwan suddenly said, but junior sister Xiao, you're truly amazing. It seems like you thought of every step. I have a question. How did that blood relationship report turn out so convincingly? They actually believed it. I don't know if they're just too stupid, or if your disguise is just too good. Xiao Qicai smiled mysteriously. Keep it secret. As for what secret? Of course, because both reports are genuine. Chapter 79. Brother, you can definitely get me out, right? Looking at Zhang Ziyang, Bai Yuding pleaded desperately. Zhang Ziyang helplessly raised his hand and showed her his prisoner lock. Junior sister, I can barely save myself. How can I save you? I'm requesting to see you today because I want you and your sister, that Xiao Qicai, to plead for mercy, to get her and her fellow seniors to drop the lawsuit. Only then can we get our sentences reduced. Otherwise, you and I won't be able to be actuaries anymore. There's no place for actuaries who commit crimes in this world, and everything I built over these years will be ruined. Beg her? Impossible. She wishes I were dead. There's no way she could save me. And even if I died, I wouldn't beg her. Bai Yuding gritted her teeth. Where's Master Smith? He must have left the project, right? With his reputation, he'd definitely save us, right? You're his disciple, and I'm his candidate. He said he officially accept me as his disciple if I did well in the actuary competition. Zhang Ziyang shook his head. I just received a message from Master. It's true he's leaving the project, but after hearing what we did, he's decided to disassociate himself from us. He's also going to train as Baiyun Star Region's actuary at Xingyou and select a new disciple. Tingting, we're really done this time. You ruined me. What? Bai Yuding's heart sank, and she fainted. Master Smith had announced his return. He was a leading actuary in Baiyun Star Region and even the entire United Government, having just completed a classified national project. Unexpectedly, upon his return, he not only discovered the disgusting incident of fake nutritional supplements being used to attract talent at the actuary competition, but also the news that his own disciples and aspiring disciples had violated citizens' privacy and attempted to murder a finalist in the actuary competition. He was furious. He immediately announced that he would no longer have any relationship with Zhang Ziyang, and clarified that Bai Yuding was not his disciple, but had merely been introduced to him once. Someone with such low moral standards could not possibly be his disciple. Next, he forcefully took over the mess at the actuary building, appointing his eldest disciple, Chung Kuan, as honorary dean. He pledged to clean up the actuary competition, restore peace to the industry, and redevelop the actuary profession in the Baiyun Star region. He also gave a speech encouraging all young actuaries, promising that such injustices would never happen again. He also promised to personally provide special training for the finalists in the Star Glory competition. In an instant, the situation reversed. Countless young talents, who had been disappointed by the actuary competition, regained hope, and naturally, the credibility of the actuary building was restored. For a time, the murky scandal that had been making headlines was suppressed, and the government and the businesses involved breathed a sigh of relief. It's truly the power of the master, Xiao Qicai exclaimed. Indeed, most actuaries in the industry idolize Master Smith and have a high level of trust in him, Xiao Jun said, lowering his voice. The Xiao family received a message asking them to keep the situation quiet. It seems too many forces are involved, and the impact is detrimental, so the government has taken action. Master Smith's appearance now, I'm guessing he was invited by the government. The actuary competition involved so much, so the government finally intervened. It's naturally a good thing that an industry leader stepped in to resolve the issue. It's good that it's resolved, otherwise it would have long-lasting consequences for the competition. However, The contestants who made it to the Star Glory Finals this time do have an extra opportunity. It would definitely be beneficial if Master Smith personally taught them. Xiao Jun said, I even heard inside information. Master Smith, having lost 2 of his disciples, might select talented individuals from this year's competition as his disciples. Brothers and sisters, you must perform well then. What? Really? Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua were instantly excited. Becoming a master's disciple is a tremendous opportunity. I hadn't expected Xiao Jun to even have such information. Yes, so you must strive for outstanding results in your 3rd exam. You must make it to the finals. Xiao Jun looked at the others. Master Smith has national-level resources at his disposal, not something ordinary companies can match. You must take advantage of them. Especially senior sister Xiao. If Bai Yuding knew you were Master Smith's disciple, she'd probably die of rage in jail. Xiao Jun looked at Xiao Qisai with sparkling eyes. Xiao Qisai shook his head. Just do your best. I originally thought Bai Yuding was truly Master Smith's disciple, and perhaps Master Smith would help her out. I didn't expect Master Smith to be such a sentimental person, even severing ties with Zhang Zhiyong. Guess this master is truly a good person. Bai Yuding was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Without help or money for bail, her sentence couldn't be reduced. This is plenty of time for her to reflect in prison. If I can become the master's disciple, I naturally do my best, but not for her sake. Besides, any one of us 3 becoming the master's disciple would be a cause for celebration. Okay. Xiao Jun nodded, understanding. Not rubbing shoulders with enemies, not grieving for those who don't deserve it, Xiao Qi truly lives with clarity. The few people exchanged glances, each with a smile in their eyes. With just a few days until the exam, with the master as their motivating goal, the few people worked even harder, studying almost day and night. Finally, it was the eve of the competition. This competition involved practical work, so it wasn't held in the actuary building. Instead, they were at a well-known local company, conducting a lottery-based modeling analysis of a project. A special car took everyone there. Here. This was another structure built into the clouds. While not as impressive as the actuary building, it was still quite grand. Several people sighed, thinking it would be nice to work for a large company like this. Staff from the building team and the company escorted all the contestants to a dedicated exam area, where separate examination rooms had already been set up. Xiao Qisai, ranked lower, was taken to the exam room first. From a distance, Guofenghua and Qin Sanwan saw Xiao Qisai arrive at her exam area and waved to her. Xiao Qisai sat down, and the staff instructed her, the competition has begun. Click on the selection screen to draw your lot. You will draw 2 questions, and your total score will be combined. The staff member leaned close to Xiao Qisai's ear and said, just a friendly reminder, it's said that the questions on the left are more suitable for lower-level candidates. Xiao Qisai was stunned by this. When she looked up, the staff member had already shut up and stood beside her in a businesslike manner, as if what she had just said was an illusion. It couldn't be that Xiao Jun could bribe the staff to give her a backdoor, but this was too strange. In an instant, something flashed through Xiao Qisai's mind. Her heartbeat quickened, and an incredible hypothesis popped up. She hurriedly raised her hand and said, hello, there's still time. I need to go to the restroom first. The staff member nodded, and another female staff member accompanied Xiao Qisai to the restroom. Of course, she wouldn't follow him into the restroom. As soon as Xiao Qisai closed the restroom door, she quickly sent a message to Qin Sanwan, Guofenghua, and Mu Xingmei, telling them to ignore the staff member's words. This message was a decrypted message. The recipient would delete it upon receiving it. Upon returning, Xiao Qisai made a point of greeting the 3. They had clearly seen the terminal message and were confused. Of course, they didn't realize what had happened until the staff member leaned in and spoke in their ears. Before the topic selection, the terminal would be temporarily blocked using a special device. The staff would only leave after watching the contestants select their topics, giving them 10 minutes to think. Xiao Qisai, almost immediately after the selection began, followed the staff's instructions and chose the topic on the left. The staff member then left, satisfied. Xiao Qisai's face darkened as he took one look at the topic. Of course, no matter what, the half-day exam was finally over. For the second half, they returned to the actuary building to take the exam. It wasn't until the afternoon session ended and everyone reunited that Qin Sanwan finally had the chance to ask Xiao Qisai about the message. A staff member from the organizing committee and a company should have been randomly assigned, and they knew the exam rules. The virtual network was independent, so cheating wouldn't be an issue. But for them to specifically come and talk to us, don't you think it's a problem? Although Xiao Jun wants us to do well, I don't think she would bribe the staff to help us. That's disrespectful to the competition, and to us. Oh, Xiao Jun isn't that kind of person. So what's the point of reminding us? Qin Sanwan asked. Could it be related to the fake nutrition supplement incident? Gua Fenghua speculated. Xiao Qisai shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's okay that you didn't follow their instructions. We find out later by asking Xiao Jun. Soon, the group left the actuary building and soon saw Xiao Jun rushing over. Xiao Jun panted, "Today is your final exam. Thinking you'd be heading off to training camp soon, I specially arranged a delicious place to treat you tonight. Unfortunately, they couldn't make reservations online, so I wasted some time waiting in line. Wow, junior sister, you're the best." Hearing about the special food, Qin Sanwan was deeply moved. Xiao Qisai, however, was already getting to the point. Xiao Jun, you didn't interfere with this final exam, did you? Interfered? What did I interfere with? The exam questions are all set by the company system. I can't interfere. This isn't the Xiao family's company. Xiao Jun shook his head and asked, what happened? Xiao Qisai then repeated what the staff member had said during the exam. I haven't participated in the actuary competition, but it's a little strange. Normally, staff wouldn't say something like that. Xiao Jun was also puzzled. I checked this company out. What kind of a jerk? They're not trying to harm you, are they? Xiao Jun said angrily, thank goodness you're smart, senior sister Xiao, and you figured it out. You didn't follow his choice, did you? No. Several people shook their heads. Xiao Qisai, however, bowed his head in thought. Since no one had fallen for the trick and the final round had been completed, the evening's atmosphere was quite good. The special delicacies Xiao Jun had arranged were once again eye-opening for everyone. This time, Xiao Qisai paid for it, fulfilling his earlier boast of covering the costs of their college competition. The next morning, the exam results were announced as scheduled. Mu Xingmei, 2nd place, Qin Sanwan, 22 ND, Gua Fenghua, 43 RD, Xiao Qisai, 103rd. The other 3 students all achieved unexpectedly good results. Only Xiao Qisai, despite a higher ranking than last time, still failed to make the cut, missing the mark by 3 places. This put the others in a bad mood. Xiao Qisai, the person involved, was quite calm. Don't worry too much. Our mission is almost complete, and we earned our actuary qualifications. Your advancement to the finals is a testament to your years of hard work and talent. I've only been studying for a short time, so it's normal that I didn't make it. I'm already very happy to have achieved this ranking. And this time, I resolved a major concern. At least I don't have to worry about the Bayou family suddenly showing up to plot against me again. You should be congratulating me. Let's go have a nice meal tonight. You all start a month of closed-door, targeted training tomorrow. Master Smith will be personally guiding you this time, and he even be accepting apprentices. You definitely have a chance. So cheer up. Even so, Qin Sanwan's eyes still welled up. But if it's just the 2 of us, without junior sister Xiao, I'd be very uncomfortable and reluctant to leave. All good things must come to an end, and you'd be back after the competition. Wasn't going to Xingyao your dream? I'd be happy for you if you realize your dream. Besides, I have my own dreams too. Compared to these 2 true geniuses, Xiao Qisai's heart is more complex, and her actuarial talent isn't as strong as theirs. To have made it this far is actually quite unexpected. Her career meant she couldn't focus solely on actuarial science, so being here was good enough. After much persuasion, Qin Sanwan finally accepted this reality. Several people quickly reported the good news to the teacher. Teacher Wen was so surprised that his glasses fell off. The old man jumped for joy, his eyes soon reddening. Qin Sanwan and Gua Fenghua had been his personal mentors for so many years, and to finally reach this point, they were naturally proud. Of course, he couldn't help but comfort Xiao Qisai. After all, she was a student he had high hopes for. However, she had been studying the least and was young, so she had plenty of opportunities, even the chance to participate in the next round. Therefore, Teacher Wen was not too disappointed, and felt that Xiao Qisai's results were not bad. You and junior sister Xiao Jun always treated us in the past. Today we advanced, so we treat you. Don't refuse. Qin Sanwan and Gua Fenghua insisted on treating. Xiao Qisai and Xiao Jun smiled but didn't object. Of course, Qin Sanwan also invited Mu Xingmei along. She placed 2nd on the exam, the pride of the lower-level planet. The place they chose wasn't the most luxurious, but the scenery was quite nice. Elegant and beautiful food boats drifted leisurely across the calm lake. The water was ablaze with lights, forming a variety of patterns, occasionally shifting into various three-dimensional forms. Unique music drifted through the water, creating a truly beautiful scene. The environment on the higher-level planets was also exceptional. Fresh air, a gentle breeze caressing your face, steaming hot drinks and dishes, a peaceful and beautiful scene. This was a completely different scene from the lower-level planets. The air and water here were so fine, they seemed pristine. It was a shame that what they considered beautiful and rare was commonplace for the people on the higher-level planets, unwilling to venture out and enjoy this natural beauty. So, there weren't many food boats. Halfway through the meal, Guofeng suddenly ordered some fruit wine. A kitchen boat soon approached, bringing over the steaming, fragrant wine. I'm already old, and I delayed graduation from the 46th Advanced Academy for several years. My family has been urging me to return. If it weren't for Teacher Wen's insistence, I would have already graduated. This time, thanks to you, especially junior sister Zhao's advice, we were able to apply for the actuary competition together. I passed the intermediate level actuary exam, and also qualified for the assessment at the Capital Star Glory. So, it's likely that I graduate from the academy after I return. Guofeng raised his glass first. You're all my juniors. I should have treated you all, but I'm short on cash. So junior sister Qin and I will treat you together. From now on, the academy is yours. Qin Sanwen's eyes welled up when she heard him say this. Brother, don't say that. We definitely see each other again. I'm going to take the Star Glory exam with you. Xiao Qisai shook his head. Even without me, with your dedication, you definitely achieve remarkable results in this field. Congratulations in advance, brother. I wish you a bright future. She raised her glass and drank. She poured another glass and looked at Qin Sanwen. Where's senior sister Qin? She should be graduating soon. Although Qin Sanwen was about the same age as her, she was a true genius. She had been admitted to the actuary college at a young age. However, due to the outdated planet actuary exam system, she never graduated and was often bullied at school. Thankfully, she had a good temper and a simple, unforgiving nature, so she maintained her pure character and finally, after persevering through the clouds, she finally reached this day. Qin Sanwen nodded, then suddenly shook his head. It's time for me to graduate, but I can't bear to leave you. It's okay, senior sister Qin. My family's in Xingyou. I find a chance to visit you later. If you can compete in Xingyou, you likely continue to advance. When that happens, companies or government agencies in Xingyou will definitely invite you, and you most likely stay. Xiao Jun didn't seem to take much notice of the other's sentimental feelings, instead sharing what he knew. Although you have to rank and advance again, any talent who makes it to the Xingyou finals will definitely receive an offer from a company. Baiyun Star region will gather you for training, and perhaps some companies will approach you about signing a contract. Don't worry, Xingyou is where the core companies gather, and they offer you better treatment. I specifically inquired with Xiao Wei. The Xiao family selects approximately 10 actuary competition contestants each year for training. Salaries are based on a preliminary evaluation after obtaining the actuary's qualification. Junior actuaries earn over 1 million yuan annually, intermediate actuaries earn tens of millions, and senior actuaries earn hundreds of millions in salary plus bonuses. However, senior actuaries require not only certifications, but also various stringent requirements and corporate contributions. The Xiao family only has a few actuaries with annual salaries exceeding 100 million yuan. For those from lower-level planets, we will help upgrade their citizenship cards to sea level according to the contract. Further promotions will depend on performance. Of course, if the contract is successful, 2 relatives will be able to help with immigration to Xingyou. However, this only applies after obtaining the actuary qualification. Many talented actuaries become disillusioned during their training, with various ulterior motives, lack of practical skills, and poaching, so only half of them ultimately remain. You can use this information to negotiate terms with the company. I also told the Xiao family that if you're interested in choosing the Xiao family, you can directly provide the contract and set the terms based on this information. This is absolutely confidential for the contestants from the lower-level planets. It will definitely be very effective in helping the 2 people make their final contract and prevent them from being scammed. I didn't expect Xiao Jun to have already made arrangements for them. The 2 nodded, feeling even more grateful. Thank you, junior sister, for the reminder. We will make our choice based on our performance. The opportunity to stay in Xingyou and escape the low-level planets and low-level citizens is a rare one. Unexpectedly, they actually did it. They would naturally choose based on the best conditions. Wow, that would be fantastic. I love to eat, and my dream is to give my parents a good life. so I might choose to work for a food company they can take over. Qin Sanwan smiled. Guofenghua nodded. If possible, I like to work for a research company. It's best if I don't socialize too much, so I can focus on my work. As for you, Xingmei, don't be shy. Just treat us as friends. Xiao Qisai took the initiative to look at Mu Xingmei, who was sitting nearby, trying to minimize her presence. When Mu Xingmei was with them, perhaps out of habit, or perhaps out of inferiority, she always minimized her presence despite being the top student. Of course, she always listened politely and rarely interrupted. So, even though the others weren't particularly familiar with her, they didn't feel awkward around them. She wasn't as youthful and ambitious as Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua, but her eyes shone with vigor. This brilliance only intensified after she met them, and advanced again and again. Your performance is better than ours. With your achievements, you might be in the top 100 of the entire United Government. Then you have your pick of companies. Xiao Qisai jokingly asked, do you have a favorite industry? Or anything you like to do? The dark-skinned woman was stunned by her words. Her eyes were as clear as the lake before her. After a long moment, she drank a little, her face flushed. As she gazed at the leaping light fish in the distance, her eyes sparkled. My greatest dream is for our planet to survive, and for my people to live a good life. If that happens, I'd be happy. However, even if she could bring 2 family members, it wouldn't solve the situation and anxiety on her entire planet. Even if she earned a high salary in the future, it might not solve the devastation left by the planet's discovery. So she could only keep moving forward, constantly seeking opportunities to change the fate of her homeland. Xiao Qisai understood her responsibility and clinked glasses with her with a determined gaze. Yes, everyone will get what they want. When you reach high enough and far enough, changing a planet will become easy, even changing the world. Really? Mu Xingmei's eyes shone brighter. I work hard. Junior sister Xiao, what about you? Several people turned to Xiao Qisai again. Although Xiao Qisai had only passed the junior actuary qualification exam, with her learning ability, she might be able to take the Xingyu exam next year. Perhaps they would finally reunite at Xingyao. Xiao Qisai looked at the 2 people, their faces filled with anticipation and hope, and ultimately swallowed some of his words. My company is on planet 4628. I continue to expand the market for my beauty potion, starting from planet 4628 and seeing how far I can go. Her coordinates are there, and she expands from there. Her destination, her end point, lies somewhere invisible to this world. But there's still hope. I think junior sister Xiao will become a very powerful person in the future. Qin Sanwan's eyes blazed. Because you're the hardest working and smartest among us. She also raised her glass, toasting Xiao Qisai. None of them were regular drinkers, and after a few drinks, even the mild fruit wine, their cheeks flushed. Qin Sanwan even began to ramble a bit. Xiao Jun felt a warm feeling watching this scene, and a smile crept across her face. Sure enough, getting along with people wasn't that difficult. It was so nice to meet them. So, she turned to ask Xiao Qisai, Senior Sister Xiao, is there any chance you return to the Xiao family? Xiao Qisai shook his head, as she had guessed. But the girl wasn't disappointed. Instead, her eyes sparkled. Then, can I stay with you, sister? Before Xiao Qisai could answer, 002 started to frantically remind her in her head, no, don't. With her by your side, I always feel like she has ulterior motives. However, Xiao Qisai blocked it out, smiled, and nodded. That's fine. Really? The girl smiled and hugged Xiao Qisai. Qin Sanwan, feeling a touch of envy, glanced sideways at Guofenghua, shifted, and, while Guofenghua was somewhat bewildered, turned and hugged Mu Xingmei. Wow, I want a sister too. She blinked drunkenly, and patted Mu Xingmei's back. Hey, let's hug too. Mu Xingmei stiffened for a moment, somewhat unaccustomed to her enthusiasm, but she embraced the plump girl nonetheless. Guofenghua couldn't help but laugh at the scene, and continued pouring his own glass of wine. Everything was perfect. The boat crisscrossed the lake, gradually disappearing into the night. Chapter 80. The next day, Qin Sanwan, Guofenghua, and Mu Xingmei entered the Baiyun Star Region Finals training group for the actuary competition, undergoing a 20-day retreat. As expected, Master Smith personally headed the training group, which excited all the contestants who had advanced to the Xingyi Finals. Early in the morning, Xiao Qisai discovered that the email he had submitted to the competition committee contained numerous corporate invitations. Most of them were from Baiyun Star Region companies, claiming to be impressed by Xiao Qisai's potential and wanting to discuss her. They offered various conditions to join their backup team. Some even offered employment, stating that although Xiao Qisai only had a junior actuary qualification, they would still offer her excellent compensation. Xiao Qisai researched several companies, and found them to be relatively large, reputable ones. While not as strong as some of the giants in Xingyao, they were still very difficult for ordinary people to enter, especially for citizens of lower-level planets. The opportunity to stay in Shengyun, on a higher-level planet, was definitely a great opportunity. It seems the saying actuaries change destiny is absolutely true. Perhaps those previously eliminated have also received invitations. However, soon, an email with a familiar company letterhead caught his eye. Xiao Qisai clicked on it without hesitation. It was indeed a job offer. The conditions offered were extremely impressive, almost identical to the salary offered by the senior actuary Xiao Jun had mentioned. A reputable, large company with such enticing conditions was definitely something an ordinary actuary couldn't refuse. A slightly quizzical look crossed Xiao Qisai's face, and he nodded in agreement. Soon, a staff member from Yanxing Technology called. Although your offer is the highest, I still need to discuss it with your boss before considering whether to accept the offer. The staff member was extremely surprised, with a hint of envy in her tone. Negotiation? Your salary is already the highest among our veteran actuaries. You're still a student, and don't miss this opportunity. Xiao Qisai interrupted her. Just tell the person in charge what I said. I take care of the rest. Okay. Seeing Xiao Qisai's insistence, the staff member could only nod. Soon after, Xiao Qisai received another meeting notice at Yanxing Technology the next day, and she signed the receipt and accepted the appointment. Thankfully, Xiao Jun had given her some inside information about Yanxing before the meeting. Yanxing Company has a strong background. Its top executive has close ties to the chief financial officer of the Baiyun Star Region's economic department. Coupled with its involvement in numerous industries, it's considered a well-known company in Shengyun, which is why it's even able to collaborate on events like the actuary competition. In short, its deep political connections provide the company with even more resources and advantages for its development. Logically, a company this large wouldn't target a few individuals unless the company itself was also involved in that incident. Of course, whether this was the case or not would soon be revealed. Xiao Qisai was greeted by an imposing, middle-aged man named Peng. Judging from his presence, he must be considered a high-ranking figure in Yanxing Company. He sized Xiao Qisai up and down before finally asking, "Are you an E-class citizen?" Xiao Qisai nodded. "Without further ado, we can upgrade you to Class D citizen. After 30 years of service, we assist you in upgrading to Class C citizenship, but you need to sign a lifetime contract. Okay? If you had to pay for the upgrade, then upgrading to Class C citizenship would indeed be a substantial sum. 2 citizenship levels is a leap in class, a life-changing experience." But Xiao Qisai shook his head and looked at the man. "Mr. Peng, you asked me to come here, so you must have done a background check, right? Do you think you'd be attracted to Class C citizenship?" Peng Whiting smiled. "Indeed, we did a background check, but aren't you reluctant to return to the Xiao family? Besides, let me be honest. Initially, our intention wasn't to recruit you, but after investigating your information, we changed our minds. You're a promising talent who can be trained well and become a valuable asset to our company." The Xiao family, the other party knew about them, but they still sent him an invitation. Perhaps, in other words, they were waiting for him to fall into their trap. Xiao Qisai realized she was in for a tough match this time. But she remained calm. "Then I'm grateful you didn't attack me. But as I said, I'm mainly dissatisfied with your offer. An annual salary of tens, or even hundreds of millions is nothing to me. I already own my own companies and businesses, which are more than enough for me to earn. As for senior citizen status, if I truly need it, I can return to the Xiao family." Peng Whiting tried to interrupt, but Xiao Qisai continued, "Well, let me tell you, what will it take for you to let me and my brothers and sisters go? The dark side of the actuary competition would have been exposed sooner or later, even without us. We just happened to stumble upon it, and exposing it is simply to protect our own rights." She didn't bother beating around the bush with them, and spoke directly. Besides this incident, she couldn't understand why this company would target her and a few others. All her actions had happened on planet 4628, and at most, she had offended Si Muxing. Bai Yuding's matter had been resolved, so this incident alone had shattered someone's pie, and this was bound to be the outcome. In fact, Xiao Qi had anticipated this day ever since she exposed that incident, but she never imagined that the company closely connected to the actuary competition would be the one to take action. No wonder the government's attitude was so subtle, and no wonder Master Smith was brought in to resolve this matter. It was clear that too many issues were involved, and some companies were simply unable to resolve the issue, let alone provide justice to the public. On the surface, the series of measures implemented after Master Smith's arrival had appeased all the impoverished actuaries and brought justice, but the instigators would not be let off. That's why she simply chose the questions the staff member recommended. As expected, they were all difficult, ultimately preventing her from reaching the Star Glory finals. But it didn't matter. What she said yesterday was true. This wasn't her life's ambition, and whether or not she could compete in Star Glory wasn't important. But it was crucial for Qin Sanwan and the others. Someone had to face it, so she might as well do it herself. She had far more leverage than Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua. Besides, because of the Xiao family, they at least didn't dare to do anything blatantly to Xiao Qicai. But it was different for them. With their futures at stake, these immoral bastards were more than capable of doing. So she had come today to find a way to resolve this matter. She wanted to put a perfect end to the actuary competition. Boss Peng looked at the calm Xiao Qicai with a look of surprise. You're certainly very clever, but what's the point of letting them go? We had nothing to do with that incident. We simply wanted to give you a bright future. You know, escaping from a low-level planet is truly difficult. You came from a low-level planet too, so you should understand. Yes, it's not easy. That's why I'm asking you to let my brothers and sisters go. I stay and talk with you. Xiao Qicai's face was cold. They can participate in the Star Glory competition and bring glory to the Baiyun Star region. You shouldn't do anything to them at this moment. Yes, your brothers and sisters are very excellent, but you're even better. Our requirements are simple. Sign a lifetime contract with us, and we do our best to provide you with whatever you need. I done some research, and you're developing some kind of beauty potion. We can acquire your company, and put you in charge of that area, and you definitely have enough profit to continue your work. Great, great. This is truly an information society. It seems their cards are firmly in their grasp. Acquiring someone is such a shame, it might as well be robbing them. So you also see the potential of the beauty potion. However, I have the formula. I continue to expand and get what I need. Why should I sell it to you and work for you? Xiao Qicai sneered. Little girl, don't be so hasty to refuse. You should first understand the situation before making a decision. Peng Huiting shook his head. Where do you think you can expand the beauty potion with your power? To the nearby low-level planets? You're so naive. Have you ever heard of planetary trade barriers? Do you think you'd be given free access to other people's markets? Do you think you get a trade license? Every product expansion requires sufficient authority. Don't forget, you're just a low-level citizen. You exploited a loophole and expanded the factory by establishing subsidiaries. However, the maximum authority for an E-level citizen is 100 subsidiaries, each with a maximum of 1,000 employees. And now your expansion has reached over 10,000 people, and you're about to reach the limit. Are you continuing? Expand? Even if you continue to expand your market, even if it encompasses the entire 4,628 planets, what good will that do? Since you have confidence in your product, you should understand that it's a one-time benefit. Just because you cured someone, do you expect them to keep buying? You have a short-lived success, but then your market will vanish, and you be in dire straits. Those workers who were grateful to you will all be out of work, and your industry will be finished. Even if you hold the patent and have the best product, you won't be able to enter other planetary markets. For interplanetary trade, every product requires local approval before it can enter, and this approval authority rests with the government. Lower-level planets will welcome her investment, but they won't welcome her into their local market. Even if the public knows the beauty potion's efficacy and wants it, they have to see if the government will allow it. Xiao Qicai had considered this before. She envisioned negotiating with the local government under the guise of investment to open up the market. This shouldn't be a problem for lower-level planets, such as Planet 8843. Planet 8843, for example, is so grateful for her investment that the planet's CEO wouldn't deny her products access. Similarly, she could use this method to continue expanding to more surrounding, lower-level planets. However, this presupposes that she doesn't offend anyone in the government and faces no obstacles. Peng Huiting's intentions were clear. He would find a way to prevent Xiao Qicai's products from leaving Planet 4628 and from being sold on other administrative planets. Then, Xiao Qicai would be trapped. So, if she wanted to expand, she would have to accept his solicitation, or rather, acquisition, under the name of a derivative company. So, she was indeed naive. Of course, before coming here, who could have imagined that she would be caught up in such a situation and targeted? However, there was no point in regretting it now. Besides, Everything she did came from the heart, and there was no reason to regret it. Politics and business are indeed interconnected, and no carelessness is allowed. Chapter 81. So think carefully. Do you want to sign a contract or go it alone? Of course, we don't care about your little tricks. Beauty potions are nothing to us. The improved version only has a market on lower-level planets, and no matter how much we expand, we won't make much money. The original version is expensive. Given the cost, wouldn't it be faster to use expensive medical equipment? We're just giving you a chance. Of course, you can return to the capital Xingya, but you're now from the Baiyun Star region. Think carefully. If you go back, it will be difficult for you to interfere in things here, and you have to give up everything you have now. Of course, if you become a member of the Shao family, we won't do anything to you. After all, we can't afford to hire the Shao family. Peng Huiting analyzed the pros and cons step by step, as if kindly explaining it to Shao Qicai. However, I heard you announce long ago that you wouldn't be returning to the Shao family. Actually, this is a sensible choice. Returning to the Shao family at this time wouldn't improve Xingyu's situation as you imagine. To show my sincerity, I can also tell you an inside story. The Shao family is too big, so big that some people are afraid. Ultimately, they have no choice but to swallow themselves up. Hearing this, Shao Qicai was stunned. The derivative company has political background and insider government information. So, the Shao family is also facing a government reshuffle. She took a breath. Of course, she couldn't tell him whether this statement was true or not. Perhaps it was just a scare tactic, but if it was true, why hadn't Xiao Jun mentioned it to her? Seeing Shao Qicai's expression finally change, Peng Huiting was finally satisfied. Young lady, you're still young and have much to learn. Sometimes, you have to understand the situation and not be blinded by short-term gains. You still have a long way to go. Shao Qicai finally bowed her head. I understand, but the beauty potion is something I worked hard to acquire, and my company has come this far through immense hardship. I still have 6 days left. I hope you can give me 3 days to consider it, okay? Peng Huiting was deeply moved by Shao Qicai's final bow. He patted Shao Qicai on the shoulder. Okay, I give you 3 days. After 3 days, I have a contract ready for you. You're welcome to join me. As soon as Shao Qicai returned, Xiao Jun hurriedly asked, Is everything alright? If they dare to deal with you, I have Xiao Wei come and talk to them. She shook her head. Nothing. Xiao Jun was still naive, relying on the Shao family as her backer, thinking everything could be resolved. Of course, perhaps getting the Shao family involved would indeed offer a solution. But Shao Qicai had already decided not to return to the Shao family, so naturally, he wouldn't involve them. Otherwise, his bond with them would be permanent. Besides, the Shao family's situation wasn't as good as it appeared. Regardless of whether Peng Huiting's words were true or not, the saying a tall tree attracts the wind was true. Using politics to block trade routes? Shao Qicai's face turned cold. Recently, before bed every night, Shao Qicai would briefly review the reports from Wu Xiao and the others. So far, the factory's expansion and production plans were progressing smoothly. The second batch had already sold a significant number of units, and the factory was producing rapidly. By around the third batch, the market for 4628 would be temporarily saturated. Therefore, planning for the expansion beyond planet 4628, as Shao Qicai had mentioned, should actually begin now. The original plan was to visit one by one, with the nearest planet, 4721, being the first to be tried. Wu Shou had already contacted someone and presented the beauty potion in detail, and they were quite interested. The other party was particularly pleased when they mentioned that they would open at least one local factory, employ local people, and invest. Shao Qicai didn't mention the company's current difficulties. Instead, he convened a meeting and announced the need for rapid market expansion. He instructed them to extend partnership invitations to all companies within the entire 4628 star field, including all low-level planets, within a week's reach. No, even high-level planets. This decision shocked Wu Xiao and the others. However, Si Mukin surprisingly didn't object. Perhaps he felt that Shao Qicai's decision was irreversible, so he didn't bother to speak up. Wu Xiao, however, made a point of privately messaging Shao Qicai after the meeting. Boss, is there something going on over there? Shao Qicai nodded. It's a bit of a bother, but it's nothing serious. Just follow my instructions. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Once this is over, I continue to adjust your salaries and increase your stock dividends. That's on top of resolving this incident. Of course, Peng Huiting received the news almost simultaneously. Xiao Qizai's company had sent out business cooperation invitations to hundreds of surrounding planets. Furious, he immediately ordered his men to intercept them one by one, thwarting Xiao Qizai's plans. He wanted to teach Xiao Qizai a lesson, to make her realize the reality and her own weaknesses. The Baiyun Star region encompasses over 1,000 planets with life. Their core leaders belong to the Baiyun Star region government and are subject to the jurisdiction and oversight of the upper-level coalition government, but they have considerable autonomy over specific policies and other matters. The coalition government consists of 5 components: politics, economy, military, livelihood, and law. Military and legal aspects are standardized across all star regions, and no individual star region has any authority. Politically, the supreme governor of each star region is personally appointed by the supreme head of state of the coalition government. For the rest of the political structure, livelihood policies, and economy, each star region has considerable autonomy. With the financial controller of the Baiyun Star region as their backer, the spin-off company can indeed operate with impunity. Acquiring smaller companies is no problem, and preventing a smaller company from expanding is even easier. So Wu Shou responded immediately. Over 100 business invitations were sent, and overnight, over 30 were rejected. And those were from high-level planets above Class C. High-level planets don't need this. Low-level planets like Class D are unlikely to refuse such investments. Furthermore, the ecological environment of these low-level planets is generally not very good. Therefore, a potion that can cure air toxins, at a price affordable for ordinary people, is bound to be highly sought after. Of course, some lower-level planets also considered local companies, and some local companies collaborated with planetary officials. So, even if they knew the product was effective, they wouldn't introduce it. But the vast majority of lower-level planets would logically agree, given Xiao Qizai's product and the investment coming in. However, even these lower-level planets began to issue rejections one after another. If all of them were rejected, there must be something wrong. Wu Xiu's face shone with worry. She knew something was definitely wrong. She feared Xiao Qizai had offended someone higher up. At this moment, she also suspected that, despite appearing to be thriving, the company was actually facing a serious crisis. In reality, Xiao Qizai's journey to this point had been incredibly difficult. As a low-ranking citizen, expanding her company's products to the entire planet would have been enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for a lifetime. But she also naturally knew Xiao Qizai's ambitions. And the plan for a pillar industry that was tied to the planet's future was definitely not just about making money. But Xiao Qizai didn't speak up, and she didn't ask. This young woman, barely a woman of age, always seemed to radiate trust. So, all she could do was follow Xiao Qizai's instructions, and do everything perfectly. So quickly. Okay, I get it. Send our information to the rejected planets again, describing the beauty potion's effects in a more detailed and vivid manner, and prepare 2 more detailed marketing plans. For high-level planets, focus on promoting the high-end beauty benefits of the product. For low-level planets, promote the low-end healing benefits. Use official bidding for investment, and let everyone know that this project exists. Do you understand? Wu Xiu nodded. I understand. When the time comes, send me all the proof of your rejections. The next day, almost all the invitations were rejected. You can imagine how terrifying politics really is. Indeed, any business must adhere to political principles. If it goes against the grain, or if the connections don't work, you can't move forward. Xiao Qizai had suffered this loss in her previous life. After several years as an apprentice, she finally learned how to make various pastries. She finally accumulated a small amount of capital, and wanted to use her skills and hard work to make money. Her prices are reasonable, and much more affordable than those pastry shops with very exquisite decorations. The taste is also good. She learned it from authentic old craftsmen, so her business has been very good since she opened. However, good business also attracts envy. Her shop initially faced frequent fire and sanitation inspections, significantly dampening the purchasing power of ordinary customers. Ultimately, she was falsely accused of selling expired food, and her shop was closed for renovations. The reason was simply that her competitor had connections in a certain company, making it easy to report her. That was her first time starting her own business, and it made her realize how many tricks ordinary people have to navigate in business. Later, she learned to cultivate connections and build relationships. This is why, on Planet 4628, she, in the name of her passion, was determined to gain the upper hand over Bu Yishuan, the CEO. The beauty potion was tempting the Xi family, and the Xiao family was also interested. It was only a matter of time before they became targets. Xiao Qisai hadn't anticipated the potential for counterfeit nutritional supplements. But the market was stymied, and from the outset, Xiao Qisai was fully prepared. But she steadfastly adhered to one principle: all opponents on her path were merely grinding stones. Just like the Qian family and other competitors before them, they brought about their own destruction, accelerating their own market expansion. This time, it might not be impossible. She had always seen the position of the lower-level citizens clearly, and precisely because of this, she had to step forward. After receiving the first rejection, Wu Xiao, following Xiao Qisai's instructions, made a second invitation. This time, the stakes and benefits were even higher. If no one interfered, it would be enough to tempt all the lower-level planets. Unfortunately, these lower-level planets received another stern warning, rejecting any cooperation invitation from Zhao's pharmacy. That very evening, Xiao Qisai received a call invitation from Peng Huiding. The other party's tone was cold. "I didn't expect you to try to stall for time. What do you think? Are you giving up now? I tell you, the survival of your company depends on my words. You better quit. Otherwise, next time, I won't be negotiating terms with you, but visiting you in prison." "Uh-huh." Xiao Qisai chuckled softly. Then, in a firm, resolute tone, she said, "Is that so? You've certainly done enough research on me, but you may not know me well enough. I never submit to anyone else. You're ungrateful." Peng Huiding gritted his teeth in anger. "Fine, then you wait." Chapter 82. As expected, not long after, Bui Xuan's terminal called. Someone from above wanted the CEO to investigate some large local companies that had expanded illegally. Of course, the only company that had recently expanded rapidly and could be considered a large enterprise was Zhao's Pharmaceutical. Bu Hongqing, at least, didn't blindly follow his superiors, so he feigned ignorance, saying he would conduct a thorough investigation and bluffing the situation. However, he immediately summoned Bu Yishuan and asked her to inquire about Xiao Qisai's intentions. Logically, although Xiao Qisai hadn't returned to the Xiao family, he was still a member of the Xiao family. The higher-ups wouldn't target him, so why would they specifically target Zhao's Pharmaceutical? The CEO was naturally interested in Xiao Qisai's planetary pillar industries, as Bu Yishuan had mentioned, and therefore had high hopes for him. If those hopes were dashed, who knew where the next hope for the planetary industry would lie? As soon as Xiao Qisai heard Bu Yishuan's words, he understood what had happened. She spoke calmly. "Just have the CEO follow the instructions and investigate. Make sure they investigate with all the fanfare and uncover problems that don't exist." Bu Yishuan was a smart person and immediately asked, "So, are you really experiencing problems out there? Tell me, and we solve them together. You're a crucial part of the economic plan for Planet 4628 and the Anti-Star Project. We won't let anyone touch your company." Everything was going well, with more and more factories and workers getting back on track. Suddenly, this incident threatened to ruin Xiao Qisai's plans. For the future of the entire planet, she wouldn't hesitate, even if it meant her father disobeying orders from above. "No, I don't need your help just yet. I already have a plan. I already considered countless obstacles to this end, and now this one has simply appeared ahead of time. An obstacle might be an obstacle, but it might not be an opportunity. Have the CEO conduct a thorough investigation first. Follow the instructions from above, and wait for my next notification. This beauty potion is my lifelong labor, and I built it step by step to this point. I will not allow anyone to covet it." Bu Yishuan sighed, but fortunately, she trusted Xiao Qisai. "I believe you. You must be careful. High-level planets are far more dangerous than low-level ones." Xiao Qisai nodded. "I will." After hanging up the terminal, Xiao Qisai called 002 in his mind. You know, Xiao Qisai rarely called 002 on his own initiative. 002 immediately jumped out. "What's the matter? Master, have you finally realized that you need my help to pursue Miss Hexilan? Although she is in Xingyao now, it's not impossible for me to help you create some opportunities. I know you are capable." Xiao Qisai's tone was gentle, and it was rare for him to offer praise. But seeing Xiao Qisai's expression, 002 suddenly became alert. "You, what on earth are you trying to do? Let me be clear, I won't let you use me anymore, especially not for anything unrelated to my romantic goals or my mate." Xiao Qisai appeared innocent. "I've been asking you to help me advance my romantic goals. Isn't career advancement also about finding a better relationship? I thought it through. My ideal type is someone mature and stable, preferably with a political background. That would be helpful to my career. He and I, combined, would definitely take us to the next level and complement each other." 002, "I have a bad feeling?" Sure enough, Xiao Qisai pulled out a photo. I've been observing this planet lately and stumbled upon this person. I think he's quite charming. Can you help me bind him? 002. The last time Xiao Qisai tried to bind Si Muxing, it was to capture him. You're not going to deal with him, are you? Did he provoke you? 002 asked first. Xiao Qisai shook his head. Really not. You really want to bind me after you're done using me? Wait, you're in lesbian mode now. I just got hooked, and you're binding me to those stinky men again. Ahem, sorry, I'm so into lesbian novels. Are your sexual preferences that erratic? He falls in love with every woman he meets. So fickle. How could anyone capture their master's heart? I promise I won't. It's because I've been facing a bit of a career crisis lately, and it's made me realize I still need to find a useful partner. Look at this person. He comes from a wealthy family, holds a high position, is young and promising, and still single. Isn't he the perfect match in your system? A business and political duo, the son of a high-ranking official? You can't pull him off? 002. That makes sense, but something seems off. Hurry and bind. I'm leaving the advanced planet in 3 days. If I don't bind now, I have no chance. 002 gathered a lot of information in his mind. Wow, I didn't expect Galgon to be banned at some point. What happened? It just fell in love with him. A cool and aloof politician, a cunning and treacherous low-level businessman. I'm hooked on this couple. Bind. Soon, Xiao Qisai's relationship panel switched back to its original male-female mode, and the information about Chu Xian, the young Minister of Civil Affairs of the Baiyun Star region, updated. Chu Xian, at such a young age, naturally held this position because of his background. He came from the Xingyu Chu family, a second-generation politician with an unfathomable family background. However, due to disagreements with his father's ideologies, he ultimately came to the Baiyun Star region and became the Minister of Civil Affairs, a position with little real power. Simply put, the Civil Affairs Department is about doing good things for the people's well-being. However, the basic welfare system and framework are already well established, and it's impossible to cut into the pie of the upper class. Therefore, although it is a branch of the 5 departments of the united government, it actually has the least power. Thus, Chu Xian was essentially exiled, and his family didn't expect him to achieve anything. But he was young after all, and wanted to do something big, so why not express a new proposition? Tit for tat has always been Xiao Qisai's favorite thing to do. Since the derivative company intended to use its political background to pressure her, she responded with political means. At this stage, she didn't have time to build connections on the advanced planets, so it would be difficult for her to establish political connections on her own, mainly because of the severe discrimination against citizens. Chu Xian was chosen by Xiao Qisai from countless suitable candidates. He was the most suitable, and the easiest to approach. She had originally invited him under the guise of the MO Group's fake nutritional supplement incident, asking them to handle the matter, but then she figured, since she had a system, why not use it? Besides, time was running out, so she simply changed her target and got Chu Xian's information directly. 002 would even specifically point out the target's weaknesses and preferences, report their schedule, and find opportunities for them to interact. It was a perfect background check tool. Chu Xian had originally been offered a marriage proposal by a family, but because he disobeyed, the marriage was cancelled. The perceived benefits were too great, and he resented them, which is why he hasn't found a partner yet. He wants to make a career of his own. You could say he's a simple politician. Since he's a careerist with ambitions, things are much easier. As expected, 002 gave Xiao Qisai a recent opportunity. Chu Xian was to attend a charity auction that evening. It was said that all the proceeds would go toward nutrition for children on low-level planets, so Chu Xian would definitely attend. However, according to 002, the auction was actually a way for the charity to raise funds. In reality, most of the proceeds went into the organization's pockets, and the only funds used for the children on low-level planets were the purchase of low-grade nutritional supplements. After falling out with his family, Chu Xian's financial situation wasn't good. Fortunately, his expenses weren't high, and his salary was decent, so he lived frugally, always auctioning off 1 or 2 products in the hope of helping impoverished children. Of course, the auctions could be held anonymously or publicly, and Chu Xian always went anonymously. Fortunately, entering the auction hall didn't require checking citizen card level, but rather the balance. Seeing over 10 digits of star coins in Xiao Qisai's terminal, she quickly obtained an entry ticket. Xiao Qisai wore a demon mask, hideously ugly and terrifying. Chu Xian wore an angel mask, appearing gentle and kind. So Chu Xian quickly noticed Xiao Qicai's mask. It was a stranger. And an E-class citizen, and a wealthy, gullible citizen. Xiao Qicai was auctioning off his first collection, an abstract clown figure supposedly handcrafted by an unknown master. The starting bid was 10,000 star coins. But after 2 rounds of bidding, Xiao Qicai finally won the deal for a whopping 500,000 star coins. The second round began. A retro painting attracted a few more bids, but based on past experience, it should have fetched at most 500,000 star coins. However, Xiao Qicai bid for 1 million star coins. Now, everyone noticed the demon-masked auctioneer. The third item was a basic model of a flying car. The older model was no longer available, so it attracted a lot of bids. In the end, Xiao Qicai won it for 20 million star coins, exceeding the item's value. Everyone was wondering where this idiot had booked the entire place. Of course, the organizers were grinning from ear to ear. Good idiots. More of them, and they'd be rich. Of the last 20 items, Xiao Qicai won half, spending a full 100 million. This kind of generosity definitely necessitated a wealthy background. But when she accidentally revealed her E-class citizen terminal, everyone was stunned. Was it so easy to make money with low-level citizens these days? Of course, Chu Xian also noticed Xiao Qicai. But he simply thought she was a kind idiot. After the auction, there was a charity dinner. As expected, Xiao Qicai, the philanthropist who had raised the most money, was due to give a speech. In the past, Chu Xian would have left early, but this time, he was intrigued by this low-level citizen in the devil's mask, so he stayed. Xiao Qicai offered no hypocritical words of gratitude, simply asking the question everyone was asking. She asked the organizers, "Will even 1/10 of the 100 million yuan I spent today go to the stomachs of impoverished children?" This question caused the audience to pause for a moment. The host hurriedly wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Philanthropist, you're joking. We spend every penny wisely on impoverished children. Isn't that the original intention of our charity organizers?" Oh! Xiao Qicai pulled a cheap nutritional supplement from his pocket. Then why are the nutritional supplements we children on low-level planets given such inferior products? The host's face suddenly changed, realizing that Xiao Qicai wasn't here to give money, but to disrupt the event. A representative from the organizer rushed forward and snatched the microphone from Xiao Qicai. "Don't make such unfounded claims, or we will use legal force to protect our reputation." Xiao Qicai smiled. According to Article 789 of the United Government Civil Code, illegal fundraising, improper use of charitable funds, and embezzlement are punishable by 10 to 100 years in prison, depending on the amount. You better speak your mind and provide evidence to prove the whereabouts of all the funds raised. The shareholder of the organizer's company suddenly paled. Xiao Qicai, however, was already projecting data and other evidence. The organizer, panicking, quickly directed security to arrive. "A spy has infiltrated. Arrest him." The security guards were about to charge forward with their weapons drawn. Seeing Xiao Qicai in danger, Chu Xian finally stepped forward and said, "Stop." The security guards were stunned for a moment, but were immediately scolded by the person in charge. "Do you want to listen to him, or me? Boy, I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business. Consider your own importance first." The person in charge glared at Chu Xian fiercely. "What right do you have to meddle in our affairs?" He assumed that those who came here were only those with a little money. The wealthy and powerful families naturally wouldn't come, as they would all do charity work. So, relying on the charitable organization's backing, he wasn't afraid of offending anyone here. He even considered how to silence everyone involved regarding today's incident. Chu Xian had always had a favorable impression of this auction house, because they claimed to be representing children from low-level planets. He never expected their true colors to be revealed once they were exposed. Based on their attitude, Chu Xian understood that the man in the demon mask was telling the truth. He sneered and took off his mask. "I'm the head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Do you think I have the right to manage this?" Chapter 83. Even if one doesn't pay attention to politics, one should at least know the heads of the 5 government departments. Naturally, everyone present knew the Minister of Civil Affairs of the Baiyun Star region. So when he took off his mask, the organizers had only one thought. It's over. Soon, Chu Xian's men arrived, and all the organizers were arrested and interrogated. Xiao Qicai cooperated, handing over all the evidence gathered by 002 to the investigators. After the interrogation, as expected, Chu Xian was waiting for her. This was Xiao Qicai's true purpose. At this moment, she had removed her demonic mask and looked like an honest college student. Minister Chu. Chu Xian was no fool. He did some research on Xiao Qicai's background and, after a quick guess, concluded that Xiao Qicai was definitely not out to expose that organization. But Xiao Qicai's behavior still piqued his curiosity, so he waited for her. "Why did you want to attend that charity gala?" Chu Xian asked. Of course, he didn't think Xiao Qicai knew his schedule. Xiao Qicai gave a wry smile. "Of course, it's because the nutritional supplement I was drinking was so unpalatable. The government subsidizes free nutritional supplements, and some organizations also offer them. Charity organizations like these are of little use to them. You're so rich, why don't you donate yourself? Exposing a charity won't do you any good, and it only offend people," Chu Xian said. It's true that the charity has connections, but they definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to him openly. However, Xiao Qi, from a low-level planet, might not be so sure. But now that I come across this, I can't just ignore it. I can't take care of them all, but taking care of one or two is good enough. Maybe I can earn a little more fruit for hundreds or thousands of impoverished children. Isn't that the point of a minister attending a charity gala like this? Chu Xian was silent. For a long moment, he looked at Xiao Qicai's sincere eyes and said, "You should go back first. I investigate this matter thoroughly. You still have 3 days to stay in Shengyun. I make sure nothing happens to you." This statement also showed that Chu Xian was indeed a simple person, or at least a good person. Of course, Xiao Qicai naturally couldn't go back. Her main goal wasn't to expose this charity organization. She wasn't the slightest bit embarrassed. She approached Chu Xian with an expression of admiration. "Thank you. You are truly the most approachable, kindest minister I ever met. You truly care about the people. The children of Baiyun Star region are so lucky to have you." Xiao Qicai's praise was both direct and exaggerated, and for some reason, Chu Xian found it somewhat rewarding. His fair ears blushed slightly. "I'm just doing my duty, a small thing." As expected, 002 was already dizzy in his mind. He hadn't expected the minister to be so easily shy. Innocent little white rabbit versus cunning big fox, he. Of course, the next second, Xiao Qicai's words brought his imagination to a screeching halt. "Actually, I have one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. Is that okay?" Xiao Qicai said bluntly, "I know you're young and ambitious, and want to make a difference in your administration, but unfortunately, everything has already been finalized. You can only use trivial things like the charity to fulfill your ideals. I have a major project I'd like to discuss with you. If completed, it will undoubtedly benefit hundreds of millions of citizens, and make you famous for eternity. Are you interested?" The sudden change of subject left Chu Xian unaware, as Xiao Qicai handed him a proposal. "You are my ideal minister of public welfare. Only you truly care about ordinary citizens. Therefore, this matter must be handled by you. I can't ask anyone else for cooperation. Please take a look at it when you have time. I'd be waiting for your notification for the next few days. It's late, so I'd be leaving now." With that, Xiao Qicai politely departed. Chu Xian held the thick proposal and watched Xiao Qicai's retreating figure, momentarily confused as to what had happened. Upon returning to the hotel, Xiao Qicai instructed 002 to quickly investigate anyone associated with Chu Xian. Competitors and those in the same position were clearly scouting for their next target. 002 was speechless. Didn't they say he was the only suitable candidate? What on earth are you doing? Of course, it's because you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Xiao Qi was ready to make a second attempt. If Chu Xian really wasn't up to the task, she would have to find another high-ranking politician. Of course, time was tight. So she could only hope Chu Xian would act as she expected. Luckily, she received a message from Chu Xian early the next morning. "I read your proposal overnight. I just want to know if that beauty potion you mentioned is real?" "Of course it's real. We've tested it with countless customers. I can send you some information." Xiao Qicai sent Chu Xian all the customer feedback he received from Wu Xiu and Yu Lanqing, along with other details, aiming to present a genuine, reliable, and unadulterated story. Of course, I do have selfish motives. Planet 4628 is so backward. Because it was developed earlier, its infrastructure is even more backward. We lack any resources, and no pillar industries. We all want to make this beauty potion a pillar industry for our planet, saving a planet on the brink of collapse. I entered the actuary competition precisely to give our planet a chance. Unfortunately, I didn't live up to the expectations, and didn't make the finals. So, I can only continue to seek investment this way, hoping to gain government attention. It can expand the production of beauty potions, benefit countless planets, and alleviate the lifelong problems and illnesses of countless impoverished, low-level planetary citizens. But I'm a low-level person. I'm a low-level citizen. My power is so limited. Even the number of companies and workers we can produce is limited. But that's okay. I'm willing to release the patent for my beauty potion to benefit all low-level citizens. I hope they won't suffer from lifelong illness, like the citizens of our planet. So this is a completely public welfare business plan. I'm willing to expand it to all low-level planets free of charge, and near-cost price. Environmental damage has brought suffering to countless people at the bottom of society. Now there's an opportunity to solve the problem of air and water toxins. I sincerely hope there will be a governor who truly serves the people, and is willing to provide such an opportunity for us low-level citizens. Xiao Qizai said, his eyes welling up. 002 was stunned by that righteous expression in his mind. Oh my god, his acting is so good. Why doesn't he go into acting? He definitely win Best Actor. Why would he bother running a company? If you don't believe me, I'd love to send you a few bottles of beauty potion for testing. Chu Xian remained silent, but seeing Xiao Qizai speak so sincerely, his heart surged. Send the beauty potion over first. I send someone to test it, and also to Planet 4628 for an investigation. However, expanding this to every lower-level planet is a major decision, one that even I can't make alone. We have to discuss it within the Civil Affairs Department as well. I understand. As long as you're willing to give us a way out, give me a chance, I absolutely cooperate with you and accomplish everything you ask. After the call ended, Xiao Qizai's expression returned to its composure. He took the 2 bottles of beauty potion from his suitcase and mailed them to the address Chu Xian had given him. After finishing all this, she called Si Mukin again. How's the flying car project going? Si Mukin reported, we built a preliminary prototype. But as you know, the equipment we can buy here might be a solution with money, but talent is something money can't buy. I think if you want to develop this, you must move the company to a higher level planet. The first flying car was completely adapted from the original, so it was inextricably linked to him. It could even be said to be his first work. At his own Sea family, he didn't have the time to research this, but with Xiao Qizai, he had the time, money, and equipment to do so. This was one of the reasons he stayed at Xiao Qizai's company. He could imagine the shocking world scene after the first generation of the flying car came out, and he would add a co-designer to the car's name. Si Mukin. So no one wanted this flying car to be mass-produced more than he did. Alas, human resources were limited, and he even considered using the Sea family's name to recruit talent. Where could such high-level talent be found on this low-level planet? Even those from higher-level planets, offered high salaries, wouldn't come. But you have to understand, with my current citizenship level, I can't establish a company on a higher-level planet. Xiao Qizai shook her head. She was increasingly aware of the extent of the world's hostility and restrictions towards lower-level citizens. Why don't you upgrade your citizenship card? Those with level D or above can apply for temporary residency through investment, allowing them to invest in higher-level planets. Level D can even directly establish companies across planets. Si Mukin suggested hesitantly. The company's cash flow was still reasonable. After all sales proceeds were cash. So Xiao Qizai should still have some money. Upgrading her citizen card was indeed a solution. Xiao Qizai had considered it since she made that profit. But after visiting the advanced planet, she suddenly realized that the citizen card level was like a perpetual trap set by the upper echelons. If she continued to upgrade her citizen card, she would need to continuously invest money. This way, she would climb the ranks, almost handing over all her earnings to the coalition government. But what would happen if she got to the top? Without connections, backing cards, or connections, she would ultimately become cannon fodder in the conflicts between the top conglomerates and factions. Speaking of which, the Baiyu family was a victim of this. Upgrading to level D for 1 billion yuan, throwing that 1 billion yuan at her disposal, would indeed raise her terminal's level by 1 level. But was it meaningful? Upgrading to level D meant the next step was level C, which required 10 billion yuan. It was an endless, bottomless pit, draining away all her earnings. How many factories could 1 billion yuan invest in? And how many workers could it employ? And how many low-level planets could the star coins spend on C and B-level planets change their fate? Xiao Qizai shook his head. I probably won't upgrade my citizen card again. Even if I have extra money, I won't. With this money, wouldn't I buy equipment and build a factory? Since we can't build factories on high-level planets, and talented people don't want to be stranded on low-level planets with harsh environments, let's create one. Xiao Qizai's gaze was firm. I know you're knowledgeable, so I need you to help me find a small planet with life, the kind I can buy and sell. I'm planning to establish a comprehensive ecological research center. Si Mukin, shock. Chapter 84. The next day, following Xiao Qizai's plan, Executive Director Bu Hongqing, finding fault with Dao's beauty potion, dispatched government forces to shut down all factories involved. All factory personnel were horrified. Accustomed to a peaceful and stable life, who could accept the sudden loss of their livelihood? In particular, the underground forces' recent factory renovations had been going very smoothly. Seizing the opportunity, members of the underground forces were becoming regular factory employees one after another. Although there were some frictions along the way, the chaos on planet 4628 was greatly alleviated. It even ushered in the most peaceful period in the history of the underground forces, bringing peace to the entire planet. The restructuring of pharmaceutical companies was also very successful, as they also saw the potential of this beauty potion. If Zhao's pharmaceuticals promises were realized, and the market for the beauty potion expanded to other planets, and the entire star region, they would share the pie, earning more money than ever before, and without having to worry about sales. But the good times were about to end, and countless people were in a state of panic. Not only were the underground forces and workers protesting in various ways, but even the lower-level officials responsible for public security on planet 4628 were terrified, and wanted to know what had happened. This industry was clearly doing well, clearly threatening to become a pillar of the entire planet, and even improve the overall well-being of planet 4628. Why was it shut down? The CEO also had his difficulties, but at this moment, he had no choice but to play the villain. Of course, he also used various methods, both explicit and implicit, to convince everyone that someone above them was out to get them, and that they couldn't stand for the development of such a small planet. For a moment, all the conflict shifted again to the power above them that the CEO had mentioned. Who exactly was this wicked force? Their planet had finally prospered and was on the right track, so why would anyone want to destroy it? A planet with a population of 80 million wasn't a large population, but the anger of its citizens was a formidable force. While the online access and rights of lower-class and higher-class citizens differed significantly, they shared one thing: information and access to the internet. Countless people from Planet 4628 complained online, even to various media outlets and government officials, asking what was going on. Their planet was developing smoothly, so why was their survival threatened? The power of 80 million people, even if only half or a third spoke out, was still a formidable force. Of course, the forces behind the derivative company quickly took notice and utilized specialized internet cleanup resources to block those accounts and silence them. However, the more they blocked accounts, the more they were seen, sparking discussion and leading everyone to believe there was something fishy going on. That a powerful force was at work. Almost simultaneously, advertisements for the 4628 beauty potion suddenly appeared all over the internet. Nold Advertising, the largest advertising agency in the United Government, worked with nearly every business, and almost every company would turn to it for new games or products. Of course, getting it involved was expensive. Xiaoqi took a desperate gamble, investing all his money, finally earning himself the chance to see pop-up ads on the virtual network every day after restarting. Although the image of the acne-ridden person above experiencing smooth, supple skin after taking a beauty potion seems like a sci-fi phenomenon, countless people still saw it. Clicking on it didn't reveal a product link, but rather a recruitment campaign for a patented product. There were two versions, one for a high-end beauty potion, primarily claiming beauty benefits, detoxification, whitening, and scar repair. The other promoted the removal of air and water toxins. The two versions targeted different groups, one for the beauty needs of high-class citizens, the other for the needs of low-class citizens whose ecological environments were damaging human health on countless low-level planets. Everyone was surprised to see that the patent came from an unheard-of planet called 4628. At first glance, the actual examples used in the videos seemed miraculous, even featuring videos of people seemingly being brought back to life. Wait, advertising can be exaggerated, but false advertising is not allowed, unless Nord has not obtained any approval, and unless the benefits are genuine and not exaggerated. Clearly, advertising has a powerful effect. Of course, some people thought this was an exaggeration and even filed complaints. But it did attract considerable attention. Several companies contacted Wu Xiao, the contact person listed in the promotional video, to request further discussions. Of course, for these high-ranking citizens and companies, what they call discussions were actually attempts to purchase their patents. This is a common problem among business people. When they see something good, they naturally want to produce it themselves, sell it themselves, and acquire it themselves, hoping to reap greater profits. Most people wouldn't lower their prices to partner with such a low-profile company they never heard of. Some of the companies were relatively well-known pharmaceutical companies, But surprisingly, even though the other party offered a price that was exorbitant for ordinary companies, Wu Xiao firmly refused. The reason for their refusal was simple. Their company only sought collaboration, not patent sales or acquisitions. Everyone was shocked. Where did this small company come from? How could it be so powerful? Of course, Peng Huiting also discovered the ad, and he was surprised that Xiao Qicai would stubbornly come up with such a plan. It was indeed a plan, but was there any difference between selling to another company and selling to his own company? Wait, he wouldn't really rather sell to another company than negotiate with them, giving her face. So, he put pressure on his subordinates again, even going so far as to reinvestigate whether there was any fraud in the patent application for the beauty potion. In fact, at this point, the derivative company had already exceeded its authority, and the people behind it had also exceeded their authority in terms of both economics and laws and regulations. However, Yansheng Company was too arrogant, completely unaware that such a small company could have any political connections. They were solely focused on destroying Xiao Qicai and forcing her to submit, not letting her rise above the crowd. After all, it was utterly humiliating for a lowly citizen, a small company, to challenge them. In other words, Xiao Qicai's series of defiances inflamed Yansheng Company's fury. The next day, all of Dao's pharmacy's real estate and account funds were frozen. Naturally, the company had no spare funds for advertising. At the same time, several patents for the beauty potion were reapproved. This was to drive Xiao Qicai to her death. This day was also Xiao Qicai's last on Shengyan planet. Peng Huiting called Xiao Qicai again. If you don't agree, you be deported tomorrow. I don't have the time to go to that remote, desolate place and patiently negotiate with you. I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over your company and patents, and I give you a sum of money to support you. Otherwise, returning now will be a dead end. You face a huge debt and the wrath of all the workers. Indeed, the third batch of beauty potion had already been pre-sold, and delivery would be impossible on time. The factory would be shut down, and she would face huge compensation. Furthermore, the patent for the beauty potion had been temporarily blocked, making it impossible to sell even if she wanted to. Xiao Qicai was truly at her wit's end. Under these circumstances, returning mid-death, it seemed the only option now was to abandon all her stubbornness, beg for forgiveness from the derivative company, and take the small sum of money to keep herself alive. From the outset, the derivative company's tactics were steadily tightening. If she showed even the slightest sign of resistance, or even considered other options, this fate would have been inevitable. A normal person would likely have been crushed to death at this point. But at this moment, Xiao Qicai remained stubborn, his attitude even more forceful than before. Then I tell you, I won't surrender to you. I worked so hard to acquire what I have. I painstakingly built this company step by step. It's the ideal of our planet. You're a senior citizen, you have power and influence, but you don't represent my company. My workers all deserve your attacks. They deserve to lose their jobs and have no income. Xiao Qicai angrily rebuked the other party's actions. Tens of thousands of people are unemployed, tens of thousands of families are in dire straits, and even the hope of our planet has been destroyed. Is this the social responsibility of you high-ranking citizens and entrepreneurs? You want to give me, but you have to kill us all. Peng Huiting sneered, unmoved. The coalition government has a lot of unemployed people. Countless small planets declare bankruptcy every day on this small planet. We can't care about that. But you're breaking the law. You're illegally suppressing businesses, illegally locking up my patents, and illegally controlling the CEOs of the ruling planets to do your bidding. Do you think your power is enough to put you above the law? Xiao Qicai shouted. Hearing Xiao Qicai's angry voice, Peng Huiting grew even more delighted. He felt that Xiao Qicai had reached his wit's end, on the verge of collapse. It's good that you understand. This world is divided into different classes. Being at the bottom, you should have the self-awareness of a lowly person. Or perhaps you should have known from the very beginning, when you presumptuously exposed that matter, that this would be the outcome. I wait for you for 3 final hours. If you don't come, go back and wait for death, guarding your products and patents that will never appear again, along with your foolish subordinates. With that, Peng Huiting hung up the terminal. Xiao Qicai's expression, which had been trembling with indignation, gradually regained its composure. She looked at the other person at the conference table. Minister Chu, you see? We at the bottom are like this. Anything we do is met with countless difficulties and dangers. To them, we are like ants they can easily crush. So, I, my company workers, the people of our entire planet, and countless other low-level citizens, beg you to give us one last chance of hope. Xiao Qicai's voice was sincere and trembling, and his eyes, looking at Chu Xian, were filled with both despair and hope. This look struck Chu Xian's heart. His mind still reverberated with Peng Huiting's words, which had shattered his entire worldview. He had been a high-class citizen since birth, pursuing his ideals. He thought he was different. He thought that after becoming Minister of Civil Affairs, he had done something for the lower-class citizens. But he never imagined that the plight of the lower-class citizens would reach such a dire state. The slightest hope of the lower-class people seemed to be shattered, easily undermined by the upper-class citizens. He had indeed shared Xiao Qizai's plan with a few confidants for discussion, but actually implementing it, even broadly implementing it on the lower-class planets, was no simple matter. The government would need a significant investment, absolute authority, and approval. Everyone knows the ecological damage on lower-level planets, but why is it so? It's because resource plunder and industrialized production have completely destroyed the natural environment. The vested interests are those upper-class corporations and upper-class citizens. And it seems to be true. Wealthy upper-class citizens enjoy a better environment and ecology, while lower-class citizens can only endure the ills caused by those environments on lower-level planets. This seems to be as it should be. After all, the United Government has given the lower-class citizens planets to build their own. If the lower-class citizens live just as well as them, how can they control those people? Does he have authority? Of course he does. But the road ahead would undoubtedly be filled with countless obstacles. His application to Xingyao might even be rejected, and he might even be ridiculed. But wasn't he sent here to realize his political ideals? A single thought from him could change the fate of countless people. So why not do it? Just like the girl before him, knowing her refusal to yield might lead to her losing everything, didn't she also choose to forego all her wealth in order to realize her ideals? It had to be said that Chu Xian was deeply moved by Xiao Qizai's words. True ideals can indeed inspire others. In particular, the contrast between Xiao Qizai and Peng Huiting's words was stark. One was aloof and dismissive of those below him, using his privilege to oppress them. The other, unencumbered by the lure of money, was willing to die for his ideals, his company, and the people of his planet. So, after living for over 30 years, was he still inferior to this teenage girl who had just reached adulthood? He lowered his head to review Xiao Qizai's business plan again, then signed his name without hesitation. Chu Xian. The past few years have been uneventful, even a bit muddled. It's as if the ideals of my youth have been rekindled at this moment. Yes, don't forget your name is Chu Xian. Then, he looked at Xiao Qizai firmly. I will upload this plan to the higher-level review system shortly. I will find a way to complete it within today. After that, you can apply for a business stay and stay in Shengyun temporarily. We will then proceed with the next step. So don't worry, trust me. Indeed, the current political system is highly efficient, but a business plan like this, affecting the entire lower-level planets of the Baiyun Star region, would be difficult to approve within a few hours. Of course, unless Chu Xian has someone above him. But Chu Xian's words to Xiao Qizai at this moment were undoubtedly a demonstration of his resolve. Xiao Qizai nodded. He bowed sincerely to him. Thank you. On behalf of my over 68,000 employees, on behalf of the 80 million lower-class citizens of Planet 4628, and on behalf of all those affected by environmental damage on the lower-level planets, I thank you for your decision today. We will all work together to make this decision a memorable one in history. I believe that the entire Federation of the citizens of the United Government will be grateful for your signature today. Thank you so much. It's truly wonderful. There are still countless people in this world, countless people who uphold their ideals. There are high-ranking citizens who are arrogant and indifferent to the lives of the lower classes, and there are also governors, like Chu Xian, who maintain a pure heart and are willing to work for the welfare of the lower classes. So this world isn't as bad as she imagined. If it were that bad, then she would find a way to make it a better world. Xiao Qizai's eyes gleamed. At that moment, she might not have realized how completely different she was from the struggling, calculating businessman of her previous life. A new vitality shone in her eyes, radiating the hope that had always been hidden within her. Chu Xian left. Xiao Qizai's terminal was flooded with messages, including greetings from his family, Yu Lanqin and her son. They knew Xiao Qizai's company had undergone serious changes in the past few days, potentially even collapsing and falling into dire straits, so they were extremely anxious. Xiao Qizai's plan hadn't been fully leaked, and except for a few close associates like Wu Xiao, Yu Lanqin and her son hadn't been informed. But she had also underestimated their concern for her. Even the changes in just a few days were enough to frighten them. So, she immediately replied, "Trust me, it'd be resolved soon. I'm fine, I'd be home in a few days." The word home represented recognition, and the word trust conveyed the trust of a loved one. Finally, Yu Lanqin sent her a message saying, "Mom's waiting for you at home," and left her alone. Zhuang Fin replied with 5 words, "Okay, I believe you." Some power seemed to be transmitted through the text, and Xiao Qicai's heart grew stronger. The company's senior management team seemed much calmer at this moment. Of course, their calmness was tinged with endless worry, but they chose to trust Xiao Qicai, choosing, in the midst of despair, to await his next plan. In 6 hours, there will be a final result. Xiao Qicai sent this message to the quiet discussion group. Instantly, Wu Xiao, Si Mukin, and the others responded. Okay, we wait. There was a time difference between planet 4628 and Shengyun. It was afternoon on Xiao Qicai's side, but it should have been evening there, yet everyone waited, unable to sleep. Si Mukin managed a company with even more employees, employing at least 1 million people. Yet, at this moment, he remained anxious for the tens of thousands of ordinary workers in this company. Xiao Jun was also extremely anxious, but then she thought of what Xiao Qicai had said about not relying on the Xiao family for everything, and she became even more worried. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck her. If she didn't rely on the Xiao family, but still had her own influence and strength, she could help her sister. At this thought, Xiao Jun's eyes sparkled. Yes, everyone has their own ideals except her. She could follow her brother, she could follow Xiao Qicai, but today she suddenly realized that she couldn't rely on others forever. Xiao Qicai had told her many times that she was an adult and had to take on responsibilities, but she had never thought deeply about it, never taken it seriously. Xiao Qicai had always treated her, who was almost her age, like a child, never asking her to shoulder any responsibilities. However, he had made her realize that she needed to grow up. It was time to grow up. Life wasn't as boring as she had imagined. There were stars and the sea, and friends and family. If anything happened to the Xiao family, if anything happened to her sister, she wanted to be their support. 2 hours passed, and the upper-level consul still hadn't signed anything. And it was almost time for Xingyu to get off work. Under the setting sun, time seemed to be running out. Chu Xian finally chose to dial a terminal he hadn't called in a while. The call was quickly answered. A deep male voice suddenly rang out. "What's going on today that my good brother actually called me?" Chu Xian was silent for a few seconds. "Brother." Now it was the other party's turn to be silent. "The last time you called me brother was 10 years ago." Chu Rui's tone had changed slightly from his previous teasing, and even contained a hint of surprise. The two men had different ideals, political views, and perspectives. Furthermore, Chu Rui, as the eldest son, was particularly strict with his younger brothers, even personally imposing family discipline on Chu Xian. As a result, the two brothers drifted further and further apart. This was especially true when Chu Xian refused to obey his family's arrangements to work for the government, and in anger, he demoted him, leading to a heated argument between the two brothers. Chu Rui adamantly refused to allow Chu Xian to leave his sight, believing that once he left the Xingyao community, he would never return, and would even become increasingly estranged from the Chu family, effectively rendering his younger brother virtually non-existent. Chu Rui urged Chu Xian to comply, but the young and impetuous Chu Xian engaged in a violent argument, preferring to sever ties with the Chu family rather than comply. Consequently, the two brothers remained silent for years. Even when Chu Rui got married, he only transferred a token amount of money, never returning it, and the other party even returned the small gift money. Chu Rui knew Chu Xian's character perfectly. He even slowly convinced himself to pretend his younger brother had never been born. He hadn't expected that after several years, he would actually call him again, even calling him brother. So he was naturally surprised. Chu Xian didn't feel embarrassed, but instead lowered his voice slightly. "Brother, I need your help with something." Chu Rui was shocked to double-check that the person on the phone was his younger brother. The thought of Chu Xian bowing his head, even offering his help, would have been unthinkable in the past. He even wondered if his younger brother had encountered some calamity, was about to be murdered. Of course, they were blood relatives after all. Since the other party had already bowed their head, it was natural for him to mock or probe. "Tell me, what's the matter? I know you're good friends with my immediate superior, the Minister of the Interior in the Civil Affairs Department, so I'd like to ask you to contact him and ask him to review a business plan I submitted. It's very urgent." Chapter 85. Chu Rui never imagined that Chu Xian wasn't asking for help because he was short of money, stuck, or had finally figured things out, but rather to sign a document for the Civil Affairs Department. But given his personality, being able to bow his head was already a significant change. Finally, he sighed softly. "All right, you've grown up and finally learned to ask for help. I do you a favor. I remind him, but whether he signs or not is his business. Thank you. Chu Xian spoke. Now Chu Rui was even more certain that his brother had truly matured. The senior leaders of the 5 departments of the coalition government's ruling branch, and the major families, were intricately connected. Their interests were aligned, and while they occasionally targeted each other, on the surface, everyone was willing to cooperate to achieve their own mutual benefit. He did have a good relationship with the Minister of the Interior, who was in charge of the Civil Affairs Department. The fact that Chu Xian had found him showed that he had indeed realized this. Of course, understanding how to rely on connections is the most important aspect of politics. Solo, where are there any politicians in this world who act alone? Most are simply a fusion of interests, and politics is no different. Chu Rui called the other party, and briefly hinted that his younger brother, Chu Xian, seemed to have something important waiting for his signature. Of course, every time a relationship is leveraged, whether it's a friendship or a social connection, it's essentially an exchange of interests. The next time the other party opens their mouth, he naturally can't refuse. This is the tacit understanding in the political arena. However, since Chu Xian had bowed to him for help for the first time, even calling him brother once again, and even willingly thanking him, he naturally didn't care about such a small matter. What plan from the Ministry of Civil Affairs? It's just a plan for a single-star region. It won't affect the overall situation. The Minister of the Interior had indeed received Chu Xian's plan, but he wasn't planning to review it today, especially since it was almost time for the end of the workday. Naturally, he would wait until tomorrow. But since the other party was a member of the Chu family, he naturally took it seriously, especially since Chu Rui had spoken. So, he immediately opened Chu Xian's plan. After reading it, he smiled. Of course, he didn't sign the document immediately, but called Chu Rui again. Your brother is quite interesting. It's rare for your family to have such pure idealism. The Chu family has been in politics for generations, and their political ideologies are deeply ingrained. Every member is cunning and shrewd. It's truly rare for their family to produce someone like him. He's quite naive, and seemingly one-sidedly enthusiastic, genuinely wanting to do something. Chu Xian smiled helplessly. Yes, he's my youngest brother, so it's inevitable he's been spoiled by our family. That's no wonder, but his proposal is quite interesting. I'd take a look. Okay, let's have a drink together next time we have time. Those few words actually amounted to a series of exchanges. Chu Rui naturally understood that signing such a document was a trivial matter for the Minister of the Interior. It was merely a greeting, a way to test the Chu family's attitude. He was the most successful politician of their generation, and perhaps a position would be his in the future, so the other party would naturally respect his opinion. He truly wanted to help Chu Xian, so the word spoiled clearly indicated his attitude. Of course, Chu Xian didn't know the details of his brother's brief exchange with the Prime Minister. He only knew that, just before the deadline, the document, electronically signed and stamped with iris verification, had been issued. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly contacted Xiao Qicai. The document has been signed. I distribute it today, but the various government departments may not receive it and begin implementing it until tomorrow. Hearing this, Xiao Qicai was overjoyed. His heart finally settled. Okay, thank you. It was truly a stroke of luck, and she had made the right bet. She didn't need to resort to another backup plan, which would have been a hassle. As expected, judging people is crucial. Chu Xian had definitely made the right choice. You can apply for a business cooperation stay to continue your stay at Shengyun. I have someone quickly approve it. The announcement won't be made until tomorrow, but if you're concerned about your safety, I can send someone to help you. No need. I haven't been anywhere. I'm staying in a hotel across from Shengyun's Security Center headquarters. They wouldn't be bold enough to come here and assassinate me. Besides, Peng Whiting probably still thinks I'm sleepless and waiting to die. I apply for a business stay immediately, and I submit a more detailed proposal to you tomorrow. Okay, Xiao Qicai, don't betray my trust. For this matter, he had contacted Chu Rui, effectively leveraging the Chu family's resources. This was a gesture of self-determination, and it also showed that over the years, he had more or less understood the importance of resources and connections, and that only by being humble could one achieve success. Therefore, Xiao Qicai must not let his efforts and devotion go to waste. As soon as Chu Xian's terminal went offline, Xiao Qicai's face lit up with joy, and he immediately sent a message to several group chats. The matter has been resolved. Stay tuned for the news tomorrow. Instantly, everyone concerned about this matter breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever Xiao Qicai said, they believed. Just like the miracles brought about by beauty potions, they believed Xiao Qicai would continue to create miracles, Xiao Qizai didn't have time to explain much to the others, but he convened a meeting with Wu Xiao and the others. After several hours, they reworked a more detailed plan. Si Mukin had seen the world, and while Wu Xiao and the others blindly believed in Xiao Qizai and idolized her, he was well aware of the difficulty Xiao Qizai would face in securing such a large-scale business cooperation agreement with government departments. If the Si family wanted to find representatives from 5 major departments to sign a cooperation agreement, they would have to stand out from countless competitors. Furthermore, they would need connections within government departments and the ability to connect all the necessary links. Xiao Qizai had truly performed a miracle, and in just a few days, such tactics and courage were truly terrifying. Could he, with the Si family bankrupt and in despair, have risked everything, found connections to save the family and crush its enemies? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He would brag about it forever. And yet, Xiao Qizai had done it, performing this miracle as a lowly citizen. He had thought he had learned a lot from Xiao Qizai, but now it seemed he was still just a younger brother to her. Of course, he was happy too. As expected, the joy of surviving adversity is the true sense of accomplishment. Thinking of this, he was so excited he couldn't sleep, looking forward to tomorrow. Of course, Wu Xiao, Sun Wan, and the others didn't sleep either. Xiao Qizai, however, after reviewing and refining the plan, forced himself to sleep for 2 hours. After all, maintaining a healthy level of energy is essential for winning tough battles. Well, mainly because he seemed to have died suddenly from overwork in his previous life, so he naturally had to be more careful. At 7 a.m., Xiao Qizai sent the refined plan to Chu Xian. Around 8 a.m., she received an angry message from Peng Huiting. I waited so long for you yesterday, but you didn't respond. It seems you're ready to die. Then I grant you your wish. Without your authorization, your insignificant patent will still be ours. In Peng Huiting's imagination, Xiao Qizai must be being visited by the Civil Affairs Department, forcibly deported, fined, and blacklisted, never to be allowed to cross the level of Xingyun again. The staff of the Civil Affairs Department were always very rude. A little girl would be frightened and crying. He already been merciful by giving her one last chance last night, so don't blame him for being cruel. He even rallied forces and issued a notice today to deregister Zhao's pharmaceutical and the patent for the beauty potion. He also established connections to obtain confidential patent information. As for Xiao Qizai, he likely faced jail time and massive debts once he returned. Xiao Qizai ignored the message, simply smiling faintly. He messaged Chu Xian, saying he'd be ready to attend the meeting. At the same time, she contacted Minister Xuan and asked her to bring the CEO to report the actions of certain idiots. The CEO, upon hearing that Xiao Qizai had secured connections with the Minister of Civil Affairs and was planning a new plan, had been afraid to leave the house for the past few days due to the angry criticism from his subordinates and the public. Now that he could finally save the planet, he naturally agreed. He's a man of few means, but he's also a politician with his own courage. When it's time to gamble, he's unwavering. Finally, 9 a.m., United Government Public Time. Almost simultaneously, the Baiyun Star Region's Public Welfare Department announced a new public welfare plan for government enterprise cooperation, involving the company 4628 Planet Zhao's Pharmacy. The product involved, the beauty potion whose advertisement went viral a few days ago, is in question. Zhao's Pharmacy issued a public notice, accusing Yansheng Company of using illegal means to threaten Zhao's executives, engaging in illegal business competition, bribing officials, threatening to control lower-level government agencies, targeting lower-level businesses, illegally freezing their funds, and illegally blocking their patents. The evidence and documents listed stretched to hundreds of pages. At the same time, news reports revealed that Yansheng Company had participated in the previous counterfeit nutritional supplement case and illegally manipulated the actuary competition, taking advantage of the situation to sign a series of unequal agreements with the actuary genius. For a time, the beauty potion and Yansheng Company were thrust into the spotlight. Thanks to Xiao Qizai's previous advertising, the incident sparked widespread discussion not only within the Baiyun Star region, but also in other star regions. The fake nutritional supplement incident at the actuary competition had finally been resolved, leaving the Baiyun Star region humiliated. Unexpectedly, it had been slammed again, this time involving high-ranking officials. It was practically a nail in the coffin. This incident also gave rise to the revelation that Xiao Qizai was actually a wandering descendant of the Xiao family, and the original story of the real and fake daughter was suddenly exposed again. Of course, Xiao Qizai's declaration that he would not return, preferring to remain a low-ranking citizen, was also exposed. The gossip about wealthy families spread widely, quickly causing a sensation in the upper echelons of society. As a result, the news about the beauty potion couldn't be suppressed. The discussion was so tumultuous, involving executives, insider information, actuaries, high-ranking citizens, low-ranking citizens, the gossip of wealthy families. A series of incoherent discussions, worthy of the annual drama. Of course, the people behind the derivative companies immediately responded, using public relations and privileged means to suppress the news as usual. But the truth was, if Baiyun Star region suppressed the news, what good would it do if other star regions couldn't? After all, everyone was connected to the same virtual network. Furthermore, the more Baiyun Star region suppressed the news, the more real the story became, indicating that the corruption within Baiyun Star region was rotten to the core, sparking more curiosity. Instantly, the political department of Baiyun Star region quickly convened a meeting to discuss the veracity of the matter, and how to save Baiyun Star region's reputation. The main point was, how could the matter be so widespread? Bribery, suppression, and various illegal tactics were used. Is Yansheng Company crazy? They caused so much trouble, how could they possibly be in such a mess? Of course, even the economic department's powerful backer was horrified upon hearing the news. Peng Huiting was gloating as he waited for the closing of the net. But he never imagined that his actions, far from redressing Yansheng Company's reputation, only served to vent his own anger. Step by step, he was falling into the trap of that low-class citizen. The head of Yansheng Company, his brother Peng Huaiyou, was away on business at Xingyao, but even there, he heard the commotion, and one could imagine how serious the incident had become. He naturally knew who was behind this whole thing, so he immediately called the terminal and launched into a barrage of abuse. Have you had your brain eaten by a pig? I only been away on a business trip for over a month, and you're already driving the company down the drain. An actuary from a low-level planet, a small company, a low-end product that only serves the lower classes of a low-level planet and doesn't generate significant returns, and you lost your mind, haven't you? Just to save your own skin, you dragged yourself into so many traps, step by step falling into someone else's trap. Public opinion, politics, economics, class antagonism. Which one of them isn't enough to make you suffer? Just wait, if this isn't resolved, our company will be finished, and even your sister-in-law and family will be implicated. You end up in jail. This barrage of insults completely stunned Peng Huiting. He immediately logged onto the virtual network, saw the overwhelming news, and fainted from shock. Thankfully, the public relations department of the derivative company rushed over and rescued him. But seeing everyone looking at him with condemning and angry eyes, he preferred to faint. Of course, thankfully, he was still the company's second-in-command, so even though he was panicking, no one dared to question him. At this moment, the call came through from the backstage boss in the economic department. The other party's voice was furious. Peng Huiting, are you crazy? How could you cause such a big mess? At the beginning, I told you how profitable it would be, that the bottom line wasn't a concern, so I gave you the go-ahead. How did it turn out like this, even involving Xingyao? Are you deliberately playing dumb to bring me down? Peng Huiting was instantly panicked. It was obvious that he had already spoken with his brother, and now he was coming to him to accuse him again. He forced himself to remain calm. She's just a low-ranking citizen. What kind of a splash could she possibly make? Even if she were a member of the Xiao family, she shouldn't be acting like this. Besides, the Xiao family has always been aloof and doesn't have connections with the 5 departments. How could she have someone with political connections helping her? Something must have gone wrong. Still being stupid. She's from the Chu family. The Minister of Civil Affairs of the Baiyun Star region is from the Chu family. The man gritted his teeth. Didn't I ever tell you not to mess with him? Even though he works in a powerless department, he's from Xingyao after all, and a member of the Chu family. But I swear, from the information I researched, Xiao Qisai, that Chu family member, and the Minister of Civil Affairs have absolutely no connection. Why would he stand up for her? With Xiao Qisai's status, she wouldn't have any access to the Minister of Civil Affairs. But the fact is, Xingyao has already signed a cooperation agreement. The Civil Affairs Department and the government will jointly invest in Jiao's Pharmaceuticals' low-level detoxification product promotion program. This plan, led by Jiao's Pharmaceutical, with the government as a supporting factor, will be a government business partnership, selling the product at a low price to those suffering from environmental toxins on low-level planets throughout the Baiyun Star region. The man gritted his teeth. The level of involvement is different now. Xingyu superiors, the coalition government has already signed. Are you still trying to swallow up a company that's co-invested with the government and is about to expand throughout the Star region? Why didn't you ask me to swallow up the military? This is impossible. How could it be possible? Peng Huiting was completely confused as to how things had gotten to this point. They had taken on even the largest companies before. How did such a simple trick get to this point? Don't you know where you're going wrong? If you were truly ruthless, you could just kill that girl. Everything would be manageable. But you chose to watch her struggle, tumbling into despair. Now, it's you who's truly falling into despair. The investigation team has come to me for questioning. Higher-ups will soon be sending someone to investigate. I can't escape, and neither can your company. You better take care of yourself. What? Someone from above? Peng Huiting's eyes darkened. If even that person was being investigated, then their company certainly wouldn't be able to escape either. As expected, as he spoke, the inspection and investigation team arrived. The person in charge would definitely be called in for questioning. Of course, Peng Huiting gritted his teeth and pointed to a few trusted confidants as scapegoats, claiming he had no knowledge of the incident and that they were responsible. The trusted confidants were stunned, but seeing Peng Huiting's fierce gaze, they could only grit their teeth and admit it. But even if someone was being used as a scapegoat, he, the person in charge and the decision-maker, had been taken away for investigation. At the same time, an email circulated online about the CEOs of over 100 planets, who had twice rejected Xiao Pharmaceuticals' cooperation proposals. Wu Xiao also revealed their plans for 2 business invitations. Each time, they had genuinely considered the interests of the lower classes, offering cooperation at low prices, or even at cost. They even invested in local factories and recruited workers. This was undoubtedly beneficial for the lower-level planets, with no downsides. No lower-level planet would refuse such a proposal, yet they all rejected it. This proposal alone was enough to prove something was wrong. Who would refuse benefits? Moreover, the decision-makers of these planets all rejected it within a single day. One can imagine the immense influence of that person at the top, and the immense pressure he exerted on those below. It's truly terrifying that a mere official could control so many planets. Some even took advantage of this opportunity to spread rumors about the corruption and loopholes of the current political system. In short, the situation escalated rapidly. There was no problem with Xiao Qicai's various patents for the beauty potion, and since these patents were in cooperation with the government, they were quickly released, and all the relevant personnel were arrested. Of course, the CEO of Planet 4628 immediately clarified the situation online, even hinting that he was indeed under pressure from higher-ups, which was why he deliberately sought to shut down the Xiao pharmaceutical factory. In reality, he wanted the factory to continue expanding and developing more than anyone else. Wu Hongqing's acting was also impressive. When he tearfully complained about his lack of power, forced to be controlled by the upper echelons, and blamed himself for letting the people down, and insisted on resigning, he garnered the sympathy of countless people, instantly turning things around and even winning their hearts. Of course, the public sympathized more with the poor Xiao potion. Many at the grassroots level were less concerned with politics than with the potion itself. Was it truly as potent as the rumor said? Could it cure the physical ailments caused by environmental damage? 2 pieces of evidence soon emerged. The first was the official information released by Xiao Qicai, which contained various statistics and data on the real reactions of millions of people who had used the potion. Furthermore, those on Planet 4628 who had benefited from using the beauty potion spoke out. Wu Xiao's story was nothing short of miraculous, and Yu Lanqing also joined in the fun, publicly stating that she was indeed near death at the time, and that it was only because of the potion that she was still alive, and had even become significantly younger. One after another, these genuine user responses had countless people eagerly anticipating this beauty potion. Especially the ordinary, lower-class citizens, who suffered from chronic illnesses, were already eagerly anticipating the government-enterprise partnership. After all, if they truly wanted to completely cure their ailments, they would have to travel to a higher-class planet. Of course, they simply didn't have the opportunity to leave, nor did they have the star coins to afford the expensive treatment and equipment required to travel there. This beauty potion was simply a magical artifact they could afford. And this potion was obtained by a lower-class citizen who patented it, a man who aspired to bring health to all lower-class citizens. Unexpectedly, he was persecuted by higher-class citizens and squeezed by the upper-class governors, nearly bankrupting himself and nearly driving himself to death. Massive protests and calls for justice quickly erupted. Of course, this was also compounded by conflicts between lower-class and upper-class citizens, causing a major uproar. Some even cited this incident as a prime example of this conflict. The upper class fears class issues the most. The conflict between lower-class and upper-class citizens has always existed, and many protested the injustices caused by the citizen card system. In recent years, there has even been a growing demand for its abolition. But the resource holders, all high-ranking citizens, were unwilling to accept this. Therefore, they resorted to various tactics to appease the anger of the lower classes, and ultimately, the system remained in place. Of course, protests erupted every year, but this year, taking advantage of the Xiao's pharmacy beauty tonic, they erupted with extraordinary intensity. At the same time, Chu Xian, the Minister of Civil Affairs, who had signed a contract with Xiao Qicai at this moment, expanding this program to all the lower-level planets in the Baiyun Star region, unexpectedly garnered countless attention. Everyone thought. Finally, a governor who truly cared about the lower classes. So, what Xiao Qicai and Chu Xian had said about this win-win plan was indeed correct. Of course, public opinion about this matter quickly escalated, fueled by Xiao Qicai, the Xiao family, and even the influence of the Chu family. But regardless, the crisis had passed. And the promotional plan for the beauty tonic was flawless. So much so that now every star region in the coalition government knew about it. Even people from other regions came to inquire about what this stuff was, and whether they should get some for their local, lower-level planets to restore their reputation. Of course, collaborating with other star regions required approval from a higher level of government. Xiao Qicai didn't apply, knowing that the easier something is to obtain, the less it's valued. Now wasn't the right time. Blind arrogance would only lead to self-destruction. So, Xiao's pharmacy quickly issued a notice, stating that it would strive to expand production capacity to the list of planets it was collaborating with the government. Other opportunities for collaboration would be discussed after completing the Baiyun Star Region government project. At the same time, advertisements for a premium version of the beauty potion, boasting beauty and detoxification properties, also took advantage of this opportunity to spread. Of course, the most prominent example of this effect was Queen Night Star. However, when Xiao Qicai approached her again about becoming the company's spokesperson, Queen Night Star was completely reluctant. But there was no other way. Xiao Qicai's offer was simply too much, and there was a profit share to be had later, so she finally gritted her teeth and agreed. Xiao Qicai immediately contacted Wu Xiu to discuss a promotional plan with Queen Night Star. She, on the other hand, remained in Shengyun, discussing specific promotional and partnership models with Chu Xian. Because Xiao Qicai's evidence was so conclusive, the derivative company was able to exploit its privileges to target lower-level companies and control low-level planets. In other words, all of the charges leveled against Xiao's pharmacy were proven. Although someone took the blame, Peng Huiting was ultimately imprisoned and sentenced to a harsh sentence, with a sentence expected to last for decades. Of course, the main reason for this was naturally the drastic decision made by his brother Peng Huaiyou and his wife. They knew this matter wouldn't simply be resolved, so Yansheng Company quickly issued a solemn apology, stating that Peng Huaiyou, the top executive, and his wife had been busy traveling and conducting field trips, so they had handed the company management to their younger brother, leading to a series of irregularities and legal troubles. Therefore, everything was caused by Peng Huiting's arrogance, and of course, they would not tolerate it. They even contacted Xiao Qicai, offering substantial compensation and a personal apology. It was clear that Peng Huiting had been abandoned. It was then that he realized the depth of his arrogance and his repeated mistakes. It turned out that, no matter what, family ties were no match for profits. But no matter how much he pleaded, Peng Huiting refused to relent, insisting that he take responsibility for the incident. Naturally, the high-ranking official in the Ministry of Economic Affairs had even been temporarily suspended, and this had affected a series of political figures and connections within Peng Huaiyou's wife's family. How could they not remain in humiliation? Chapter 86. Xiao Qicai registered 2 brands overnight. One was a low-end beauty potion, or rather, a mass-market brand called Detoxification Elixir. The other, Lianmin, signified the union of the lower-class citizens of all lower-class planets, signifying a joint promotional initiative between the Ministry of Public Welfare and Zhao's pharmacy. Of course, the name itself was relatable. This brand would be sold to countless lower-class planets, and to countless lower-class citizens. However, the manufacturer would still bear the Zhao's pharmacy name and address, along with the official joint anti-counterfeiting mark and the public welfare product logo recognized by the Ministry of Public Welfare. The product's signature color, green, symbolized a green ecology, signifying that the lower-class people could finally embrace the green, ecological planet they once enjoyed. The packaging and related concepts of the elixirs resonated immediately with countless lower-class citizens. What? Just $8.99, and you can get such a potent potion. 3 doses can essentially eliminate all toxins, and it's effective for life. A single toxin clearing machine at the hospital would cost at least hundreds of thousands of star coins. Buy it. Besides anything else, Zhao's potion is truly a medicine for us lower-class people. Its designer was a low-class citizen, it was born on a low-class planet, and it was even nearly framed by higher-class citizens this time. This product was on the verge of disappearing completely, becoming a profit-making tool for those ruthless upper-class citizens. It's a blessing that it's being produced and sold again, that it's once again in the hands of us ordinary people. For this reason alone, regardless of whether it works as advertised, I definitely buy it, even if it's just to support us lower-class citizens. Civil Affairs Department? If it weren't for this incident, we have almost forgotten that one of our 5 major departments is actually a Civil Affairs Department. It was originally established to provide benefits to ordinary citizens, but how many people in Civil Affairs Departments are now just collecting salaries and doing nothing? I didn't expect someone would actually step up and save a company, actually bringing some benefits to us, the lower-class people. So the upper class has always been aware of the exploitation of us lower-class planets by those high-ranking citizen chables, right? Originally, each of our planets was lush and green, with abundant resources. But after those giant corporations plundered our resources, who cares about our well-being? We're being persecuted by the environment, by the air. Persecuted by the air, persecuted by the poisonous water. Finally someone sees it. Finally someone's willing to do something for us. The founder of this beauty potion is truly amazing. She even managed to get in touch with the Public Welfare Department. I heard all the previous factories were shut down, and their funds frozen. I can't imagine if she hadn't secured cooperation with the Public Welfare Department, she'd be dead. Anyway, for this reason, I'm going to support her and give it a try. I heard they even released a bill of materials, BOM, and barely made a profit. A company that sells products like this must not fail. This is a company for us, the lower classes. Support us. Lower-class citizens were flooding the market with publicity and discussion, saying they'd buy it as soon as the plan was finalized and the product was released. Of course, everyone was excited at this moment, especially the lower-class citizens. The social contradiction of higher-class citizens plundering the resources of lower-class citizens was intensifying, and this outrage fueled many people's enthusiasm. Of course, many of the governors of the controlled lower-level planets also resigned this time, which made them feel even more strongly that this was a good thing. At least those corrupt and useless officials had been removed. For this reason alone, they absolutely had to support it. Furthermore, they heard that, in cooperation with the government, Zhao's pharmacy would establish a cooperative factory on each lower-level planet and recruit local workers with extremely good wages. This would undoubtedly expand local employment, which was simply a great thing. In short, for a time, the beauty potion was extremely popular in the Bayun Star region, with its popularity comparable to the most popular game. No, the most popular game might be out of reach for the lower-class citizens, but these potions were truly affordable for them, and they truly mattered to their health. Wu Xiu and the others were also very busy, especially Wu Xiu and Xiao Qicai. After the initial estimate, the huge production plan and output volume were simply astonishing. And this was only the first batch. With their current staffing situation, they simply could not handle it. Of course, they were fortunate to have government support and official channels for cooperation. Otherwise, rebuilding factories on hundreds of planets would have kept them busy for years. Xiao Qicai's tactics were truly remarkable. Not only did they avert the company's crisis, but they also seized the opportunity to make the beauty potion widely available. Previously, they had been worried about how to market the beauty potion, and even Xiao Qicai's citizen card restricted the factory's development. Therefore, the original backup plan was to adopt an employment system, placing each factory under the name of hired employees, reducing control and thus achieving expansion. But now, with support from the Public Welfare Department, or rather the government, Zhao's pharmacy has directly opened up all the low-level planet markets. Furthermore, the government and the public have provided free advertising, reaching a terrifying level of widespread awareness. And to some extent, the restrictions on employee numbers in the factories under Xiao Qicai's name have been lifted. This is actually a legal loophole. The government approved Xiao Qicai's promotion plan, and all low-level planet potion promotion projects were branded with the government's name. But in reality, Zhao's pharmacy is still the one operating, producing, and leading the effort. They say Xiao Qicai owns too many companies, but they aren't hers. It's perfectly reasonable to say these companies are government-owned, as they bear the government's name, and the local workers were clearly publicly recruited by the government. It's legal, But how could a low-level citizen open so many factories and recruit so many workers? In short, with the government's backing, everything makes sense, and no one is tempted to cause trouble again. Of course, while Xiao Qisai is constantly busy, low profits are also a problem. After all, even the slightest operational misstep can lead to losses. However, due to the estimated volume, even if the profit per bottle of beauty potion was only a few dozen star coins, it would still be enough to generate sufficient profits. However, this would take time. After spending over 10 days signing all the details of the cooperative promotion, Xiao Qi finally struck while the iron was hot and could begin working on another brand, her second registered brand, a high-end version of her beauty potion, Rongguang. Unlike most companies in the interstellar beauty and skincare industry, Rongguang didn't employ high-profile entertainment celebrities as their spokespersons. Instead, its advertising was much more down-to-earth than those featuring over-the-top, A-list celebrities. In the ad, a slender, masked woman walks in the darkness. Perhaps not darkness, but a pitch-black road filled with filth and garbage, potholed and riddled with disgusting things. Surrounding it are low, dilapidated houses and a polluted river. The surroundings are shrouded in darkness, almost indistinct, like masses of black. The woman walking in the darkness, wearing a dark gray mask, looks as if she is walking in despair. But she holds her back straight and keeps moving forward. As she walks, she suddenly breaks into a sprint, as if she has seen something. A beam of light begins to shine in, revealing the woman's resolute, beautiful eyes. Everyone wonders what a beautiful and resolute woman these eyes belong to. When her eyes meet the light, the woman stops. She gazes into the distance, her eyes suddenly moistening, and then she slowly removes her mask. The scars on the mask resemble pain from a distant time. The resolute, tall woman suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching her scarred face and bursting into tears. The next second, darkness enveloped the woman once again. At the same time, the woman accepted a potion branded Rongguang from a hand. She drank it expressionlessly, like a desperate person cornered in the desert, with no other choice but to gamble. But a miracle happened. After drinking the potion, the scars on the woman's face miraculously began to peel away, revealing fair skin and the woman's resolute, handsome, and beautiful features. A warm light slowly shone down on the woman's face as the scars peeled away, until her entire face was bathed in light. In that instant, that radiant face formed a stark contrast to the horrifically scarred face just moments before. The woman raised her head and suddenly smiled. She dropped the test tube of medicine and continued walking, head held high, toward the sunlight ahead. The radiance gradually became clearer ahead. The video abruptly ended here. But countless people suddenly found themselves bursting into tears. The ambient music was perfectly executed. The video was silent, just a woman walking in the darkness, a figure moving forward with increasing determination after a new lease on life. And yet, somehow, it was more moving than any exaggerated skincare commercial with special effects. It seemed as if this was the meaning of beauty and skincare. The already determined person becomes even more determined, leading you out of the mud and darkness to embrace a new light. So, this was the meaning of radiance. Countless people searched for the identity of this mysterious woman. She was radiant and elegant, no less beautiful than those celebrities. Although every pore was visible, this genuine and unwavering beauty seemed impossible to take away from the eye. The ad was highly effective. Of course, perhaps the elite were still paying attention to the beauty potion. So countless people saw the ad and became curious about it. Is it really that effective? At the same time, the Xiao Pharmacy brand department announced that 99 bottles of the high-end brand, the Radiance Potion, would go on sale in a month. Currently, no physical or online sales channels are open, but sales will begin on the official website at midnight. Limited to 1 bottle per ID, the price is 99.99 million. Others, this is crazy. I heard the base version of the beauty potion was only 899 star coins, and with a different brand name and formula, it's selling for 99.99 million star coins. 10,000? Are they taking people for granted? Who would buy it? They definitely wouldn't sell a single bottle. Although the ad is quite appealing, who would be willing to spend so much money on a new brand? Laughing to death. Of course, these are just the thoughts of the general public. In reality, those wealthy wives and daughters with hundreds of millions of yuan in their credit cards are already thinking about how to snatch it up. Of course, there are also those with respiratory illnesses. Compared to the hundreds of millions of yuan in annual treatment costs, it seems like snatching a bottle of this medicine wouldn't be a big deal. Some people also see this marketing tactic as something special. Opinions vary, but the lower-class citizens don't care. After all, at 99.99 million yuan, Zhao's pharmacy certainly doesn't rip off the poor. However, whether it can actually sell out will have to wait a month. Xiao Qicai's affairs at Shengyun are almost complete. Of course, she's been feeling a bit overwhelmed these days. 002 has repeatedly advised her that this won't work. Xiao Qicai knew it wasn't possible, but this was the most crucial step in changing her fate and transforming Zhao's pharmacy, so she couldn't help but do everything herself, striving for perfection. Finally finished, she shut down the terminal and slept soundly for half a day. She planned to rest up before returning to planet 4628. After all, she still had more work to do, including visiting many planets with government business partnerships. She needed to personally visit them to put her mind at ease, and she could also consider other business ventures. Before leaving, she specially treated Chu Xian to a meal. Chu Xian's help this time was undoubtedly the most crucial part of her entire publicity and rescue plan. These days, Xiao Qicai had come to believe that Chu Xian was truly a rare consul who cared deeply for the people. This had even changed her prejudice against high-ranking citizens from aristocratic families. Perhaps she was simply too narrow-minded. She might encounter more aristocratic families in the future, and perhaps they would also have more people like Chu Xian. 002 was so moved by Xiao Qicai's initiative to treat them to dinner that tears welled up in her eyes. Is she, the owner of the love system, finally ready to develop even a little affection with her bound love target? God knows how desperate it must be to be bound to a workaholic. Sadly, to her disappointment, even during dinner, the two of them chatted about government enterprise cooperation projects, with no hint of ambiguity at all. Thankfully, after dinner, Chu Xian finally asked Xiao Qicai about his life outside of work. Are you planning to leave Shengyun tomorrow? Xiao Qicai nodded. Things here are mostly settled. There's more I need to do on planet 4628, not to mention all the factories that are about to start construction, which I still need to confirm. Well, take care. I'm also very serious about this project, and I'd be visiting lower-level planets for inspection in the future. I'm confident you do a good job. Thank you. Xiao Qicai thought for a moment, then finally spoke. Although this may be presumptuous, you certainly helped me greatly in this matter, so I'd like to give you a gift. 002, shocked. Oh my goodness, it's not easy. Its owner has finally gotten the hang of it, and actually knows how to give gifts. With that, Xiao Qicai clapped his hands, and soon a staff member brought over a large box. Chu Xian stared at the large box, a look of bewilderment on his face. I don't need this. We have a rule that prohibits accepting any benefits from companies. Xiao Qicai shook her head, a smile breaking across her face. She took the large box, opened it, and took out the contents. It was an oblong object. Xiao Qicai opened the oblong box again, and pressed the automatic button on it. Instantly, a red banner unfurled. Governing for the people, good officials for the people. The 8 characters were inlaid in a gleaming golden metal. It looked dazzling. Chu Xian was stunned for a moment. This banner is for you. It's also a small token of our appreciation from all of us, the lower-class citizens. We hope you will continue to advance on this path, and bring more benefits to more people at the bottom. 002, It couldn't pound anymore. It couldn't pound anymore. It even wanted to sing her a righteous song of patriotism and love for the people. This kind of banner was naturally worthless, and as a slogan, it couldn't even be called a gift. But the 8 large characters on it seemed to illuminate Chu Xian's mind. A smile crossed his face, and he unexpectedly accepted the enormous banner. Thank you very much. I hang this banner in our Ministry of Civil Affairs conference room, so that everyone will remember this. I believe I will. After packing up the banner again, the two prepared to leave. At the moment of parting at the restaurant door, Chu Xian stopped Xiao Qicai. Wait. Xiao Qicai turned around. Is there anything else you need? Chu Xian looked at her, a gentle smile on his face. He spoke firmly. I also hope that Mr. Xiao will go even further in the future, and remain true to his original aspirations, fulfilling your dreams. The two stood a few meters apart, without any hint of ambiguity. But just as this moment unfolded, 002 suddenly detected an abnormal heartbeat in Xiao Qicai. But Xiao Qicai simply nodded at Chu Xian. Of course, I do my best. Thank you. With that, she turned without hesitation, and headed for the flying car ahead. The car was past the bustling city. Xiao Qicai sat in the back, gazing out the window at the countless mechanical skyscrapers and cloud-like structures, as if gazing into a beautiful dream. 002 chattered incessantly in Xiao Qicai's mind. You must be attracted to him, right? He's helped you so much, and he doesn't have any of the bad tempers of a child from an aristocratic family. He even supports your ideals. Oh, I remember you liked that kind of gentle jade-like type. Master, you're so foolish. Why didn't you stay? At least give him a warm hug before you leave, so we can have some future relationships. The last word he said was thank you. So unromantic. 002 almost wanted to press them together and kiss them. Unfortunately, Xiao Qisai shook his head. Her eyes remained calm as she gazed at the bustling scene outside the window, neither sad nor happy, as if detached from the world, as if her thoughts were already wandering the sky with the vibrant lights. Then, she said softly, 002, one does meet many people in life, some like them, some dislike them. But you can't always insist on getting the things and people you like, nor can you always destroy everyone you dislike. I admire Chu Xian because he has a kind heart, and, of course, because he helped me. I'm certainly not opposed to dating someone like him, but he has his own path to follow, and I have my own ideals to pursue. A person's life shouldn't be bound and controlled by momentary emotions or petty love affairs. Whenever you see me with anyone, you only think about us being together and having a romantic relationship, but what happens after the dopamine rush? What happens after we're together? Sometimes, mutual appreciation between men and women is enough. At my age, I have plenty of time ahead of me, and countless things to accomplish. I have my own ideals, and he has his own. So, you have to understand, that doesn't necessarily mean love. Everyone is moved by beauty, but that's not necessarily love. Some things, like ideals, grand ambitions, are higher than love, more moving and more compelling. 002, I don't understand, I absolutely don't understand. If a man and a woman, or two people who admire or like each other, shouldn't they be together? Shouldn't it develop into a closer relationship, to risk everything for love, to treat the other person as a favorite and the only one? What a heartwarming relationship, alas. Perhaps the owner, influenced by her own physical age, feels too young. 002 was a machine, an artificial intelligence, a created love system. She didn't understand, but Xiao Qisai understood. She simply stared into the distance, as if her purpose in this new world was becoming increasingly clear. On Xingyun's last day, she left messages for Qin Sanwan, Guofenghua, and Mu Xingmei, then went straight to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun had been busy lately, unsure what to do. Perhaps knowing she was busy, she hadn't been following her around like a constant shadow as before. But she didn't seem to have left Xingyun either. She had previously texted Xiao Jun about her return to planet 4628 the next day, and she expected him to reply, promising to go with her, but it seemed he hadn't. He hadn't even replied. Xiao Qisai was worried, so she wanted to look for her. But she went to Xiao Jun's hotel and called the room line, but still no one answered. Xiao Qisai frowned. Could something have happened? The thought of this made her panic. She had been incredibly busy these days, so she hadn't had the time or the energy to worry about Xiao Jun, who had never once given her any cause for concern. She immediately called Xiao Jun again, but again, no one answered. As a last resort, she contacted Xiao Wei, the head of the Xiao family. Xiao Wei was surprised to receive a call from her terminal. What's going on? Are you thinking of going back to the Xiao family? No. Xiao Qisai shook his head. Has Xiao Jun gone back? I suddenly realized she hasn't contacted me in several days. No one's answered the phone, and no one's at the hotel. The concern in her tone didn't match Xiao Wei's impression of a cold refusal to return. It seemed that Xiao Qisai and Xiao Jun were indeed on good terms. But Xiao Wei still shook his head. No, she hasn't contacted me these days. Or rather, apart from that last time when she used me as a tool to prove her identity, she's barely contacted me. Xiao Qisai, She finally couldn't help but ask, excuse me, what's your relationship with Xiao Jun? Xiao Wei didn't hide it. She's my sister, my biological sister, and my only sister. She hadn't expected her to be her biological sister. No wonder Xiao Jun was so casual with Xiao Wei, even a little presumptuous. She had already suspected a close relationship, as Xiao Wei seemed to indulge Xiao Jun. But there was no news suggesting Xiao Wei had a sister. Some sources even suggested he was an only child. At the time, the news of Bai Yuding's reappearance made a big splash, with rumors circling that the eldest daughter of the Xiao family had returned. She hadn't expected the Xiao family to have a hidden daughter, even one from the main line. I don't know where she's gone, but you don't need to worry. She's always like this. She disappears for a while, and then comes back, Xiao Wei added. She didn't grow up in the Xiao family. She ran away when she was very young. She only keeps in touch with me, and isn't familiar with the other Xiao family members. Xiao Wei's tone was even a little helpless. Actually, I wanted her to bring you back. After all, for Aunt Wang's sake, she would have come looking for you. Now it seems like my attempt to steal the chicken will backfire. She even said last time that she didn't want to come back. Xiao Qicai, her mistake? But who wouldn't want such a well-behaved, cute, and smart sister? But where would she go? Chapter 87. Xiao Qicai went to several places Xiao Jun frequented but couldn't find her. Fortunately, the next day, just before she boarded the return spaceship, she received a reply from Xiao Jun. Sorry, senior sister, I didn't know there was no signal there. I just went to check it out because a friend invited me. He said he had something cool to show me. Aw, senior sister, you're not on the spaceship already, are you? I'm going to see you off. Wait, I'll be right there. Xiao Qicai looked at Xiao Jun's long list of messages, feeling a bit amused. It's okay, I'm glad you're okay. Boarding starts in half an hour. If you can't make it, don't rush. Are you going back to Xingyu or Planet 4628? Let me know then, and we see you later. However, she didn't receive a reply from Xiao Jun after she replied. But just before she boarded, she received a call from the terminal, and then a breathless figure ran over. The girl looked a bit disheveled, and even had a rather unpleasant smell about her. However, Xiao Qicai was relieved to see that she was safe and sound. I told you not to rush. Finally you caught up. Woohoo, senior sister, I really want to go back with you. It's okay. You have your own things to do, and that makes me even happier. In a couple of days, your senior sister Sanwan and senior brother Guo will be out of training. You can see them then. Yes, they'll be out of training soon. Senior sister, why don't you wait for them? Are you in such a hurry to go back? Xiao Qicai shook his head. It's true that a few days wouldn't be too much of a problem, but there's a lot that needs to be done on Planet 4628, and a lot has happened recently. I don't want to distract them. You don't have to talk too much about my factory when the time comes. It's my personal matter, and I don't want to affect their excitement about going to Xingyu for the reference. But you scared me to death this time. If you go somewhere without signal in the future, be sure to pay attention to your safety, or you can tell me in advance. And your brother is worried about you. Ah, that guy. Xiao Jun rubbed his head. Hearing Xiao Qicai's words, Xiao Jun knew that Xiao Qicai must have gone to Xiao Wei to find her. Xiao Qicai had always been determined to distance himself from the Xiao family, but she didn't expect him to go to his brother for her. A warmth welled up in her heart again. As expected, the feeling of being cared for was wonderful, just like Auntie Wang's embrace back then. This time, it was indeed her mistake. She hadn't expected the place he took her to had blocked even the terminal signal. Perhaps it was mainly because she often disappeared like this before, so she was used to it and hadn't made the habit of reporting it to Xiao Qicai. Thinking of Xiao Qicai's endless messages, she suddenly felt a little apologetic. I'm sorry, I definitely tell you in advance next time. Then she looked up, a smile playing on her face. Senior sister, but I found something good this time. Maybe I can surprise you later. Okay, I wait. Xiao Qicai smiled. In fact, Xiao Qicai was happy to see the young girl pursue her own dreams. Instead of following him around all day, young people should have their own ideals and pursuits. Of course, it's okay if she doesn't have one. So, she hugged Xiao Jun, turned around, and boarded the spaceship back to Planet 4628. She didn't come back to her senses until Xiao Qicai's back disappeared from Xiao Jun's sight. A young girl suddenly jumped out from behind her, patted Xiao Jun on the shoulder, and smiled, revealing her white teeth. She's the one who made you change? Xiao Jun was startled. Why are you running here? What are you following me for? Because after meeting you this time, I feel like you're completely different, so I wanted to see who influenced you. The girl spread her hands innocently. She seems like an ordinary person. She does look a bit like you. She's my aunt's biological daughter, so naturally she looks a bit like me. But I never be able to learn what she does. Do you know who caused this anti-corruption investigation in the Baiyun Star region, and who created the beauty potion that's become so popular across the galaxy? Xiao Jun asked. The girl blinked. Could it be her? Yes, she's a very bold and charming sister, my biological sister, Xiao Jun said proudly. I introduce her to you later. You definitely like her. The girl waved her hand. Forget it. Unless your sister is made from the stars, I wouldn't be interested in her. Xiao Jun was unconcerned. It's impossible for anyone not to like Xiao Qicai. She leaned closer. To be honest, I'm planning to get her to invest in your project. Are you saying she might believe my fantastical idea? Of course. Investing in dreams has always been my sister's favorite thing. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Then you have to introduce her to me next time. But I think your theory, while somewhat confirmed, still needs some preparation. I'm free these days, so let's work on it together. That's perfect. Seeking financial support, Yun. The two of them left the boarding hall, chatting and laughing. Xiao Qisai safely returned to planet 4628. For some reason, gazing at the modest gray-green planet from afar, a feeling of long-lost peace and security filled her as she approached her return from this unfamiliar planet. Perhaps it was because this planet was her starting point in this world, or perhaps it was because there were people she cared about on it. The full support of her adoptive mother and brother, and the cooperation of Wuxiu and others, were the keys to her success in avoiding this crisis. She hugged Wuxiu, who had come to meet her, tightly. Sun Quan and Si Mukit also had eager eyes. Many others sent their regards. Even below the airspace, people from planet 4628 recognized Xiao Qisai and enthusiastically greeted her, calling her their planet's hero. Indeed, in the beauty potion incident and the subsequent political events, Xiao Qisai had fought a brilliant battle. As a low-ranking citizen and a small company, she triumphed over large corporations, high-ranking citizens, and even powerful individuals with connections on a higher-ranking planet. She was a legend in the eyes of countless people, an object of admiration. From the moment the three of them from the Actuary Academy went to a higher-ranking planet to participate in the actuary competition, they were the pride of the entire planet. Even though she was the first to return and even though she didn't qualify for the Star Glory competition, she was still the pride of their planet. The crowd's simple cheers were a stark contrast to the hellish start she experienced upon arriving on this planet. As expected, there's no such thing as a harsh environment. It's only about adaptability and change. And so, Xiao Qisai's gaze grew even more resolute. However, after a few brief pleasantries, she didn't rush back to the Tojo district headquarters to handle company matters. Instead, she planned to return home. The others at the company naturally understood. Of course, they would come to greet her, and other matters would be arranged in perfect order. The car quickly arrived at the doorsteps of Yu Lanqin and Zhuang Qi's homes. Xiao Qisai had originally planned to give them a surprise, especially the elderly, who had been worried about her for a while, so she hadn't given them a specific time to return. But the moment she stepped out of the car, she keenly sensed something was amiss. As the boss of the West District, Zhuang Qi's area had always had extremely strict security, but not to this degree. The entire area was somewhat solemn. Especially, where did those soldiers wearing the United Government's insignia come from? Their expressions and auras definitely couldn't possibly be from the local government's security forces. At that moment, Xiao Qisai had a terrible suspicion. She clenched her fists and headed for the heavily guarded entrance to her home. As expected, she was stopped by the soldiers lined up at the gate. "Who are you?" Xiao Qisai pointed at the gate. "Why should I ask you? This is my home. Can't I even go home?" Xiao Qisai's tone was not timid at all. This matter-of-fact air startled the soldier, who quickly called for his superiors. "Sir, there's a woman here who claims to be returning home. She's about 19 years old." Sure enough, Xiao Qisai's expression darkened. She tried calling Yu Lanqin's terminal, but it didn't go through. Neither did Zhuang Qin's. Soon, a senior officer, his chest covered in medals, emerged and looked Xiao Qisai over. "Are you Yu Lanqin's adopted daughter?" Xiao Qisai nodded. "Who are you? Why are you in our house? Where are my mother and brother?" "Mother, brother? You're quite good at building connections. You're a true businessman." The officer regarded her coldly. "She's just an adopted daughter. We have important matters to attend to. Leave now, or we be rude. Do you have a search warrant? Or a military order or mission related to this case? If not, why are you stopping me from returning home?" Xiao Qisai's tone was firm, even with the soldiers' weapons raised. "I want to go in. I want to see my mother and brother. I want to ensure their safety. You are soldiers of the United Government, soldiers protecting ordinary citizens. You wouldn't attack an unarmed person here." The other officers and soldiers were stunned by her words, speechless for a moment. Just then, the door to the residence opened again. Zhuang Qi stepped out. Tall and stern, his presence imbued him with a powerful sense of oppression. Only when he saw Xiao Qisai did his expression soften. He saw the officers blocking Xiao Qisai's way, the soldiers nearby, weapons drawn, and approached with immense anger. "That's my sister. What do you want? Let her in." Zhuang Fin wasn't wearing a uniform, nor did he bear many medals, but his tone was chilling. The officer froze for a moment, then unconsciously stepped aside. Xiao Qisai straightened her body, and walked toward Zhuang Fin without hesitation. She stood before him and gave him a gentle hug. "Brother, I'm home." "Good to be home. Let's talk inside." Zhuang Fin looked at her with relief. Then he turned and led Xiao Qisai inside, unfazed by the senior officer's sullen expression. Entering the house, the hall was filled with guards. Although the house looked the same as before, it was also completely different. Yulanqing wasn't in the hall, and Xiao Qisai's bad feeling intensified. "What's wrong with mother? Did something happen to her? She's in the ward upstairs. Come with me. I have something to tell you." Xiao Qisai followed Zhuang Fin upstairs. The two of them first went to the empty meeting room. Zhuang Fin didn't hide anything from Xiao Qisai. "Those officials were coming for me," Zhuang Fin said bluntly. "My background is a bit complicated. My mother fled here from a high-level planet while pregnant with me, hiding her identity for many years. And my father is one of the 10 generals of the coalition government. He's from the Zhuang family, a prominent military and political family. His name is Zhuang Junyan. Perhaps you heard of him?" Zhuang Fin paused. "Actually, I just found out about this, and I never met him or anyone from the Zhuang family, nor had any contact until this time. It's me, right?" Xiao Qisai looked up at Zhuang Fin, his eyes slightly red. "Is it because my mother is worried about me that she contacted the Zhuang family?" Zhuang Qin was somewhat surprised that Xiao Qisai had guessed the whole story in just a few words, but seeing Xiao Qisai's thin and dusty appearance, he felt extremely sorry for him. He didn't want Xiao Qisai to feel guilty. Besides, they hadn't been able to help him this time. Xiao Qisai had handled all those major issues single-handedly. So Zhuang Fin said firmly, "Listen, from the moment I accepted you as my sister, from the day you became my mother's daughter, you and I have been family. So this matter has nothing to do with you, and it's not you who implicated us. Our identities are a ticking time bomb, and it might explode in the future, just sooner rather than later." Zhuang Fin looked at Xiao Qisai. "If it were you, you would make the same choice, right? If anything happened to us, you would rather seek the Xiao family's favor and protect our safety, right? So don't blame yourself. Mother, and I don't want you to blame yourself for this. When Xiao Qisai sold the 90 million yuan beauty potion, she never imagined that it would not only bring her money and resolve the crisis, but also bring her 2 relatives. She also never imagined that the underground boss, who seemed so stern and intimidating at first glance, would one day say such words to her. Yes, they are family who should protect and help each other." Xiao Qisai, who had never had family in 2 lifetimes, felt something stirring within her. She knew that now that the situation had already occurred, blaming herself was pointless, and would only burden others and increase their worries. The main thing was to resolve the current situation. She suppressed her emotions and asked, "So how's mother? Did they come here to take both you and mother away? Or what else do they want?" "Mother's fallen ill." Zhuang Fin sighed softly. "But her illness has nothing to do with them coming to our house, and nothing to do with you. It's because she learned that my father, Zhuang Junyan, had died on the battlefield, and she couldn't accept it, so she fell ill." Zhuang Junyan was actually dead? Xiao Qisai was extremely surprised. She remembered that the last time she updated the quest panel, there was no mention of Zhuang Fin's father's death. How could it have happened so quickly? Yes, for me, a dispensable father, someone whose name I didn't even know, whose face I had never seen, and who had never taken care of me, naturally wouldn't be sad. But I didn't expect mother, after all these years, still couldn't let go. Zhuang Fin sighed softly. I heard she disappeared while on some secret mission, so the coalition government didn't announce it. It's been a long time, and her death was only recently confirmed. This is why the Zhuang family rushed over as soon as they heard about my mother. It said that Zhuang Junyan never married and left no offspring. So, after receiving the news from my mother in his account, and hearing that she had a child, the Zhuang family immediately sent someone over. So, don't blame yourself. Now that Zhuang Junyan is dead, the Zhuang family will naturally try every possible way to preserve his genes, or search for any possible offspring. Although my mother hid for so many years, she couldn't escape the big data tracking. When my father was alive, they didn't dare to conduct an open search, but now that he's dead, everything will be investigated. In truth, she had long anticipated that Zhuang Fin's identity would be exposed sooner or later, but she hadn't expected it now. Zhuang Fin said so, but this matter was indeed connected to him. The Zhuang family had sent so many people, surely hoping to see Zhuang Fin return to the family. Xingyou could inherit a high-ranking citizenship from a military and political family, the orphan of a fallen general. If an ordinary person could get the opportunity to rise to the top of society, they would naturally rejoice. But then Xiao Qi finally understood Zhuang Fin and his mother. Just as she didn't want to return to the Xiao family, If she truly wanted to, Yulanqing had countless opportunities to do so over the years. Yet, despite the difficulties, Yulanqing hadn't contacted that person, which was enough to prove her unwillingness to return. But with the Zhuang family's current situation, I'm afraid they won't give up until they get him. Xiaoqi finally looked up at Zhuang Fin. So, brother, do you want to return to the Zhuang family? Zhuang Fin didn't say anything. Finally, he sighed softly and opened the door to the conference room. As expected, several guards were stationed at the door. You want to go see your mother? She's been worried about you lately. She'd be so happy to know you're back. Zhuang Fin looked at Xiaoqi Tsai. Although your problem has been resolved, it wasn't easy. You lost so much weight. Working overtime every day, and with all the anxiety in the early stages, she naturally lost a lot of weight. But she didn't want to worry them, so she simply said she wasn't used to the climate there, so she was having some acclimatization issues. The two of them quickly composed themselves and headed towards Yulanqing's ward. It turned out that the ward had been dismantled, and much of the equipment had been put away. But now, because of her mother's sudden illness, the equipment had been moved back. Seeing the emaciated old woman lying on the hospital bed, Xiaoqi Tsai's eyes welled up again. She walked in quickly, sat down in front of the bed, and took Yulanqing's hand. Mother, I'm home! Yulanqing, who had been in a coma, unexpectedly opened her eyes at Xiaoqi Tsai's call. The moment she saw Xiaoqi Tsai, her eyes were filled with tenderness and joy. You're finally home. Mother has suffered. Xiaoqi Tsai's voice choked with emotion. She had originally thought she could handle everything on her own, and even didn't want to worry them, so she kept many things to herself. However, the situation still affected her family. Yulanqing shook her head, a smile breaking across her face. It's okay, I'll be well soon. I'm just a little reluctant to accept reality. Zhuangqing told you, right? Even though I refrained from contacting him for years, hearing of his death still leaves me feeling a pang of resentment. After all, they loved each other passionately in their youth, and he was the father of their child. How could she not be heartbroken upon hearing the news of his death? Xiaoqi Tsai didn't know how to comfort him, so he simply squeezed the old man's hand. It's okay. You still have me and your brother. Yes, you and Chiner. I won't collapse. Yulanqing leaned close to Xiaoqi Tsai's ear and whispered, actually, I was just feeling a little sad, pretending to be affectionate. After decades, I almost forgotten what Zhuang Zhenyan looked like. I feigned illness because I was afraid they'd take your brother away by force. Now that you're back, I should be well again. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi Tsai was instantly at a loss for words. He didn't know whether Yulanqing's words were true or not, but Xiaoqi Tsai's mood wasn't as heavy as it had been earlier. Xiaoqi Tsai brewed some soup in the kitchen and made some easy-to-digest pastries for Yulanqing. He then chatted with her for a while, recounting his recent experiences, which filled the old woman with both worry and pride. If only I, Zhuang Fin, were half as smart as you, I'd let him go. Yes, with such courage to tackle such a challenge, what else in the world could stump her? Luckily you're back. Fortunately, you're smart enough. Mother is useless. Not only was she unable to help, but now she's brought trouble upon herself. How could that be? This time, I implicated Mother. Xiaoqi Tsai hurriedly shook his head. If I hadn't caused trouble, Mother wouldn't have contacted the Zhuang family, and they wouldn't have come looking for me. Silly child, it's none of your business. I heard his last message before he died was sent to the same terminal I used to be. If he hadn't died, I might have had some peace for a while longer. But if he had, the Zhuang family would have found her sooner or later. Yulanqing shook her head. If he hadn't died, Zhuang Zhenyan's refusal to look for her was a tacit agreement, a form of protection. But if he had died, the Zhuang family would have come looking for him sooner or later. Xiaoqi Tsai squeezed Yulanqing's hand tightly. Mother, if you and your brother don't want to go back, I find a way. I don't believe they can force you back. Although Xiaoqi Tsai didn't know the exact events of that year, he knew there must be something hidden behind Yulanqing's reluctance to return. The upper class was indeed powerful, but the underlying dangers were also numerous. So what if they were in the military? As long as they didn't want to go back, she would definitely find a way. Zhuangqing just walked in. Upon hearing Xiaoqi Tsai's words, he immediately shook his head. You're going to find a way? What are you going to find? Sister, you're good in everything except taking on all the responsibility. He looked at his mother, then at Xiaoqi Tsai. Besides, how did you know I didn't want to return to the Zhuang family? Chapter 88. Actually, I was hesitant before because I was worried about Mother, but after seeing you back, sister, I made up my mind. Zhuang Fin said. At this moment, There were only 3 people in the room. Xiao Qizai and Yu Lanqi were both shocked by his words. But Yu Lanqin's eyes immediately reddened. Zhuang Fin interrupted her. Mother, the situation has changed. The Zhuang family won't let this go. Going back now is the best option for me. Besides, I have my sister here, so I feel relieved. Xiao Qizai looked at Zhuang Fin. Brother, although the Zhuang family is part of the military, they have no right to force you to go anywhere. Let me find a solution. As long as you don't want to, no one can force you. But I do. Zhuang Fin looked at the two of them. Mother, you know me best. We used to live in poverty, without even a citizen card, yet you still did everything you could to raise me, and I also worked hard to reach my current position, able to protect you. Finally, today has come. Mother's illness is healed, and she can be with me for a long time. Now that you are healthy, and we have a sister who is strong and capable enough to take care of you, I can naturally go on to fight. Since I am part of the Zhuang family, since they want me to go back, then I just go back. The power of the upper class can crush people like us at the bottom with a single hand. If we want to avoid being threatened by anyone, to avoid having our fate dictated by anyone, we must keep moving forward. Sister, isn't that right? He looked at Xiao Qizai again. You work hard to make money and move forward. Isn't that also to escape your own fate, to avoid being controlled by capital, to become increasingly powerful? How many people wish for such an opportunity? If I could climb the ladder, if I could reach the pinnacle of power, then I wouldn't be afraid. So, mother and sister, trust me. I only return with more strength to protect you, not foolishly find myself murdered. Mother has protected me for so long. Now that my strength isn't enough to protect my family, I want to fight like I did before. As long as I stay out of the messy struggles, I believe my abilities will earn me a place in the military. Then, whether it's the upper echelons or the family, I'll be able to better protect you. Yu Lanqin and Xiao Qizai remained silent for a long time. They didn't try to persuade him further, because they both saw the unshakable determination in Zhuang Fin's eyes. Yes, he was never a weakling. How could someone who had climbed from the bottom to become the boss of the West District, working their way up through life and death, be afraid of going there? I know Mother is waiting for my sister to return. In fact, Mother should also know that from the moment the Zhuang family came knocking on my door, or rather, from the moment you knew that person was dead, there was no way I could escape. Since we're all going back, why would we ever have to fall out with them? Besides, the Zhuang family is a military and political family, with generations of military service. Interstellar society is peaceful now, save for the occasional small group of pirates. Even if I return to the military, I won't have to undertake any dangerous missions, so you can rest assured. Besides, I'm not stupid. I won't let others frame me, and I believe I can protect myself. Besides, born in the interstellar world, who wouldn't want to see the wider world? I love gadgets since I was a child. It's not that I'm not interested. If I have the chance, I'd love to learn, and even more so master them. Zhuang Fin rarely spoke so much. His words were meant to reassure his mother and Xiao Qizai. Finally, Yu Lanqin looked at her son with determination, stood up, and gave him a hug. Just do whatever you want. From childhood to adulthood, you've been my pride. You've grown up, and I trust you. Zhuang Fin hugged his mother tightly back. A hint of redness crept into his resolute eyes, but it quickly faded. He then turned to look at Xiao Qizai. Then I leave Mother to you. I negotiate terms with them, and have the Zhuang family protect you. Of course, I don't trust them, so Mother's safety still depends on you. Xiao Qizai nodded. I will. Don't worry, I take care of Mother. Hearing Zhuang Fin's reassurance, the Zhuang family members were ecstatic. As for some of Zhuang Fin's conditions, they were even tempted to agree on them immediately, but they sent someone to discuss them in detail. That person's name was Lin Xiao, a former key subordinate of Zhuang Fin's father, General Zhuang Zhenyan. He would personally come to welcome Zhuang Qi back. When he first laid eyes on Zhuang Qi, his eyes welled up. He looked so much like Zhuang Zhenyan that genetic testing was almost unnecessary to confirm that Zhuang Qi was the general's descendant. So, when he saw Yu Lanqin, he gave her a solemn military salute. Thank you for leaving his bloodline to the general. Yu Lanqin nodded. Can I know how he died? Lin Xiao hesitated, but finally spoke. While carrying out a secret mission in the border area, the spacecraft vanished, the coordinates disappeared, and no trace of life could be detected. We then searched for over half a year before finally confirming his death. Before the general set out on this mission, he told me that after completing this one, he would look for someone. I'm guessing it's you. The general wears a pendant around his neck with your photo hidden inside. I often see him lost in thought. Even the most ruthless soldiers can choke up. Lin Zhao's eyes welled up as he spoke, and Yulanqing's eyes also filled with tears. She clutched her son, controlling her emotions. I leave my son in your care. You must protect him. Keep him safe. Don't let anyone harm him. The general saved my life. His child is my child. I will dedicate my life and honor to protecting the young master's safety. Lin Zhao vowed. Are you really not going back to Xingyu with us? You always been the most important person in the general's heart, and now you've given birth to his only child. If you're willing to return, the banker will definitely accept you. Yulanqing shook her head. It's not about whether the banker will accept me or not. It's just that I simply don't like being there. I'm fine here. Besides, I have a child. Having her by my side makes me feel more at ease. Actually, there's another reason. Almost all of the Zhuang family's children are sent to the military for training. If Zhuangqi returns to the Zhuang family, he'd likely follow in his father's footsteps, perhaps even succeeding him and being trained by the coalition government to become a general, perhaps even inheriting a military rank. She didn't want to return to the Zhuang family and engage in the intrigue and socializing of the aristocratic families. She felt more comfortable and secure staying on planet 4628 by Xiao Qizai's side. It would also give Zhuangqi peace of mind, allowing him to have no worries. Finally, the group agreed that Zhuang Fin would officially leave planet 4628 in 3 days. Upon returning to Xingyu and undergoing a genetic comparison, he would officially return to the Zhuang family and be granted Class B citizenship, inheriting the lowest military rank. For some reason, the Zhuang family left behind 1,000 veterans to protect Yulanqing and Xiao Qizai, and also left a small warship near planet 4628. Also, out of humanitarian considerations, the Zhuang family provided Yulanqing with 1 billion star coins and child support. Whether these were willingly granted by the Zhuang family or negotiated by Zhuang Fin remains unknown, but the Zhuang family remained steadfast in their relationship with Yulanqing and her daughter. They even considered Yulanqing's reluctance to return a tactful act. These past few days, apart from occasional meetings at the factory, Xiao Qizai spent most of his time with Yulanqing and Zhuang Fin, trying to calm their nerves. Although there was little war going on right now, even figures like General Zhuang Junyan could be declared dead, so going to the military headquarters was definitely risky. Yulanqing outwardly let her child go, letting him pursue his dreams and become stronger, but deep down, she couldn't help but worry. Xiao Qizai's constant comfort made her feel much better. But just then, Xiao Qizai received an unexpected call. It was Bu Yishuan's call request. The two had been in constant contact in Shengyun, and after returning, they had exchanged a few brief pleasantries, but it was all about routine communications regarding Nixing and the planetary changes. Bu Yishuan knew she was busy, so why was she requesting a call now? However, Xiao Qizai quickly answered the call. Bu Yishuan's sole purpose in calling was to visit the Zhuang family. Others might not know, but as the CEO's daughter, with warships stationed near planet 4628, the CEO naturally knew the inside story. But Xiao Qizai wasn't sure what Bu Yishuan was doing at this time. Visiting the Zhuang family was different from visiting the factory or discussing matters. So Xiao Qizai consulted Yulanqing and Zhuang Fin. Finally, Zhuang Fin spoke up. Since she's your friend, it's only natural for her to visit our home. Let her come and see what she wants. Besides, she's the CEO's daughter. Soon Yi Xianxian arrived. After not seeing her for a while, the girl seemed more mature, still brimming with vitality. That surging energy, like thriving plants, exuded a heroic spirit. Xiao Qizai suddenly remembered that Bu Yishuan seemed to be a combat-oriented type. She glanced at Zhuang Fin, and a thought struck her. But it was just a guess, so she didn't ask directly. Instead, she cooked and served her a good meal herself. Yulanqing also had a fondness for Xiao Qizai's friend and kept serving her food. Bu Yishuan was also very polite and had a high emotional intelligence. With just a few words, Yulanqing's mood brightened considerably. After lunch, Bu Yishuan finally revealed the purpose of her mission. She didn't directly ask Xiao Qizai for help, as she didn't want to put him in a difficult position. Instead, she spoke directly to Zhuang Fin and Yulanqing. It's presumptuous, but I think this is your last chance, she said, looking at Zhuang Fin. My father received a notice from the Zhuang family that your household registration will be transferred from planet 4628. This basically confirms our previous speculation. You are the son of General Zhuang Junyan, who was recently reported to have died, correct? Zhuang Fin didn't hide it and nodded. Yes, in 3 days I'd be leaving planet 4628 and returning to Xingyao, back to the military headquarters. That's the purpose of my trip. Bu Yixuan saluted respectfully and handed Yu Lanqin a card. My father has promised to provide Ms. Yu Lanqin with the utmost protection on this planet. This 100 million is our small token of appreciation. I intend to follow the Major General from planet 4628 and join the army in Xingyao, so I hope to leave with you. The girl stood tall and straight, her eyes filled with determination. There was both pleading and expectation in her expression as she looked at Zhuang Fin. Zhuang Fin had thought Bu Yixuan wanted the Zhuang family to do her a favor, but he hadn't expected her to join the military. From what I understand, you were probably considering a career in the military. You're a top student in the combat department of the 46th Advanced Academy, so you should have a chance to join the military in the Baiyun Galaxy, Zhuang Fin said. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Qi was so well informed, knowing all this. Of course, perhaps it was information from Zhuang Qi's people. Xiao Qisai was also somewhat surprised. She knew Bu Yixuan's ambitions, but she had never expected her to come directly here and ask to go to the capital, Xingyao, with Zhuang Qi. Yes, I could climb up the military ladder from here, step by step, but that's too slow. Besides, I'm just a low-level citizen. Without connections, it's too difficult to climb up. Even if I fight tooth and nail, using military merit to gain honors, it's still too slow. Bu Yixuan looked at Xiao Qisai again. What happened on planet 4628 this time? What happened at your beauty potion factory taught me a lesson. Without sufficient power and a strong enough background, when I'm at the bottom, I'm at the mercy of others. Xiao Qisai, you succeeded, but after all these years of operation, I only brought minor changes to planet 4628. Even my father was powerless when faced with the powerful from above. A single word from above would have him, the CEO, unable to act. He'd even be forced to do whatever they wanted, even to destroy the planet's hopes. I didn't want this to continue, so after hearing about the Zhuang family's situation, I took the liberty of coming here. I knew this might be my only chance to reach the capital, Xingyao, and join the military. The higher my starting point, the higher I can climb. So I beg you, and for the sake of all of planet 4628, I beg you to give me a chance. I know the Zhuang family has this privilege. Although it was a plea, Bu Yixuan's voice was frank, unashamed of seeking privileged assistance. Zhuang Qin didn't immediately agree, but he was clearly moved. I discussed this with Lieutenant General Lin Xiao. Okay, thank you. I'm not here as Xiao Qisai's friend, but as an ordinary citizen of planet 4628. So if you can truly help me, please do so, rather than forcing me to do something based on my relationship with Xiao Qisai. I understand. Zhuang Fin nodded and walked out. Soon after, Yu Lanqin finished her meal and went back to rest, leaving Xiao Qisai and Bu Yixuan alone in the living room. Bu Chairman, have you truly made up your mind? To be honest, my brother-in-law might face many problems returning to the Zhuang family this time. Power struggles are particularly severe in large families. You can rely on the Zhuang family to reach the military headquarters of the United Government, but you might also be implicated by my brother-in-law. I had already thought about this before I came here. She looked at Xiao Qisai with a determined gaze. Your story deeply touched me. You clearly brought hope to our planet, but my father, and all of us at Nixing couldn't help you at that time. We could only watch helplessly as our planet's hope vanished. At that time, I hated my own powerlessness and weakness. I was determined to change planet 4628, but my power was so limited. Fortunately, you successfully resolved that matter. And I believe that with this single incident, and with this government business partnership, the plan to make beauty products a pillar industry on planet 4628 has been a success. I can leave now with peace of mind. You're a businessman, and I hope you go further. I want you to have no worries. I also have my own ideals and aspirations. The banker is my closest chance to shining like a star. I have to climb from the clouds to become a star in the sky. If I start from the bottom, I never reach the clouds. Do you understand me? Bu Yixuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Come to think of it, if it hadn't been you, I might have really followed that second-generation rich kid from the Xiao family. I would have exploited his status to gain a higher position, more benefits, and more power, so I could protect my family and my hometown. Bu Yixuan looked at Xiao Qisai. I'm not as smart as you, so I seize every opportunity one can. It's actually thanks to you that I was able to come here and meet with Zhuang Fin this time, but I hope you don't harbor any grudges. No. Xiao Qisai shook his head. No matter what tricks Bu Yixuan used, she would never mock a young man with a dream in his heart, one who would risk everything for it. She was reborn. She had over 30 years of social experience in her previous life, and in this one, she possessed a system that could be considered a golden finger, allowing her to reach this point. But Bu Yishuan was only 20 years old. She had no system, no golden finger. Standing high on this impoverished planet, she didn't look down on others. Instead, she saw the suffering of those at the bottom, a rare feat. She founded Nixing, using her sincerity, her power, her abilities, and everything she had to transform her hometown and fulfill her ideals. She would always look up to such a person as a role model and be proud of her. She hugged Bu Yishuan tightly. Go if you want. I believe the president will achieve great success and become someone capable of protecting our planet. This reassured Bu Yishuan. Xiao Qicai's words clearly reflected Zhuang Fin's stance. She knew her request had been successful. She breathed a sigh of relief and began chatting with Xiao Qicai about her experience competing at Shengyuan and her thrilling battle with the derivative company. It sounds like it could be explained in a few words, but no one understands Xiao Qicai's recent thrill better than Bu Yishuan. Thank you for your hard work. From now on, you can pursue business and I pursue politics. I be your backer. The girl's face showed determination, and she jokingly expressed her expectations. Xiao Qicai nodded. Bu Yishuan handed her a special badge. I discussed this with the other members of Nixing. If I leave Planet 4628 to join the military, you temporarily lead some of Nixing's affairs. No, I only been here a short time and you. Xiao Qicai hurriedly shook her head. Bu Yishuan interrupted her. Don't be so hasty to reject me. This isn't just my decision, nor is it motivated by selfishness. It's the decision of everyone on Nixing. You've been incredibly successful. Do you know how many young people on Planet 4628 now look up to you as a role model? Including the people on Nixing. You saved Planet 4628 and gave it new hope. Although this planet looks the same, it's completely different. The disappearance of underground forces, the countless stable jobs, and the promise of a future filled with hope, these are all tremendous changes, and almost all of these changes were brought about by you. That's why they're willing to follow your lead. I know you're busy and can't fully devote yourself to Nixing, but that's okay. Most of the people on Nixing will gather together, mainly to. It's all about the ideal, and how, in what form, or under what name, doesn't matter. Many people on Nixing possess real talent. We're doing small things, making small changes, but most people suffer from a lack of opportunities to showcase their talents. And now you arrived, you made your mark. And I know your company is short on talent right now, so I have a humble request. I want them to work under your name. Although Nixing has a name, it's not a profit-making organization, nor is it an anti-government organization. I hope you can lead them, help them realize their ideals, and give them more opportunities to see the wider world. Some could have left this planet, but they persist for their ideals. I leave them all in your care. The golden badge was like a shining star, a star bearing the hopes of everyone. At this moment, Xiao Qicai didn't refuse, but solemnly accepted the medal, carrying the hopes of countless people. From today on, she would shoulder greater responsibilities and guide the destinies of even more people. And she would work even harder to achieve this. Don't worry, leave now. One day, we will meet at the summit of the Sea of Stars. By then, Planet 4628 will no longer be that lowly planet, humiliated and on the verge of extinction. The two high-fived and pledged an oath, setting a goal. Soon after, Zhuang Qim and Lin Xiao returned. Zhuang Qim agreed to Bu Yishuan's request. Lin Xiao stated that upon his return, Zhuang Qim would definitely establish his own personal guard. He could choose the position himself and bring Bu Yishuan back under this title. However, to truly become a member of the team, he would still have to undergo an assessment. As long as you have the confidence to pass the military assessment, I will take you back to Xingyo. Zhuang Qim said. Bu Yishuan nodded. I will definitely give it my all. In short, the matter was settled. 3 days later, the Zhuang family's warship arrived again. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Qicai and Yu Lanqing, Zhuang Qin resolutely and relentlessly boarded the warship. And there was Bu Yishuan, countless people from the Nixing group, and her father, Co. Bu Hongqing. The middle-aged man seemed to have aged considerably, his hair now white. He embraced his daughter with a firm and powerful embrace. He watched Bu Yishuan depart for another journey, seemingly without a trace of reluctance. But Xiao Qicai clearly saw the hope of a CO. In the past, he had casually swallowed his nausea and allowed his only daughter to accompany the children of high-ranking aristocratic families. Now, he could watch his daughter depart for another battlefield filled with chaos and bloodshed without hesitation. Perhaps, he wasn't a good father, because he also held the title of Planet CEO. She suddenly understood Bu Yishuan's resentment yet cooperation. Because father and daughter shared a common goal, a goal that allowed them to forego minor details and uphold the greater good. At this time, the senior brothers and sisters also emerged from their closed-door training. Although Xiao Jun didn't mention it, they still heard about the event that shocked the entire coalition government. It was then that they realized that Xiao Qicai had sacrificed himself to save them and fulfill their destiny. And yet, when Xiao Qicai needed help the most, they were completely oblivious. "Junior sister, we were foolish indeed, still needing you to protect us," Qin Sanwan said, even crying. Xiao Qicai shook his head. "It doesn't matter. It's all in the past. Besides, it was my own choice. I didn't make the top 100 because of my own lack of ability. It has nothing to do with you. Just focus on taking the Xingyu exam and get a good ranking for our actuary college. Then the entire planet will be proud of you." "I will," Qin Sanwan and Guofenghua said firmly. Chapter 89. Xiao Qicai was indeed short on staff. The large-scale expansion of the factory on planet 4628 and the establishment of government enterprise cooperation projects all required oversight from within. There were also 2 brands to manage. Lianmi needed to expand its influence and increase Xiao's, while Rongguang needed to prepare for the production and promotion of the first batch of 99 units. And preparations also needed to begin for the new speed car research center. Wu Xiao and Simu Chen were considered Xiao Qicai's main force, and they were busy and dizzy, as was she. However, she still didn't touch Nixing. One reason was that she was afraid of betraying Nixing's trust. She did need people, but she didn't feel comfortable sending all the Nixing people to work at her company as soon as Buishuan left. Another reason was that Nixing's nature was different from her business nature. She could offer more money to those seeking wealth, but for those with ideals, she knew that conventional means could not be used. Although Buishuan had promised to hand over Nixing to her, even saying that the people there could be used to alleviate her immediate needs, they were ultimately different from the workers she had hired herself and were somewhat difficult to use. After much deliberation, she decided to invest money in Nixing's 5 major departments and let them figure things out on their own. So, Xiao Qi, wearing her Nixing leader badge, convened a meeting with several departments, explaining that now was a crucial time for the development of Planet 4628. It was now peaceful, and with its pillar industry of beauty potions, the planet would not collapse or disappear. However, the difference between low-level planets and high-level planets lay in their resources, so she decided to invest money in Nixing, allowing them to conduct research to find new vitality for the planet and catch up with the development of high-level planets. From infrastructure to the environment, from information resources to energy technology, Xiao Qicai unleashed all his oratory talent from his previous life, demonstrating the importance of these things. We must prove that lower-level planets are no less capable than higher-level ones. Therefore, my company will manage the economy and provide financial support. I hope you will live up to the president's expectations and forget your mission. Make a difference. Completely change the fate of the planet. For any funding, equipment, or other needs, simply submit an application to me for approval. I will do my best to meet your requirements." Then, Xiao Qicai left behind 500 million yuan in funds and departed. Leaving behind the hundreds of united members of the Anti-Star, they were left awake all night in excitement. They were idealistic, and Buishuan offered encouragement and support, but Xiao Qicai actually provided the funding. The most important thing to do is money. When he first met Xiao Qicai, he had been somewhat dismissive of the talented young mechanic. Shang Yuanqing, Nixing's second-in-command, had originally planned for Nixing to cease to exist in name only after Buishuan's departure, or for everyone to work for Xiao Qicai. However, he never expected that, although Xiao Qicai was a businessman, he was truly not a profit-driven person. At that moment, he completely believed in Buishuan's vision. 500 million. That's 500 million. How much information resources and research equipment can it buy? He stood up and shouted to everyone, from today on, we must give it our all and never let President Xiao down. A new motivation surged within all the members of Nixing. Xiao Qicai breathed a sigh of relief and went back to check the accounts. Speaking of which, it's nice to be able to spend freely, but it seems like one can never make enough money. That 500 million was actually her own money. The company does have money lately, but it can't be spent recklessly. Thanks to the suppression of the derivative company, trust in Zhao's beauty potion on planet 4628 has reached over 90%. This has led to almost everyone on planet 4628 wanting to buy it, both out of trust in its quality and out of a desire to fully support their planet's industry. As a result, the second batch of mass-produced beauty potion hasn't been delivered yet, and pre-sales for the third batch have exceeded expectations by tens of millions. In addition to the millions of bottles pre-ordered online, almost all of the extra retail units produced for the second batch have already sold out. Although the price is low and the profit is low, the profit from the millions of bottles is still a good amount. However, since the previous galaxy-wide advertising campaign had drained the working capital, the profits from the second batch had to be immediately reinvested in the mass production of the third batch, and the funds are only growing. Then, there was the third challenge, launching the Government Enterprise Partnership Project, which also required substantial funding, encompassing hundreds of planets. While the government provided financial support, policies, and talent, the initial capital, equipment, and other necessary investments would have to come from Xiao, the lead company. Finally, Xiaoqi gritted his teeth, nearly emptying the star coins he had previously acquired from the brothers Simuxing and Simuchin, as well as the profits from his second batch of beauty potions, and finally embarked on the large-scale construction of factories on low-level planets. But this won't work either. It won't solve the root problem, and by the time mass production begins, funds will still be tight. Expanding too quickly will ultimately lead to this outcome. There are two solutions to a company's financial constraints. One is to increase revenue, and the other is to reduce costs. Xiao Qisai thought about it, and simply called together the company's core personnel for a meeting. Wu Xiu mentioned a problem. As the production of beauty potions increases, the demand for raw materials also increases. In theory, price negotiations could be carried out step by step, but because the production volume is so large, almost all the supplies from multiple suppliers can be consumed. As a result, the planets that primarily source raw materials have begun to take advantage of their abundant supplies and raise prices. Furthermore, according to my assessment, if we can't expand outward and purchase raw materials from production areas in other star regions, we might run out of supply and won't be able to meet the terrifying quantities on all the low-level planets. Raw materials for the Government Enterprise Cooperation Project aren't particularly urgent at the moment, so the current procurement and some restraint should be enough to meet the third batch and even future demand on planet 4628. However, once the Government Enterprise Cooperation Project begins, the volume of pharmaceuticals required on hundreds of low-level planets will be terrifying. Interstar region procurement only requires government approval, and now that it's a government enterprise cooperation, it naturally poses no problem. But as Wu Xiu mentioned, raw material planets in other star regions, seeing such a large production volume, especially with the government enterprise cooperation, will naturally bargain for the price, leveraging their existing supply. Adding transportation costs, their profits are already low, and any price increase will immediately lead to losses. Therefore, one of the challenges of growing a company bigger and stronger is the supply chain, the raw material supply chain, and the downstream supply chain. Xiao Qisai pondered for a long time, and suddenly realized that, while Wu Xiu was powerful, she wasn't a professional sourcing expert. So, her understanding of this issue was still insufficient. Actually, this problem can be solved if you think about it from a different perspective, Xiao Qisai said. Going to each supplier individually? No, when you have enough, you don't need to proactively procure. We can put the entire galaxy out for tender. If they're unwilling to sell, someone else will. List the main materials you need, then write a tender for each, specifying the specific quantity, quality standards, and desired delivery time. Send out invitations to all star regions of the United Government. Then, conduct an online bidding process. We choose the supplier with the best quality and price. Of course, with the quantity you estimated, we actually buy from almost every one of them, but they won't know our exact quantity. So, when the time comes, sign confidentiality agreements with all suppliers, prohibiting you from revealing the specific amount you purchase from them. Then, eliminate the few suppliers with ridiculously high prices, letting them know how foolish their hoarding is. They naturally lower their prices and come back to you. The others' eyes lit up when they heard Xiao Qisai's words. Si Mukin was stunned. How could anyone be so clever? This was too ruthless. Haggling based on quantity is nothing compared to this. Now it's time to shift the sense of crisis onto the lower levels and let them cut themselves down. However, Xiao Qisai didn't think she'd come up with a particularly good idea. In her previous life, she managed a factory, and that's how the upper management treated suppliers. She simply learned it. This can sometimes lead to vicious competition, but there's no other way at the moment. After all, some people want to hoard goods and raise prices, so it's no wonder she's being ruthless. Actually, this approach also requires a countermeasure. If all the raw material factories unite and refuse to sell to us, we're doomed. Of course, since this project is just beginning and covers all star regions, we don't have to worry about this issue. However, to prevent being strangled in the future, We still need a backup plan. What backup plan? Wu Xiao asked. In everything we do, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. That worst-case scenario is that all suppliers refuse to sell us raw materials. And my backup plan is to establish our own ecological production center and produce our own raw materials, including backup and long-term supplies. Only by controlling the core resources ourselves can we avoid being strangled. This is a profound lesson Xiao Qisai learned in his previous life. Of course, this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was the product of Xiao Qisai's careful consideration. Producing our own medicine can expand employment and our base, while also saving costs. How can we minimize costs? Of course, we produce and sell our own medicine. This relates to my latest plan. Xiao Qisai stood up and projected a model of a planet for them. The government enterprise partnership project can sustain us for years, even decades. But once the source is cured, even if we expand to all the star regions of the United Government, Xiao's pharmacy won't survive forever. So, there's Plan B for the beauty potion, a new brand, Rongwang. This will be a sustainable brand that can be sold over time. But a single product, no matter how well it's promoted, can't always dominate the market. Competitors and replacements will soon emerge. This is inevitable even with patents. So, the Rongwang brand will go beyond just beauty potions. There will be more and more products, including related new products. This requires prior research and planning. Establishing an ecological supply chain for raw materials can help us ensure product quality, guarantee the supply chain, and control costs. This is a long-term solution. Of course, profitability from a single brand won't last forever, so I planned a flying car research center and expanded into other industries. See Mukin, I handed this over to you before I went to Shangyun. You can share the plan with the others. We're about to start selecting a site for the research center. I originally wanted to separate the flying car research center and the ecological production center, but considering our current funding situation, we can only choose one planet and prepare for both simultaneously. See Mukin didn't expect to hear this in this meeting. Thankfully, he was already prepared and immediately projected his concept plan for the first-generation flying car, as well as the research center plan that Xiao Qisai had instructed him to plan. Buying an entire planet for a research center, truly crazy, but for some reason, everyone present felt a surge of excitement, as if peeling back layers, they could glimpse a vast and beautiful future. The company had finally expanded to its current size, but from the very beginning, it was already envisioning an even more enormous destination. However, buying a planet is indeed an overly ambitious project. It's well known that planets that are still viable and whose environments aren't so hostile as to be uninhabitable are not abandoned or sold. Every year, large corporations undertake the transformation of abandoned planets, or the discovery and transformation of new star systems, but most are unwilling to invest the time and effort. The cost of transforming a planet that's already uninhabitable into one that's habitable is prohibitively high, and the cost outweighs the benefits. It's better to explore a new planet. Of course, with today's exploration capabilities, the peak in planetary discovery occurred hundreds of years ago, so the number of new planets discovered in recent years is very small. Some travel companies develop specialized tourist planets, but these are generally artificial. After all, building a small planet is sometimes cheaper than purchasing and transforming an uninhabitable, hostile planet. However, there's a significant difference between artificial planets and ecological planets. Artificial planets lack basic planetary authority. Ecological planet transformation, according to the United Government's planetary management rules, grants the authority to treat an ecological planet as a pristine planet, including in situ conservation. They're part of the United Government system network, and can even upgrade planetary attributes based on the planet's environment and ecology. Human planets, on the other hand, are designed according to the planetary construction plan, finalized from the outset. Once the planners and owners cease to maintain them, they can be lost at any time, and are not protected by government sovereignty during war. Transforming a planet grants the same permissions as administrative planets, but the planet owner has considerable autonomy. Of course, the idea is good, but there are realities. But the cost is too high. The cost of purchasing the planet, the cost of transforming it. Wu Xiao quickly calculated, there's no way we can recoup our investment in a short time. Draining all the company's funds now would, if we weren't careful, kill the company and bankrupt the plan. It's a big plan, but also a gamble. It might even be far more cost-effective to invest in ecological projects on local planets, establish a planting center, or select a research and development planet to establish a talent center. Xiao Qisai shook his head. It's not a question of whether we can recoup our investment. If we believe our company will eventually reach the forefront of the entire coalition government, we must have such a place to avoid being controlled. Besides, our talent recruitment program is about to begin. While government cooperation has helped alleviate some of our talent anxiety, truly loyal and reliable talent requires high salaries and a good environment. I want to create such an environment to attract talent. Otherwise, we always be stuck on low-level planets. Wu Xiao finally nodded after hearing this. So, the most important issue in our meeting today, besides discussing the funding chain, is the location of this research center, Xiao Qizai said. See Mukin, this matter is primarily yours. Select 10 target planets from the dozens you chosen, and outline their strengths and weaknesses. In 3 days, we discuss and select one. This will also be our future headquarters, so we encourage everyone to actively participate. Recommendations for other suitable planets are welcome. When Xiao Qizai's bidding plan came out, all the suppliers in the Baiyun Star region were stunned. They had originally thought they had grasped the lifeblood of this small company, forcing them to accept price increases. But who could have imagined that they would directly invite bids, and indeed, invite bids from all the star regions of the entire coalition government? Perhaps only a few of their major planets in the Baiyun Star region could produce those raw materials, but other star regions had countless more. Moreover, the quantities announced are so massive, and some raw materials only require a few months to produce. If a planet truly has the capacity to grow these raw materials, it should be starting now, then bidding at low prices. This would also revitalize the planetary industry chain. Too many planets would be tempted. How insidious. How else could they possibly compete with the derivative companies? Interstellar society relies on a well-developed information system. When news of Xiao Qizai's government enterprise cooperation project requiring a large amount of raw materials spread across all planets, those planets with raw materials immediately became excited. That's a huge amount. They quickly started calculating production capacity and costs. Of course, as suppliers expected, some agricultural planets with suitable growing conditions directly evaluated the conditions and costs, and also wanted a piece of the action. As for why they were bidding on other planets? Oh, it turns out a few foolish suppliers in the Baiyun Star region were so self-righteous, thinking they could control this small company, that they were trying to raise the price. That's fantastic. Doesn't this give them an opportunity? Especially since planets producing these raw materials are generally low-level, they can develop their own industries, and potentially lead to long-term cooperation. Who wouldn't want to go? Furthermore, these government enterprise partnerships aren't something that can be discontinued overnight. They're backed by absolute policies, so even if the other party is a small company, there's no way they wouldn't pay. What's more, they even paid a deposit. As a result, the results were better than expected, and Wu Xiao immediately received numerous bids from companies. A quick calculation revealed that prices on other planets outside the Baiyun Star region had dropped significantly. Even with transportation costs included, the costs were still lower than before. Furthermore, those suppliers who had been clamoring for price increases had even lowered their bids during the bidding process, clearly understanding their position. Wu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Saving costs would reduce the probability of losses and, of course, increase profits significantly. Although the government enterprise cooperation project was almost a loss-making venture, earning a few dozen star coins per potion was still a few dozen star coins, and hundreds of millions was no small amount, not to mention the potential to boost the company's reputation and market share. From this perspective, every decision Xiao Qizai made seemed sound, so the plans for the Ecological Center and Research Center should be sound. Although, from a statistical perspective, if this plan didn't succeed as expected, it would undoubtedly drain the company's funds and drag it down. Of course, that wasn't all she needed to think about. 3 days later, it was almost time. Si Mukin first presented the 10 carefully selected target planets, detailing their strengths and weaknesses. Some were large, others small, some were cheap, others expensive. But the stakes were high. Actually selecting a waste planet to purchase and transform required a detailed plan. Si Mukin even included a simple budget estimate for the transformation. His work was quite efficient, and the locations of the selected planets were all acceptable. As everyone was discussing, an unexpected person raised his hand. Liu Yushan. This sworn enemy, who had once offered advice to Xiao Qizai's rival, had applied for a position at Xiao Group before Xiao Qizai left for Shengyun and was successfully hired. After joining the company, he worked diligently, relieving much of the burden on Wu Xiao and the others. Now, he's considered one of the company's core staff, alongside Wu Xiao, Si Mukin, and the others. He's truly a talent. Though some people still have some reservations about him. But Xiao Qizai certainly didn't mind that he worked for the rival, and Liu Yuxing was very grateful for that. Of course, Xiao Qicai didn't mind because he worked for the Qian family for so many years, relying on their scholarships. He'd done his job there, but then, if he worked there, he wouldn't have offered any advice. That would have been truly terrifying. Now that she had poached him, she understood the principle of trusting a person who she doubted. So, seeing him raise his hand, Xiao Qicai immediately looked at him. What do you think? Liu Yuxing appeared gentle and harmless, usually not making a strong presence in meetings. But his presence, at the crucial moment, was still surprising. Seeing Xiao Qicai didn't ignore him, he felt even more grateful. His hand, gripping the electronic pen, felt a flicker of excitement, but he stood up without hesitation. Then he opened the terminal and projected a great planet. I think the 10 planets Si Mukin recommended are all excellent. Each has its own unique characteristics, excellent geographical location, and a good value for money. He also had a good emotional intelligence, and initially praised Si Mukin's choices. But then he changed his tone. However, I researched the entire Baiyun Star region. The government has released over 100 abandoned planets for sale, and I discovered that we might have a better option. For a moment, everyone looked over. Chapter 90. Liu Yuxing opened the coordinates of this great planet and introduced it. Planet 0068 was one of the first planets discovered in the Baiyun Star region. It was originally rich in a substance called ketone core. This metal is widely used in aerospace and transportation. It has excellent ductility, is resistant to high and low temperatures, and is highly plastic. Its high production volume caused quite a stir when it was discovered. However, precisely because of this metal's usefulness, after excessive mining, Planet 0068 gradually deteriorated, and its ecological environment was completely destroyed. Until more planets with life were discovered nearby, the people of Planet 0068, having made a fortune from ketone core, gradually migrated to surrounding planets. Of course, this may be the norm for many low-level planets, but the key point isn't that. It's that it's surrounded by 3 Class B planets, and it's not far from Guangheng, the only Class A planet in the Baiyun Star region. Since Mr. Zhao's original intention in establishing this research center was to recruit talent, especially from high-level planets, then the closer the research center is to high-level planets, the better. The closer, the better. That makes sense. Seeing Xiao Qicai's approving gaze, Liu Yuxing grew calmer. Of course, it has another advantage. Not only is it relatively close to some of the surrounding advanced planets, but it's also located at the intersection of the Baisheng, Wujiang, and Baiyun Star regions. In other words, this planet has a certain degree of maneuverability, and can be transferred to other star systems. Mr. Xiao, I don't know if others understand the purpose of this location, but I believe you understand what I mean. Xiao Qicai looked at the great planet projection, and took a deep breath. Yes, I understand what you mean. The planet you're talking about is indeed the best location. If the rest of you have no objections, then Planet 0068 will be chosen. Aside from Bai Yuan from the technical department, who was a little confused, everyone present was smart, and in the end, no one else objected. The matter was decided, and Planet 0068 was temporarily designated as the target location for the new ecological center and R&D center. Of course, the follow-up work would still be difficult, such as conducting inspections, participating in planet auctions, negotiating the best price, and developing a detailed renovation plan. Xiao Qicai simply handed this task to Liu Yuxing, who vowed not to betray her trust. Si Mukin didn't react. It was a tough job, so he let it go. He could get back to planning his flying car plan. After the meeting, Xiao Qicai's most important thought was that talent was indeed the most important. Sometimes, she's still not comprehensive enough on her own, and the people under her can't be all-rounders either. With the company's expansion, staffing is becoming increasingly tight. But how can talent fall from the sky? When can I just sit back and make money, or just watch others make money for me? Wu Xiaoshan was lucky enough to have brought in an R&D leader, Bai Yuan. Si Mukin took advantage of the situation, a domineering male lead selected by the system. Although he had a few bad habits at first, he's now more capable and energetic after getting used to it. Liu Yuxing was recruited and is smart. Sun Wan was sent by Xianqian and has decent abilities, but he lacks the skills and means to manage a large factory. There are also some locally recruited employees and staff, some with strong abilities, others mediocre. So, as government enterprise cooperation projects expand and new projects are added, the demand for more people will grow, and the company's talent gap will widen. And now, Xiao Qicai makes most of the decisions. In a truly large company, most things are actually handled by subordinates. For example, Wuxiu is proficient in calculating and analyzing pros and cons, but ultimately, some things are less professional, as in the previous supplier stockpiling and price-cutting incident. Professional personnel are still needed. As the company grows, the organizational structure must also be improved, otherwise it will sooner or later become a disorganized mess. Marketing, procurement, finance, production, quality, R&D, public relations, legal, and administration. All of these organizational structures are indispensable. And it's best to find professionals. Xiao Qizai only needs people who can take on the responsibilities. After much thought, she awakened 002's emo mood. Don't you have anything to say lately? 002 suddenly became extremely alert. What can I say? What should I say? You and your target relationship partner are separated by 1,000,000 miles. No, by multiple galaxies. Even if I wanted anything to happen between you, it wouldn't be possible. It's all in name only. Then why don't you just relax a bit and help me find someone new? 002, question mark. So you think your current 5 hours of sleep isn't enough, and you want to carve out those 5 hours for a relationship? Ahem, mainly because I trust your vision, and want to see if you can help me find a good partner. Xiao Qizai looked innocent. 002 suddenly shut down. You. I know you too well. You're short of staff and looking for someone to help you out, right? Xiao Qizai shook his head. You can't frame me. This is clearly a win-win situation. Can't you just stand up to a domineering female CEO and an elite male subordinate? 002, Well, let me think. Of course, if you can't think of anything, that's fine. Xiao Qizai pulled out a stack of resumes. The company's expanding recently, and there are positions for almost every position. So, I received thousands of resumes. Why don't we just look at them one by one? Xiao Qizai casually pulled out a resume. He's 48, has experience prospecting for minerals on desolate planets, and applied for a management position in our factory. Why don't you associate him with us and see if he's reliable? 002, Are you crazy? I'm clearly a dating system, not a talent system. Who would want to do a background check for you? This guy is so old, and his background shows he has a wife and children. 002 glanced at him, and gritted his teeth to persuade Xiao Qizai. Then this guy, only 26, has family experience running a convenience store, and is applying for our marketing position. Shut up. His face is bigger than your wash basin. I can't touch it. 002 felt hopeless. Is it possible that I already screened the best bachelors on planet 4628 for you, and you already recruited the ones you chosen? What else do you want? Oh, I forgot. Planet 4628 does have a limited population and talent. So, starting tomorrow, let's explore other planets. I hope you, 002, can pick a partner for me every day to keep me fresh. Just in case I end up settling down. Xiao Qizai seriously suggested. You need to work harder, or you won't be worthy of the name Love System. Lately, her system hasn't been working hard enough. She should have been more proactive in finding her a partner in the beginning. 002, This is absolutely blatant intimidation and exploitation. Soon after, Lu Yuxing submitted a detailed plan for the investigation and renovation of Planet 0068, the R&D Center's target planet. The first thing to do was to conduct a field survey to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The site selection for the R&D Center was a crucial matter, crucial for the future. So Xiao Qizai pondered for a moment, realizing that he still had some time, or else he would soon be heading to the planet where the government enterprise cooperation project would be launched. So, he decided to go to planet 0068 himself. Since this planet had been recommended by Lu Yuxing, Xiaoqi brought him along. However, this planet had been uninhabited for over 100 years, so there were no direct routes to it. They had to first settle on the nearest low-level planet, Planet 223, and then embark on a specialized small exploration spacecraft to conduct an investigation. Xiao Qizai actually wanted to temporarily reside on a high-level planet near Planet 223, but due to her citizenship level restrictions, she could only choose to stay on a low-level planet. Soon, after a day and a night of sailing, Xiao Qizai and Lu Yuxing arrived at Planet 223. This was a relatively large low-level planet, with a population of 300 to 400 million. It was also a relatively old planet. While its infrastructure wasn't even as good as that of Planet 4628, the environment was quite good, with high-quality air and water resources. The reason is that Planet 223 is rich in flowers, which require exceptional conditions to grow. Since flowers are a pillar industry on the planet, they naturally won't allow the planet's ecology to suffer serious damage, which is why the planet manages to maintain its vitality. However, precisely because of this favorable ecological environment, it's a rare low-level planet in the Baiyun Star region that hasn't participated in the government enterprise cooperation project between Xiaoqizai and the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Actually, this planet is mainly unlucky. It offended a top dignitary on a high-level planet, which is why it's been unable to carry out infrastructure reforms, hence its status as a D-level planet. Lu Yuxing whispered about his research. Yes, half of this planet is vibrant, filled with flowers, and a beautiful environment, but the other half is shrouded in darkness. Without an artificial hot star, there's no light, and only half of the planet is capable of life and production. So, even though the various flowers they weave are lifelike and are shipped to several nearby high-level planets, with good sales, they can't fetch high prices, and they can't upgrade the entire planet. So, the development of a planet sometimes depends on opportunity. Xiaoqizai was quite interested in Planet 223, so she wasn't in a rush to go to Planet 0086. She had originally applied for a business permit, so she decided to explore this planet. She discovered that flowers on this planet were sold in two ways. Fresh flowers. Fresh flowers, as soon as they were picked, were transported to nearby high-end planets via high-speed spacecraft. This led to brisk sales and reasonable prices. However, fresh flowers have a seasonal nature and are difficult to preserve. This led to a second major sales method. The second method involves processing flowers into preserved flowers and various handicrafts, including flowers for certain clothing and patterns on fashion items. Some brightly colored flowers are used as dyes. However, dyes are too polluting, so they are relatively rare. Thus, it is considered a labor-intensive crop. The planet also boasts a vast variety of flower varieties, with specialists even custom breeding exotic flower varieties to meet customer requirements. This demonstrates that profitable industries are more or less catering to the needs of high-level individuals. Xiaoqizai and Li Yuxing strolled through their local flower market, conducting some data research. Just as they were about to leave, they were stopped by a little girl. The little girl held a bouquet of blue irises, each in full bloom, with densely packed petals and drenched in water droplets, a truly beautiful sight. Brothers and sisters buy a bouquet. In fact, most vendors here engage in centralized purchasing, with few individual flower sellers. Xiaoqizai was somewhat surprised by this sudden appearance. Just as Lu Yuxing was about to ask the little girl to leave, Xiaoqizai shook his head and said to her, "Your flowers are beautiful. I like a bouquet. But selling them in bunches won't make much money. Most of the people here are wholesalers." The girl lowered her head. My parents are sick, and no one's harvesting the flowers at home, so I have to buy them myself." "If they're sick, don't you hire someone to help harvest them?" Xiaoqizai asked, somewhat curiously. In fact, she had already seen this little girl wandering around the market with her arms full of flowers, trying to sell them to everyone she met, but no one seemed to be buying. Many vendors even turned people away, accusing her of disrupting their business. She looked incredibly pitiful. When the little girl heard Xiaoqizai's question, she hurriedly explained, "My parents suddenly developed a strange illness and are now in a coma, hospitalized. All our savings have been used up, so we don't have the money to hire workers. Besides, some buyers just want to take our flowers and our fields for a low price, and they don't want us to even start working. I saw you walking around here so many times, so I took the liberty of asking, 'Are you here to buy flowers? Many of my flowers are ripe and ready to sell right away. If you like to harvest them yourself, we'd be happy to give you a very low price.'" To make her words seem more reliable, the little girl even projected her parents' hospitalization records from the terminal. Sure enough, even with their citizen medical cards, they still owed hundreds of thousands of star coins. The little girl also projected some photos of a sea of flowers, which were indeed lush and beautiful. "The flowers are nice, but..." Just then, a man nearby inserted some flowers and said, "Be careful. Their flowers are the smallest, ugliest, and the oldest styles. There's no market for them. Don't get ripped off." The little girl was immediately furious. "I beg you, don't listen to him. The reason we have so few varieties of flowers is because we don't grow exotic flowers or use any kind of chemicals to modify them. Our flowers are always natural and harmless, and our prices are the most affordable. There are competitors trying to take advantage of my parents' bankruptcy to squeeze us out. If you don't believe me, go visit my flower farm and see for yourself." The little girl's eyes were already filled with tears. If Xiaoqizai hadn't held her back, she would have even wanted to kneel down and seek sympathy. Lu Yuxing frowned. This is a power struggle between local flower factories. Mr. Xiao, it's best if we don't get involved. This kind of conflict is common. It's impossible to just intervene whenever you see it. Besides, they're just here to look around. They don't need any flowers as raw materials. Xiao Qisai seemed to think for a moment, then shook his head. Let's go over and take a look. If her flowers are truly natural, I have an idea. The little girl was ecstatic when she heard this. The man next to them, seeing that they had failed to sabotage the flowers, muttered curses at Xiao Qisai and the others for being taken advantage of, saying they were wasting their money on flowers that wouldn't sell well. Of course, Xiao Qisai simply called the police, and had the market sheriff take the men away with a warning and a fine. The little girl was incredibly grateful, and quickly invited them to go take a look at the flower fields. After leaving the flower market in a flying car, they arrived at a vast sea of flowers about an hour's drive away. The little girl led them through the sea of flowers, heading towards her own flower patch. A vast expanse of blue flowers bloomed, lush and beautiful. It was clear that the owner of the flower patch had indeed taken good care of his flowers. Besides the vast expanse of blue flowers, there were also some buds, some not yet fully bloomed. Although our flowers aren't those exotic varieties with strange shapes, they are all pure varieties from the planet, and we use almost no chemical color enhancers. We are established flower growers, and some customers appreciate these natural flowers, so we never had trouble finding sales in previous years. But this year, with my parents now ill, those partners haven't come. Previously, payment for orders was only made in installments after the flowers were sold, so it's impossible for them to pay us upfront. I've been begging at the flower market for days, and you're the first to come and see. The little girl picked a dozen more yellow flowers from another sea of yellow blossoms, deftly tied them into a bouquet, and handed it to Xiao Qisai. Thank you. Xiao Qisai accepted the flowers, not wanting to disappoint the little girl's kindness. She sniffed the flowers in her hand. They were indeed fragrant and delightful, their petals overlapping. While not those alluring exotic flowers, they were well grown. At least on the surface, there were no signs of color enhancement or chemicals. But she also told her the truth. But to be honest, we're not flower buyers, and we don't do any related business. The little girl couldn't hide her disappointment when she heard this, for she could see that Xiao Qisai and Lu Yushin weren't as high-handed as the buyers from those high-level planets. She had thought she had a chance to start a small business, but she hadn't expected this. But then something struck her, and the little girl forced a smile. It's okay. It's good enough that you bought my bouquet. At least to give Mom and Dad a good meal. Xiao Qisai interrupted her. Don't worry, your flowers are indeed very good. While we're not in the flower business, we are a pharmaceutical factory, so perhaps we can purchase some flowers as raw materials. Pharmaceutical factory, but our flowers have no medicinal value. Although the little girl wanted to make money, she reminded Xiao Qisai, medicinal flowers aren't sold in this market, but in another. Xiao Qisai shook his head, not for medicine, but for another way of extracting flowers. Are there any adults in your family? I can buy all your flowers at market price, but I have one request, no additives. If we discover any, all contracts will be void. Yes, my grandfather is still around. The little girl didn't understand what a contract was, but upon hearing she was buying, she happily took Xiao Qisai home. Xiao Qisai came with her, seemingly unsuspecting, and the little girl didn't seem to be wary either. The little girl's house was on the edge of the flower fields. It wasn't large or bright, but it was clean and comfortable. The little girl explained that their family built it there primarily to facilitate the care of the flower fields. They actually had a small house in the bustling city center, where they occasionally lived, but that house had been mortgaged to pay for medical bills. Opening the door, an elderly man in a wheelchair was intently arranging the flowers he had picked. The bouquet the little girl had just brought to the market to sell was probably made by the old man himself. Grandpa, I brought customers back. They want to buy our flowers. The little girl said happily to her grandfather. The old man immediately looked up with joy. Really? However, the light in his eyes dimmed when he saw the E-Class citizen terminals in the hands of the two men. He called the little girl over cautiously, scolding, Huayan, come behind me. Did you find out what they do? Where did they come from? Why are you just taking them home so carelessly? Huayan was startled by her grandfather's tone. With red eyes, she stood behind the old man, somewhat at a loss. Xiao Qisai naturally understood the reason for the old man's alarm. She smiled gently at the little girl and the grandfather. It's okay, we're not bad people. After that, she pulled her business card from her pocket and handed it to the girl's grandfather. Don't panic, old man. We're not bad people. Although we're only E-Class citizens, we can still afford to buy your flowers. The old man took the business card warily, but upon seeing the company name on it, his expression changed completely. He immediately looked at Xiao Chisai with excitement. Are you that person? The person in charge of Zhao's pharmacy? I heard of your deeds. You're the pride and legend of our entire low-level planet. But why are you here? Xiao Chisai hadn't expected the incident to have such widespread impact. Even an elderly man had heard of his deeds. The old man and the girl both looked incredibly simple, and she didn't hide her identity, nodding and admitting, "It's me, the person in charge of Zhao's pharmacy. I'm here to investigate a project. But our planet isn't within the scope of your beauty potion cooperation?" The old man asked, somewhat puzzled. It seemed that despite his disability, the old man still had a good grasp of information.